celebration. With the Reef and Beef package from Heartland Steak Co., you will be feasting on Maine cold water lobster, jumbo USA sea scallops, 16-ounce USDA choice ribeye steaks, and 8-ounce filet mignon, delivered straight to your door. Don't wait long, because the Reef and Beef package from Heartland Steak Co. will not be around forever. So treat yourself or pick one up as a gift for family, friends, clients, or anyone who loves that true Midwest taste. Ordering is easy at heartlandsteaksco.com. And right now, when you spend $199.99 or more, you'll get free shipping plus $26 off with promo code NEWYEAR26. Give the gift of flavor this year with Heartland Steak Co. That's heartlandsteaksco.com, promo code NEWYEAR26. Taste the Heartland difference.
It's time to get your morning started with the news you need to know.
News update.
This is what's trending with DJ and PK. Hashtag Utah Jazz.
Sensabaugh drives at AD. Flares the top to Anderson. Down low to Markkanen. Slides by AD and lays it up and in. AD still holding his hand. Jazz on a 9-0 run with 1:45 to play. Sensabaugh, deep three from the top, and he hit! Sensational Sensabaugh for three! Keontae retreats out, 10 on the clock. Driving, fading off his left foot and tickling the twine! Keontae George with a marvelous one-on-one move. Spins Cooper Flag around and fades back off the left foot and puts the Jazz up by 5 with 28 seconds to play.
The Utah Jazz break their losing streak. They get the win. 116-114 over Dallas. Lauri Markkanen with 33 points. You heard AD get hurt with about 3 minutes to go. That was a weird deal, PK. I don't know why they didn't call timeout. They played a possession 4-on-5, and then they gave up an easy layup or dunk at the other end. I don't know what they were doing with the game on the line, but the Jazz get the win and snap that streak. You got to win once in a while, and they got this one.
Yeah, I don't know what they were doing either because I was watching college football.
Nice. We'll get to that college football game. That thing was awesome. For the Jazz, a little stretch in the schedule here where the wins may pile up. Not only do they get the Dallas win, but now they got Charlotte coming in, which is another winnable game. A team right around them in the standings. So we'll see what they do here. It's interesting as they keep playing all these guards and finding time for them, and it seems like they're keeping 2 of the 3 on the court between Walt Clayton Jr., who got to close another game, Keontae George, who had 19 points and 7 assists, and then Isaiah Collier, who I thought played well, finding Markkanen on a backdoor cut early in the fourth quarter. That was a pretty play. Got to find room for all of them for now anyway, and so far so good, I guess.
Okay.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag NBA.
Speaking of Charlotte, who will be here tomorrow for a 7:30 game, Charlotte lost to Indiana, 114-112. The wins are few and far between for the Pacers, but Rick Carlisle gets to career win number 1,000. That guy is a lifer, PK, and that is a big round number. Heck of an accomplishment.
Way to go, Rick.
Charlotte stays stuck on 13 wins. The Pacers pick up win number 7. Anthony Davis, third fastest NBA player to reach 10,000 career points.
You talking about Anthony Edwards?
Anthony Edwards, yes, not Anthony Davis. Anthony Edwards, 120, and they get the win, 131-122 over Cleveland, who the Jazz will be seeing shortly as well. Giannis Antetokounmpo says he would never force the franchise's hand with his future. Quote, there will never be a chance and there will never be a moment that I will come out and say I want to trade. That's not my nature. My plan is to be here for the rest of my career. If they don't want me, I'm not the one in charge. I'm an employee. I'm locked in. My priority is just staying healthy. Never, PK. That's a hard thing to say in the world of sports, but Giannis went ahead and said it. I would have recommended he didn't say it.
Yeah, but I think the way he says it then takes the heat off of him. He seems like a sensitive guy who's concerned what other people think, and he knows he's in a small market, and so they worship him there. So this is sort of a soft way out.
I'm not the one in charge.
Words.
Yeah, I'm not the one in charge.
I'm
an employee.
Literal.
Yeah.
He's not he doesn't mean it. I mean, I wouldn't hold him to it. I think he's trying to act like he's trying to do the franchise well while saying, get me out of here.
DJ PK.
Hashtag college basketball.
BYU and Utah tomorrow night, 8 o'clock at the Huntsman Center. Two teams at opposite ends of the Big 12 headed in different directions. It's a rivalry game, PK, but you really feel the juice in this? Seems like a foregone
conclusion. Well, if they're
conclusion.
at the opposite ends, that would mean that is Utah at the bottom?
Tied for last, 0-2. BYU tied for first, 2-0.
Well, you can't be headed in a different direction if you're at the bottom. You're already there.
I guess you can separate yourself out from those other 5 teams. I'm expecting it'll be 3-0 and 0-3, and I think most people are.
Yeah, but they're already there, and BYU is looking like they're already there. And this is one of those times when we've seen it over the course of the time that we've been here for 3 decades, when one team's up and the other team is down. Doesn't mean that that's the way it's going to be in perpetuity by any stretch, but that's the way it is now because we've seen it reversed. And so for the Ute fans, I get it. This isn't anything that you're excited about right now because your program is not even close to where it has been and obviously where you want it to be. But that doesn't mean that that has to be the next 10 years that way. That's the point I'm making. Sure, they're at the bottom now, but you do have a new coach, a new regime. It's a new time. Let's see what he can do. This is no surprise where they are. And this is a hard job for Alex. It's never been harder, really, when you think about it, because they are in the toughest conference basketball-wise that they've ever been in. So it's going to be harder to do. And BYU, I can argue, remains to be seen because they've got a lot of work to do. But you can argue right now that certainly that they have the possibility to be the best team that they've ever had. And with the money flowing in, the best time, the best era, as opposed to just an individual team. So Alex and the Utes have their work cut out for them, but let's see where they're at in a year or two. It doesn't look good right now. We expect, as you say, the result, you're already without naming the final score. We expect the one team to win, the other team to lose. But let's see where we're at in a year or two as far as, because we've seen both teams be in opposite directions, and now it's sort of flip-flopped. So I have hope for the Utes to gradually get better and in 2 to 3 years be a lot more competitive than what they are right now.
It's interesting what you say about BYU. I don't think it's really debatable that this is the best era. And then as far as best team, it looks like it's certainly top 5. There's a lot of work to do, another 20 games to play. We might end up arguing that it's, number 3, 2, or 1.
Yeah,
could be the best team.
If they're
That's
in
on
the Final
table.
Four, then obviously they would be. I guess the next closest would be
Angels
Jimmer's team, and then you play the what-if game with Brandon Davies.
Yeah.
I happen to think they would have gone to the Final Four given the bracket they were in at the time, but we know what happened. That's not going to happen today. I don't think. If you had a similar situation, this is my own personal opinion, that player would be banished for the entire season. Certainly it wouldn't be publicly put out there like it was.
It would definitely have been handled. I'm 100% sure it would have been handled differently. And then you just get into the gray area of imagining how it would have been handled. But it would have been different, for sure.
Yeah.
And I think we can just look at that with Retzlaff. I mean, there were all the talk about a 7-game suspension as opposed to, withdrawing for school from a semester or a year. Which I think what it would have been back in the day, and then that didn't look like where this was headed at all. Now, Retzlaff didn't want any part of the 7-game suspension, so he went to Tulane. But all right, the rest of college hoops. Utah State on the road at Boise State. The Aggies 13-1 on the season, like BYU, 4-0 in conference. This should be a much better test than some of the games they've just played. Tip-offs at 7. Coverage begins at 6:30 tomorrow. Utah Tech and UVU are playing an in-state game tomorrow at 2. UVU's coming off a win over SUU in another in-state game. They just beat them 89-72 last night. Weber State over your Lumberjacks, PK. They beat Northern Arizona 78-65.
Yeah, well, Troy Hudson isn't walking through that door for NAU.
Weber's at Northern Colorado tomorrow, and SUU is playing Cal Baptist, who just beat Utah Tech. DJ and BK.
#NFL.
Falcons set to interview former starting quarterback Matt Ryan for their newly created President of Football role with the franchise. Ryan has been working in the media since retiring from playing. PK, that's it. You've never really been into politics. How'd you like to be President of Football?
Yeah, POF?
Yeah,
absolutely.
The big old POF. Yeah, he's the POF. I mean, that's better than being the POFO, which I think is the title here. President of Football Operations. The President of Football sounds like a role that stretches.
Well, it sounds bigger, doesn't it?
It sounds much bigger than just running the show in Atlanta. Yeah. Dolphins in the market for a coach. They let Mike McDaniel go during our show yesterday after the 7-10 season. And it just, boy, everything you read and hear right now, everybody's anticipating Harbaugh to Miami. So, see how that plays out.
Yeah, as I said, man, I'd be cautious as far as who you have at quarterback.
Yep.
I would survey the field. If you have these options that we're led to believe that he could potentially have, I would literally go and see what's the best quarterback situation. Not necessarily the most important thing, but I would take that into serious consideration.
I am 100% sure that you are thinking the way he is thinking, because he and his brother talk football, and that is exactly what Jim Harbaugh did when he went to coach the Chargers. Hey, have we got somebody that I can work with here or not? And he saw Herbert and I'm taking that one.
And then if they want to, they can talk basketball with their brother-in-law, because their sister is married to Tom Crean, who was the coach at Marquette and I believe maybe Georgia. And he's friends with Fran Fraschilla. So you can get in a pretty good discussion group with Harbaugh's brother-in-laws if the Harbaughs are interested in going into basketball.
So if you're Harbaugh, play this very slowly, see what happens next week. Just all the speculation. Would Green Bay make a change if they lose to the Bears? Would Buffalo make a change if they lose in Jacksonville? We got playoff games coming up, and both those teams have a better quarterback situation than Miami does.
Well, no one needs a head coach right now. This is literally the off season, and really, comparing it to college football, there is virtually no off season with the recruiting stuff that always goes on, right? And particularly right now, right after the season with the transfer portal, and teams are taking players left and right. So with all that down, you can relax for 2-3 weeks. They don't consider it the new season in college football until what? The end of February, maybe March. Although February, you do have the scouting combine that they do, right? The end of February.
Are you talking NFL? The NFL new
NFL,
season?
Yeah.
They literally have a date for the new league year.
Right.
Because of contracts. I don't know what it is. I have to look it up. But there's
March
13th.
You do have the
March
scouting
13th?
combine, which I believe is the end of February that they have back there in Indianapolis. But that's still 5 weeks away. So there's really no hurry on either side.
It feels wide open in the NFL playoffs. You think anything definitive about these games over the weekend? 6 games, and one of them's Monday. We'll be back for that one, obviously. Rams and Carolina, 2 o'clock tomorrow. Packers and Bears, 6 o'clock tomorrow. And then Bills, Jaguars, Niners, Eagles, and Chargers, Patriots on Sunday.
I like every one of these games as far as my entertainment value. I mean, no, I don't have a favorite in terms of any personal preference. I can pick favorites who I think may win, but I don't care on any of the outcomes, but I am interested in all of them. That's the NFL playoffs. From the first kickoff to the last, they really enthrall you, because there's exceptions, obviously, but generally speaking, man, you could go either way, and who knows what's going to happen. And that's the most exciting part for me, as looking towards the NFL for entertainment purposes. When I was a kid, my gosh, the NFL playoffs were the biggest thing for me, because I was cooped up in New Jersey. It was cold. It was either sleeting, raining, snowing, and I would just get so excited to be able to have the NFL playoffs. I really looked forward to them. I still do as an adult. I've got other options now. I'm ambulatory. I wasn't as a kid. Your world when you're 12 years old is very, very small.
It's limited, man. How far can you go on your bike? If the
Right,
weather
and I
allows you
couldn't
to
go on
even
my
get
bike
on your
at that
bike.
time of year.
Right, I know. Yeah.
That bike was inside. It was just way, way too cold. So the NFL playoffs, since as a little boy, or something that I really enjoyed.
The Rams are 10.5-point favorites over Carolina, and every other game feels pretty close to a toss-up. And the odds, literally, I mean, the Packers are favored on the road in Chicago by 1.5. The Bills, 1.5 favorites over Jacksonville. You got some teams that, they got the home field advantage, they have the better record, but they don't have any playoff experience to speak of, certainly not at key positions. So how far do you really trust them? Jacksonville did play a couple playoff games a couple years ago. They beat the Chargers and lost to the Chiefs. So there's a little bit of playoff experience there. Caleb Williams in Chicago obviously getting his first taste of it. The Patriots have rebuilt everything since their playoff run. They're 14-3. They're at home, but they're only a 3.5-point favorite over the Chargers.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect it to be much more than that.
Eagles 5.5 over the Niners. It's the rare NFL game that's over 7, and the only one this weekend is that Ram game against Carolina.
And if the Niners won, I wouldn't be floored.
No, actually, I was surprised that Philly's a 5.5-point favorite. I wouldn't be shocked if the Niners won either. That offense looked absolutely unstoppable until the very last game, and Seattle made them look pretty ordinary. Seattle's defense was fantastic. DJ and PK.
Hashtag college football.
Miami beats Ole Miss 31-27. Lead changes, 3 scores in the final 5 minutes. Back and forth they went. Plenty of drama. I think a lot of people. I think I felt what a lot of people felt. It's always good to watch the SEC lose, but that Lane Kiffin story and the fact that Ole Miss has really never done anything in football in my lifetime made me kind of root for Ole Miss. I'm like, well, why am I pulling for an SEC team here? I love to watch SEC teams lose, but that was a great finish. So many big plays in the fourth quarter of that game.
Yeah, I don't get into SEC losing. What difference does it make? They're going to be having multiple teams in next year. And
yeah, but are they going to have 3 instead of 5? Open up a couple spots.
I don't really care about that stuff. It's just really hard for me to generate any negative emotion about sports. If you want, it just doesn't bother me. I just enjoyed the game. It was a whale of a game. It's proving what I've been saying. It is so chaotic and such a mess. But when the ball kicks off, none of that matters. It's about what you're going to see. Are you going to be entertained? Are you going to enjoy the product you saw? I made no sense. I couldn't have cared less who won that game. But I came away. I watched the entire game. I was locked on it. It was a lot of fun. And if you want to go the underdog story, fine. Okay. If you consider Ole Miss to be an underdog versus Miami, great. I get all that. But it was just a sensational game. And the game, all the stuff around the game can impact your interest, your attention, your desire, your passion. I understand that. But the game itself, nobody can screw it up.
When you watch Trinidad Chambliss play, do you think NFL undrafted free agent at quarterback?
Well, he wants that 6th year back.
He does, right?
And so we'll see how that plays out. I mean, he wasn't even projected to be the starter this season. So let's see what he can do. Normally, when you have someone with just such little evidence to go by, it's very, very difficult to try to figure out. It's difficult even if you have a lot of evidence sometimes. But when you don't have that much and it's just one season, what do they have? What does he have? If you're a team looking at drafting him or signing him if he goes undrafted, I wouldn't think he would go undrafted the way they draft quarterbacks these days. Not necessarily does that mean he's going to go high, but who cares about that? There's plenty of these quarterbacks in this league who weren't drafted high and have found their spot. I want to see more of him, but I mean, he's a charismatic kid, and he's a leader. You can see the kids around him believe in him and his ability to make big plays. I mean, he didn't lose that game, that's for sure. They scored, and then Miami scores. Then he scores again, and then we know Miami scored again on that situation. So I thought he looked brilliant, but I would have to see more and certainly read more about what people who know more than I do think about him.
It's all highly speculative at this point. There are people who think he could be a 6th or 7th round draft pick because it's not a good quarterback draft for all the points you point out about his leadership, ability to win. Lane Kiffin, he probably gets points off because Lane Kiffin is viewed as a guy who can get the most out of people, and he's undersized at 6'1" with a small body of work. And, how much of this offense is Lane Kiffin's magic? And there are people who think he's being drafted. I found that surprising when I looked for that. We'll see if he gets the other year.
I don't care. If it's a bad draft, that's not going to allow you to stick in the league. That may get you drafted, but because there's not good quarterbacks coming out. I don't see where that's going to make you stick. And I also think 6'1" is not that bad. I don't think Caleb Williams. I don't think Brock Purdy. I don't think these guys are 6'4", 6'5". I think Steve Young wasn't all that tall. I think 6'1" is plenty big enough if you're good enough.
Oregon and Indiana in the Peach Bowl tonight. The winner plays Miami in the title game. 5:30 kickoff on ESPN. I'm expecting Indiana. They looked flawless. I know all the stuff. Oh, you got to beat them a second time. Indiana, we just saw them look flawless. And Oregon, they had their struggles along the way. I mean, eventually the score was dominating over Texas Tech, but it's not like they dominated right from the get-go. And Indiana already beat them once in Eugene. So Washington quarterback Damon Williams Jr. doing a complete 360 PK. He's abruptly reversed course. He's announced he'll return to play for the Huskies. He was at risk of facing legal action from Washington and the Big Ten, and he is staying put with the Huskies.
Yeah, it's a crazy story, but, we're asking a 19 or 20-year-old to make the best decisions at all times. You're probably going to be disappointed there.
Former Florida quarterback DJ Lagway announced he'll transfer to Baylor. He's a Texas native, so he'll be in the Big 12. And BYU running back L.J. Martin announced he will return to play for BYU this fall. Big 12's Offensive Player of the Year and leading rusher.
Well, that's huge for the Cougars, right? He was really good, and he didn't have a lot of backups, so they need to fortify that position a little bit more for sure. But getting him back, that goes a long way to helping you have a good season.
Yeah. Does this feel like covering Majerus' Utes? The guys that could go either way, and the guys seem to be guys you think could be going to the NFL, opting to stay for one more year. It was Chase Roberts last year. It's L.J. Martin this year. You saw it with Andre Miller staying, and Van Horn played all 4 years. So did Doliak, for that matter.
A little bit different there. Maybe those guys were getting stuff that we're unaware of. Wouldn't shock me. But we know Martin will get stuff. He will get money. Yeah. And so fortify your position there and also the team while making money. Those guys, I was once with Van Horn doing a story on him for the Sporting News. And we were going to meet at, he lived over by 7th, what am I looking at? 7th East and I-80. There's some apartments there. I picked him up. We went to a restaurant and chatted. It was during the summer. And he made sure that he paid, that he wouldn't let me, and we were just having basic, like a burger or something.
Burger and fries or whatever, yeah.
It was, but he made sure. He said, no, I can't do that. And I'm like, you're giving me your time and I'm going to make money off you. Yeah. I thought I gave him a ride. I don't know if that was against, I literally picked him up. He didn't have a car at the time and, or his car was busted, one of the two. So I had to go pick him up, which was obviously no problem. I thought, well, you're volunteering your time. And I was writing a Sporting News big story on him. And he wouldn't let me pay. He goes, oh, this is an NCAA violation. I don't want to take the chance. Okay.
I get it. He didn't want to lose a game or two over $5 or $10.
But I wasn't going to report him.
I know. DJ and PK.
Hashtag Major League Baseball.
Detroit Tigers and ace Derek Skubal were unable to come to terms. So Skubal wants $32 million. The Tigers are offering $19 million. High stakes arbitration showdown. The reigning Cy Young Award winner.
The way arbitration works, it's either or. It's not a compromise, right?
No, they just had the deadline for the compromises passed. So you're right. Now the arbitrator has to pick one of the two numbers.
Oh, I'd say pick 32. What the heck?
That's what Scubal's thinking is going to happen.
Guy grew up in Kingman, Arizona, which is 100 miles outside of Vegas. For any, I'm sure all the people who we got a lot of listeners who are from Arizona have driven that route. And be careful too, because that's a big speed trap right before and after Kingman. I've seen guys being pulled over many times. Obviously, I've made that trip many times myself. And he only had one offer, Seattle, university and he goes there or blows up, he's going to pitch in the World Baseball Classic, as is Skeens, the kid from Southern California who spent a year or two at Air Force and then transferred over to LSU. He's going to pitch, and they're regarded as the two best pitchers. Now, they have a bunch of rules as far as what they want you to do with innings, so it's not like they're going to go out there and throw a no-hitter because they're not going to pitch that long. But both of these guys, two best pitchers, have signed on to be in the Baseball Classic in March.
DJ and PK.
#NHL.
The 7-game homestand continues for the Utah Mammoth. Game 2, the St. Louis Blues coming to town. A division game. The Blues sitting on 42 points and the Mammoth on 45. Everybody's thinking, got to get going, got to get going. Got to get 2 points tonight. Puck drops at 7, pregame at 6.
Yeah. It's fun for this team to have these games have such huge stakes in January and implications. You have literal stakes in the point standings, but implications. Oh, man, it's the first 3-game win streak since earlier in the season. Now they got it going. Blah, blah, blah. Cooley will come back in a bit. Yeah, and they'll roll into basically the Olympic break with a whole lot of momentum, man, and then they'll come back and they'll be charged. We're using each game as if it's some springboard to something much bigger, even though it's not literally that. We're anticipating that it be that, and that's a fun situation to be in.
Adrian Denny, 6 o'clock tonight with Hockey Night in Utah. Mike Folta on the call at 7. That is what is trending. DJ and PK. It's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Kevin Graham's talking football at 8 o'clock. David Locke is talking Jazz at 8:30. And Dustin Smith is talking quarterbacks at 9 o'clock. A lot of football ahead. The question of the day is next. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Westbound I-84 is closed in the Peterson areas there, forcing everyone onto the old highway road and sending them up to Trappers Loop to come down out of Ogden Canyon due to icy conditions in the area. Obviously, backups are miles long up in that area. Also, still a little bit wet from Eagle Mountain as you go over to Saratoga Springs as well this morning due to the weather conditions out there. This update is brought to you by UTA. Take UTA instead of driving and actually enjoy your ride. Try UTA and see the difference. Plan your trip today at rideuta.com or on the Transit app. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
Don't touch that button. Check this out.
Eric Weddle, kind enough to join us.
We need to get back to players that want to be part of our university, that will appreciate what the university can give them. The culture, the buy-in, what Coach Morgan and those guys are going to be emphasizing day in and day out of being great men on and off the field, right? Future leaders, future husbands and fathers, like those programs are what I want my son to be a part of. It's not the guys that are money hungry. We're not going to beg people to stay at our university. We're not going to overpay guys because they got other universities that are offering more money. Then if that's the case and you don't appreciate what this school can give you, then good luck, because we're going to be fine. The University of Utah is an amazing school with amazing support, and those who want to be a part of it, let's ride.
It's Hans and Scotty, weekdays from noon to 3. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Let's ring in the new year by finally checking off something that actually matters. Your old videotapes and photos are fading more every year. VCRs are disappearing, and the clock is ticking to save your family's most important memories. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box to help you preserve your memories by converting all your videotapes, photos, and film reels into digital files. And this year, it's easier than ever.
Introducing our biggest kit yet, able to hold up to 80 videotapes or film reels or 2,000 photos. It's perfect for big collections. You can even send in old DVDs, memory cards, flip phones, or early generation iPhones.
Legacy Box is truly the easiest New Year's resolution you'll ever keep. Just fill your box and send it in. As the world's largest digitizer of home movies and photos, all work is done in the U.S., and we're trusted by over 1 million families.
Start the new year right by rescuing the moments you haven't watched in years. Go to legacybox.com/audio for an incredible 55% off. That's legacybox.com/audio for 55% off.
Looking for peace of mind and big savings on your home's essential systems? Mountain Home Services has you covered with their Safety and Savings Plan. Here's what you'll receive. Front-of-the-line repairs when you need them most. Annual inspections for HVAC, plumbing, and electrical systems. Exclusive discounts on equipment upgrades, services, and repairs. Mountain Home Services is proud to be the first to offer upfront pricing with no hidden fees. Plus, every job comes with their 100% satisfaction guarantee. Call 801-543-2222. 801-543-2222 or online at mountainhomeservices.com and join the safety and savings plan from Mountain Home Services. Protect your home, save money, and enjoy total peace of mind. Mountain Home Services. Your home, their priority since 1954.
Every student arrives with potential. At the Huntsman School of Business, they turn that potential into possibility. And the possibility gets turned into real-world success. Through hands-on learning, personalized support, and global opportunities, students at the Huntsman School of Business graduate ready, with skills, with confidence, and with a plan. This is where you discover who you are and what you can achieve. Dare mighty things. Visit huntsman.usu.edu. That's huntsman.usu.edu.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tonight, the Utah Mammoth hosts the St. Louis Blues at 7 o'clock. Listen on 97.5 The Zone. Tomorrow, Utah State's at Boise State. Mountain West basketball tips off at 7 o'clock on 1280 The Zone. The Utah Jazz host the Charlotte Hornets in the Delta Center. The game starts at 7:30 on 97.5 The Zone. And BYU at Utah, the rivalry game at the Huntsman Center, 8 o'clock on 102.7 FM. Listen to the KSL Sports Zone.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah Jazz snap a 5-game losing streak. They beat Dallas 116-114. Keontae George and how the team has improved defensively.
We went back and watched the mistakes, obviously, but it's more so of a want to. We had to look ourselves in the mirror, understand what type of team we wanted to be, what's our identity on that side of the floor. For us, you talk about being the bully. We just want to be the bully on that end. Let's be physical, set the tone of the game, and it's just a will to want to. Everybody on the floor wanted to guard. Everybody wanted to get stops, but it's that will to win at the end of the day.
This Utah Jazz at 30 update brought to you by University of Utah Health. At University of Utah Health, hope is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah.
My favorite.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. It is time for our hot takes or toast. Utah star defensive end John Henry Daly commits to Michigan. Not a big surprise. We knew he was in the portal. Everybody had an idea where he might end up. Now he's committed to Michigan. Ute fans, what is your mood about all of this? And PK, if we had to sum it up very quickly, the answer is not good.
Not good.
Not good.
Yeah, it's
John,
an amazing situation.
Yeah, there is some nuance to it. John says, I hope selfishly that he'd stay at Utah for our own enjoyment. But it is unsurprising he went to Michigan. That's hard to turn down, and I expect he'll continue to do great things on an even bigger stage.
Well, I wish the kid luck, yeah, for sure, and good health, because if he has the good health, then he doesn't need luck. He's that type of player. He certainly was at Utah. We'll see if he can do it. And yeah, the fact is, too, if you're trying to improve your draft stock, and we can look at it, and Utah plays football at a high level. We've said it. I'm committed to it. I will defend it to the ends of the earth. But the fact is, if you do it at Michigan, it's a bigger deal. It somehow, to the NFL, proves a little bit more than the Big 12, even though Utah can rank with many programs and putting great defensive linemen and great defensive players into the NFL. But it's bigger than John's decision. This is the whole Michigan-Utah thing here and how it's happened with them taking Kyle, obviously taking pretty much the entire offensive staff. And then you guys were talking about yesterday, the strength and conditioning guy, and it even dips down to BYU. Well, let's see. I'll take a couple of BYU guys too. I think basically he takes Jay, and then Jay takes Gennaro, rather than Kyle saying, Jay, you got to take Gennaro. My guess would be that would more of a Jay saying, hey, I want to take Gennaro, and Kyle saying, sure, fine, if you think so. I believe you. And so obviously it took two coaches away, but it gutted certainly Utah's offensive staff. And now we have one player. If it's only one player, I would consider Utah very fortunate, particularly when you start comparing to other places. And obviously the foremost example right now is Iowa State with, I think it's like 16, 17 guys going to Penn State over there with Matt Campbell doing his thing with Penn State next year. So if you only lose John, I think that would be fortunate, but I have a feeling it'll be more than that. It's a really, really bizarre deal here. It's like it's one of these things, you read about tragedies every day, something. And we obviously had something there a couple of nights ago there in Salt Lake on the west side. But it seems like, and I'm making a comparison of real life to football, so there really is no comparison. But when you hear these things, that always happens to somebody else. It doesn't happen to me. And then when you see, and that obviously is a million trillion times more serious. When you see like the Matt Campbell thing, it's like, oh, that happens to other schools. That doesn't really happen to us. And here in the small detail, just a small particle of life here, it's happening to Utah when you wouldn't think it'd happen to Utah because we're out here in the middle of nowhere. Nobody pays attention to us. We don't have that. And sure enough, Michigan, a big time blue blood, is stealing a lot of your people. And that's just, it's an amazing, incredible story, even if it would have been more natural, meaning that the Michigan Wolverines administration came after Kyle to hire him, and then he tells Utah, okay, I'm leaving. Now, we know that's not the way it happened, so you add on the way it happened, and it becomes more bizarre than the traditional coach leave to take a better job situation that we see all the time.
Once it happened, you knew players were going. You knew coaches. The question is how many. This is one. I assume it'll be 2 or 3. I don't think it turns into an Iowa State-Penn State situation. Penn State's coming off a down year. Michigan's got a young team. I think this is Michigan, when they won the title 2 years ago, was loaded. There were a lot of guys. It was kind of like when Urban Meyer was at Utah. There were a lot of seniors and their underclassmen going to the draft. And so I think they lost their entire offense. They may have had like one starter back. I mean, it was just, that was a veteran team. So Kyle's going into a place where a lot of freshmen, sophomore, highly recruited, have started to play. So I don't think he needs a lot of guys. I don't think he'll take a lot of guys. But Utah always produces NFL guys. And college football, no matter how good your team is, you can always use a couple more NFL guys. So the top end of the roster, yeah, it's one. I don't think anybody's going to be surprised by 2 or 3. Now, I think if we start getting to 7, 8, 9, people are going to be surprised.
Off Utah's roster, I believe I saw the list yesterday that they have taken 7 transfers so far.
Michigan has taken
it's an
7?
okay number. I think that's what I saw.
Nope.
Yeah, you can go look it up.
All right.
But just cruising around yesterday to get this information, because this is a wild time.
Yeah.
It seems like if you're off social media for an hour,
you miss another one. Yeah.
You missed 5 players that have committed to XYZ school. And so I was searching around when I saw John made that decision. How many have they had? And that's not an outrageous number. I mean, Utah itself has had 30, 40 guys, when you include the new recruits too, as far as being brand new to the roster. And I think Smith Snowden was there at Michigan, and I saw something. Oh, he had a fantastic time. Well, of course you're going to have a fantastic time. You're at Michigan. You can go to Chico State, and they're going to wine and dine you. So they're trying to put their best foot forward. It's like when you met Honey's parents. I mean, I'm sure you actually probably shaved, but maybe bought yourself a new suit and had some cummerbunds and made sure you were looking as good as you could possibly look, which, that's not easy to do. But you did that. You put your best foot forward. And then sure enough, man, you wooed Honey. And now she's yours forever and ever. I mean, look at it. It worked perfectly.
First off, I did not have cummerbund on the old bingo card for today's show, so that you broke some new ground there. And second off, at that point in my life, I was shaving like once every other month.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So you
That
made
was it.
sure.
That was the one day in 60 that I needed to shave.
Yes, that proves my point even more. You were making sure you looked your very, very best with Honey's parents. Mr. Honey, I mean, he was a rigid dude. You didn't mess around with him. High standard, man. That was his daughter.
Seriously, he was Naval Academy. You did not mess
around.
Right,
I knew that. You told me that.
Naval Academy Vietnam veteran. Do not mess around with my father-in-law.
Right. I knew that because you had told me those very facts.
Yep.
So I knew so I could imagine how it would have been in that. My father-in-law was a dude from Switzerland who was an avant-garde guy, and basically, hey, whatever makes you happy, brother.
I can tell you, my father-in-law never called me brother.
Although my father-in-law did serve in 2 countries' militaries.
Oh, really?
He served in, Switzerland, and then he came to the U.S. through Canada and came through Detroit, which is how we met my mother-in-law, because I've told you that they have the Detroit background, and that obviously that's up there close to Canada, and then served in the U.S. military. So how about that?
Yeah. I'm looking at a list here. It looks like there's 23 guys in the transfer portal from leaving Michigan, and one has withdrawn and returned to the team. That was big news. Andrew Sprague, who is a well-thought-of tackle for them.
Yeah. So I assume that there might be Smith. Certainly he went there. Would he want to go? Would he make that official? Wouldn't shock me, but he's got other options.
Yeah.
And so pursue his other options. He's a talented young man, and he's very engaging, and his personality is one that is very, very impressive. So when he goes to these places, now he doesn't necessarily have to introduce himself to the Utah coaches who are at Michigan because they already know him. But if he goes to these other places, you're going to walk away thinking, wow, that's a kid I would like to have in my program because he's an impressive young man and he's got skill. So he has the options. We'll see how that plays out in the coming days, and you go from there. But this is really just a crazy situation to have this be Utah to Michigan. What a connection. It was weird in a sense when Bronco brought his guys with him to go there, Kelly Papinga being one, and Robert and I and others, obviously. I think Jason Beck was there too, right? And so they followed him over there, and that seemed weird. But this seems even way weirder. Virginia has its place, but it's not Michigan, and few are. And you're going to the cream of the crop. And now I'm hoping he's done, but freaking Whittingham has been all over the place with his stinking interviews, man. You can't get him to shut up now. He's obviously selling the program. Virtually any national show he's done. Yep. I'm so grateful that Oprah does not have the show
there
anymore.
Yeah.
Or he'd be on the couch. Or Maury Povich, you are the coach of Michigan.
Maury Povich. And it's not just Utah, though. He just got a running back, Taylor Tatum, from Oklahoma. And he's hit up UNLV and Pitt transfers. So
yeah, right. And I think there was several. I think I counted 7.
All right, DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. BYU keeping guys home. We will get to that next. Stay with us.
This is JJ and Alex.
I got this. It's official, the 2027 Winter Classic going to get played at Rice-Eccles Stadium. Here's what's cool about this is a fan base and this is a state that knows how to fill up a stadium even if it's cold. And it's one of those deals where I think that a lot of folks are not just excited about it. It's another tip of the cap to the folks at SEG. Frankly, they're pulling out all the stops to make sure that everybody gets visibility in this market, which is what you need.
We're growing up as a sports market, and this is a sign of that. The passion you see in the Delta Center, in their barn, every night they play at home. And then to get an event like this coming to town at Rice-Eccles Stadium. And we're not far off from the 2034 Winter Olympics. Mm-hmm. You just see all these things happening. Just insane the amount of growth we're seeing when it comes to sports. And this is just the next big thing.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 7 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-sized French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Throughout life, we have plenty of special occasions and events, whether it's a prom, a graduation, a mission call, a new job, or how about a wedding? Mr. Mac has always been there to help serve you for all of your monumental moments. Mr. Mac has been family owned for more than 50 years, and that's important. And they'll make sure that you look and feel great, with affordability always in mind. The Mr. Mac family creates long-lasting relationships with their customers, and they've been doing it for generations. 9 locations across the Wasatch Front or online at MrMac.com.
Start the year with a splash of flavor. Heartland Steakco's Reef and Beef Package combines juicy steak and fresh seafood for the ultimate celebration. With the Reef and Beef Package from Heartland Steakco, you will be feasting on Maine cold water lobster, jumbo USA sea scallops, 16-ounce USDA choice ribeye steaks, and 8-ounce filet mignon, delivered straight to your door. Don't wait long, because the Reef and Beef Package from Heartland Steakco will not be around forever. So treat yourself or pick one up as a gift for family, friends, clients, or anyone who loves that true Midwest taste. Ordering is easy at heartlandsteaksco.com. And right now, when you spend $199.99 or more, you'll get free shipping plus $26 off with promo code NEWYEAR26. Give the gift of flavor this year with Heartland Steakco. That's heartlandsteaksco.com, promo code NEWYEAR26. Taste the Heartland difference.
Les Olson IT is trusted for businesses providing state-of-the-art printers, copiers, managed IT services, and licensed security systems for Utah. Work smarter with Les Olson IT.
Les Olson IT.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah Mammoth hosting the St. Louis Blues in the Delta Center tonight. John Marino, how the confidence of the team impacts them.
I think it's just, the whole team. We've been playing well throughout the season. We were just not able to finish, some of those wins. Can come down to the wire here. But I think overall as a year, despite the record, we've been playing pretty good hockey. But yeah, I think that's a huge part of it.
Puck drops tonight at 7, pregame at 6 here on The Zone.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Question of the morning, part 2, because PK, have one Utah question, have one BYU question. We got a lot of segments to do, and if Ute and Cougar fans don't have something to talk about, they'll start complaining about the obvious bias.
I believe in inclusion.
There you go. Bear Bachmeyer and LJ Martin, both coming back next season. Will the Cougars let the good times roll again?
I would anticipate the answer being yes.
Yeah, the answer's got to be probably yes. You never know, especially in a sport with all the injuries and teams getting gutted and all that. But there's no reason to be sitting here picking against them right now.
No, if they roll out 3 consecutive double-digit win seasons, wow, that's extremely impressive. I really don't know, as a fan of BYU, those fans, what could you possibly ask more of? You want this and that. You want playoff. You want Big 12 title. I understand all that. Everybody wants that. You're no different. Every single Big 12 fan wants to be in Arlington next December in 11 months playing for the right to win the conference. I get that. Now, you're no different than anybody else. But if you roll out and go 10-2 next season in the regular season, wow, that is really, really something. And we may be having the same press conference again where Kalani is saying, yeah, well, I thought about my mistake. Or, no, this is too good to take. I got to do what's best for me and my family.
You just write like 3 press conferences, and then Kalani walks up to the table and picks one of them and walks out and executes that press conference.
Sure. I mean, they all sort of say the same thing.
I do think that what you said, the more you win in a place like BYU in the Big 12, right? There are people who've got these, not 25, but like 50, 100-year pedigrees. And when they're down, where do you think they're going to come shopping for a coach? The phone calls are going to keep coming if the 10-win seasons keep coming. It's Penn State this year, and who will it be next year? Florida State, I don't know. Notre Dame, if Fruin takes off for the NFL at some point, where are they going to come calling? Alabama, excellent point. Yeah, what if they have a 3-loss season and don't make the playoff or are out in the first game? Yeah. I could see that. And where are they going to come calling? And the thing is, in the Mountain West in those days, PK, didn't feel like we were off the radar. As a state, as a conference, all these programs, off the radar. And it starts changing. And, BYU could punch above their weight, right? The Cotton Bowl season, 1984. But Lavelle wasn't going anywhere. And then the game started changing. I guess Lavelle did turn down the Lions, though. So even then, though, somebody did come calling.
Well, he also
but now
also turned down Texas at one point, too.
And it's just more obvious than ever now that the phone is going to ring. And the funny thing is, it could be a 10-win season, but the phone could be ringing long before they get to 10 because now coaches are getting fired in September. So you could be off to a 4-0 start. You'd be 5-1, and the phone could be ringing.
I'm waiting for the first athletic director in August to say, man, that was a miserable inter-squad scrimmage. You're gone.
It's just a matter of time.
Our training camp sucked. He's out.
I mean, we haven't put the pads and the helmets on, but it just didn't look right.
Yeah.
Michael says
the way they're rolling.
Yeah. Michael says, how can they not? Everyone is coming back, and he capitalizes everyone.
No, Jack Kelly's not coming back, but I guess you were talking about players who have the options to come back are coming back. Yeah. Every team loses guys and loses quality guys. If you had a quality team, you're going to lose quality guys. That's just the way it works, right? But, yeah, it looks like they have an opportunity to return a fair amount of players. They add some guys. If I'm a transfer and I'm comfortable with the rules that they have, I would certainly consider BYU. They're going to have what you are looking for, right? You're going to get massive attention. You're going to play on television. You're going to play some big-time games, blah, blah, blah. And so especially if you're on this part of the country and maybe you've had some interactions with LDS people, and so it's not as foreign, even if you're not of the faith, you have the familiarity with them. And so you feel like, okay, that'd be fine, especially for a year or two, no problem there. Yeah, I would think that would be an attractive place, and they're going to pay you, and that's going to be important, right? So if you look at what BYU football has to offer, it's certainly not going to ever be for everybody by any stretch, but it looks like it's for more and more people that we wouldn't think originally would be interested and didn't seem to be interested a few years back. Now they are. I mean, you look at the complexion of the roster, it speaks for itself. And also, too, get an opportunity to get some bounce back guys. Dillingham has done very well on that, of not being able to get guys out of the Arizona area right off the bat, but having them go to school, whomever, and then wanting to come back. And that's been something that he's been able to tout. Eventually, he would like to, or sooner rather than eventually, he would like to be able to tout, I can get the guys right out of high school, but they still have stars in their eyes, and then they come back. And so that they just got a kid from Washington, a freshman receiver up there in Seattle from the Valley, who is coming back for his next 3 years, maybe. We'll see. Everyone's just basically on a one-year basis. But for BYU, that's a good thing. And he's done that a little bit. Continue to do that, explore that. And the future and the present look extremely good for the Cougar football. That's for sure.
DJ PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We are talking more football next. We will talk with Kevin Graham, college football playoffs, Ute transfers, NFL playoff games. It's all next. Stay with us.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
Well, the first full week of January is coming to an end. We are at another weekend. And what are you going to do about it? You're going to enjoy some time skiing, movies, I don't know, maybe plan a vacation to go someplace warm this winter. Yeah, sounds good. You got to have the cash, right? Kind of go hand in hand sometimes. Now, particularly if you take a long view and you look at your retirement, and you want to have some good times, you're probably going to need some cash too. That's why you got to get your money working for you. While you sleep, your money continues to work. Get with the folks at Trajan Wealth, because the Trajan Wealth people, they know what to do to be able to allow you to have that. And here's what they'll do. And I can speak from experience because here's what they've done with me. You go to them, you meet with them, they get to know you, who you are, what you're about. You feel comfortable. They're going to talk to you. They're not going to try to really sell you anything, right? It's not a high-pressure situation. I've been in their offices. That's not what they do. That's not what they're interested in. They want to be able to help you have your money work for you. They're financial fiduciaries, so they're bound to do this, and they would probably do it anyway. And they want to be able to have your money get going, knowing that it's there while you're working. Your money is also earning more money, right? And obviously, as a financial fiduciary, being bound by that, you make more money, they make more money. So certainly they've got a financial interest in having you be satisfied too. Give them a shot. Even if you already got a financial plan, maybe let them have an opportunity to review it, get a second opinion, right? You do that stuff when it comes to health. Why not do it when it comes to money? Makes sense. And it also make you dollars. And it's not going to cost you anything. Why? Because initial consultation, it's going to be for free. So what do you got to lose? Check it out. I did, and I'm glad I did it. Give them a call. That local phone number for your local trusted financial fiduciary is 801-210-6800. 801-210-6800. I met with them in Draper, right off the freeway down there past 123rd South. Conveniently located. If you live up north, no problem. They'll get up there. They'll meet you in Farmington. Two great locations. The website also has a ton of information available literally immediately. And that's simple to remember. Trajan Wealth, Trajan. TrajanWealth.com is the website. TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Looking for insurance solutions that actually work for you? United Underwriters have been serving Utah families for over 25 years, offering smarter coverage solutions at better prices. United Underwriters auto policies include a no-cost windshield benefit because we travel on I-15 just like you, and also offer smart home insurance solutions and earthquake plans you can't find anywhere else. Call United Underwriters at 801-396-0828 or visit uuinsurance.com. United Underwriters. Real insurance solutions. Real value. Real partners. Based right here in Utah.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
Start the year with a splash of flavor. Heartland Steakco's Reef and Beef Package combines juicy steak and fresh seafood for the ultimate celebration. With the Reef and Beef Package from Heartland Steakco, you will be feasting on Maine cold water lobster, jumbo USA sea scallops, 16-ounce USDA choice ribeye steaks, and 8-ounce filet mignon, delivered straight to your door. Don't wait long, because the Reef and Beef package from Heartland Steakco will not be around forever. So treat yourself or pick one up as a gift for family, friends, clients, or anyone who loves that true Midwest taste. Ordering is easy at heartlandsteaksco.com. And right now, when you spend $199.99 or more, you'll get free shipping plus $26 off with promo code NEWYEAR26. Give the gift of flavor this year with Heartland Steakco. That's heartlandsteaksco.com, promo code NEWYEAR26. Taste the Heartland difference.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ, PK, and KG. Kevin Graham is back for another weekend of football. Kevin, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Keep playing that song, man. That's posty, man. I'm dancing around my kitchen right now. Woo! Let's go.
Dancing in circles?
Yes, dancing in circles. That's pretty much the story of my life. But yeah, I'm always dancing in circles. So
I think that's the name of the song, Circles.
Yes, I know it is. I got you. Yeah, I'm there. It's one of my favorites. I like posty.
Good.
Country stuff.
Yeah,
you like his
fun.
country stuff, PK? I know you're a country
Oh,
guy.
yeah,
Do you
I
like
love
his
it.
country stuff?
I
Yeah.
not
That
only
song-
love it, I have since, and it has been like a 3 to 4 year struggle, I'm converting the other guy that you're talking to.
No way. DJ, you becoming a country guy? No way. I like it.
I got to admit,
Help.
Post
Yeah.
had one of his, and it really goes to PK's point where the line blurs between country and we're all old enough to remember country and Western. I'm nowhere near that stuff. But
Country and
Posty
Western.
was out. Yeah, Post Malone had a song on, and I was just absentmindedly humming and singing along in the car. And I thought, hey, wait a minute. I think this is one of those crossover songs PK was talking about.
Yeah.
It is,
Was
yeah.
was it the help song? Help. Yeah. Okay. There you go. Here, where they just yell help.
I couldn't.
Yeah. Okay,
That's a
gotcha.
pop tune
Yeah.
all the way.
I
And it's
didn't make
catchy.
this mess all by myself. This is, the
That's
story.
right.
We all know each other. It's the story of all three of our lives. We've all
It pretty
made
much
messes, and we had help. We did not make this mess all
Very
by
true.
ourselves.
Oh,
right.
Very true. Very true. Like the mess that's happening in Utah right now wasn't, it was made by Whittingham and others in the university. So, everybody needs some help. So it's all good. So how's that?
Pretty much. Nobody's hands are perfectly clean, and yet nobody's awash in mud either. Everybody's a little grimy, right? Kyle came out and said his part. Well, I shouldn't have talked about retirement. Fact, right? But Morgan wanted the job, right? And two people can't have the job, and Morgan wanted it. And I think Harlan wanted Morgan to have it. And there's deeper stuff than all that. But if you just go top headlines, there it is. And Kyle talked about giving it up and talked about retirement for multiple years to multiple reporters. So,
It's all happening, and you know what? And the people that are benefiting the most are you two and other media and talk show hosts.
Oh, I don't think that's true. I think there's some players and coaches. I think the list of coaches who have benefited from Kyle's decision, I think we spend the rest of the segment. We got to be somewhere around 20 coaches that have gotten better jobs and made more money.
Oh, no doubt.
And
no doubt. And a lot of it, and it's like the real world. It's like who you know and your connections and your relationships because you just never know. And, yeah, you're right. I mean, Jay Hill was sitting there as defensive coordinator at BYU, and great job, making, I'm sure, decent money now. But now he's the defensive coordinator of one of the premier programs in the country, or at least one of the blue bloods. And now suddenly he's elevated to maybe being the next Michigan coach, or being a Big Ten coach, or whatever. You're 100% right. I mean, everything jumps up, and it's because of who you know, and it's because of timing and some luck, and all that plays a part. So, and then I know fans still are upset, and players are transferring and all that, but I hate to say it, but Whittingham has that power now, and I know they're mad because they didn't expect him to go to Michigan, but you know what? And you guys are talking about how, now Utah suddenly is on the spotlight, and players that were meant to always go to Utah or BYU are suddenly now going to all these other programs. Well, no offense, guys, but the SEC is going through this right now as well. I mean, the SEC for years could pay players where everyone else didn't pay players. And look what's happening to them now. Now suddenly everybody's on an even playing field. And my point is now Utah, this is good for Utah players, good for Utah schools. May not be so good for Utah and BYU fans, but you know what? If you're a great player, you are going to get paid to go play at a bigger school. And that's just the fact. And Utah and BYU now has to figure out how they're going to counter and keep their their homegrown talent in the state. And they could do it, obviously, but some of the elite, and we've seen some of the elite players at Utah, by the way, already take off as well. So, I mean, it happens. So, this is just the new reality. It sucks, that you used to be able to hoard your in-state guys. You guys were talking about how, everything is changing and everybody's expanding, and you're losing players and you're losing coaches and all that. Well, welcome to the real world, because the SEC is finding that out now, and we're all happy about that, being not fans of the SEC. But they're now, everybody else is on a level playing field, and they can't keep everybody like they used to. So we just got to get used to this. This is the way it's going to be until any kind of legislation, if ever, will be put in place to put some control under this stuff.
We saw 21 years ago, Kyle Whittingham, he was clearly the man once Urban took off. The program was in a good spot, and Whittingham had been there for over 10 years, I think right there at the mark, and had proven extremely well as a defensive coordinator, was good at what he was doing and deserved it. It was logical. So the parallels are striking in terms of what they're doing with Scally, right? You hire someone who's been there, very good, the program's in a good spot, but we know when Urban took off and Kyle took over, it was a little rocky, a little shaky. I can't remember where you were at that time because you're all over the country. You may have actually have been here during that time firsthand and seeing it up close. But we know that he was something like 16-13, and they were coming off a miserable loss to UNLV of all things. And we're like, oh my gosh, is this guy going to be able to make it? And then he blows up the next several years and they win 90% of their games or whatever. And he solves that issue. So even though Scally's you can argue Scally even has more credentials right now than Kyle had, but certainly they're in the ballpark. With that being said, what level of anticipation do you have with Morgan being able to hit the ground running? None of us want to see him go through that 16-13 mark that Kyle did, but it is brand new, so we don't really know.
Yeah, you got to get your footing, right? At least back in the day, you were expected to get your footing. And to Kyle's defense, I mean, and I remember I came in right after Urban, so that was my second stint in Utah, and Whittingham was taking over basically. You had to get your footing, and obviously they lost a lot of talent off the team, Alex Smith being one, when he took over. So that's kind of why you went there. But these days, to your point, PK, you don't have the time. I don't think Morgan has the leeway to go 2 years like that. And part of it is, and it's unfortunate because he's a first-time head coach, but the game has changed. Money is involved. Lots of money is involved. And you're paying players. And you're playing in a bigger conference. And you're expected to compete for a conference championship every year at Utah now. And that's the footsteps that Morgan has to follow up on now, with Whittingham. I mean, hell, what was it, a year ago with all the injuries and everything, and Utah was struggling. I myself was saying, I think it's time for Whittingham to step down, and that was just one season. And look what he did a year later and how he turned things around. Well, I don't think Morgan's going to get more than 3 years, maybe 2 or 3. I mean, if he has 2 years of average football, that's not going to take, I don't think, anymore. It's just the way things have changed. And I'm not saying he's not going to be fine. I think he will. I watched a lot of that press conference, went back and I didn't see it live, but I watched a lot of the clips and things he said, and he really hasn't changed much since. See, my thing of Morgan is different because I worked with him. I don't know if a lot of people remember, but back in the 2000s, once he graduated Utah, and I don't know if you guys had already defected to 1320K fan at that point
we
or
were
not.
there.
But no,
we were
there.
after
Remember
us.
Morgan? Morgan was doing the red and blue show or blue and red show, or whatever we called it, with Jan, I think, right? Jan Jorgensen. So
I think it was a lemma.
And Morgan. Or Lemma. Yeah, that's right. A Lemma at first, and then I think Jan came in later, and then it kind of transformed a lot of different hosts at that time. But so I got to meet Morgan straight out of college, and he was a bright kid. Although, I guess you can't call him a kid when you're 23 or whatever. But he was smart, very energetic, reminds me a lot of who he is now. It seems like he hasn't really changed much, except obviously he's gotten older and wiser. But, for me, it's hard because my memory of Morgan is Utah BYU in Provo. It was the Ratliff game. Everybody was predicting BYU to win that game because, Ratliff was coming in as quarterback for Utah, and I think Utah had some other injuries. And then, of course, Utah wins the game, and I'm down on the field, going down to go to the locker rooms or whatnot. And him coming and running in front of me in his Utah Letterman jacket. And mind you, he was a quote-unquote media member as a talk show at the time. Looks at me and yells, "How about them apples, Graham? How about them apples?" and then just takes off running to go celebrate with his team. So I hate to say this, it's just hard. It's not that I don't take Morgan seriously, because I do. I mean, look what he's done, but it's hard for me to get that image out of my mind. But what was your question again? He's got 2 or 3 years. But yeah, how about them apples? I'll never forget that. It made me
remember,
laugh. I just sat there.
We gave him crap for being on the sidelines in his Letterman's jacket at that game.
Right.
I remember that game vividly. And they asked me to come down. He was trying to act like, well, it wasn't me. They asked me to do it, so I felt I had to. And then he did do that for the year, and then he transitioned into coaching.
He did,
and here we go, man.
And here we go. And now and I hope he does well. He's a great dude, and he's smart, and he's energetic, and he's authentic. Everything he was talking about and the quotes he had and how he was responding and his emotions. I think that's all great. And that's all great, honestly, of why he'll be a great recruiter and is a great recruiter, because people will connect with him. But he's not going to have a lot of timeline. I think this day and age, and you guys can disagree with me, but the pressure's on, right away. As you pointed out, DJ, I think in the last segment, about coaches are now getting fired in September.
Yep.
So, it's and that's part of the pressure cooker now you're in.
Yeah, 2 words. Kurt Signetti. He goes to a nowhere program like Indiana that's got nothing and done nothing, and he uses the transfer portal, and apparently he had more money, and so there's that. And now they're back-to-back playoffs. Do you think they win this semifinal and win it all?
I do. Nothing is on the again. You can only look on the field. They're perfect this year. Yeah. Not perfect in how they play, but they've won every game, and they're playing in arguably the top conference. With the SEC being the way it is now, I think you really can argue that the Big Ten, at least at the top, is stronger. I think everything we've seen on the field, they do win. They did play earlier in the season, where Indiana won back in October, 30-20. Dante Moore threw a couple interceptions in that game. I did watch a lot of that game. He was a little. They put pressure on Dante, and he was, he was a little shaky in that game. So, things can change, obviously. Oregon's without one of their top running backs. I think that's going to, be a factor. And I find I'm just really intrigued. I feel bad for both Mendoza and Moore, because if Moore proclaims to go to the NFL draft, one of them is going to play for the Raiders and the other one's going to play for the Jets. So, ultimately, I feel bad for both of them, even though they're going to get paid a lot when they go to the NFL, but they're going to go to really 2 garbage franchises. If I'm Moore, and he's going to be the second pick probably to the Jets, I don't go to my Jets. Don't just stay in have Phil Knight pay you a lot of money to play one more year. But I think it's an intriguing matchup. But I do believe, there's nothing on the field that has shown me that anybody can beat Indiana right now. And it's just amazing to say that. Anybody that doubts Indiana right now, it's because of the eye on the side of the helmet, because they're just that good. And as a Big Ten follower, a lot of my life living in Michigan and my high school and college years, it's just weird to see, to be honest, but they're just that good, in my opinion.
You speak of the pressure that Morgan is going to be in, and also I don't think it's just him. I think Mark Harlan might have a bigger stake than Morgan Scally because Morgan Scally is a favorite
Great
son,
point.
and so he'll
Yeah.
have some opportunity. But Harlan is going to be on the clock essentially
Yeah.
if this thing doesn't work, and particularly if we're sitting there in November and the Michigan is 9-0. So there is a lot of pressure on these guys, man. High risk, high reward has never been more illustrated than what Utah will be under when they take the football field next season.
No, I think that's a great point. And we're seeing that across the country too, of how ADs, are just as much on the hot seat for the coaches they hire, again, because of the money and everything involved. So, yeah, and basically what I get the sense of, and of course you can't always judge by, social media and X and, when I throw my crazy opinions out there and people respond, but I just don't get a high confidence. I guess I don't get a feel of Utah fans being highly confident in him. And so I think you're 100% right. But it could flip, if Morgan brings out and they go and lose maybe one game or no games or two games and playing for a Big 12 championship, then maybe then Harlan's off the hot seat. But I do agree with you, PK. Like, I think, this is his guy. And the people that aren't mad at Whittingham, and I think the people that are a little more, and the fans are a little more measured, are probably more ticked at Harlan probably in the way the whole Whittingham thing went down than they are, than Whittingham actually leaving.
And I think you can point to 20 years ago, I think Val Hale had to take a hit and lose his job because of Croton, and they were tied at the hip there.
Oh, yeah, that's a great point. That's happened before. You're right.
In addition to the college football playoffs, we got NFL playoff games. Do you believe that there are coaches coaching for the job in the playoffs? Green Bay and Buffalo have been mentioned. Maybe you see it differently. I don't know. What do you think?
I mean, that's a great question. I know there's a lot of heat, on LaFleur on the Green Bay side. They're playing at the Bears. I mean, both those teams played really competitive football against each other during the regular season, where, Green Bay won by a touchdown and then Bears won in overtime. I think you just got to see how the game plays out. I mean, how many guys are out there too? I mean, you already have 8 coaching vacancies. So 25% of the league right now is looking for a new head coach. So some of these franchises.
Harbaugh's out there. He's won a Super Bowl. That's what Buffalo and Green Bay want. PK brought up earlier in the show, hey, when he picks a job, make sure you get yourself a good quarterback situation. Well, his brother did it. He went to the Chargers. He didn't go to a team with going through 6 guys in 6 years and 4 guys on the roster, and none of them have thrown for 5,000 yards or 10 touchdowns. He went and found an established NFL starter and, got a playoff team.
No, and I think that's a great point. And for the reports, that you read, they're saying there's a couple teams with NFL coaches right now that have reached out and want to talk to Harbaugh, coaches that haven't been fired yet. So that's a possibility. Harbaugh is the great wild card on that, but I don't know. I mean, Green Bay has had a lot of success. Again, sometimes you have to look at this and go, okay, how much is it really on the head coach and how much is it on the quarterback, and injury situations? I mean, Lamar Jackson was not healthy this year. And if Lamar Jackson is completely healthy, I'm guessing the Ravens are in the playoffs, and Harbaugh isn't the one now that's upending the entire coaching search across all over the place. So I think owners do have to take some of that into account too. And you got to think of the competition involved. And when you have that many teams and that many owners with billions of dollars they're ready to throw around, there's no guarantee, that the Packers are going to get Harbaugh. There's no guarantee, Philly, he's on the hot seat too, it seems like every week. So, McDermott on the Buffalo side. So there's no guarantees. So I think we just got to see how it plays out and how the games play out. And, if the Packers go in there and get blown out, sure, I could see that as a possibility. If the Packers win, no, I think LaFleur stays for another year. Same thing on the Buffalo side.
Well, I think that everybody has pressure in the NFL. Pro sports has never been more pressure. It just keeps intensifying. It seems like every year. And as I look at it, with the Chiefs being down and out, literally, that I look at Buffalo thinking, oh my gosh, if they don't at least get to the Super Bowl this year, What's going on? Are they ever going to do it? This is worse than the Jim Kelly guys. At least they got there. We know they lost the 4, but they got there. And the Bills with Josh Allen is at the top of his game right now. He's never going to be better than he is right now. Everything is set up. So from that perspective, man, in my mind, all eyes are on Buffalo to get out of the AFC.
Josh Allen's 0-4 in road playoff games. So, I saw that stat this morning, listening to you guys and prepping, and I'm like, wow. I mean, so you're right. There's a lot of pressure, but Josh Allen hasn't figured out how to win on the road. And that defense, he has on the playoffs. He's 0-4.
I know, but this is, man, I'm making PK's argument for him, though, because he's always like, it's not all on the quarterback. They were in Kansas City with the Chiefs at the peak of their powers.
Doesn't
the
matter.
Stadium going nuts. They scored with 13 seconds left to take the lead. Not his fault. He left 13 seconds and the defense blew it.
Winners
What's his
and
record,
losers.
Kevin?
Winners and losers. 0-4 in road playoff games. All right. So that's the stat, DJ. All right. And you know what? You also have to take into account that they are also playing another really good NFL team in the playoffs, which is Jacksonville, that nobody probably watches or pays attention to. This is a Jaguar team that's won 8 in a row. And get this. Allen has accounted for 39 touchdowns this year total, rushing and passing. Trevor Lawrence accounted for 38 this year. Again, probably a lot of people wouldn't know that. I only know that because in one of these stupid fantasy leagues that had 16 teams in it that I was playing in, I had Trevor Lawrence as my quarterback, so I know how good he was this year. Yeah. So, yeah, we could sit there and we can say, yeah, do or die, but you do have to give the Jaguars, and playing at home, they're pretty good. And even though they're
he's got
underdogs,
better hair.
And he's got that flowing hair going on and stuff. Yeah, 100%, man. Yeah. So
Houston's won 9 straight. Jacksonville's won 8 straight. How about a Texans Jaguars AFC title game? And America shrugs.
Oh my God.
They can work up no emotion for either one of these teams. I love them. I hate them. They're both regionalized into oblivion. You gotta be watching Red Zone or have the NFL package so you can watch the whole league and
Yep. I know wouldn't that be weird if that could happen? But again, the beauty of the NFL, that's the beauty of it's kind of where college football is going. Even though college football doesn't really have a salary cap anymore, they're supposed to. The NFL is a salary cap. Everybody, is within everybody. I mean, we saw it this year. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous what happened this year in the NFL. And I know again by my own personal thing of my little $5 bets I would make and how often I lost. And B, in this pick'em poll thing I'm in with 300 people, the people that were winning each week, these pick'em polls, they were how do I say this without offending anybody more in these days? But it's kind of like the woman at the front desk who always won March Madness poll, because they just pick on mascots and stuff. Those are the people that won every week in the NFL polls this year because you didn't know who was going to win. There were some weird upsets and everything like that happening every week. So I'm excited for the week. I always love Wild Card Weekend. I mean, hell, we got 6, elimination games happening in 3 days, which is tremendous. And then we got a playoff game tonight. But it's going to be interesting. I think we're going to have some weird things that are going to happen. And to your point, I wouldn't rule out a Jacksonville-Houston championship game when it's all said and done.
So we're disrespecting Seattle. We're not really believing in them and the phenomenal regular season that we've had. And Sam Darnold doing it at 2 different places back to back.
On paper and on the field, they were the best team. I keep wondering when you're going to get that, Sam Darnold of old that pops in there. But with that said, he had a tremendous year and they're playing well. And they're definitely, they're the favorite, and I think the betting odds are they're the favorite at this point in time. But how many times have you seen weird things happen? And so I don't have 100% belief of who's going to be in the Super Bowl this year. I can't just say this team is going.
Agreed.
I mean, last year did we think that Philadelphia was going to win? They were on paper again really good, but they got really hot in the playoffs too. And Jordan and Hurts really caught fire if you remember last year in the playoffs, and that's why they ended up going to the Super Bowl and winning. Who's going to be that team this year? Who's going to catch fire? Who's going to get heat? I mean, we're seeing it in the college football playoff. Look at Miami. they caught fire at the right time. Look at these tournaments. Certain teams catch fire at the right time. I think that's just kind of where we are right now with the NFL as well.
Seattle and Houston are the only two teams that didn't give up 300 points this year. They have the two best defenses in the league. Now, the margins are small, so any given week, and who knows, and special team scores and pick sixes and all that stuff. Mm-hmm. But you got to take them seriously. They may not pull it off, but you have to take them seriously if they got the best defenses in the conference.
Well, what's his record? What's Darnold's record on the road?
Yeah.
Hold on. Give me a second. Let me type that in. AI. Oh man, it'll be interesting to see, man. You mark my words. If Josh Allen, if they Bills lose and Josh Allen's 0-5, that's what I'm leading our call with next Friday. 0-5, DJ. Okay. That's what I'm going to say. All right, I'll let you try to explain it.
He can wear some of that, but man, when you're playing the Chiefs in KC and you score with 13
How many seconds
to take the lead, 13. I have a hard time. The game's over. I run over to the sideline. You bum. I'm not buying it.
Something's off with Buffalo this year, though. I mean, in all seriousness,
I agree. I agree.
Strong.
And I think Jacksonville can win that game. Yeah. Everybody's like, this is Buffalo's year. It's like, based on what? Not have you watched them? It's up and down.
The Chiefs aren't in. That's what.
That's right. Chiefs were 6-11 this year. Is that what I remember or something like that?
The Bills ran hot and cold. He ran hot and cold. He was like quarterback of my fantasy football team. I was following him every week, and the Bills every week. And
there you go.
They ran hot and cold. Weird stuff happened.
Yep, I agree.
All right, thank you, Kevin. You're the man.
Gentlemen, always great to talk to both of you. And to a point that PK said earlier when you guys started the show, I want to be president of football. Like, I want to do that. I mean, as I enter my 10th midlife crisis in my life, I want to be president of football. That's what I want to do. So I'm going to work on that. All right. You guys have a great weekend.
All right, thanks. Go ask Matt Ryan how he got that title. All right, when we come back, David Locke, radio voice of the Utah Jazz next. Dustin Smith, QB Elite, coming up at the top of the hour. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Had a vehicle fire westbound I-80 at 2400 East, blocking the right lane. They've doused the flames. Now it's just a disabled vehicle on the right shoulder. No major delays in that area. Westbound I-84, still a problem spot with the left lane blocked just west of Mountain Green due to icy conditions earlier this morning. This update is brought to you by GoPave Utah. Whether you park it, stripe it, or pave it, GoPave Utah is your blacktop covered at GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call them today or visit GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Do you think the Jazz will keep Will Hardy around when they're ready to start winning? Well, they keep giving him contract extensions, so my assumption would be yes. He coaches great offensive teams. Jazz are a great offensive team right now. But I don't know if he's a good defensive coach. I don't know. We haven't ever seen him coach a good defensive team. Is that a Will Hardy problem, or is that a personnel problem, or is that a scheme problem, or is that, if you know the team is not trying to win, defense is the last thing you're going to try and do, because defense stinks.
Bingo.
Playing defense is not fun at all.
Was Phil Jackson a great defensive coach? I have no idea, honestly.
Right. Who knows?
You know why those were good defensive teams? Because Michael Jordan guarded.
And so did Scottie Pippen.
Period. End of story.
If your best players guard,
you have to guard.
Yeah.
Is Dagnall a good defensive coach? I have no idea, honestly. But Shea's going to guard, so that means you're going to guard.
Yeah.
And Jalen Williams is going to guard, so that means you're going to guard.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Are you ready for a new you in the new year? The Salt Lake City Fat Loss Program has helped thousands of frustrated men and women feel confident in their clothes, boost their energy, and finally feel like themselves again. So, what's the secret? Salt Lake City Fat Loss uses a science-proven plan to help reset your metabolism and lose up to 1 pound of fat per day without dangerous drugs or exercise. And right now is the perfect time to start. Due to overwhelming demand, Salt Lake City Fat Loss has extended their huge New Year's sale. Over 20% off for a limited time only.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. Alex Curie here. I dropped 50 pounds in 60 days on the SLC Fat Loss program. Get their New Year's special at slcfatloss.com.
Whether you want to love what you see in the mirror again, boost your energy, fit better in your clothes, or feel more confident and healthier as you age, Salt Lake City Fat Loss works. Huge New Year's sale is ending soon. Schedule your free consultation today at slcfatloss.com and lock in your savings. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
What's better than a credit card with low interest? How about one with no interest? For a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card, you'll enjoy 0% APR for the first 6 months. Transfer your balances from higher rate cards to your new America First card to consolidate debt and potentially save yourself a lot of money. That's 0 interest for 6 months. Interested? Then hurry to americafirst.com to apply today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Other limits and requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCAA. Equal opportunity lender.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier. Turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
Need to scale your workforce for a peak season? Express Employment Professionals offers contract staffing so you can scale with ease and maintain productivity. Get started at expresspros.com. When it comes to hiring, it's about people, and that's where Express Employment Professionals comes in. Express experts connect you to qualified candidates, matching skills to your business needs. Hire differently with Express. Visit expresspros.com to find your local office. That's expresspros.com. Express Employment Professionals, building your workforce, supporting your success.
It's a new year, and Aleve is here to help you keep your New Year's resolutions on track. Whether it's a daily walk, hitting the gym, or spending more time with friends and family, Aleve's got your back. With up to 12 hours of body pain relief per dose, Aleve keeps you moving with long-lasting body pain relief so you can chase those dreams and achieve your goals. Don't let body pain slow you down. Keep going with Aleve, because this year is your year. Try Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jazz snap a 5-game losing streak. They edged Dallas 116-114. Lowry Markkanen with 33 points. Will Hardy on the impact that Bryce Sensabaugh has had.
I'm really proud of the work that he has put in. He's stayed consistent with his approach. He's stayed consistent with the things that he says he's focused on, his defense, and trying to impact the game in other ways than just shooting. So I think it does speak to the work that he's put in and his growth to have those things happen for him late in the game tonight.
This Jazz at 30 update brought to you by University of Utah Health. At University of Utah Health, hope is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah.
My favorite.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Coming up, Dustin Smith, founder of QB Elite, Spanish Fork High School football coach, is going to join us at 9 o'clock, and we will talk transfer portal and locals moving and how much Michigan's going to recruit here and what high school coaches have heard, because they hear all kinds of stuff. They are tightly wired into all of this. If you're not going to be around for it, it'll be a good conversation. Dustin is always enlightening when he's on. You'll be able to get it wherever you get your podcasts. And same with Kevin Graham, we just had on in the last segment, talking college football and pro football and coaching changes and all things football with Kevin. So get them wherever you get your podcasts. Apple, Spotify, KSLSports.com, YouTube, wherever you go, they're there. Y'all can make sure they are out to the entire world. All right, DJ and PK, it is time to bring on the radio voice of the Utah Jazz, David Locke, who probably has 3 more turns left on his current run before his cell service improves. Trying to squeeze in some skiing, PK. You know how he is.
Yeah, I hear you.
I know. Plus, Yak has something funny to say to him, and Yak's cracking himself up in there.
But I hear you, but I don't hear him.
I know.
Hello?
Here is David Locke. David, good morning.
Good morning, Patrick Kinahan, David James, 2 of the greatest of all time. It's a Friday. I've been on the road all week. I'm tired. I'm not sleeping because I have to ski, and it's an obligation. And I get to be motivated and inspired by 2 of the greatest of all time right now.
I was motivated by you. I was inspired by you. I made a David Locke decision last night.
What was that?
Found myself getting hooked on a college football game. And I felt the duty to watch the Utah Jazz so I could come in here and talk to the people the next day. And I was following on my phone. You had the box score and you can get the running play-by-play and all that. But I was really hooked on a very entertaining college football game. And I thought, I'm going to do what David Locke does. I DVR all the games just in case, right? Anything comes up, I always go back, watch whatever if I miss something or whatever. And I thought, David always watches, he says he watches the last 8 minutes. I'm going to watch the whole fourth quarter. So as soon as the football game over, I couldn't stay up late enough to watch the whole game. I'd be a mess in here. But I watched that fourth quarter, and I thought there were several telltale things in there. And I thought the post-game bite that we played earlier from Keontae George about how they've improved defensively, the want to, I thought it was on full display in the fourth quarter as multiple guys played. I thought I could see in multiple players there's a little extra edge. Portland was atrocious, but the response to Portland has been really good.
Yeah, I mean, so Portland was a mess. I thought Memphis was a mess also earlier this year. I don't remember if the game was close, but like Santi Aldama was like zip code open, would be not the phrase we used on the broadcast, but there was nobody else in the zip code on multiple plays on the same play where just the rotations just didn't move or exist the way you would think. And that has not been as obvious in the last 2 games. So they play badly in Portland. We fly the next day to Oklahoma City. So there's no practice. And without revealing too much of the inner workings, usually for shoot around, they either do one of 2 things with film. They'll either run around the court a little bit, do some shooting, then they'll sit down and do a short film session, and then they'll walk through the opponent. So that's one way that film works. The other is that we'll sometimes be told, film starts at 9:30, bus leaves once film is done. And usually that means we're in the gym by 10, it's a 10-minute film session. There's even been film starts at 9:40, whatever it could be. On that day, we got a note that film starts at 9:15, buses leave afterwards. We're like, this is a film session. And that shoot around that day was short. The session was Will Hardy sitting down with the guys, going through, and I guess they watched pretty much the entire first quarter of the Portland game. And I think they've made some tactical adjustments, but I asked Will about it last night pregame, and he's like, yeah, just want to an effort. They were allowing 26 wide-open threes a game, 6 feet or more, for the opponent. It was the most of any team in the NBA. Against Oklahoma City, they allowed 20. I'll look right now. I have not looked and seen yet what it was last night. NBA does not always have that up in time. But I'll check and see if I can find it. But yes, the defense has been much better. And yes, I watch the final 9 minutes usually of every NBA game I can that's close. I try to at least. What other things did you notice, David James?
I thought that there were several individual effort plays. Collier, who's really good at putting his head down and getting to the rim, he wasn't in for much that I watched. He got subbed out pretty early in the fourth quarter. But Ron Boone always says the last thing a player learns to do is pass off the dribble. And he's good at getting to the rim, passing off the dribble, and throwing out to the 3-point line. But he got to the free throw line, and he found, I think it was Markkanen going backdoor on the baseline. Really good pass. Zipped it in there. Maybe it was Filipowski. I can't remember. It was one of the bigs. And Really good sharp from him, and a lot of times I think he's thinking shot when he puts his head down and goes to the rim, and he was thinking pass early in the possession. And when they break down defensively, it's often they're playing one-on-one offensively, and then no one's defending. And when you're looking at pass and thinking like a team, I'm thinking you're going to defend better. I think the fact that they gave up 114 points in Portland in 3 quarters was stunning. And I look at the final score of the last 2 games and think, 114 for the whole game against Dallas. And that's with a 3 at the end that didn't really even mean anything. It was a 5-point game, hit a 3 at the buzzer, so what? So love that from Collier. Saw he got subbed out. Thought Clayton's getting rewarded. I thought he made a bunch of good decisions. He's playing big minutes at the end of games. Feels pretty routine. It doesn't even feel surprising to see him at the end of a game anymore.
Yeah, they had above-average defensive games back-to-back nights for the first time since nights 1 and 2 of the NBA season.
And why was AD running around after he clearly jacked up a finger or his hand? Why didn't they call timeout and stop it? They had a 4-on-5 offensive possession, and then the Jazz, I'm like, you have got to attack him because he's still running down court paying more attention to the hand than the game. And now they can't call timeout. They don't have the ball, and it's in play. And it's like, you've got to attack him. And sure enough, you never know who's going to throw the ball where and who's going to take a shot because they're not aware. But they came down court, Markkanen went right to the rim. They found him. He scored before AD could get there. Perfect. Be aware. Be aware. Take the easy gimme. The game was still in doubt at that point. Thought that was ridiculous by the Mavs that they didn't get him out.
I thought it was telling that they didn't react to an AD injury.
Yes, I can see why you would think that.
I thought his first half was one of the most disgusting first halves of basketball I've seen by a star player. Like, his utter lack of interest, lack of team play, lack of effort. I mean, there was a play where the Jazz ran, so AD would start every possession on Markkanen, knowing we're setting a pick for Markkanen so that AD could switch off. Like, literally, I think that's why. So then he didn't have to defend. So Filipowski sets a pick for Markkanen, and it switches. And now AD is guarding Filipowski, and Markkanen's starting on a curl, and Markkanen kind of tries to pop behind. He's not available. Keontae's at the top. At that point, Filipowski's 2 of his last 18 from 3. And AD stands 16 feet out on the left wing, and Keontae George prances right down the middle of the lane, and AD does not make a single step toward the basket like that maybe he's 7 feet tall and he should be a help rim protector. Or 3 steps earlier, just be there to protect the paint because you're guarding Kyle Filipowski and you can close out no problem because not shooting through. I mean, it was crazy. I don't know what they're going to do. And then he played really well in the third quarter, and then he got hurt. I wouldn't touch that if I was Atlanta. I'll just say that.
Me either.
Come on, PK. All right, you've outwaited the pause, PK. Go.
Who's a keeper on this team defensively?
Cody.
You didn't say that with a lot of. That wasn't David Locke. Cody. There's a guy, Cody.
He's got so many other minor issues he's got to figure out. It seems or not so minor issues he's got to figure out. It seems like maybe that's but I mean he's playing really well. Cody is a keeper defensively. Walker's a keeper defensively. That's it.
That's it, huh?
That explains why they're 30th in defense, huh?
I mean, there's nothing about this roster that should be anything I've heard. I understand that the murmur's up and it sounds good, right? I get it. Oh wow, Will Hardy's been 30th every year in defense. Is he a bad defensive coach? I mean, I get it. I don't think it's not a quantum leap to go throw that out there and ask that question and have that discussion. But okay. Yusuf Nurkic, go look at the defensive rating of every team that Yusuf Nurkic has ever been the center on.
Right.
Kevin Love is your backup center.
Yeah.
Last night, the Jazz played really well with Kevin Love on at center. Dallas missed a lot of shots, but I think our defensive rating this year with Kevin Love at center is a 133. Well, that's because he's a power forward and he's 37 years old.
Yeah.
So the way you're a good defensive team is you have one of two core things that make you a good defensive team. You either have a lot of interchangeable athletic wings who can defend that are beasts, so Cason Wallace, Lou Dort, Jalen Williams, Alex Caruso, or you have rim-protecting bigs, and then if you have two of them, like Isaiah Hartenstein and Chet Holmgren, you actually have the best defense ever, but like Rudy Gobert, right? You know, Minnesota's really good defensively. They have Rudy Gobert's going to win Defense Player of the Year again. Should. It's been amazing. Hasn't slowed down at all. And they have Jaden McDaniels, and then when Rudy Gobert goes off the floor, so, I mean, that's actually all you need to know. Go look at the numbers of Rudy Gobert on and off the floor. Then you go bring in Naz Reid, who's not a good defensive player, with all the same guys, and I think 24 points less good per 100 possessions. Like, you've got to have these pieces defensively. It's not like we can do all the scheme things and this and that, and, you know, like, are there minor things I think the Jazz could change scheme-wise? Sure. Like, the Jazz are trying to play a rotation thing and string out the ball handler and do this and that. It puts them in rotation immediately, and maybe they could switch more. They did seem to do that against Oklahoma City, but then you're putting Nurkic and Filipowski and Love in space, and we're not even going to play basketball. Like, you're just going to literally have teams back the ball up. They're going to find that guy and go at him every single time. And that's – no one's getting better because of that. So you've got to play – there's some level you're playing defense in a manner that, like, matters for who – you know, as you develop and what you're trying to do defensively and who you're going to be.
One of the
By
other.
the way, I lied. Minnesota's 16 points better per 100 possession when Rudy Gobert's on the floor than off the floor. But, like, really, personnel doesn't matter defensively.
One of the other things I noticed late in the game, and I saw it in Oklahoma City too, and you watch it on TV, so you can't always tell who they're talking to or what they're saying. But it seems like Keontae George, the body language suggests to me he's starting to find his voice and he's saying things, and this team's been short on leadership. You know, Lowry could be the guy, just such an introvert, right? But looking at the age of people and NBA experience, and maybe Keontae's finding that a little bit. Are you seeing that a little?
I think the biggest story of the year is that trading Colin Sexton, Jordan Clarkson, and John Collins opened up the oxygen in the room and these guys took the oxygen and have taken ownership of the team. I think that's the biggest story of the season. Now, does that mean that we should have done it earlier? I don't know. Does that mean that it was that they actually did it at the right time? And, you know, this is not a criticism of Colin, Jordan, and John, but their status meant that they were there and that they were there, and so they're the oxygen. And when they left, Keontae grabbed the oxygen, and that's the biggest story of the season to me.
David, we'll leave it right there. You're the man. Thanks so much. We'll talk to you again next week. We'll hear you on the call Saturday night, Charlotte.
You know what's stunning to me?
What?
I do this show with you every week, and you're always top of your game, outstanding, fabulous, superb, elite.
He is good, isn't he?
You talk about players showing up 82 times a year. You show up with the greatest of skill and talent, 250. I mean, PK misses a lot of shows, so maybe 235. Just kidding. Times a year. You're true geniuses.
Thank you, David. Checks in the mail.
PK, I was kind of kidding. I admire you missing a show every now and then.
It's all right. I'm not
up.
Cal Ripken. Never intended to be.
Oh, you were going to be Ron Say. You weren't going to be Cal Ripken. You were Ron Say, the Penguin. Dustin Smith, founder of QB Elite, Spanish Fork High School head coach. We'll talk at 9 o'clock. All the coaching changes, high school coaches see it in recruiting and the transfer portal, where quarterbacks headed, where are they going, how are they developing. We'll talk with Dustin coming up right in about 15 minutes right here on The Zone.
Whirls around and down. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Looking for peace of mind and big savings on your home's essential systems? Mountain Home Services has you covered with their safety and savings plan. Here's what you'll receive. Front-of-the-line repairs when you need them most. Annual inspections for HVAC, plumbing, and electrical systems. Exclusive discounts on equipment upgrades, services, and repairs. Mountain Home Services is proud to be the first to offer upfront pricing with no hidden fees. Plus, every job comes with their 100% satisfaction guarantee. Call 801-543-2222. 801-543-2222 or online at mountainhomeservices.com and join the safety and savings plan from Mountain Home Services. Protect your home, save money, and enjoy total peace of mind. Mountain Home Services. Your home, their priority since 1954.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tonight, the Utah Mammoth hosts the St. Louis Blues at 7 o'clock. Listen on 97.5 The Zone. Tomorrow, Utah State's at Boise State. Mountain West basketball tips off at 7 o'clock on 1280 The Zone. The Utah Jazz host the Charlotte Hornets in the Delta Center. The game starts at 7:30 on 97.5 The Zone. And BYU at Utah, the rivalry game at the Huntsman Center, 8 o'clock on 102.7 FM. Listen to the KSL Sports Zone.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honesties with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah Mammoth back in action tonight. St. Louis Blues visiting the Delta Center. Lawson Krause liked Daniil Booth's growth as a player.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's a big, strong body on the ice, and he skates well, and he can make plays. He holds onto the puck, and I think he uses his size to his advantage and gets that net, and he was able to get there at the right time and black away and pick himself up a goal.
Puck drop set for 7 o'clock. Coverage begins on the KSL Sports Zone at 6 with Hockey Night in Utah.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Hercules First Federal Credit Union Salt Lake County High School Players of the Week are Grace Gallagher from Hunter High School and Kobe Goodfellow from Alta High. Gallagher tallied a triple-double with 18 points, 16 rebounds, and 10 blocks as the Wolverines routed Cypress 58-15. Goodfellow helped the Hawks pick up 2 wins, scoring 17 points in a 64-56 win over Westminster Academy from Florida, and then scoring 33 points on 11 made threes in a 93-89 win over California High. The Salt Lake County Players of the Week Award proudly presented by Hercules First Federal Credit Union. At Hercules, they're celebrating the everyday victories. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together. PK, we got a question up on Facebook. It is a very pertinent question as we wait for the people who are in the portal to land. Sometimes they return to their school. Sometimes they go somewhere else, and a lot of people seem to be going to Michigan. Utah Star defensive end John Henry Daly committing to Michigan. What's your mood, Ute fans, as all of this unfolds? And their mood is there are people who are just ready to move on. Hey, we want whoever's going to stay. That's it. Bill says, don't care anymore. Need to focus on the team we have now, not those who abandoned it. Trust the process. Trust Scally. That sounds great. That sounds great until a lot of NFL talent goes out the door. How quickly can you replace that?
This statewide nightmare. Wake me up.
You want to go back to the way things were?
In what manner? When? Last month?
Yeah.
Last year?
Yeah. How things were 2 months ago when they were playing.
Well, that's an interesting concept. Would they do things differently knowing what they know now? Now, that can apply to so many people in so many situations. Would you do things differently? You hear the cliche, no, I want them exactly the way they are. They made me who I am. And that sounds good because you're on the other side of it and you can't change it anyway. But I wonder if things could be done differently. We already know Whittingham was saying, well, I shouldn't have talked about retirement so much. So right off the bat, he's saying I would have done different things differently. And would the U of U, would they have done things differently? It's two different things there. Do things differently. Okay, you can't. Now you can still go full steam ahead and put all your emotions, all your energy, everything that you've got into what is ahead for this football program. And that's obviously the smart thing to do because you cannot change it. But as you look back, I don't know that you can necessarily learn from this because you can argue this is a once in a lifetime situation where you have this coach who turned 66 and had been talking about retirement, all these things. It's very unusual. In a sense, maybe they might be fortunate because there was no let it run. And a lot of times we've seen with coaching legends, let it run means there's crummy days ahead until it plays out. We see it with players. They mean so much to the franchise and they have to play it out. They're not going to go anywhere else. But the team is going to stink as you go along those lines. We saw it with Kobe Bryant with the Lakers, Nowitzki here. Those are two recent examples of guys who were all-timers for their individual franchise, played it out, and it didn't really work at the end the way it had been, but you had to let them go. The Jazz went through that to an extent from the statues. They're in the finals, and then what? A few years later, they're the 8th seed getting bounced by Sacramento. It had to end that way. There was no other way it was going to end, right? Well, with Whittingham doing what he's doing and that happening, they didn't get to this point where it played out poorly, where it tends to happen that way, right? Paterno would be probably the worst example of that in Penn State, but we all know there are others. So if you look at it, that's probably a good thing that it never got to that point, right? But that doesn't mean they maybe wouldn't have done things differently. They don't. Here we are. Away we go. It's an unusual situation, but if you want to look at some of the bright sides, well, that's one thing, man. You're getting a fresh start with a younger guy, and it didn't get that nasty towards the end.
That could be the upside if the transition is smooth and if Morgan goes out and wins, I don't know.
It's not smooth.
Win 20
I wouldn't call it smooth.
Well, win 20 games over the next 2 years, that would be a smooth transition.
Well, there's still a lot of bitterness there.
Yeah.
But that would smooth it over. See, you're right. Go and hopefully they do that. I'll be the first to admit I'll be rooting for it. But if it does, that'll smooth it over. If it doesn't, then that makes the transition even more difficult. The potential is there for it to be smooth because ultimately you're going to be judged on the 12 games essentially, and hopefully you play the 13th or maybe even more. But we know for a fact you're going to be in 2026. This time next year would be 27, obviously. You're going to be judged on the season.
And I do think that the biggest
record
challenge
speaks for itself.
The way this is going right now, it looks like the biggest challenge, in my mind, the biggest challenge for Morgan in his first year is going to be what would have been the biggest challenge for Kyle if he'd stayed for a 22nd year. And that is the entire O-line's got to be rebuilt. I mean, these other losses are all an impact. Losing a star pass rusher to Michigan. You got a big-time receiver in the portal. You got a big-time defensive back in the portal. Actually, more than one big-time defensive back in the portal. And those things, but, man, that is 5 positions across the front of the offense, and that makes everything go.
Sure, but I would have had Jim Harding, who's already done this.
If Kyle stayed, yeah.
They not only have to rebuild the on-field, they have to rebuild the offensive coaching staff. They have to rebuild the strength and conditioning. That's a lot of rebuild. If Kyle stays, they always have stuff. Hold on a second. I'm sorry. But if Kyle stays, that there's that familiarity with doing it. Now it's a little more unknown, and that doesn't necessarily anxiety. I'm not going to go that far. I think it caused maybe slight apprehension to see what happens there. But they were always going to have to do that either way, obviously.
When we come back, Dustin Smith, founder of QB Elite and Spanish Fork High School head coach, joins us next. Stay with us.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Well, now that we are into the second week of January here, we can safely say that the holiday season is a memory, right? It's over. Hopefully for you and yours, it was a great memory, right? And that's what we have as we look forward to the next year. Same thing with your working life. You work your butt off, and when it's done, hopefully you look back and think, wow, that was a good time. Now I got to prepare and switch for the next phase of my life. What do you need to do? There's a bunch of stuff you need to do. One of those things is to make sure you have your finances in order. Yes, absolutely. That could be a headache, particularly like me, and you don't know what to do. That's why I'm telling you to get with the folks from Trajan Wealth. Why? Because they know what to do. I can guarantee you they know what to do because I've met with them. I've spoken with them. I've seen them work. I know what they're about. I can give you a personal testimony. I don't have to read somebody else's. I can give you mine. They'll be there to help you financially. They will be your financial fiduciary. Give them an opportunity to help you plan your financial future. First consultation for free. You're not going to have to spend anything. You will have an opportunity to see what they're about, and then you can make decisions. Even if you already have a planner, go ahead and let them take a look at it. Get a second opinion. Nothing to lose, literally. That phone number is 801-210-6800. 810 or 800, excuse me. 800. Obviously, we know the area code here. 801-210-6800. 210-6800 is the phone number. The website is TrajanWealth.com, and the places to meet with them conveniently located in Draper and Farmington. One more time on the website, TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is TV's Dr. Travis Stork for Eggland's Best Eggs. Eggs are a staple in our diets, and there's only one egg with more delicious farm fresh taste, plus superior nutrition. Eggland's Best. With more vitamins, including 6 times more vitamin D and 10 times more vitamin E, plus 25% less saturated fat than ordinary eggs. Available in so many delicious varieties. Classic, cage-free, organic, free-range, and pasture-raised. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Hey guys, it's Woodrow from Mint Medical Clinic. Are you struggling with ED? Well, you are not alone, and now there's a real solution that treats the root cause, not just the symptoms. Introducing our trifecta approach, a breakthrough combination of acoustic wave therapy, hormone replacement, and cryotherapy, all designed to restore blood flow, boost performance, and rebalance your hormones. Whether it's ED or hormonal imbalance, if you're ready to reignite your love life, this treatment helps bring back your energy, your drive, and your confidence. And right now, when you call, you'll receive a free consultation, a blood flow ultrasound, and an intimacy gift. That's a $650 value, absolutely free. And here's the bonus. The next 20 callers will also receive a 5-night stay at a luxury resort in Hawaii just for taking the first step. But you must call now. With 2 convenient locations in Layton and Sandy, help is closer than you think. Call 801-804-8000 now. That's 801-804-8000. Mint Medical Clinic. We'll get you back to mint condition.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
PK and Dustin Smith joins us, founder of QB Elite and Spanish Fork High School's football coach. Dustin, welcome back to the show.
Hey, guys. Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for coming on. Obviously, the world of college football has gotten super entertaining here in the offseason with the coaching carousel touching down, Kyle Whittingham to Michigan, Morgan Scalley, tons of assistant coaches moving, dominoes falling at other schools. I'm curious in all that's been written and said, as someone who has some access to some of the scuttlebutt and has probably heard stuff from some pretty good sources. Do you think any part of this story in your mind has been missed or hasn't been told, I don't know, prominently, loudly enough, prominently enough?
What I think is the most fascinating thing to me, I mentioned somebody or heard somebody on your show, might have been you, David, a couple of days ago bring it up, but it's the trickle-down effect of this and how it really has affected so many other schools. And you know, I think that the part that I personally believe is being maybe not talked about as much is the loss. In fact, I think PK touched on it in your last segment. I caught the last part of that, and that is the loss of Coach Harding from Utah. I think is something that in all of the movement and all of the things that have happened and so much talk on the head coaches and offensive coordinators and things, that offensive line coach it's so important. And Coach Harding, in the 2024 fall, I had the top recruit in the state. He was the Gatorade Player of the Year down at Spanish Fork High School, and he was an offensive lineman. And he had committed to Utah and then decommitted and went to USC. So I was able to meet with Coach Harding as well as with most of the head coaches and offensive line coaches around the country. They were all after this kid. And Coach Harding is a heck of a coach and a heck of a recruiter. And I know that Jordan Gross is I assume he's a good coach. I can't say I know that. I know he's a good football player. But that is going to be something that Utah, I think, is going to see right out of the gate is, will the offensive line do what they've done and be as effective as they've been when they've got a new scheme and a new personality, and can they keep that momentum up front? Because without offensive linemen, the quarterback play, the running game, passing game, none of it really matters if you don't have a solid offensive line. So he's the one that I think, he's a heck of a coach that I think Utah is going to really miss.
When someone makes it out of a community, that person then becomes a legend in that community, right? If it's a small town or a smaller player or whatever, and goes on and plays in the big leagues, NFL, NBA, he becomes sort of a hero for that community that he left. Like Mike Weir being a golfer from Canada. The guy's a hero in the entire country. He won the Masters. And where I'm going with this is one of your own, a high school coach, goes from high school to college head coach, Eric Kerr at Corner Canyon to obviously Weber State. Now he needs to start recruiting high school kids. Obviously, you wanted to beat him if you ever played him. There's no question about that. And there might have been some jealousy with all the winning. But is now he the standard for high school coaches? And then when he goes to recruit in the state, he's going to get a lot of love because he's, like I say, one of your own.
Yeah. And the thing about Eric is I don't think anybody in the state has anything but just happiness and excitement for him and his success. And no, I never wanted to play Corner Canyon. I didn't want to. That wouldn't have gone well. But he is a great coach. I've known him for a lot of years, going back to when he was at Jordan, and he is going to have, I think, he's going to be a great recruiter. And he just added Isaac Asiata, I know, as his offensive line coach. I coached Isaac in high school. I've known him since he was 14. Another kid who's going to relate really well with the boys in Utah. Eric's going to do a great job up at Weber State. I think coaches respect him. So when he comes into the school and wants to talk to kids, he gets it. And I think he's going to be able to pick up on a lot of these Utah kids that are getting missed nowadays because of how hard it is to be a high school kid and to be recruited to, a big Division I school. The BYU and Utah, even Utah State, those schools, they really don't pay a whole lot of attention to the high schools now. I mean, they do, but it's third or fourth in the pecking order when they're looking for a kid. There's so many other kids they can go to before a high school kid, which means there's going to be kids who may have been a BYU or Utah State caliber kid, 10 years ago, who's going to be missed, and he's going to have to go to a smaller school and show it there and then leave. The real test for Eric, for all these schools at, the Utah Tech and SUU is building a program when you know that if you find that kid who's maybe the diamond in the rough or that kid that everybody missed on and you develop him and he turns into be a good player, that he's going to be gone. So you're never going to – I don't know how you're ever going to really – develop a program when the kids you're really relying on to win are constantly going to be jumping to, can they get to a bigger school and make some money? So, but we'll see. He's going to do great up there, though. He's a great coach.
Can those schools help themselves by getting the kids in the portal who haven't landed? We hear about all the kids stranded there. There must be some kids there who could play at the Big Sky level, because whatever these schools are going through, Montana State are going through it. People are getting recruited off the Dakota rosters, whether it's North Dakota State, South Dakota State, whoever. They're all going through it.
Yeah, and the programs who can do that, the programs who can do that and who can find those high school kids who were the caliber of, like I said earlier, maybe a BYU or a Utah 10 years ago. If you're not a 4-star, 5-star type kid now, if you're not ready to play as a freshman, then you're really not of interest, to these guys. They need a guy that can play now, or they'll just go find a guy in a portal that's ready. So those guys that, 10 years ago you might have brought in and redshirted him and let him develop a little bit, they're going to have to go and try it out at a lower school. And so if those kids can maybe improve faster, and they can hit it in the portal with some of those guys that you mentioned that maybe aren't. Look at a McKay Hillstead type kid, for example. Now, he just, I believe, committed back to Utah State.
Right.
But McKay is one of those kids who's bounced around, who probably, if he had ended up at a Bronson Barron did that down at SUU. He went out, he was at Weber State, he went out to Western Kentucky, didn't work, came back, landed at SUU and had a really good year. And I think McKay would have a really good year if he was at a Weber State or a Utah Tech or something. But I'm super happy for him at Utah State and hope he can thrive there. But there's kids like that are out there, and they're going to be at high demand. And Eric will do a great job, I think, at identifying those, because he knows who those kids are. He's coached those kids before, and there's so much talent just in Utah. If he'll just focus on the Utah kids, which I know he will, you can build a really good program around the Utah high school athletes who aren't going to the big-time college because of the difficulty in competing with the portal.
In terms of being recruiters, what do you think BYU is losing when Jay Hill and Guilford left?
A lot. I don't know Guilford as well. I've just heard things about him. I know Jay Hill very well, and Jay Hill's he's as good as they come at recruiting, and not only football. His ability to situational football coaching is something that I talk a lot about when I'm talking with coaches and players, and that's the ability to make calls during a game. Every defensive coordinator, offensive coordinator in a classroom on a whiteboard or watching film can sound brilliant, but what you do in the 10 seconds you have to make a decision on a 3rd and 6 and being able to anticipate the situation and what's this offensive coordinator going to do here? What does he like to do? And making the right call. And Jay has always had that ability to, it seems like he's kind of a one step ahead, or he thinks like an offensive coordinator, which makes him a good defensive coordinator. But he's so good with the boys. He's just got the personality. He's going to be perfect out there at Michigan. So I think that's going to be a tough one. I think that Papinga's he's similar. I don't know him as well as a coordinator, obviously, but he'll recruit fine. But I think that's going to be the BYU defensive identity, which is something they've done such a good job at building and establishing these last couple of years. It's a bummer that they may have that may slip a little bit. I hope it doesn't. And then in the case of Utah, they finally found what I thought was an offense that was going to fit the style of defense that they play. And some guys that I think if they'd have stayed there, what they were doing with all the motions and shifting and the athletic quarterback play, and they were scoring points and not just relying on pounding the ball and playing defense. So losing Beck and Harding, both the defense at BYU and the offense at Utah, it's going to be a makeover that I think we're all very interested to see, and hopefully it doesn't take a step back. But I'm afraid it's going to take a lot of work to keep it at the level they finished at this year, because both teams were really clipping there at the end of the season.
What did you think of the fit of McGiven going and joining Morgan Scalley as an offensive coordinator?
I know that I talked to Bryson Barnes a little bit up at Utah State, and him having been at Utah and at Utah State, he really liked him, really liked him, and said that as a quarterback, he was the kind of guy that the quarterbacks will really like. He's hasn't had the big name as some of the guys out there in the country have, that I think Utah probably could have gone after. So I think Morgan is establishing very quickly that he wants guys that he knows and trusts, and he's not afraid to just keep it here local, and guys who have been around, and maybe guys who aren't really looking to move. He wants a guy that wants to be at Utah, which I think Kevin or Coach McGiven is. I think offensively as a coach, what he was doing up there at Utah State, he had a similar style of quarterback in that he had a guy who could also run the ball, which obviously Utah's QBs can do. So I think that's a good fit. I think he'll be fine at Utah. I actually think that he'll do a good job. Will they be able to get going early and be effective early in the year? Or is it going to take a whole season for guys to figure it out? Because if that's the case, then I get a little concerned specifically with Ficklin. Is he going to stick around? I was a little surprised that both of those guys stayed. I thought that especially Ficklin, that after what he did, that he might say, hey, I don't want to just be a Wildcat guy, that he might have jumped. So, that'll be the big test for Coach McGiven, is can he keep both those QBs happy and so that they're both around in a year from now.
Now that his freshman season is over, I'm speaking, of course, of Bachmeier. I wanted your evaluation in terms of, I wouldn't say maybe, certainly you were impressed, but what was your level of surprise that he was able to come in as a first-year kid and do what he did?
I was really surprised that he was able to do what he did. I mean, to come in as a freshman, and I think what we maybe sometimes forget is that he wasn't there for spring ball either. So
right.
To come in and to miss spring ball, and then to come in and to grasp the offense, and then it's one thing to grasp it, it's another thing to then be able to have it translate over to the field when your last real competition came with high school players, and he was playing good teams right away, and he had to be able to adjust and adapt quickly. And most freshmen, they'll have a handful of games where, they get cooked because they're just not mentally ready, even, physically, whatever. It's the mental and emotional side that they're just not ready to handle. And especially being a quarterback at BYU and following the quarterbacks that he followed out of BYU, there was a lot of pressure, and he came in and seemed like he just fit right in. And so, I don't think that Coach Roderick, he simplified the offense, I'm guessing, and I think that it was obvious in some games that Bear was I think he might have been told who to look for and where to go with the ball, and they were trying to simplify it, which I think was smart, and it worked. They did just fine offensively. I think you hear sometimes people talk about, well, sophomore slump or something like that. He's not going to be worse next September. He's only going to be a better quarterback. Physically, he's going to be better. He's going to have more control he's going to feel more comfortable, more control of the offense. They're actually going to be able to open up the offense more and add more to it. So now whether or not he plays as well or plays better, there's so many variables that go into that at the quarterback position, because you can improve and be better as a quarterback. But, as we all know, football is the ultimate team sport. And I think oftentimes quarterbacks he didn't do as well as he did last year. He took a step back, and, he didn't really take a step back. He's just as good or better, but the receivers or the offensive line, there's other things that took a step back, and then that reflects oftentimes poorly on the quarterback play. So if their run game can stay solid, they've got to fix they're going to miss a couple guys out at receiver. If they can fix those quickly, I think he'll have an even better year, because Coach Roderick's going to be able to add more to the offense, and Bear can only be more comfortable. But what he did this year, having missed spring ball, what he did performance-wise on the field, but also just as a leader, he seemed very calm out there. He didn't get it too up or too down. He handled the media well. So I think BYU fans have, a lot to be excited about with him coming back. It's the other positions that, and as we talked about, the defense, that I think is the areas that, really need to be focused on. Bear will be fine.
Dustin Smith joining us, founder of QB Elite and Spanish Fork High School football coach. As football has evolved here, when I got here, high school games used to go about 2 hours and 10 minutes. They ran the ball. There were guys getting recruited, but they weren't quarterbacks. And that has changed, and games now go 2 hours and 45 minutes, and there seem to be pretty good high school quarterbacks everywhere and a few guys who can advance on and play college football. Where does it stand right now as far as the high school quarterback scene in the state of Utah and potential college players, maybe for one of the local schools we mentioned here?
Well, I got to be careful, because the ego in me, guys that have been around quarterbacks and developing quarterbacks and focusing on quarterbacks, I think the guys like me in Utah, I want to yell as loud as I can to everybody that the best quarterbacks in the country are here in Utah, and I'm so dang proud of the quarterbacks here and the development they've had and how hard they've worked, because there were so many that were missed on, I think, years ago. And there were a handful of us out there that were saying, hey, you got to come and look at these QBs. I remember Ty Detmer, this was probably, 8 years ago. We did a camp, and Jaron Hall was, I think, a sophomore, junior. Zach Wilson was right in that age. There were a couple other guys that were right there that were young. And I remember him saying that there were kids at that camp that had they been out in Texas, he said these kids would have had looks. They would have had offers by now. And he was impressed. And he, coming from Texas, he was impressed with the talent of the kids in Utah. And I think now, because of the success of some of these quarterbacks who have gone, obviously the group that's come out of Corner Canyon the last couple of years, but there's been some other ones. I think Maddox Madsen going up and doing well at Boise State, and we've obviously what Bryson Barnes did, having been a kid from a small school that no one really knew about, and playing well in the Rose Bowl and different things. I think we've shown that there is good quarterback play here, and coaches know it. I think that around the country, Utah is a place now where you don't just come here to try to find big, defensive, offensive linemen and linebackers, but we actually have some skill players out here, and specifically quarterbacks and kids who work really hard to do it. So there are some good players coming up. And as you mentioned, from the Skyview High School, the northern part, all the way down to Desert Hills and far south, there are kids all the way up and down that are good players that I think can go and can benefit from going to a school like Weber and Utah Tech. And the question is, will they recruit those kids? Because I've said this forever. I still believe it to be true. I think there's too much that goes on. Maybe it's the sexy pick for a school to say that they got a kid from California. It sounds like you found some kid, right?
Right.
We found this. He's from Texas. Wow, he must be really good then. And where it's not if he's a local kid, but yet our local kids continue to show that they're good enough. And so, I do think with the coaching we have in Utah, I know Morgan Scally knows that. I know Kalani knows that. They're not going to miss on a Utah kid. Will those second-tier schools miss? I think they will, because they want to show they can recruit out of the country. I hope they won't. They'll just stay locally. Morgan, by the way, man, Morgan Scally, I've known him for 20 years, and I know I changed topics here, but Morgan, I don't think that Utah could have found, if they'd have looked everywhere in the country and had a chance to interview everybody in the country, I don't know if they could have found a guy a better fit for the future University of Utah. He and Kalani, it kind of reminds me of the start of what I think will be the good old days with Ron McBride and Lavelle Edwards, and that healthy rivalry and the friendship and how kids just loved playing for both guys. Morgan and Kalani, what a heck of a place to be in Utah college football now, with the head coaches at all of the schools. It's the football is as good as it's ever been here, college wise and high school wise. It's awesome to see.
So Dustin, now the Corner Canyon's out, you want to handicap 6A football for us? No, well, they're not out. Football. I should say they're out now that their coach is out. I mean, who's to say, right?
Yeah. Look, 6A football when I say 6A football, there's about 4 schools. Mm-hmm. It seems like there's 4 schools in 6A, and then there's 3 or 4 in 5A, and then everybody else is scrambling. But it's Corner Canyon, Sky Ridge, Lone Peak, Davis is always hanging around there. But it's primarily those schools, I think, and Lehigh is always going to be a good school. In the 5A ranks, it bounces around a little bit, but you never know because of how many kids bounce around and transfer now. So, that's the unfortunate part, I think, about high school football in Utah, is the transfer game is out of control, and it really is hurting a lot of schools, and a lot of the smaller town schools are really paying the price for the way that kids bounce around in Utah. And it's not as crazy in other states as it is in Utah. And everybody has, I know it's a sensitive topic for people, and but for a lot of schools in Utah, it's hard. And for the schools at the top, these kids who come in, and they're always going to be there. They're always going to be tough. The Corner Canyon's always going to be at the top of that. They're the Mount Rushmore of players and offenses. And so it'll still be Sky Ridge, Lone Peak, Corner Canyon. I'd like to see Bingham get back in there. I like the way they used to play, that just physical run over you football. And Davis, man, that Davis High School, they've been throwing the ball around really well, so you got to keep your eye out for them. But Corner Canyon, Sky Ridge, Lehigh, Lone Peak. Those are your 6A teams. Pretty much 3 of the 4 will be in the semis every year. You can just book it.
Yep. Dustin, we appreciate the time as always. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
Okay, Dustin Smith, founder of QB Elite and Spanish Fork High School head football coach. When we come back, everything you missed in this show, next.
This is JJ and Alex. I got this.
It's official, the 2027 Winter Classic going to get played at Rice-Eccles Stadium. Here's what's cool about this is a fan base and this is a state that knows how to fill up a stadium even if it's cold. And it's one of those deals where I think that a lot of folks are not just excited about it. It's another tip of the cap to the folks at SEG. Frankly, they're pulling out all the stops to make sure that everybody gets visibility in this market, which is what you need.
We're growing up as a sports market, and this is a sign of that. The passion you see in the Delta Center, in their barn, every night they play at home. And then to get an event like this coming to town at Rice-Eccles Stadium. And we're not far off from the 2034 Winter Olympics. Mm-hmm. You just see all these things happening. Just insane the amount of growth we're seeing when it comes to sports. And this is just the next big thing.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 7 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Do you currently use a CPAP machine to treat sleep apnea? Are you looking for a smaller, more comfortable solution? Consider a custom-fitted oral appliance from Sound Sleep Medical. In many cases, these appliances can be as effective as CPAP, and oral appliances are usually covered by insurance or Medicare. To make an appointment or to learn more, call Sound Sleep Medical at 801-285-9731. That's 801-285-9731, or visit soundsleepmedical.com.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious. With multiple engine options and impressive towing, while Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability. Nice. Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Jazz snap a 5-game losing streak with a 116-114 win over the Mavericks. Keontae George, 19 points, 7 assists. Bryce Sensabaugh says Keontae George deserves the all-star buzz he's getting.
He should be in the conversation. Like, he's had an incredible year, like a crazy jump
And, I've told people I'm not surprised because I've seen how much work he puts in, but I actually kind of am surprised, like, how well he's playing. And, obviously to be a lead guard in the NBA it comes with a lot. And, for him to be a third-year player doing what he's doing is pretty incredible. So he deserves a lot of respect.
It's Jazz 30 Update brought to you by University of Utah Health. At University of Utah Health, hope is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Slacker Radio Headlines brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary. Call them at 801-210-6800 or visit their website at TrajanWealth.com. We have talked football this morning with Kevin Graham, and Dustin just joined us here in the last segment talking high school and college football and recruiting. Dustin Smith from QB Elite. PK, all the football, really good playoff game last night. We talked about the NFL games coming up this weekend. I saw you mulling. I saw you have that pose. You were in deep thought. Were you thinking about a football game this weekend during the commercial break? Or maybe one of the quotes that was shared with us during the show? Yes, exactly, that face.
No, I was thinking about that breakfast burrito I'm going to have in 25 minutes, man. It's going to taste so sweet.
Little egg, little sausage, little jalapeno.
Actually, what I was thinking about is that, we would have a lot going on. This is a busy time of year, but this whole Utah and obviously trickling down to BYU has extended our college football coverage into the offseason in a manner that we have never seen. And in a sense, from a news story angle, I'm grateful for it because it's fun. It's exciting. It's good to have a juicy topic without having to manufacture any form of juiciness. It speaks for itself.
It does.
People, I'm sure you guys are getting it. I'm getting it all the time, wherever I may go to speak to people about this situation at Utah and then having the trickle-down effect, as you phrased it, for BYU, and Dustin talked about that. Even out of state, even in Arizona, getting it, that's what they're interested in. Now they know who I am, the people I speak to, obviously, but they want to know it because Utah and BYU are such that certainly in our part of the country, they're brand names. I don't think you can argue that in terms of football. BYU and basketball is building a big-time brand name as we speak. But football, they're both already there. And maybe it doesn't resonate to other parts, but I don't spend a whole lot of time in other parts of the country. It's it's Utah, it's Arizona, and maybe some California occasionally. And those spots, everybody knows about them and they're newsmakers. And this is, to them, it's a shocking move that Kyle Whittingham would do what he did. As I step back and look at it, I'm not really shocked how it played out. And here we are. And what's the effect? And now Mr. Scally has this opportunity to really just lay into his Utah roots and put a massive imprint that could put his name right there with everybody else. Now it's to be determined. Right now it's a blank canvas, obviously. And in the coming years, he will put his imprint. Hopefully for him and for the Utes, it's for the better, and we'll see. And Jay Hill's already made a little bit of an impact, and maybe more than a little bit of an impact, but he has gone now, and now it's time for others. Everybody, I believe, this is something I've always believed in. If you work hard enough, and you can answer that, have I done what I am capable, what the amount of work that I needed to put into it? I believe if you answer yes in whatever field, your time will come. And then what you do with it is exactly that. So for all these new fellas from Morgan on down, I'm excited for all of them because their time has come.
The one thing we didn't talk about with Dustin, with Gennaro Guilford going, Gennaro Guilford Jr. is at Skyridge High and is one of the top recruits in the state. So as much as we've seen this Michigan story play out, until we get to recruiting and we see where these And we have some 4-star kids in this state, but we've seen 3-star kids have a huge impact. I wonder where they're going to land now. And you've asked, I remember you asking Bronco about this. Because of the way Utah and BYU recruit now with the portal, should Utah State focus? Can they get more of the 3-star kids in-state products to go to Utah State than ever before? And he was talking about just doubling down on local recruiting. It'd be super interesting to see how this works out with the next full recruiting class, because there's way too many guys who've coached in Utah and Michigan now to think that they aren't going to be back here.
Yeah, and Bronco had done that a little bit when he was at Virginia, getting some attention for guys out here. I think everybody should evaluate all the opportunities that they have, and then they, along with them, their families and their parents, probably, most likely, hopefully, make the best decision. And for Bronco Mendenhall, this is an exciting time to be a Utah State Aggie, I believe, too, because you're going into a new situation, but it's also familiar. It's not brand new in a sense that, a lot of your programs that you've been competing with are going with you into the Pac-12. I think it's a step up. And with that in mind, see where the dust settles. We talked about with Oklahoma and Texas leaving who was going to be the king in the Big 12. Well, now it looks like it's going to be Texas Tech, and pretty much everybody in my mind is fighting for number 2. You just can't beat the amount of money. Maybe you might be able to equal it, and that's going to be hard. I don't even know if you can do that, but you're not going to beat them in terms of the finances, and that's always has a loud voice. And now, who's it going to be in this new version of the Pac-12 when we get to the 26th season? You all have in a sense, have the same opportunity to grab hold of that conference. And I think it's going to be a pretty good conference. And we're all familiar with all the schools. So certainly on our show and the shows all on our station, we're going to be focusing, and Utah State really has a chance to grab a slice of the pie and more attention than that they've grabbed traditionally. And we'll see what they do and how many locals they have to be on their team. We already know Hillstead's going to go back, and we'll see if he can regain. He looked like obviously he had way more playing time at Utah State than he did the last couple of years at BYU. And what can he do there? So, yeah, I'm intrigued and excited to see what's ahead for all of our teams, because even as things stay, there's a significant amount of change that creates the intrigue.
I did just read a story, and it wasn't by someone local, it was national, and they were talking about how at the Texas Tech, they led with Texas Tech, but they said Texas Tech and BYU are separating from the rest of the conference. And Kyle Whittingham told us how much money you have is going to determine the pecking order. And we don't get to know exact numbers. It's a little, and I've heard Mark Harlan talk about this. The biggest numbers get talked about. There isn't that much money. There's too much hype in the media. It doesn't reflect the reality. And you can see how that would happen. The biggest numbers and the most glamorous positions are going to get talked about, and offensive and defensive linemen aren't getting paid like quarterbacks. And I get all that. But BYU, when they bring everybody back and run everybody back, I'm assuming the rest of the country has tampered with their guys the same way the rest of the country is tampering with any other program. And if they're holding on to their guys, maybe they got a little more money. Maybe that we will not be outbid quote resonates a little bit. Now, do I think they have Texas Tech cash? No. But do they have better cash than anybody else in the league? Because everybody else in the league seems to be losing guys.
Well, I think that Texas Tech has separated itself. There's no question about that. I don't think, though, if you want to put BYU at number 2, and they're fresh in our minds because they finished number 2 this year, I understand that. But I think the gap from 1 to 2 is pretty large, but I don't think the gap from 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 is that large. I think that if you want to put BYU there, fine, no problem. But I think there's 3 or 4 others that have that opportunity to seize that. I don't think it's as much of a stronghold as Cody Campbell and the cash that he has just decided, I am going to throw at Texas Tech. I don't care what you think. This is the way it's going to be.
I can buy that. I can buy Texas Tech in the top spot by a wide margin. And we don't know, and it's early off very little information, and maybe even in a week we'll think something different. But right now, I'm thinking if you watched L.J. Martin run the ball, there ought to be a lot of schools trying to pry him away from BYU. And if you watch John Henry Daly try to sack a quarterback, there ought to be a lot of schools trying to pry him away from Utah. Well, one guy's staying put and one guy's on the move. Now, some of these guys are in the portal for Utah. We've seen guys go in the portal and still go back to the school. So I don't know how it's going to play out. And then maybe I'll have a different opinion in a week. But A lot of guys in the portal. It looks like they're leaning towards leaving. And if one school loses 3 or 4 potential NFL guys, or certainly all conference guys, and another school doesn't, it looks to me like somebody's got the upper hand then. But we can get a little more info in before we put that in concrete.
See, but that's where I think now coaching and development are even going to be more important, because there's plenty of guys who want a shot. There's a kid, I just read the story last night, a kid out of Delaware, which usually has a good football program, right?
Yeah.
Little squatty running back. He apparently told the coaches at ASU, hey, I'm going to come to Phoenix. I don't care about the money. He wants to be the next Scattaboo. And he told the guys, I won't come to the airport. And if you don't even want me to come on campus, just come to the airport and talk to me, because I want you to hear what I have to say. And so they said, okay. And now, I don't know, they just came to the airport and I probably took him to campus.
Right.
And he committed, right? I have no idea if this kid is good, right? We'll find out here next season, right? And the point I'm making, though, is there's plenty of kids who want to move up.
Yes.
And now if you can identify, and it's not just identify the high school kids, it's identify the lower level kids.
Yes.
And I can argue that identify and develop thing that Kyle was so good at is now more important than ever, because you can't compete with a Texas Tech financially. It's just not going to happen. So you need to coach them up and develop them even more than you did before. And so we'll see how that goes. Who is really good at identifying and developing and getting kids to be in the position to succeed? And we see that's especially with football. I think basketball, talent is talent, and you got to have it, right? And the star system in basketball is far more true and realistic as far as who's really good. But football, it's all over the place. Malachi Nelson, the #1 high school recruit, quarterback a few years back, he's going to make his 4th transfer here. It's not happening. It's not working. And he was identified. And I do think what Dustin Smith said, well, if some of these kids were in Texas, it's like whoever the quarterback is at Mater Dei, boy, he must be really good, right? Because he's the quarterback at Mater Dei, and they've had a slew of guys go in and do great things. So I understand all that, but they're still missing. And can you find dudes and get them to where they need to be? That's going to be the fascinating thing. Money talks, but there are other ways. You're not going to compete financially with Texas Tech, but can you do other things to compete with them?
Dustin Smith, founder of QB Elite, Spanish Fork High School football coach, talked football with us earlier today. Kevin Graham, also on football, and David Locke, radio voice of the Jazz. All those interviews available wherever you get your podcasts. Listen to them at your convenience this weekend if you missed them. We're back with your feedback next. Stay with us.
And it's all over almost here.
Don't go nowhere.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
It's funny about Kyle Whittingham. He does not care about his legacy at all, which is weird. I would have thought that would be more of a priority, but obviously it's not. I mean, the bitterness of sticking it to Utah outweighs his desire to have any sort of legacy, which is, I guess, kind of crazy. I mean...
You think he's trying to stick it to Utah?
Absolutely. Gary Anderson said as much. They shouldn't have pissed Kyle off. Use that word.
Yeah.
I don't know why anybody would think any differently.
I certainly don't think Witt was trying to do Utah favors on the way out the door. But again, to your point, like, what was he supposed to do? This is how he's become Kyle Whittingham, is these people around him. So he's going to go back to the well of the people around him to try and do a good job at Michigan, because I suspect he wants to do a very good job at Michigan. You know, he wasn't going to go out there and start over from scratch. I'm not sure that has so much to do with, well, let me stick it to Utah now.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Are you ready for a new you in the new year? The Salt Lake City Fat Loss Program has helped thousands of frustrated men and women feel confident in their clothes, boost their energy, and finally feel like themselves again. So, what's the secret? Salt Lake City Fat Loss uses a science-proven plan to help reset your metabolism and lose up to 1 pound of fat per day without dangerous drugs or exercise. And right now is the perfect time to start. Due to overwhelming demand, Salt Lake City Fat Loss has extended their huge New Year's sale. Over 20% off for a limited time only.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. Alex Curie here. I dropped 50 pounds in 60 days on the SLC Fat Loss program. Get their New Year's special at slcfatloss.com.
Whether you want to love what you see in the mirror again, boost your energy, fit better in your clothes, or feel more confident and healthier as you age, Salt Lake City Fat Loss works. Huge New Year's sale is ending soon. Schedule your free consultation today at slcfatloss.com and lock in your savings. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Let's ring in the new year by finally checking off something that actually matters. Your old videotapes and photos are fading more every year. VCRs are disappearing, and the clock is ticking to save your family's most important memories. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box to help you preserve your memories by converting all your videotapes, photos, and film reels into digital files. And this year, it's easier than ever.
Introducing our biggest kit yet, able to hold up to 80 videotapes or film reels or 2,000 photos. It's perfect for big collections. You can even send in old DVDs, memory cards, flip phones, or early generation iPhones.
Legacy Box is truly the easiest New Year's resolution you'll ever keep. Just fill your box and send it in. As the world's largest digitizer of home movies and photos, all work is done in the U.S. and we're trusted by over 1 million families.
Start the new year right by rescuing the moments you haven't watched in years. Go to legacybox.com/audio for an incredible 55% off. That's legacybox.com/audio for 55% off.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah Mammoth welcome the St. Louis Blues to the Delta Center tonight. John Marino's reaction to scoring his first goal at the Delta Center.
Yeah, it's great. Thanks for reminding me.
Puck drop tonight, 7 o'clock. Coverage on the Zone begins at 6 o'clock with Hockey Night in Utah.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Ooh, I was there. It's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Time for your feedback. Utah Star defensive end John Henry Daly committing to Michigan. What's your mood, Ute fans, about all of this? It's a range from blame the media, Ross stirring the pot.
Who's stirring the pot?
Me for posting that on Twitter. You for posting that on Facebook. Us.
No, that pot has stirred itself over and over again.
Oh, I think I see that in the other comments here. You got super supportive Pete. Get paid, JHD. Good for him. Christian, good for him. I hope he excels. G-Pa Robbie at Utah Ute 007. I'm numb to all the noise now. Life marches on. You know, I get that a little bit. On December 26th, when Kyle announces he's going to, Michigan and the whole news breaks. Wow. Man, you're trying to get on with your life. It's January 9th now. We do it for a living. So we just keep, but I get other people juggling other things. So like, all right, I got it. What's next? Let's move on.
Well, yeah, we're 9 months away from playing a ball game too. I understand that. And every kid who goes in the transfer portal, I wish them well as long as they're not leaving ASU.
Evan says I'd be annoyed if he was leaving for somewhere else, but I understand that he still wants to play for Kyle Whittingham. Evan, very understanding.
Well, that will be his third school. So
Yep, started BYU, right? BYU, Utah, Michigan.
Yeah, I've said if a kid transfers and then transfers again, how can you be surprised? Because he already did it once.
Yeah.
He's already shown you that he's willing. Now, obviously, a local kid going from BYU to Utah or vice versa isn't that big of a move geographically. You're not really changing the rest of your life. But going to Michigan is a big deal. And maybe he has established a relationship with Whittingham and feels like this is something that I need to do. And also maybe the cash is better. And so be it, man. I just think that if I had an opportunity and I'm young and I don't have to worry about kids and uprooting them and everything that goes into it, and I have a chance to go to Michigan, wow. How do you say no to that?
Brendan says, it's out of my control. I won't lose any sleep over it.
Well, I don't know that I would be losing sleep anyway because it's just nothing but football. And for the rest of us as fans, keep it in perspective. What difference does it really make? And also, too, if a kid leaves, well, who do you replace him with? What do you have that is on the field that next coming season? It's the old Ben Olsen, Max Hall. Ben took off. Max Hall came in and won a ton of games. Nobody has won more, right? If Bachmeier were to stay all four, he probably would. But who knows if that's going to happen for a number of reasons. And, well, look at that. So it's not necessarily who you don't have, it's who you do have. And there's plenty of kids who know how to play this game. Locke always talks about how the NBA has more talent than ever. Well, I can argue football has more talent than ever.
Yeah.
And so with that in mind, there's plenty of kids around here and who would give whatever to be able to play defensive line if their body types allow it to be at the University of Utah. So let's see what they come up with. And we will. We'll have 12 opportunities to see it next season.
I think Bill makes a strong point. Strong answer out of Bill here. He says, in reaction to the question, Utah star defensive end John Henry Daly commits to Michigan. What's your mood about all this? And he says, I don't really care anymore. Need to focus on the team we have now, not those who abandon it. Trust the process. Trust Scally. That's a pretty healthy attitude going forward, and probably the only thing that will get the Utes in a good place, a place they want to be a year from now.
I mean, who's to say McGibbon doesn't come in here with whoever's the quarterbacks, if they stay, if they go, whatever, and light it up. And Jordan Gross, man, he was just coaching high school because, he had NFL money, blah, blah, blah. But now's the time. He's ready to go. And this guy isn't awesome. And I can go down the line from all the guys that they've brought into the program, right? So I would be far from thinking, oh my gosh, the sky has fallen. It's an interesting story, one in which, in the next week or two, it'll calm down a little bit, and then it'll get bigger with spring ball, and then it'll calm down, and then we'll get to next season. And the way I look at it, and we were talking about this the other day in the office, man, we're going to be following Michigan unlike we've ever followed Michigan before.
100%. Absolutely.
It's going to be fun.
I think that the thing that Scotty said about McGibbon that really has me intrigued about the Utes is because I was asking Scotty, I'm like, how exactly did you do it? That offense, and I know it's a different level of football, Mountain West, I get, but they are still, everybody's got the same problem, so it's pretty even, I think. And they were getting chunk plays. They were getting so many 15, 25-yard play, bigger than that. Like, how do they do it? And Scotty looked at me and said, yeah, the most amazing thing is they're doing is that offensive line is patchwork at best.
We saw the sack numbers, yeah.
Yeah, and he said, and they're still doing it. So, how did they do that? Because Dustin Smith had good points about rebuilding the O-line and the strength coach and all that. But McGibbon kind of negotiated that a little bit last year. Now, he had a super experienced quarterback, but guess what? He's going to have a super experienced quarterback, so I'm intrigued.
We hope.
Yeah. So far, as we sit here today, who knows what tomorrow brings.
Nothing for granted these days.
Yeah, right. That's the truth. All right, here's one thing you can take for granted. Jake and Ben right after the break. Stay with us.
Party time!
You have a great weekend, okay, buddy?
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The new year means new health goals, not just for your body, but your finances too. But did you know financial health is directly related to identity protection? You need LifeLock because your personal info is in endless places that are outside of your control. It only takes one mistake, and not even your mistake, to expose you to identity theft and lost funds. LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points per second and alerts you to threats you could miss on your own. If your identity is stolen, LifeLock's U.S.-based restoration specialists will fix it, backed by the $1 Million Protection Package. In fact, restoration is guaranteed or your subscription money back. Don't face drained accounts, fraudulent loans, or other financial losses from identity theft alone. Resolve to make identity, health, and wealth part of your New Year's goals with LifeLock. Visit LifeLock.com and save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS. That's promo code NEWS for 40% off at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Looking for peace of mind and big savings on your home's essential systems? Mountain Home Services has you covered with their safety and savings plan. Here's what you'll receive. Front-of-the-line repairs when you need them most. Annual inspections for HVAC, plumbing, and electrical systems. Exclusive discounts on equipment upgrades, services, and repairs. Mountain Home Services is proud to be the first to offer upfront pricing with no hidden fees. Plus, every job comes with their 100% satisfaction guarantee. Call 801-543-2222. 801-543-2222 or online at mountainhomeservices.com and join the safety and savings plan from Mountain Home Services. Protect your home, save money, and enjoy total peace of mind. Mountain Home Services. Your home, their priority since 1954.
Let's ring in the new year by finally checking off something that actually matters. Your old videotapes and photos are fading more every year. VCRs are disappearing, and the clock is ticking to save your family's most important memories. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box to help you preserve your memories by converting all your videotapes, photos, and film reels into digital files. And this year, it's easier than ever.
Introducing our biggest kit yet, able to hold up to 80 videotapes or film reels or 2,000 photos. It's perfect for big collections. You can even send in old DVDs, memory cards, flip phones, or early generation iPhones.
Legacy Box is truly the easiest New Year's resolution you'll ever keep. Just fill your box and send it in. As the world's largest digitizer of home movies and photos, all work is done in the U.S., and we're trusted by over 1 million families.
Start the new year right by rescuing the moments you haven't watched in years. Go to legacybox.com/audio for an incredible 55% off. That's legacybox.com/audio for 55% off.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now,
it's 10 a.m.
let's just get down to it.
And it's time for your sports fix.
Strap yourselves in, folks.
From two guys who have covered the teams you're passionate about for years.
We are professionals.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson, thank you for making us a part of your Friday. How's it going over there, Ben?
Doing well. How are you?
Good. I have a new favorite pastime.
Okay.
Talking to Christian about having children.
Oh, yeah.
It's like my favorite thing. Christian and his lovely wife are expecting. When are we expecting?
April 3rd.
Winona? What's your wife's name?
Julia.
Julia, not Winona.
You were way off.
Yeah. Well, his parents are millennials. I thought maybe they named their...
After Winona, like
after
Judd?
Miss or Ryder.
They're not millennials.
Your dad's 50th birthday yesterday?
Yes.
He's a millennial.
Oh, happy birthday.
Yeah, might as well be.
76. I think that's Gen X.
Yeah, it still is.
So
Yeah, shout out. 50.
Anyway, and Christian is going to be a great dad and all the things. But I was talking to him today about, because I'm not a morning person and never really have been, and he's not really a morning person either. And I understand the apprehension about, okay, well, all that's going out the window. But I ran this theory by him, and tell me what you think, and then we can jump into the news of the day. That newborn is such a shock to the system. Everything else actually is easier from there. Like the adjustments to your kid. Like my daughter got up at 5:30 this morning. Like the adjustment to getting 5 hours of sleep and having an early, rise from a child is less severe than you think, because the newborn phase is such an adjustment. So any ease from there actually feels like a blessing. And you're actually grateful that your 4-year-old is getting you up at 5:30, as opposed to your 4-month-old who hasn't slept for 2.5 consecutive hours in weeks.
I bet newborn is not the hardest, but it is the biggest change in your life you ever make.
Right. And physically, it's the hardest.
Yeah. If you got dropped into having a 3-year-old, that's way more difficult than having a newborn. Newborns, you change, you feed, they go to bed. Like, it's not that hard for the first 6 months or whatever, and it just probably does get increasingly more intensive until a certain point, and then it falls off.
Well, and the challenge changes.
Yeah.
I mean, wrangling a toddler and trying to convince them to eat their vegetables is incredibly challenging, but it's not necessarily like my whole sleep schedule, operation pattern is all out the window.
Yeah. You don't have to restructure everything.
Restructure your whole life around, a 3-year-old not eating their vegetables. Whereas that is probably more maddening than feeding a newborn. Although I did tell Christian this challenge, and I don't know if you remember this one, but there's 3 things you can do for a newborn when they're crying.
Mm-hmm.
Feed them, change them, or put them to sleep.
Yep.
But what happens when you've tried all 3?
Yeah. You put them in the car and you go drive around.
And that cry is still going. Yeah, you figure you try whatever you can.
Whatever
I'm going to bounce different. I'm going to put on a record. I'll take a drive rather. But when it doesn't work, the feeling of futility is really
one of the hardest
really
parts.
Frustrating.
This was certainly for me with my firstborn, was when I couldn't help his mom anymore. I didn't know what to do to make her life easier with the child. She was trying to feed him or whatever, and it's like, this is something that's kind of specific to you two that I physically can't feed you.
Uh-huh.
So what do I do now to help to make this easier?
Can I give an answer to that? Don't expect any courtesy or deference at all. Yeah. That's what you can do for her. Yeah. Like, I remember, and again, we can move on. But I remember my wife was breastfeeding Maggie. Mm-hmm. And so, I don't have a whole lot of role in that. But you know what she did? She was completely not considerate of my sleeping, or like she would turn on the light when she was doing it and bring the baby right in. And I absolutely was disturbed. And you know what I did?
Didn't say a word.
Did not say a dang word.
Whatever you got to do.
I say, you feed that kid.
Yeah.
You make it happen. You turn off the light when you're done, and you don't worry about me. So just let her do her thing.
Do whatever.
And don't be like, hey, what's with the light?
No criticism.
Can't you be a little quieter? Jeez.
But she's a NICU nurse. She's gone through it.
Yeah, she does it for a living.
She knows how to do it.
All right.
Meanwhile, you babysit Jake and I, which is nice of you.
Once again, it was one heck of a night to be in the radio command center over at Delta Center.
No kidding.
I love these nights. I get sad when football is over and we do not have these nights where we're just consuming great sports. I mean, the Jazz game was a fun game to watch, actually.
Really good, yeah.
I mean, after the last Dallas game was borderline unbearable, this one was super fun to watch, which we can dive into it. But the I almost said national championship game. It wasn't that, but the semifinal or the Verbo Fiesta Bowl.
Fiesta Bowl, yeah.
Which somebody pointed out online is kind of funny because Verbo has a no party policy, but they're sponsoring the Fiesta Bowl.
Yeah.
It's like a little kind of a conflict of interest there. Does Airbnb allow parties? It should be the Airbnb Fiesta Bowl.
I hate Airbnb, but yeah.
Why? What'd they do to you?
It's just always ridiculous. It's just the rules are you go in and every house is different. They have different expectations for you every time.
Ben can't smoke his Camels in
Correct. How am I supposed to go to bed at night without a lit cigarette in my mouth?
Is Verbo the one with Nick Saban in the commercials?
Yeah.
Yeah,
that one.
That guy's no fun.
Yeah, right.
So anyway, that game was really good and kind of on its way to being a snoozer, and then quickly was not a snoozer. Although I will tell you, Carson Beck may have the most noodle arm in college football for somebody who's been successful.
Does he have 2 titles as a backup, but has 2 titles?
One is a backup, one is a starter.
Yeah, with Georgia.
And now $5 million in his pocket.
Yeah, there's a reason they let him go to Miami.
Yeah, they're like,
even though, hey, he's going to the national title game or whatever. But have you ever seen more underthrown balls in a football game in your life? I mean, it actually won him the game by underthrowing the ball and drawing a pass interference penalty. It worked a few times.
Yeah, he's a very classic good, not great quarterback.
But anyway, the Miami receivers were just beating Ole Miss like they were nothing. Like they were standing still, running toward the end zone, and a ball ends up 10 yards short. Just noodle arm. I was trying to think of a local comparison. Who's a local quarterback that just could not throw the deep ball?
Brian Johnson couldn't throw a deep ball.
Well, by the end, because his arm was barely attached to his body.
Yeah.
Because he had so many shoulder issues by the end. That is
Cam
definitely
Rising
true.
did not have a big arm.
No, he did not. That was not his strong suit. I don't remember him underthrowing a ton of balls, though.
No, he had accuracy issues.
But see,
he missed guys.
Like with Brian Johnson, great example. Except for they didn't ever go downfield. That he never.
no reason to.
He never threw more than 10 yards that entire season.
Yeah, right.
Well, actually, it was the season before where it was particularly notable because, remember, Brian got hurt against Oregon State early in the season, and I believe it was terrible Tommy Grady that came in, and didn't they lose to UNLV? They lost to somebody else, too. And Witt was like, Brian, we know that you can't complete a forward pass, but guess what?
Tape it back up.
Tape it up? Put some Advil on it?
We're going out there.
Get in there and win us some football games. But they never really went downfield with Brian Johnson. Like Travis Wilson, the Travis Wilson Kenneth Scott combo drew a lot of pass interferences, but by that point, Kenneth Scott had the Brian Johnson thing where he had so many knee issues and all this stuff. His top end speed was not huge, and so the corner would kind of run up his back. I don't know if that was Travis Wilson underthrowing it or what. Jordan Wynn, I guess, wasn't really.
Well, he did the same thing. He had a pretty big arm when he first started,
and then got hurt,
got destroyed.
Yeah, because Taysom's issues were that he had a really strong arm.
He was just a freak athlete.
But no, he was like me on the golf course. Like if I'm swinging away, if I'm swinging my club 100%,
you get the ball down
I'm
there.
not bad. But you asked me to go, hey, hit this wedge about 42, 45%, somewhere in there. Oh, dude, it's going into the next fairway.
And Taysom had no accuracy at all.
Just gunslinger, just slinging that thing.
Yeah.
So it's kind of funny, different quarterbacks are different, but Carson Beck cannot throw the ball downfield.
Hey, that final drive though, that was big, and it certainly has the poise and being able to recognize that the defense is not looking at me, and I don't run a lot, but I can run this one in, and he did, and Miami's moving on.
Let's start college football because I thought coaching really mattered in that game from this standpoint. Honestly, Miami should have steamrolled Ole Miss.
Okay.
They were the better team. Their defense certainly played much better in the first half, but Ole Miss could not stop the run. Miami was cranking off 10-yard runs just by running it up the gut. And then Mario Cristobal, who I am up in the air on at best.
I've generally been pretty out
as a coach. All of a sudden, he's pulling these passes and flea flickers and all this stupid crap when all they had to do was run the ball. That's it. Like, Ole Miss was not stopping the run. They could have chewed the clock. It was Kyle Whittingham's
just
dream.
funny as an offensive coordinator, or as an offensive lineman, I should say. And that being his background, not trusting the run.
Well, maybe his OC is trying to usurp him or something.
Yeah.
But like it was almost like watching what's his name in San Francisco blow a Super Bowl. Like, all you got to do is run it, dude. What are you doing? So I didn't really understand it. It felt like Miami shot themselves in the foot a bunch of times and then made a play or two when it actually mattered. I mean, Beck, ironically, running the ball in for the winning score. I mean, that's where they had the advantage. They were dominating up front all game. And how many interceptions can you actually drop? I think Miami was really trying to set the record.
Set a new record. But they got the win. It's pretty amazing that Miami's back in.
It was funny. We were watching in the radio command center, and it was like, ask me how I know why that guy isn't a wide receiver.
No hands.
Because Oven Mitts there just botched that thing badly.
You believe Miami's back? And is this a bad night for Notre Dame, who wanted to get in over Miami in the ACC? They wanted that representation, and Miami has now made it all the way to the national title game?
Well, no, because Notre Dame is saying, well, that would have been us.
Yeah.
That's all they're saying.
We were better than Miami.
People are thinking like Notre Dame is eating crow. They're not.
Imagine if Duke was in this playoff, man.
Yeah, right.
Be making a run.
Virginia.
Okay, so that's an interesting question. Is Miami back? Absolutely not. But I think this is a comment on a couple of things in college sports. One, the chaos has actually evened the playing field.
It has.
And I thought the opposite. Again, I love admitting when I'm wrong. But I thought the traditional halves would play to their advantage even more. And that hasn't really turned out to be the case. And it has really evened things. And I think there's a variety of reasons there, different budgets. But you know what? I mean, Michigan, Kyle Whittingham can't pay everybody. Everybody's still got a limited amount of money. And I think it has affected the depth. And all of a sudden, good players who were like, okay, I'll be second or third string at Alabama. I'll wait it out, and I'll go into the into the NFL draft, and I'll get drafted in the first round because Alabama. And when I eventually ended up starting, we were really, really good, and that was and Alabama was probably paying them, and that was the thing. But now, why would I take pennies on the dollar to be the third string at Alabama when I could be the first string at?
Well, there's Kima kid who just transferred from Ohio State. He's an offensive lineman, transfers from Ohio State to come play at Utah. He saw the writing on the wall. I'm not going to start next year at Ohio State. Utah's going to pay me six figures, whatever, and I'm going to come in and start.
And the truth is, coaches aren't always right, and coaches' priorities aren't always the same. I mean, the great Urban Meyer is addicted to picking the wrong quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
Consistently.
Yeah.
He's done it a number of times. And so Joe Burrow says, all right, I'll go to LSU and be one of the best college football quarterbacks of all time.
Yeah.
But I think it's evened things out a little bit. But the other thing is the end of the game has moved. There's now another quarter. It's now not 4 quarters, it's 5 quarters. Miami would never even be in this position or even close under the old rules.
Oh, sure, to make the playoff.
To make the playoff. So you're telling me is Miami back? Do you remember the 0-2 Miami team?
Yes. Talking about it last night with my brother who was over.
I mean, really, if you look at Miami there was a little bit of, what was that guy's name? Butch Jones. There was a little bit of, punishment from the NCAA in there, but basically from like 96 to 2002, there were some of the best college football teams of all time. Even that team that lost to Ohio State with Willis McGahee was absolutely incredible. I mean, I saw that tape they were playing. You see a young Ed Reed just moseying around in the background. It's like, oh, yeah, you forget Clinton Portis. You forget how absolutely unbelievable those teams were. He went to Texas Tech. But
he played with Miami Dolphins.
He played with the Dolphins.
That's
right. But they were just absolutely incredible. Is this Tub that won last night as good as those teams? No, not even close.
Not, yeah.
And those teams, that was the thing back in the day where you prove it. You went undefeated. You beat everybody in front of you. It wasn't this, well, I could lose 2 or 3 and still have an outside chance at it. Catch a sleeping Ohio State team who can't handle our defensive line. Like it would have been over. They would have been eliminated a long time ago. So no, I don't think that, well, Miami's back. I think much like the NCAA tournament, they got some matchups in front of them. They're playing their best football at the right time. And a team that lost to a dreadful SMU team is still alive to play for the title. And I guess people, want that, but don't expect me to say that this is the same as those Miami teams. It is not.
I don't think the chaos, and I'm with you. I don't expect this to be a dynasty under Mario Cristobal at Miami.
No, I'll bet you. In fact, I'll bet you he's fired in 2 years.
Yeah, probably more likely than they return to the national championship. You said the chaos has created some evenness. What I really think is, and you did address it, is that I just think the quote-unquote halves that we used to talk about were just cheating. Like, I'm not trying to be controversial saying that. I just think the SEC schools were paying players, and we know they were, and doing it at a better rate, and everybody was, but they were doing it better than anybody else was, and paying more money than anybody else was, and as soon as everybody could pay, their advantage went away. And then nobody needed to go play at Alabama.
But it's not that simple necessarily. Like, you're right, but here's the thing. So in the SEC, in their footprint, the millionaire car dealer who's willing to stuff a couple grand in a paper sack and give it to a player, the SEC is swimming in those. The rules have changed. So now the millionaire car dealer, well, that's just a drop in the bucket. Thanks for your contribution to the NIL fund. Have a nice day. Here's your free pass to here's your $5 off coupon to our official tailgate.
Yeah.
That's how much that guy matters anymore. Because, think about this just from a sheer budget standpoint. When the SEC was bribing teams or bribing players, what do you think their total payroll was?
Oh, not crazy.
Like $1 million, maybe.
Yeah.
$500,000?
Yeah, right.
Dude, the budgets for these teams, I've heard that Pope is paying his basketball team at Kentucky $22 million.
Yeah. Boy, that's bad money. That's money poorly spent.
Poorly spent, but a lot of money nonetheless. Yeah. And that's the basketball team. So now all of a sudden, where do you get that money? And this is relevant locally too. Like, where does Utah make up the gap? Where does Utah get that money, that whatever $1 million you're going to spend on your football program? Where on earth does that come from? And at Vanderbilt, interestingly enough, we've got a bunch of alum that are swimming in dough that are willing to pony up. Hey, Indiana, they have others, but Mark Cuban stepped up. If you spent time in the Midwest, Indiana, the University of Indiana has a big presence all over the Midwest.
Yeah.
So, the rules have changed. So the teams with the resources now are different than the teams before. Now, maybe there are teams like Miami that do still have a ton of resources and were willing to bribe players back in the day. But I think not only have the rules changed in the sense that everybody can do it or is permitted or should do it or whatever the case may be, the budgets have changed so much that universities that were once considered flush aren't necessarily flush. Is Alabama flush?
No.
I keep reading reports and hearing stories all over town that they don't have near the dough some of these other schools do.
For sure.
So, and advantage BYU. Look at it locally. BYU has way more resources than the University of Utah does.
Yeah. Most teams in the West. Not everyone, but most teams in the West.
Most teams in the West.
Yeah.
I bet they could go toe-to-toe with Texas Tech.
Yeah, for sure.
Stanford, if they ever cared about football, could actually have an advantage.
Yeah.
So could Cal. But they're battling, because the Stanford mechanical engineering department is actually begging for that money too, and they're more likely to get it.
Is it my guy Sam Bankman-Fried? Robbing Cal blind.
No, because he sponsored their stadium. But I think he's actually a Stanford guy, right? Or his parents are Stanford.
I think he dropped out, didn't he?
People. I don't know. Isn't he? He's sharing a cell with Diddy now, right? And Nicolas Maduro. Aren't they all in the same prison?
Still in jail. Tough one for FTX. Everyone who bought in.
Old Sam talking to Nick Maduro. We'll see you at chow time.
Me and Diddy.
That was the most Cal thing ever when that all went down. It's like, oh, they're the stadium sponsor at Cal. Hope you got paid in cash.
Oh, he went to MIT.
Well, there you go.
Shout out Sam.
He has some connection to Stanford.
His parents.
Is that what it is?
Right. He was born in Stanford, California, which I didn't know was a town.
Okay. Yeah. Well, there you go. Way to go, Sam. Good luck. I don't think he's going to be out for a while. Diddy's going to be out before he is.
But it'll be curious.
Who knows on Maduro?
We're going to have an Indiana-Miami national championship, and I think Indiana's going to steamroll them. I just think Indiana is so much better than everybody else. And talk about ultimate chaos. Indiana is a great football team nobody saw coming.
Miami at least has the ultimate equalizer, and that's a really dominant D-line.
Yeah, they do.
That's how you pull an upset in a big game like that. You have a dominant D-line that plays out of its mind. That's how Texas Tech won the Big 12.
Yeah. And Oregon has a very good defense as well. We'll see if they're able to fight and put up a good fight tonight against Indiana.
Cristobal going up against his old team would be kind of funny.
It would be. There's some good storylines.
Old salty Dan Lanning. He'd have something to say about it.
As we were talking about, Mendoza Moore is the top 2 players in the draft. Top 2 quarterbacks in the draft come up tonight. So that's going to be a great storyline as well.
All right, top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com coming up next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Former BYU basketball coach Steve Cleveland.
But when I look at the football situation in Utah and what Kyle's doing, there's nothing about that to me doesn't make sense. He gave them everything at Utah. Going to Michigan is another level and next step. What a great honor. And it's not taking anything from Utah. They have an outstanding football program. It's a great institution. And anybody that's going to begrudge him for leaving, they're just not very smart. A guy gives you everything that Kyle gave, and then people are going to be critical of him and criticize him. Blow those people off. That's insane. It disgusts me that conversation even take place. I'm happy for Kyle. I'm happy for his staff. It just doesn't make sense that people would have that kind of an attitude. Just very narrow-minded, and I'm not interested in hearing the nonsense that's coming out from some of these people on radio and TV.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Are you ready for a new you in the new year? The Salt Lake City Fat Loss Program has helped thousands of frustrated men and women feel confident in their clothes, boost their energy, and finally feel like themselves again. So, what's the secret? Salt Lake City Fat Loss uses a science-proven plan to help reset your metabolism and lose up to 1 pound of fat per day without dangerous drugs or exercise. And right now is the perfect time to start. Due to overwhelming demand, Salt Lake City Fat Loss has extended their huge New Year's sale, over 20% off for a limited time only.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. Alex Curie here. I dropped 50 pounds in 60 days on the SLC Fat Loss program. Get their New Year's special at slcfatloss.com.
Whether you want to love what you see in the mirror again, boost your energy, fit better in your clothes, or feel more confident and healthier as you age, Salt Lake City Fat Loss works. Huge New Year's sale is ending soon. Schedule your free consultation today at slcfatloss.com and lock in your savings. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Do you snore at night? You could be suffering from sleep apnea, a serious medical condition. Be one of the first 25 people to call Sound Sleep Medical and receive a free sleep consultation, normally a $200 value. Sound Sleep Medical uses a custom-fitted oral appliance instead of a cumbersome CPAP machine to treat sleep apnea. Most insurance companies and Medicare cover oral appliance therapy. To learn more, call 801-285-9731 or visit soundsleepmedical.com.
Start the new year strong with a Hercules Gold Tier checking account. Earn up to 4.25% APY and make your money work harder for you. This account combines high rewards with everyday convenience so you can reach your goals faster. Open your Gold Tier checking account today and let's grow stronger together in 2026. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union. Growing stronger together for 80 years.
You still thinking job change in the new year? Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy. IT? Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI. That's what I did. Really? How? Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there too to level up. Sweet. Are classes online or on campus? Both. Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Pizza's here.
Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Are your kids picky eaters? Bring them in and try our chicken fingers or a grilled cheese sandwich. They'll be smiling big in no time. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jazz at 30 update here on Jake and Ben. Here is Bryce Sensabaugh talking about how he's trying to help his team while in the starting lineup.
I think really just for me, like being in the starting lineup, alongside, two, arguably all-stars, there's things that I have to do at the guard position, like, sacrificing obviously shots and setting screens and doing the little things that are going to help our team succeed. When we have two amazing scorers like we do, I'm just working as hard as I can to do those things and make an impact on defense. So.
This update is brought to you by University of Utah Health. At University of Utah Health, hope is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Corrections and retractions. Ricky Williams did not go to the University of Miami, but he also did not go to Texas Tech. Now, the Ricky Williams we were talking about, or you were talking about, went to Texas. But there was, yes, a Ricky Williams who was a running back who played for Texas Tech at the very same time.
He also did play for Miami, the Miami Dolphins.
Which is not related to the Miami Hurricanes, although they play in the same stadium, I suppose.
Ricky doesn't remember where he played either, so it doesn't really matter.
All right, top 3 stories. Where do you
Weed guy.
Where do you want to start today?
Number 1, BYU gets perhaps the biggest run it back of them all. LJ Martin announced he's returning to BYU.
Are you surprised that, not that, LJ Martin was on the defensive side of the ball. He's not. But are you surprised that Michigan hasn't been able to poach more players so far from Utah and BYU?
No.
Specifically BYU.
Although, John Henry Daly is going to Michigan. We found that out this morning.
Yeah.
From Utah.
J.J. Buchanan probably ends up there as well.
Do they want many players from BYU? I guess would be my question.
I would suspect you want Tanuvasa.
I know there are a couple they probably want and did not get.
Yeah.
But, would they want? Michigan's defense was really good last year. How much do they really want? You know what I mean? Because Witt looks like his retention at Michigan was really good.
Yeah, it did. And yes, to that point, did they want Satwala? I bet they did. Did they want Glasker? I bet they did. Did they want Tanuvasa? Probably. Seems like they're going to strike out.
Yeah. Do they want anybody else? I don't know.
Yeah.
As far as L.J. Martin goes, listen, I almost guarantee he's making more at BYU than he would in the NFL.
Being a 4th-round draft pick.
This is the conundrum. The NFL, the way it structures its salaries, they don't pay rookies anything.
Yeah.
Even the top picks. Do you remember who was the guy that BYU injured who was the last number 1 pick who truly got paid?
At Oklahoma?
Yeah. Who was? God, why am I going Bradford? Sam Bradford.
Yeah.
After he made $1 zillion with his rookie contract. Yeah. Then they had the lockout. Then they restructured everything. And now not even the top picks are making any money. Brock Purdy was making famously what? It's like $500,000 a year or something.
Yeah.
And if you're a rookie running back in the 4th round, like pretty much none of that is guaranteed.
I mean, you've seen the graphic floating around that Carson Beck is making more this year at Miami than Shedeur Sanders is.
That bozo for Vanderbilt is suing to come back again.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're going to make more.
Make way more.
You're going to make way more money as the starting running back at BYU than you would as the 4th round pick of the Raiders.
Yeah.
Fourth round picks make about $4 to $5 million over the course of the 4-year deal, right? So you're just over $1 million per year.
Yeah. And Beck is making $4.5 million.
Yeah, but I mean, if you get cut after a year and a half,
right? Yeah, then you're not guaranteed that money at all.
You're not seeing hardly any of that. So,
and to that point, I'd bet LJ is making more than just over $1 million.
I would guess.
Right? Yeah, he's probably making more than Tyler Algier.
Well, he's been in the league a while, but I get your point.
But honestly,
he's on his last year of his rookie deal.
Is he?
Yeah, Algier was a 7th-round draft pick. Yeah, he'll make more next year, and that's the advantage. Now, this is a little bit more of an NBA thing than an NFL thing, but getting to your second contract is the value, right? You want to get there as soon as possible, so you leave for the NBA or the NFL now in the NFL after your junior year or redshirt sophomore year, just to start your clock. So by the time you are 23, you're getting that non-rookie deal. But no, it makes absolute sense for LJ Martin to come back. Way more money.
So that's good news for BYU. I mean, BYU should be a favorite in the conference next year. Yeah. I'm not saying I'm saying
Yeah. They and Texas Tech are going to be the top 2 teams again. It's no coincidence they've got the most money.
Makes a ton of sense.
Yep. And you get all these guys that are coming back, and you're bringing in transfers from Oregon, and it seems like a new offensive lineman coming over from Washington, it looks like. You're in good shape.
Maybe they'll actually let the Bear throw it, and
I suspect Bear's going to be better next year.
They can move the football.
A lot of it comes up to Mr. Golden himself. K-Pop, how's he able to do with this defense? Is this defense able to execute as well as they did last year?
Going up. Going to be promoted.
They won a lot of close games last year, and the defense was a huge part of that. So are they able to do that again?
All right, what's next?
Number 2, last night the Jazz get one over Dallas. Keontae George hit a big shot at the end, kind of going viral on social media for that one.
Was it Zeke Naji who was guarding him at
no, it was Najee Marshall.
Zeke Naji doesn't even play for, Najee Marshall. Mixed up my Najis. Guards him in half court. Keontae in the past would have absolutely turned that ball over. You know what I mean? Like Keontae even made the mistake of dribbling himself into that corner where the out-of-bounds line and the backcourt line are second and third defenders. Gets Najee on his back, then gets matched up with Cooper Flagg, who's a very good defender, turns Cooper Flagg around, and then hits him with a step back. It's like, that you were talking about the Jazz's clutch offense being so much better. That was a part of it. And then, you know what you said yesterday was how well Lowry had done driving the ball. Go back and watch Lowry's highlights. I'm sure it's posted or pinned at the top of the Jazz. All drives, all against Anthony Davis, who still at his best is a top 10 player in the NBA. Now, he's not at his best. He broke his hand last night on the second to last possession of the game. I mean, he just cannot stay healthy. But Lowry just went at Anthony Davis over and over and over, and it's one of the more impressive games Lowry's ever had, and I mean that. Like, Anthony Davis is awesome, and Lowry did not care that he was there, and Lowry took advantage of every physical tool he had, shooting over smaller guys, driving past bigger guys, dunking, being super physical with offensive rebounds. Like, Lowry was terrific last night.
Now, Anthony Davis, in his defense, probably didn't care that he was there either.
No.
And that was his...
Looking at real estate in Miami, or in Atlanta.
Oh, and that's all over. If his hand's broken, he's not going anywhere.
No, he's not.
I mean, Dallas is truly cursed. Trading for Anthony Davis was such a monumental mistake. I mean, when will Davis be able to play again? Was it a break? I had not seen the news that it was a break.
They just said a hand injury, but the fact that he stopped playing defense as soon as that happened, that wasn't, oh, you bent my nail back. Like, he stopped in the middle of a possession with a minute left to play to not play defense against Lowry. And then the next possession, he was holding his hand the entire time.
He held his hand basically the entire time. I didn't see how it, I mean, this sounds gruesome, but I didn't see how it broke.
I think
how he hurt it. It was kind of...
He's playing defense. It's his left hand, and Lowry's driving baseline. So if you can imagine, like, his left hand is his far hand. And I think it just, like, runs into Lowry, whatever it was. Yeah. I don't know if that's a boxer's fracture or whatever it is. But honestly, I think he dislocated something or broke his hand. But it's Mr. Glass over and over again. Regardless, you know what you're supposed to do when your opponent's not playing at 100%? Just kill him. And that's what Lowry did.
Ask me how I know that Dallas really stinks.
How do you know Dallas stinks?
They had the biggest front line. The Jazz did not dress a center.
Right.
Kevin Love was the starting center. Ben and I heard this stat a couple times last night. Did you hear what the Jazz defensive rating is when Kevin Love's at center? 135.
Nice.
Which is
horrendous.
Really,
the worst ever.
Really bad.
Yeah.
Dallas started Daniel Gafford, Anthony Davis, and Cooper Flagg. Huge, truly huge humans.
Yeah. Lopsided. Yeah.
Kevin Love, let me just reiterate that. Kevin Love and Lauri Markkanen, who's not exactly known for his tough stand-up D. However, I will say he played super tough last night and on both sides of the ball, eating elbows, getting blocks. Blocked Anthony Davis at the pinnacle. So I'll give Lauri his due. That lineup should have absolutely steamrolled the Jazz. Did you look last night at points in the paint?
Well, the Jazz held them to 4 points in the paint in the fourth quarter, so it must have been somewhat lopsided towards the Jazz.
64-46.
Yeah. Embarrassing.
Yeah. They stink. I don't know. Cooper Flagg's fine, I guess, but he should have had 40 last night.
Yeah, he should have.
And Keontae George is standing him up on multiple possessions. Yeah. All right. Well, shout out to Keontae.
No, Dallas is a mess. Now you have Cooper. He's going to pave over so many of your issues and mask them.
Not this year.
But not this year. And they do need their draft pick this year because they don't own any of their draft picks going forward. So they have a real incentive to tank. So in that sense, they probably aren't that sad about losing last night to the Jazz. And they're going to trade Anthony Davis and try and get anything for him. But yeah, if his hand is broken.
Yeah, they're not trading him anywhere.
You're not going to be able to move him that well. So we'll see. I'll keep an eye on that report. That's going to be a big one.
God, why would a team trade for him anyway?
I know
he's not going to play.
Yeah, he never plays. It's the Zion Williamson thing. I get it's appetizing. He's never going to be out there.
And I'm sorry, but players that give up on teams at some point in their career, it's a red flag to me. What he did to New Orleans. I mean, I'm not an NBA GM, and it's easy for me to say, but I don't want any part of that because he'll do that to me. And he was doing that to Dallas last night.
Yeah, it's getting worse. It's just going to get worse.
You're going to slow play it?
Yeah, you're not going to revitalize him. He's great when he's fully engaged. I mean, there were moments last night where it's just like, yeah, that dude is still absolutely awesome and blocking shots and getting back and making big baskets on the other end. And then, yeah, just late he gets hurt or he checks out and just doesn't matter.
He's getting run over by Lowry.
Yeah.
Run over.
Yep.
Give Lowry his credit, but that's also because Anthony Davis has no interest in standing up Lowry either.
Fully agree.
All right, we have one more?
We do.
What
College
is it?
football playoff
Oh,
semifinals last night gave us a really good game. Then we might have another one tonight.
You saw the Mario Cristobal hug?
No, I missed that.
Who was it? Who was the assistant coach? Did you guys not see this? Okay, so
the Jazz game ended almost simultaneously with the football game. So I
and you were probably right on the air as this is happening.
Lost out on a lot of the post game.
I think
stuff.
Hans tweeted it out. I saw it live because I switched right over after the Jazz game, and an assistant coach runs over right after Beck scores the touchdown and hugs Mario Cristobal from behind and is like shaking. And Mario Cristobal gets so mad at his assistant coach, like yells at him.
He went Sark on him?
He yells at him.
They did mention, so I missed seeing it, but they mentioned it because Ole Miss still had the ball.
Yes, the game was not over. And look, Ole Miss drove 60 yards in 12 seconds.
I must have totally missed this.
Yeah, they get all the way down the field to the point where they had a chance to win it, not even with a Hail Mary, with just an actual throw into the end zone. But the psycho that is Mario Cristobal came out a little bit. He showed it a little bit. No fun at all. And again, the game's not over. You don't want to be the guy hugging.
Oh, I just found it.
It's very weird. You don't want to be the guy hugging only to, have to be wiping tears away when you lose 40 seconds later. But it was strange, and it's going to be part of his story. And look, they're going to lose to, I think, whoever comes out with Oregon or Indiana, but certainly I think it's going to be Indiana.
Coaches are such psychos.
So psycho. Yeah.
They're such psychos. And you know what? We were talking about this before the show. Mario, dude, you're on camera the whole time.
Yeah.
The whole time. If you yell at one of your assistants, it's going to be all over.
Yeah, it is.
Immediately.
Yep.
Does that not run through coaches' brains.
Why would coaches do any of the things they do if you thought that's how they viewed themselves?
This is not like a Will Hardy timeout where the television, like they're likely in commercial.
Yeah, and some fan is
And
filming.
right, it's not that. You're a coach on the sideline, and if you've ever watched a college football game, half the time the camera's on the field, the other half the time it's on the head coach.
Yep.
Or maybe they do the up the nostril shot of the coordinator, which always makes me laugh.
Yeah.
But for the most part, it's focused right there on the head coach.
Yeah.
After a big play, bam, over to the head coach. If you're yelling at some assistant for giving you a hug.
If you haven't seen it, it's worth going and watching.
Oh, man. Or Sark waiting to run his team onto the field when literally the whole stadium is focused on him.
Some intern is just like, hey.
Oh, is it like a
we've set this
security
up.
guy?
You're going to run out. You're going to run out, but you've got to run out at this moment. Don't run out early. He kind of like puts his hands on Sark. Sark loses his mind. Sark's such a loser. That guy stinks. That guy's such a bozo. That's the.
Why are you so down on Sark all of a sudden?
Sark stinks. Sark is a loser. He's been a loser. He stays a loser. He's a bum guy. Yeah, out on Sark.
He won the Cotton Bowl in 1996.
Local legend.
Cool. Yeah, good for him. Yeah, freaking fight on, man.
Well, that was because of the substances.
But not just the alcohol. It was the pills.
It was the
The
pills.
problem was he
and-
was mixing
and
pills.
the alcohol. We hope he's sober.
Yeah. Whatever. Whatever.
I did
Do
like
your thing, Sark.
I did enjoy the.
Go lose at Texas.
I did enjoy the Nick Saban rehab projects though, because he treated them like absolute garbage.
Yes,
when
absolutely.
When they were there.
Yep.
Like, I'm going to bring this Lane Kiffin down a peg.
Yeah. I'll get you a job at Texas or Ole Miss or LSU now.
Oh, and it was good for both those coaches.
You're gonna earn
but
it.
you're going to pay for it.
You're going to pay for it.
You're going to pay big time. Hilarious.
Big time.
Man, the more that we get separated from Nick Saban actually coaching, the more I think I like him.
I love Nick Saban. Yeah, I'm a huge Saban guy. But I liked him when he was coaching too.
But see, I don't like coaches that take credit for cheating.
Sure.
Which I guess is everybody. But like you're writing a book about how great you are. Like John Wooden wrote a book about what a great coach and philosopher that he is. And
But also,
we
gave Kareem $100,000.
Yeah, when everybody else was offering him cafeteria food.
Yeah, right.
I don't know, that just bugs me.
No, I'm
for
totally with you.
For some reason.
Yep.
But the further we get away from it, the kind of funnier it is.
Yeah.
Guess what, Sark? You're going to live in a dorm.
Oh, Saban got out at the perfect time. The SEC, the mirage of the greatness of the SEC is slowly slipping away.
I don't know if the Mouse will ever let that happen.
They're gonna fight it.
Because honestly, it's been happening for a while now, and every year the narrative just resets. Are you like? This year was no different than last year, which is going to be no different than next year, which they're going to say the SEC is the greatest thing since sliced bread, and that's going to last all the way until the end. Until it's not. I mean, that's just how it is.
I wonder if...
That's the magic of the Mouse, Ben.
People will boy who cried wolf them and just say, like, yeah, you guys wanted 7 teams in the college football playoff last year.
Mm-hmm.
You wanted 7. You didn't make it to the national championship game. What are you talking about?
But the problem is it's not just the narrative, it's also the muscle behind the system. It's the muscle behind the process. The Mouse owns the college football playoff. The Mouse owns the SEC.
How do you control a narrative? You buy the media, right? You buy the system.
The Mouse owns the college football playoff committee.
Right. So yes, Citizen Kane, you buy the newspaper. You buy ESPN, SEC. I know ESPN bought SEC, but it's the tail that wags the dog. Like, what's actually moving things here? And the SEC knows it has.
You buy Bill Hancock, the head of the college football playoff committee, who then turns around and does you a solid by not even bringing the media rights up for a bid.
Mm-hmm.
They won't bring it up for a bid. Fox is crying. You see their host, Tim Brando, is screaming it from the mountaintops.
Yeah,
they won't. Like that's how the SEC still remains the quote-unquote top dog. Yeah. And, we should get 7 schools. And they'll still be crying about it next year. What do you bet me?
Yeah.
Alabama, we were talking about Miami, Notre Dame complaining about Miami. BYU should complain about Alabama specifically. Alabama should never have been in. Yet they get in, and everybody's like, oh, yeah, that makes sense. Well, that's the Mouse.
Yep.
So I don't think that's going away. This is the 3rd year in a row they will not have
a champion.
Not only not a champion, I think it's representation in the title game. We'd have to go back.
Who did Ohio State beat last year?
Notre Dame. Yeah.
Was it really? Couldn't remember that at all. Wash that away instantly.
But yeah, the SEC hasn't been all that dominant. I mean,
yeah, post Georgia.
And the SEC always has ridden their top teams. We always thought, the deepest, greatest conference ever. Mississippi State has literally never been good.
Yeah. But again, we just assumed that if you won the SEC, you deserved a spot either in the national championship game or then in the Final Four when they moved that to the 4-team playoff.
So, I don't know. I don't think that's going away.
Certainly they're not going to let it. They're not going to let it just fall out of their hands, slip between their fingers.
Yeah. All right, stay tuned. More next. Jacob Mann, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Get ready to ride on, baby. Let's go!
This is JJ and Alex. I got this.
It's official, the 2027 Winter Classic going to get played at Rice-Eccles Stadium. Here's what's cool about this is a fan base and this is a state that knows how to fill up a stadium even if it's cold. And it's one of those deals where I think that a lot of folks are not just excited about it. It's another tip of the cap to the folks at SEG. Frankly, they're pulling out all the stops to make sure that everybody gets visibility in this market, which is what you need.
We're growing up as a sports market, and this is a sign of that. The passion you see in the Delta Center, in their barn, every night they play at home. And then to get an event like this coming to town at Rice-Eccles Stadium. And we're not far off from the 2034 Winter Olympics. Mm-hmm. You just see all these things happening. Just insane the amount of growth we're seeing when it comes to sports. And this is just the next big thing.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 7 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey everyone, Jake and Ben here for our friends at Peach Doors and Windows. We talk about how great Peach is a lot, and their product is amazing, but we want to talk maybe a little bit more about how you will enjoy the process at Peach Doors and Windows. That's why they have so many 5-star reviews, and they're with you throughout the process. They don't hand you to subs. What a disaster that is. They'll make sure you're happy with not only the final product, but every step along the way.
You talk about the process. Yeah, the process includes when they're installing it. I think a lot of people think, well, I guess I got to wait till there's warm weather out there to bring new windows or doors in. No, they can install in the winter, even with this cold weather that we're being hit with. In fact, now sometimes the best times to do it. If you are feeling that cold air every time you draw your blinds, every time you feel you get out of bed in the morning, that air has been creeping in overnight, your heater hasn't been on, switch out your doors, switch out your windows, and you can do it. You don't have to do it with the cookie-cutter vinyl windows anymore. You can customize it for your home.
Go to peachbuildingproducts.com. Give them a call, 801-566-1255. They'll come out, give you a free in-home estimate, give you some ideas, too, if you need those, 801-566-1255. You can also go to their showroom, 2940 South, 300 West in Salt Lake. It's Peach Doors and Windows.
What's better than a credit card with low interest? How about one with no interest? For a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card, you'll enjoy 0% APR for the first 6 months. Transfer your balances from higher rate cards to your new America First card to consolidate debt and potentially save yourself a lot of money. That's 0 interest for 6 months. Interested? Then hurry to americafirst.com to apply today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Other limits and requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCAA. Equal opportunity lender.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tonight, the Utah Mammoth hosts the St. Louis Blues at 7 o'clock. Listen on 97.5 The Zone. Tomorrow, Utah State's at Boise State. Mountain West basketball tips off at 7 o'clock on 1280 The Zone. The Utah Jazz host the Charlotte Hornets in the Delta Center. The game starts at 7:30 on 97.5 The Zone. And BYU at Utah, the rivalry game at the Huntsman Center, 8 o'clock on 102.7 FM. Listen to the KSL Sports Zone.
The new year means new health goals, not just for your body, but your finances too. But did you know financial health is directly related to identity protection? You need LifeLock because your personal info is in endless places that are outside of your control. It only takes one mistake, and not even your mistake, to expose you to identity theft and lost funds. LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points per second and alerts you to threats you could miss on your own. If your identity is stolen, LifeLock's U.S.-based restoration specialists will fix it, backed by the $1 Million Protection Package. In fact, restoration is guaranteed or your subscription money back. Don't face drained accounts, fraudulent loans, or other financial losses from identity theft alone. Resolve to make identity, health, and wealth part of your New Year's goals with LifeLock. Visit LifeLock.com and save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS. That's promo code NEWS for 40% off at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Time for your Mammoth at 50 update here on Jake and Ben. Here's John Moreno talking about the team's gotten better at finishing games.
I think it's just, the whole team. We've been playing well throughout the season. We were just not able to finish, some of those wins can come down to the wire here. But I think overall as a year, despite the record, we've been playing pretty good hockey. But yeah, I think that's a huge part of it.
Stay tuned for Mammoth at 50 updates, 50 after the hour, every hour here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Your home for the best sports coverage in Utah. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Just talking about some NBA news there during the break, Ben.
John Morant apparently on the trade block for Shams Charania. The Grizzlies are now officially listening to trade offers for him. Very funny to see the Washington Wizards pay perceived nickels on the dollar for Trey Young, and then the Memphis Grizzlies be like, get while the getting's good. Why not trade our star point guard that you might not be able to win with right after the market has been set at an absolute bare minimum low for a player of not similar style, but kind of similar ilk, right? If he's on your roster, the rest of your roster has to be built around their specific skill set. You have Trey, everything you do defensively has to be to mask him. And in fact, you probably also need a center that's just like a lob-catching five, all of these things. For Ja, it's almost the exact opposite. You need everybody out of the paint at all times to be able to maximize his skill set. And also, he probably only plays 45% of the games, and he's kind of a malcontent.
Oh, well, I don't know what he is. Is he a malcontent, or is he just not capable of making very many good decisions? I don't know.
Why pick between the two?
Yeah, I guess. But malcontent implies, like, I don't know, he's somehow unpopular with his teammates or something like that. Like, I have no idea. Well,
he did get suspended by the coach for poor leadership.
But the problem is if you have John Moran on your team, they hired the wrong coach. Like, do you remember how Taylor Jenkins' whole thing fell apart there? Because they hired this assistant who's from Europe, who's now the head coach, right? He was brought in specifically to implement an offensive philosophy and to change how they do things to more of a European pass-it-around kind of thing.
Uh-huh.
Well, that's not who you have on your roster.
Correct.
That's
at all.
So this should have happened. Honestly, if Memphis knew what they were doing, this should have happened years ago. If you were going to shift philosophies, you had to change the roster.
Mm-hmm.
To pretend like you could change Ja into something that makes him not who he is was foolish. And even more foolish if you're going to pay him while you do it. And now, hey, give old Kyle Korver credit over there, or the owner's kid, or whoever's making the trades for Atlanta. Who cares if you got penny on the dollar, because you set the market as bad as it is.
Yeah, right.
It's going to be worse for Ja. Who's going to trade for him?
Be curious if a team feels desperate. I'll be curious if like a Miami decides to get involved. That would be a name I would circle. But like, are you giving
Do
up?
not put Ja in Miami.
I don't.
Yeah, right.
I
no
don't
kidding.
think that's a Spo guy. I don't.
Yeah, it may not be. It may not be. Are you like? And you're not giving up Tyler Hero for John
But-
Morant at this point. I don't think.
What about the teams who would actually pay for a player right now? Teams like Minnesota that are maybe a piece or two away.
Yeah, that are really
you're
close.
trying to catch up with Oklahoma City, and you can make the argument that you need one more good player. Like Minnesota isn't moving for John Morant. No way.
Sacramento.
But see, they don't want to be good.
Yeah. Then they're stupid. I mean, the nice thing is they're stupid, so you might be able to take advantage of them. But no, you're right. And honestly, I look at like where the Jazz are. Again, we talked about this yesterday with Trey Young. 12 months ago, I bet the Jazz would have seriously considered a Trey Young trade. Like, I think they would have probably really looked at kicking the tires. Like, what is the way to get out of this? And again, Ja, same thing. 12 months ago, Jazz probably would have been like, John Morant is the type of name we probably need to be willing to take a swing on to get better. The Jazz don't need that point guard anymore. The Jazz have their guy.
It would have been a horribly done move.
It would have been a bad move, but
retrospect.
Desperation causes, it's like you say, it's stinky cologne.
But you never want to be that team. Never be the desperate team. That's why sometimes the moves you don't make are as important as the moves you do. And 100%. If there would have been people out there clamoring for Ja and it turned into a disaster, which it would because the NBA is moving, thank goodness, beyond
that type of player.
Yeah. Let alone paying that type of player $50 million or whatever Ja's making.
Chicago? But they have Josh Giddey now. Like a lot of these teams that you could have conceivably said they have these issues don't have these issues anymore. You could trade him to Chicago, but you got to be prepared to get Colby Jones back. Like that's who you're Kobe Jones. That's who you're getting. You're not getting 2 young players and 2 draft picks for Ja. I just don't think that anyone cares about him anymore.
I think the league learned from the Damian Lillard move.
That's a good point.
I think that taught everybody like, oh.
You know what? That's a team, though. Milwaukee is a team that would trade for Ja. But again, you're getting Kyle Kuzma. With all due respect to Kuz, who's had a much better career than anyone thought after his sophomore season at Utah, is going to make $150 million in his life. That's what you're getting back. You're getting Kuzma back for Ja Morant. Remember, Ja Morant 3 years ago was, number 2 in the most untradeable players in the NBA conversation. Yeah. Life moves quick.
It does. Comes at you fast, for sure. All right, stay tuned. We have Steve Bardo coming up next. We'll talk to him about the latest and greatest with the University of Utah. Stay tuned. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Hey everyone, Jake here for my friends at Trajan Wealth. That's Trajan, Trajan, Trajan Wealth. It is a new year, and when the new year comes, a lot of us like to start some good habits, right? It's a good time to start with good habits for the betterment of yourself, of course, but to your family or whatever your goals may be. Well, have you applied this concept to your financial well-being? Well, if you haven't, you should. And listen, it's never too soon and it's never too late. I delayed a lot of this stuff throughout my entire 20s and most of my 30s without even giving it a second thought. I understand how it gets put to the back burner. Well, listen, if you're anything like me, you need a team of folks on your side to help you consider the right things and do the right things to get to where you need to go. Set those financial goals. When do you want to retire? What kind of lifestyle do you want to live? And do what you got to do to get there. So give Trajan a call, 801-210-6800. They're very good. They have offices in Draper and Farmington. They're good at sitting you down and showing you very understandingly exactly what they can do for you. 801-210-6800. You can also get started at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com. 801-210-6800 and TrajanWealth.com.
Fox Sports Radio is taking over YouTube, and you can be a part of it. Pay attention! Just go to YouTube and search Fox Sports Radio. Hit that subscribe button and smash that notification bell and catch all the videos from your favorite shows. Two Pros and a Cup of Joe, Dan Patrick, Colin Cowherd, wow, Covino and Rich, The Odd Couple with Rob Parker and Kelvin Washington, The Jason Smith Show with Mike Harmon, and The Ben Maller Show. Fox Sports Radio on YouTube.
Subscribe, hit that thumbs up icon, and comment away.
Hear that? That's Mike. He took ZzzQuil Pure Z's, so now he's sleeping soundly on a Sunday night.
ZzzQuil Pure Z's are fast-acting melatonin gummies with a complementary botanical blend to help Mike get the sleep he needs to wake up refreshed and ready to conquer Monday.
Let's do this Monday.
ZzzQuil Pure Z's, just for sleep. Really great sleep.
These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Use as directed.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions.
Hey, what you doing?
Well, now it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
G-Bang! G-Bang!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The sports you love, the teams you can't live without.
Get a sense of urgency!
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben want to remind you about Win Ticket Wednesday, your chance to win big every week on the KSL Sports Zone. Coming up next week, you can win tickets to go to Ski Joring. It returns to Heber City January 16th and 17th. Tickets will be for Friday. You can get your tickets, and I'll go ahead and spell it. PROSKIJOR.com.
That didn't help. Can you say it again for us?
PROSKIJOR.com.
ProSkiJor.com.
ProSkiJor.com. All right, thank you.
Yeah.
You can listen all day on Wednesday or get your tickets today for your, but listen on Wednesday for your chance to win.
Ski joring is a winter sport where a person on skis is pulled by a horse, dog, or vehicle. Derived from the Norwegian ski driving.
I like it.
Yeah, sounds pretty cool, actually.
Sure.
Yeah, it sounds fun.
Yeah, why not? I always wanted to try kite skiing.
Looks hard.
Well, kite surfing looks hard. I think kite skiing looks easier.
Yeah, I believe that.
I don't know. I'm probably wrong. Yeah.
None of them are probably easy.
No. I always thought, though, keeping an eye out for the waves while also keeping an eye on your kite would be difficult. Maybe that would be the trouble with kite skiing is like watching for the trees while also trying to fly a kite.
Yeah.
We're going to talk to Steve Bartle here momentarily. We'll get his thoughts on what's going on. We'll get his thoughts on the Scally press conference, on the transfer portal, all of the above. In fact, let's get to him. Go ahead, Christian.
Covering the Utes better than anyone else. This is Ute Insider Steve Bartle of KSLSports.com on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Happy Friday to you, Steve. How are you?
Oh, that's a loaded question. How are you guys doing? That's what I'm more concerned about. How are you guys doing?
You fibber.
And you don't need to worry about us. We're doing great. But, Steve, I want to ask you, I said this to Jake in the last segment. Are you surprised that less talent hasn't followed Kyle Whittingham to Michigan? Or that, I guess I should say that more talent hasn't followed him?
Yeah, it's been interesting to kind of follow this, over the last week or so. Is coming off of the Las Vegas Bowl win, I talked to a couple of people who kind of said it pretty bluntly. They expected, a pretty significant, exodus, right? I think I mentioned last week, Ben, with you is. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw 30 to 40 players into the portal, and we have not seen that. And I think I was talking with, somebody last night who gave a lot of credit to Morgan Scally and what he's been able to do. They feel that player retention has gone really well. They haven't been able to keep everybody, which is understandable given the situation. But they've been able to keep a lot of the players bought into the program. And so, yeah, I have been a little surprised that we haven't seen more. But I think that is because Morgan Scally and what he's been able to do, the energy that he's brought to the program and sort of the vision and what he's selling, he's doing a lot right now to keep guys bought in and going the extra mile for some players as well. And he's showing how committed he is to this group. So he's done a lot, and it sounds like things are going well on the player retention front.
Curious to your reaction to the Morgan Scally press conference introducing him as the next head coach at the University of Football.
Captivating. Man, you listen to that, you watched him, he was captivating. I've talked with multiple media members, and, we know what our job is, right? We are there to provide context, provide insights from the event. And during that press conferences, right, we're supposed to tweet out quotes and insights and takeaways. And, as the press conference started and we heard from President Randall, we heard from Mark Harlan, I was sending out those tweets. But then as Morgan Scally got to talking and, as he got through the first couple of minutes, and all of that, just found myself like fully engaged in the moment and forgetting to do my job. And that just wasn't me. It was every media member there. And I think he did a tremendous job of, hitting on a lot of key notes, right? He gave credit to the past and the people that he looked up to and why he became a Utah fan. I think that was his overall message, is that, he is a Utah man. He grew up a Utah fan as a kid, thanks to his dad being a player, and he related to everybody in that room. And to connect on that level, I think did a lot for the fan base, for the supporters, for current players, former players as well. And that was, it was really, really impressive to listen to him. He didn't have a prepared speech. He wasn't reading from notes. That was all him, off the cuff. And it was really, really impressive. And certainly he's had a lot of time to prepare for that speech. But no, he absolutely crushed it. And I think did a lot to provide sort of reinvigorated vibes around the program. So it was a significant moment for him and for the program overall.
Steve, what type of market do you think there has been for Devin Dampier? Do you think it's been robust? Are there a lot of teams coming for him? Are there teams maybe treating him as a contingency plan if they miss out on, say, a quarterback from Washington they thought they were going to get? Or do you think it's been quieter than expected?
Yeah, I think with Dampier, it's been interesting because obviously we know how productive he is. He finished a few yards short of 2,500 passing yards. He eclipsed 800 rushing yards, just a lot of production. And if that's somebody else, right, somebody that's 6'1", that throws the ball with a little bit more velocity deep down the field, his market is probably pretty robust. He's going to have the Miamis, the Indianas, the Oregons coming after him. But because of Dampier and his stature and some of the limitations in his game, I do think that has limited his market. But for Utah, he is so important to everything that you do. He is the heartbeat, the core, the soul of your offense. And so I think there's I think Dampier has had a market, but I don't think it's been the same type of market as a Sam Levitt or, as a Brendan Sorsby for whatever reason. Watching those two on the same field earlier this year, Dampier was just so much more impactful than Sorsby. But again, you understand the limitations that he has in his game, but Dampier has just proven that he's going to go out, he's going to produce. Is it going to be elite? Is it going to be, pinpoint accuracy? Is it going to be, ripping throws 45 yards down the field? Maybe not. But he just has a way of impacting the offensive side of the ball. And I think it is a credit to who he is, the personality and leadership that he possesses above all else. So for Utah, you're super excited that you're probably going to be welcoming him back in 2026.
I'm sure Ben asked you about this last week, but
it was you who was talking to him.
I'm curious to your thoughts on the offensive coordinator hire. Not only I think Kevin McGivin's going to be a good coach, but there were some other kind of bigger names, I guess you could say, mentioned. Give me your thoughts on the whole process, I guess.
Yeah, I think there were some bigger names involved and in the mix. Jonathan Smith, the former head coach, right, at Michigan State, at Oregon State. That's a pretty big name to be linked to in an offensive coordinator search. Marcus Arroyo was another name that was gaining a lot of buzz throughout the week. But with McGivin, when he was announced, obviously the initial reaction wasn't great. And what I've sort of likened it to is, you get your grade back after a test, you get a C+, you get a B-, but you're given the opportunity to go back and get half credit for correcting answers. And I think for a lot of us, the shock value, seeing that name, the name itself in that, you kind of felt underwhelmed a little bit, especially compared to some of the names that were linked to the job. But then as you start to dive into the offense and what it's about, his track record and what he's been able to do, and you sort of fill in those answers and you get the half credit for it, suddenly, that hire, it starts to make a lot of sense. It's been what a lot of Utah fans have been wanting offensively. It's an offense that, is catered to the passing game. It's an offense where there's been individuals that have eclipsed 1,000 yards receiving. It's also been an offense that has featured a heavy rushing attack. It's been diverse. It's been adaptable. And, I had the opportunity to talk to Bryson Barnes, who obviously quarterbacked under McGivin this past season. And he shared some really interesting insights in how the offense is set up. There's NFL concepts. There's, passing concepts that just are advanced. And I think that type of stuff has been missing for Utah. So again, I certainly understand the initial reaction, right, because there were bigger names. But then as you start to do your homework and you start to dive into things, you come away really impressed. And bringing that, we saw sort of the same reaction to Jason Beck last year. Is the initial reaction wasn't great, but then you start to do a deep dive into things and you marry that with some of the personnel that Utah has in place and are bringing in as well. And I think there's plenty of room for potential for this to really look like a great hire, after we get a couple seasons of McGivin at the helm.
Working with McGivin, according to Pete Thamel, will be Ryan Gunderson, the new quarterbacks coach, coming over from Oregon State. He's been at UCLA as well. Do you know anything about him, or what would you expect from him?
Yeah, he's worked with a lot of quarterbacks, and I think what that shows is, for Morgan, there's been a lot of talk about what he wants his offense to be, and he sort of hit on those notes, right? He wants to be known as a physical team, but he also wants to be innovative and on the cutting edge. And, talking to people that have been around Morgan the last few years, that's centered around, improving the quarterback play. And to have McGivin, who's worked with quarterbacks, who's worked with receivers, who's worked with the passing game, to now add Ryan Gunderson, who's been a designated quarterbacks coach for the last, 10 years or so. He's worked with quarterbacks like Dorian Thompson-Robinson, Dante Moore, and that I think it speaks to the commitment that Morgan has to that quarterback position specifically. So, we'll certainly wait for the official announcement on Gunderson, but obviously with Thamel tweeting it, that's coming from a pretty solid source and all that. But I think, it just sort of speaks to what wants offensively, his commitment to the quarterback position, and what they want the offense to be under Scally and his watch.
How many conference wins are you expecting from the basketball team?
Oh, man. Not many. I thought, Colorado was going to be a game that, if you're looking for a road win in the Big 12, that was probably, one of a couple where you're going to have your best shot at getting a road win. And, Utah lost by 12. It's going to be tough. And I think, again, this team, we understood what this was, right? We knew it was a tear it down to the studs type of rebuild. I was optimistic and said I thought that, this team could compete for 11, 12, 11, maybe the 10 spot. But, with the loss of their big guy to start the season, Babacar Faye, and that Utah lost a pretty significant piece to the puzzle, and it's made it hard. It's made it difficult. The struggles that they deal with are pretty consistent because it's rebounding, it's interior defensive presence, and that Utah just doesn't have a lot of depth. You get past your top three with Terrence Brown, Keanu Dodds, and Don McHenry. Utah doesn't have a lot beyond those three. And so this is it's going to be a tough grind. And seeing the difference between Utah and Arizona, the number one team in the country, from size, athleticism, talent, ability, and just the way that they play, Utah's got a long way to go in that conversation, right? Being one of the top 25 programs, Utah's got a long way to go from, roster construction to, implementing the play style, the demands, the culture that you need to be a top competitive program. Jensen, again, this is the foundation he's laying, but it's going to take a lot of work and a lot of time to get this program where it needs to be, where it is contending, at the top of the Big 12.
Steve, we appreciate you and all of your very fine work. We will be following as usual. Thanks, buddy.
Thanks, fellas. Appreciate you guys.
Thanks, Steve. Appreciate you jumping on. Enjoy the family this weekend. We'll talk to you soon.
Appreciate you, Jake. Have a good one, man.
Will do, Steve. You're welcome. Thanks, pal. I like that, Steve.
Yeah, big time. Big Steve fan.
Yeah, he's doing a great job.
He certainly seems very confident that Devin Dampier is going to be back. And when Steve says that, he generally knows.
And very confident that the basketball team will not do a whole lot of winning in the Big 12.
Not this year. But also, maybe not next year. Women are good, though. Just beat TCU.
How many ranked teams are in the Big 12 in all seriousness? Let me see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's a good basketball league.
Good crew.
Yeah, it's a good league. Now, maybe the bottom won't be great. I was giving Kansas State probably too much credit. They're off to an 0-2 start. Arizona State's terrible. I guess the jury's still out on the Utes. Kidding. But the honestly,
thanks for the clarification.
The rest of the league should be decent. I don't know much about TCU this year.
It's such a hard spot for Alex Jensen to be in.
Does Kansas and Bill Self and his Toop bounce back?
If what we have heard about the football team, Guy Holiday said this, that Utah just doesn't have the money to compete in football the way I think some people might expect them to be able to. What does that mean for the basketball program? Because again, some of these teams probably have $10 million basketball teams.
Honestly, if they were smart,
some of these schools, I should say.
And I don't know if I actually believe this, but you might think of leaning away from football and leaning into basketball.
Become a basketball school.
It's cheaper to have a good basketball team than it is a good football team.
Yeah. It's amazing just how little support there is for the program, for the basketball program. And I get it. They have not rewarded people for going, it's been 20 years since they mattered, but it's dead.
Yeah, I don't know, chicken or the egg?
Yeah, it's both.
I definitely don't think the answer is build them a $2 billion new building.
Nope. Well, they built the last facility under Kraskowiak, and it didn't do anything.
No, I'm talking about the plans for Fort Douglas.
You're right, but they already built a new practice facility, and were saying that was going to bring in better recruits.
But
that didn't do anything.
But that's the stadium. I mean, that's the next thing. I'm saying the solution to fans not going to Utah basketball games is not
for the fans
is
itself.
not the facility.
Yeah, you're talking about the egg, not the chicken.
The facility isn't great. I could just see somebody somewhere going, "Boy, the Huntsman Center is way out of date." You know why people aren't going? It's because the facility sucks. Yeah. Let's spend $1 billion on a new facility. That's what I'm talking about. I don't want to see.
Yeah. You're not going to start packing it just because it's a new building.
That's what I'm saying.
If the team stinks, no one's going to care.
Right.
Yeah.
See the Intuit Dome.
So and I'm
that
not blaming,
nobody goes to.
I'm not blaming Alex Jensen. He just got here. He's trying to clean up several other people's messes, but I don't see the pathway.
All
really
right.
Tough.
Stay tuned. We'll have more coming up next. A bizarre statement coming out of the NBA world we can get to, and more. Stay tuned. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions.
Hey, what you doing?
Well, now it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
G-Bang!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore, and every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Save $10 on a pair of Rain-X Latitude wiper blades at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Our professional parts people will even install them for free.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Start the new year strong with a Hercules Gold Tier checking account. Earn up to 4.25% APY and make your money work harder for you. This account combines high rewards with everyday convenience so you can reach your goals faster. Open your Gold Tier checking account today and let's grow stronger together in 2026. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union. Growing stronger together for 80 years.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Your Jazz at 30 update. Here's Keontae George on what's driving the team's improvement on the defensive side of the ball.
We went back and watched the mistakes, obviously, but it's more so of a want to. We had to look ourselves in the mirror, understand what type of team we wanted to be, what's our identity on that side of the floor. For us, you talk about being the bully. We just want to be the bully on that end. Let's be physical, set the tone of the game, and it's just a will to want to. Everybody on the floor wanted to guard. Everybody wanted to get stops, but it's that will to win at the end of the day.
Jazz at 30, brought to you by University of Utah Health. The University of Utah Health. Hope is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. That's uofuhealth.org.
Whether it's the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, these guys have got you covered.
Time to eat, fellas.
You're locked on to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
1, 2, 3, move it.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Yeah, Spider-Man and freezing, full effect.
You ready, Ron?
I'm ready.
You ready, Dave?
I'm ready, Slick. Are you?
Oh, yeah. Take it down.
Jacob in 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. Let's talk a little NBA here, Ben. Trey Young, your guy, has released a statement.
Finally.
It's about being traded. And it's lengthy, and I would say it's bizarre.
Okay.
Well, I don't know. You could read into a lot, though, and I'm curious to your reaction. First of all, he starts it with a scripture.
Okay.
For I know
Not laughing at the scripture.
No. For I don't even need to read the scripture, honestly. It's a Jeremiah scripture talking about the Lord's plan. He adds, never thought I'd be typing this. The last few years weren't how I wanted them to be. Expectations that we created for ourselves, reaching heights that Atlanta has never reached before. Bringing a championship to Atlanta was always my goal. However, between the injuries, the setbacks, and situations that don't make any sense, we never truly got to see our full potential. The city that raised me and taught me so much will always be a chapter in this story, and on and on and on. He goes, however, the pain of staying, I should read this part. However, the pain of staying the same eventually outweighed the uncertainty of change. Change is often met with fear, but I see it as another opportunity. I'm walking into this next chapter ecstatic with my head high and my eyes forward. It's time to see what's possible when the support is real and the vision is clear. We move. Trey Young.
Two things. One, I don't understand why the beginning of his story, or his little statement here below Jeremiah 29:11, is off center. On all the rest of it is centered. It's a line to the left. I don't understand why the formatting is so poor on this statement. But along those lines, he certainly seems to be calling out that nobody in Atlanta believed him anymore.
Yeah, he really hates Atlanta.
Several times he goes back to, I don't understand why they made any of these moves. And also, it's going to be interesting to see what happens when the support is real and the vision is clear. Kind of taking some shots at the Hawks on his way out the door.
Very different from Gordon Hayward's Players Tribune thing where he fluffed the Jazz and
boy,
everybody didn't
what a
believe
ride
him.
it's been.
Yeah. This is like, God, this is a disaster. I do love the self-compliment, though. Like, the reason it didn't work is because we didn't live up to the expectations that I created with unbelievable success never before seen with the Hawks.
Yeah, right.
Also, when I think of clear vision, I immediately think of the Washington Wizards.
Yeah, right. When I think of good
and support,
yeah.
But how about that? He basically is saying that Dominique Wilkins was a clown.
It was the color analyst's fault.
Well, he's saying Atlanta's never gotten to these heights that I took everybody.
Yeah. Dominique is the color analyst, which he's got to be the best player color analyst in the NBA. I don't mean he's the best color analyst. I mean best former player.
That is currently
with all due respect to John Crotty and Big Teeth Earl Bailey.
You love John Crotty.
Big Crotty guy. But, yeah,
speaking of tubes.
Hall of Famer. What's he doing over there? Yeah, weird shots at the entire organization, historically, and the current administration.
Bananas. Now, see, how much is that a sour grapes because Quinn and the franchise figured out that he's not very good?
Yes, that.
And how much is it a signal of dysfunction within the franchise?
Also that, and if you were to tell me that there's some dysfunction in a team somewhat led by Quinn Snyder, I guess I would believe that. Not that I think Quinn was particularly destructive here, but I think you and I have theorized, and maybe with some good background knowledge, that he has a hard time telling people no, specifically players.
Or what they don't want to hear.
Or what they don't want to hear.
Yeah.
So I wonder if things just kind of spiral a little bit on Quinn because he doesn't run the tightest ship in that sense. He runs a tight ship in other ways, but maybe not in that sense. So I could see how things would get away from him there. And yeah, it gets a little bit messy. And the only answer is like, well, just get rid of that guy.
I just wonder, the mystery has always been to me, why on earth would Quinn Snyder have taken that job when he did? It made absolutely no sense. The only way I could make it make sense to me is that he really doesn't have any interest in winning. That's not his top priority. I think his top priority might be
power.
Power, because we did see that some here, but longevity. Like, I want to do my thing and be left alone for a long period of time. Certainly. I don't want to.
Yeah, which is you could blend with power, right?
But I think that's part of why he took the Jazz job is because the Jazz don't fire their coaches.
Right.
He could stay with the Jazz forever, and he did.
Mm-hmm.
You could stay with Atlanta forever and not win a dang thing.
Yeah.
And not get fired.
Yeah, you're never going to be in a championship or bust situation with
And then you can tell players to go out and do whatever you want.
In fact, Atlanta has been truly one of the most disappointing teams in the NBA this season. Like, they are well below 500.
Not just this season, to Trey's point.
But yes, but they also went out and made a bunch of moves this year. Like, a lot of people, including myself, were on the Hawks bandwagon. And they're, 4 or 5 games below 500? I don't have the standings in front of me right now. But, yeah, they're not playing well. So, and to that point, there's no heat on Quinn Snyder at all. In fact, Trey is taking all the heat.
Yeah, you can throw Trey under the bus, but it eventually gets to the coach. But not if the franchise doesn't expect to win.
Yeah.
Not if the fans don't expect to win.
Do you expect, here, I'll see if I can pull up some of these splits real quick of how well they've played without him and with him. But
with Trey?
Yeah.
It's stark.
But do you expect them to suddenly be like a really good team?
No, they're still going to be
the problem.
Absolutely average.
Yeah, that's the problem. Like, you get rid of Trey, and maybe that helps. And look, nobody is more lineup-driven and analytics-driven than Quinn Snyder. Will Hardy had I think he meant it as a compliment. I kind of read it as a backhanded compliment, which is just like, I asked him, like, hey, what does Quinn do well? You've worked with him. What do you think about what he does well? And Will said, nobody in the NBA is better at seeing numbers and putting it on the floor. Basically, like reading the analytics and translating that to on-court execution. But also it seemed a little bit like, well, how are you reading that? Are you not reading what else is going on the floor? I think that is a real problem with Quinn Snyder. I could see Quinn looking at the numbers, because he did this a lot in Utah, and just saying, oh, we're so much better without Trey on the floor. Get rid of Trey and everything will be right. The same way he said, well, we're way better with Rudy on the floor. Let's just try and have 48 minutes of Rudy Gobert with Hassan Whiteside or whoever. And that was the exact wrong answer. You needed a change of gear. You needed somebody who shifted away from what you were able to do. I wonder if even losing Trey is not actually going to help them as much as they think.
I know. What if I guard James Harden from behind?
What if it's backwards?
What if we
backwards?
Because the math says
the step back's a good shot.
That he makes so many step backs.
Watch this. We're behind you. Yeah, Rockets in 5.
Yeah, okay. I don't know. I don't see Atlanta going anywhere. But
yeah, that's the thing.
But honestly, this is the move they had to make. They're probably making this move a year too late, a year and a half too late.
First of all, Trey's only played 10 games this year, which is crazy. So you can't certainly hang everything on him. But to be fair, they are 2-8 when he played this year.
Yeah, they're worse because they can't guard anybody.
Yeah, the Hawks were 2-8 this
and
season.
He makes other players worse, not better.
And the Hawks overall are 18-21, so they are 5 games. Let's see, 2-8. So you're 6 games below 500.
But that makes them what, second place in the East?
So they would be.
That was a joke.
16-13. They'd be 3 games above 500 right now. 16-13. But yeah, that is very firmly in the Eastern Conference playoff chase right now. Like you're above the Cavaliers at that point.
So as long as we're talking about dysfunction and culture and is it good or bad, you wrote about this, and we've been kind of wanting to play this Kevin Love clip. We've had to clean it up a little bit because it was on a podcast, right?
And Kevin Love is at the doesn't give a care stage of his career.
But
whatever language.
Let's play his quotes about being here and what's going on with the Jazz.
And I tell the guys, like, you don't know how good you have it here. This is my fourth team now, different organizations, different owners, coaching staffs. I've been on teams that have revolving doors. I've been on, I think, just about the youngest team in the league, a 15-win team, 17-win team. I've been on a team that's won the championship. So in seeing all of it, these guys, a lot of them only know what they know, just being in one organization. And being elsewhere, that's like what I'm trying to tell them is like, you have an owner that knows your name, like every player. And then you have a GM, a president, you have Danny Ainge that is like, no, we believe in you. We want you to grow. You're allowed to f up. You're allowed to have mistakes. And we're going to have grace in allowing you to take a step forward and be better and get better. So we want to improve so that you're one of our guys and we're going to build you up through this roster and through this organization. Like Will just puts his arm around him and is like, you're good. You don't get that everywhere. You don't get that everywhere. And I think it's part of being, his temperament. I hate to call him a young coach because I'm an old player and we're the same age. But no, I think that might be lost on guys because it's something that they don't really understand or they know because it's all that they know this early in their career. Or maybe, like I said, this is the only place that they've been. But I think it's on the veterans and guys like myself to let them know, like, hey, you have an unbelievable opportunity here to grow and play the long game.
What are your read on that? I actually have three things I take from that. One of them is I doubt that's verbatim what Danny Ainge said, but maybe it is.
I think it's a lot better here now under 2 consecutive ownerships than the reputation.
Yeah.
And I think that's very much on purpose because they're trying to fix the reputation. And it's taken a variety of forms over the years, but if you can get players to understand, it's almost like Coach Witt's recruiting line that he always said, where if we can get them on campus, then our chances of landing them are greatly, greatly improved because there's a lot of misinformation, to steal a buzzword, out there about Salt Lake City and about Utah. And it apparently is winter 365 days a year, and the people are weird and all this stuff that's not true. And then you get people here, and it's like, all right. And I think the Jazz have made a concerted effort to do that, almost overcorrecting in a way. But I think it's important for the Jazz, and always has been, to do things correctly. Like, do you know how bad you have to run your franchise to turn players off of L.A.?
Yeah.
Well, the Clippers have done it.
Clippers have figured it out.
Yeah.
The Knicks did it for a long time.
The Knicks did it for a long time. You know how bad you have to run your franchise
to not love Manhattan?
Yeah, or Miami. And Miami's the opposite example, where they've been run pretty well and have taken advantage of where they are. But people out there, and it's still true, unfortunately, have ideas about what it's like to play in Utah and for the Jazz. And the Jazz can control their side of that by making the experience for players as positive as possible. And it's never possible to have it 100% of the time. But if you can do the right things and have the right structure and have a good reputation, maybe some of that can be overcome. So the fact that Kevin Love's even saying something like that on a podcast makes a big difference, in my opinion. I always defended Carlos Boozer after he left here because he did nothing but say nice things about Utah and his experience here. And even he was on a Miami radio show and the hosts were clowning Utah, and he stopped them mid-sentence and he said, "You guys don't know what you're talking about."
Yeah.
And player after player goes somewhere else, experiences that the grass isn't always all that greener, and then comes back and says, "Oh, it was pretty good under that Jerry Sloan. It was pretty good under Utah. It was pretty good getting all that attention." It happens over and over and over again. So if you can convince young players, like, listen, you don't understand. Like, life is good here. The facility is good. The lifestyle is good. The coaching is good. The development is good. They let you make mistakes. It's if you could drive that home into young players' minds, then maybe you can make a difference. See, the thing is, let's say Keontae blows up. He's an all-star and all this. Bet you bottom dollar someone gets in his ear and says, "God, you'd be a superstar if you weren't in Utah."
Imagine if you were in Miami.
Imagine if you were somewhere else.
Yeah.
Like, it's so great. Darren Williams, go to Brooklyn. You're going to be the talk of the town in New York. You've got this new rich owner, this Russian murder guy. Going to absolutely blow up. And then Darren comes back and goes, it was pretty good here. It was pretty good under that Jerry Sloan. Deshaun Stevenson was always the shocking one to me. because he did not have a good experience here. He did not get off on the right foot. He had like legal trouble before he even got to the team. He did not perform well. He obviously did not mesh with Jerry Sloan, and he did not last a long time here. And then he goes somewhere else and he goes, wow, I didn't understand what I had. That was pretty dang good. I mean, right down to the fans' attention. The Jazz matter here. The players are a big deal here.
Well, Kevin Love brings it up. He says the owner knows your name. He knows every player's name. Ryan's a huge basketball fan. He's a huge Jazz fan. So, yeah, Ryan knows your name because he's as big a basketball fan as there is.
And he's going to invest in it.
And he will. The things that jumped out to me, first of all, and Yusuf Nurkic had a very similar conversation with us about a week ago, and kind of not dissimilar statements, but not at the same time. This was not a podcast. This was just Yusuf Nurkic talking to us after a game. Echoed everything that Kevin Love said. And they both brought up Ryan Smith, Danny Ainge, and Will Hardy specifically, which I thought was really interesting. People have always thought that Danny Ainge is the Grim Reaper, and I don't think anyone inside the locker room feels that way. That was one thing that stood out to me, and that Danny still plays a big role here. Second was, I am curious if this is a player talking about players or if this is a player talking about the ability to win. You have the ability to grow here, have a great life here, have a great career here. Does that mean you can win here? I don't know if that's what Kevin Love is actually preaching.
No, I don't think he meant winning at all. Yeah. I don't think that had anything to do with what he was talking about.
Yeah, I think he's specifically talking player to player. You can have a good career here.
Yeah, all the peripheral stuff. It's all good. I mean, it's the entire opposite of like your experience in Europe, for example. So, I mean, I'm just looking for an extreme.
Yeah.
As if you don't have structure and you have a bad owner and you have all this stuff. You're like, yeah, he played for Minnesota at probably its most dysfunctional. He played for Cleveland for a bad owner in a, considering how good they were, extremely dysfunctional situation. And LeBron brings that, and Kevin had to figure out that whole mess. He played for Miami, which is a good franchise, but kind of going nowhere. I mean,
and had to watch dysfunction with Jimmy Butler, et cetera.
Right. And so he knows the good and the bad, and that's the perspective I think he's giving. I don't think it has anything to do with winning it.
Yeah, so I do think Jazz fans should recognize that. I think he's talking specifically to players.
But that stuff leads to winning because the Jazz have got to figure out how to get their players to stay here.
That is a big part of it. And here's the third part of it. Do you think what Kevin Love says actually matters? When you were 19, and you're a little weird, you like to carry a pocket watch around. When you were 19, did you listen to what 40-year-olds were saying? I didn't.
Guess who is, though?
You would hope so.
Guess who is? It's the guy whose locker is next to, and they've both talked about it.
You would hope that Keontae is. And look, Keontae has made a remarkable shift. But you hope that what the old guy says actually matters, and I wonder if it does. I'm skeptical.
Well, frankly, I don't care what Elijah Harkless thinks about what Kevin Love has to say. It doesn't matter.
But you do care what Ace Bailey thinks.
Right, and you do care what Keontae George thinks because he's proving himself to be a real dude.
But you know what? The Jazz had veterans that were telling Deshaun Stevenson and Darren Williams the same thing. Hey, man, this is pretty good. Hey, man, this is pretty good.
And he didn't listen. I get your point.
Those guys weren't first ballot Hall of Famers. Well, John Stockton and Karl Malone were if they were talking to Deshaun Stevenson. They may not have. And they didn't have perspective either because they had never played anywhere else.
I don't think
Kevin Love has played elsewhere.
I don't think Darren got any of that. I don't think Donovan Mitchell got any of that.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of who it would have been, like Boris Diaw.
No, I don't think either one. I mean, Karl Malone comes back around and tries to tell Carlos Boozer how great it is. I don't think Darren or Donovan got any of that. I'd be curious to hear Donovan's take on the Jazz after it all settles.
Yeah, of course. But I'm skeptical of how much this will matter, with the understanding that Kevin Love is a Hall of Famer, is somebody that all of these guys watched growing up in the NBA when he was leading the league in rebounding and making all-star games or beating the Golden State Warriors in the playoffs to win a championship with Cleveland. That stuff does matter, and you may be a little bit more willing to listen, but I'm not sure this is going to change the culture dramatically as far as players leaving Utah or not. But here's the thing. I'm not sure Keontae was looking to bolt Utah before Kevin Love. Keontae's a weird guy, and I don't mean that in a bad way at all, in a derogatory way at all. He does not have some of that fame-seeking that some of these other players have, and I don't think he's ever had it.
I don't know about that. Well, he hasn't been good until now. We'll
We'll
see.
We'll
see how it goes.
Get to a contract negotiation, and then we'll talk.
And that sounded really mean. I didn't mean that. But
no, you're totally right. He didn't have any power to want to go anywhere else.
Right. Exactly. He was trying to stay in the league.
Yeah. Once you become the 25th best player in the league, which he's there, I mean, he's getting there very quickly, and all of a sudden everybody wants you, then what happens?
Yep. Stay tuned. Wrapping up the show next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whirls around and down. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The new year means new health goals, not just for your body, but your finances too. But did you know financial health is directly related to identity protection? You need LifeLock because your personal info is in endless places that are outside of your control. It only takes one mistake, and not even your mistake, to expose you to identity theft and lost funds. LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points per second and alerts you to threats you could miss on your own. If your identity is stolen, LifeLock's U.S.-based restoration specialists will fix it, backed by the $1 Million Protection Package. In fact, restoration is guaranteed or your subscription money back. Don't face drained accounts, fraudulent loans, or other financial losses from identity theft alone. Resolve to make identity health and wealth part of your New Year's goals with LifeLock. Visit LifeLock.com and save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS. That's promo code NEWS for 40% off at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
All right, Utah, this is your shot. KSL and Ivory Homes are teaming up to send you to the big game in Santa Clara on February 8th. If you've ever dreamed of stepping onto football's biggest stage, the time to play is now. To qualify, just stop by any Ivory model home between now and January 31st. Walk through and ask about Ivory's super low rates, as low as 4.99% for a 30-year fixed. So get off the sidelines, visit an Ivory model home today, and enter for your chance to see the most incredible halftime show and the ultimate football experience. Start now at ivoryhomes.com/super. That's ivoryhomes.com/super.
This sweepstakes is open until January 31st, 2025 for residents of Utah who are at least 18. No purchase necessary. See the official rules at ivoryhomes.com/super.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. If anything rivals our burgers, it's our bacon. It makes the perfect combination with our guacamole, jalapeno, or our hickory barbecue burgers. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's your Mammoth at 50 update. Here's John Marino on what impressed him with Karel Vamilka's effort against Ottawa.
He's been great for us, all year, making those big saves. Definitely bailed us out so many times today. I mean, as we know, we want to help him out more, but, when he plays like that, we're a tough team to play against.
Who's got it better than us? Your home for the best sports coverage in Utah. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Two amigos on the airways, talking sports. They got him made Jake's Alonso, loves his tie-dye. Ben's got style with his scarves. Oh my.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake, Scott, Ben Anderson, thank you for making us a part of your Football Friday. Hey, Ben, I want to defend my guy Gordon a little bit. Gordon got raked over the coals on the old Snap Talk yesterday.
Okay.
You read his column?
I did.
He said Utah has 3 types of fans right now reacting to Coach Witt. And one of those types of fans is the angry fan who
Thinks he's
is bitter toward Kyle leaving.
Mm-hmm.
And Kyle's daughter, I think,
Yep.
took a screenshot of just that part of it.
Yes, Gordon basically put on the hat of each of these fans and then wrote from the perspective of those fans.
Right. And so she picked just that part and put it out there and said that she's hurt by the reaction to her father leaving. Am I essentially getting that right?
Yeah.
And then that turned into pile on Gordon,
Yeah.
which, hey, I made piling on Gordon a sport back when we hosted together. But I saw some pretty wild stuff out there about bias and all this sort of thing. And I got to tell you, Gordon writes controversial things and doesn't need anybody to defend him. But I do feel for people whose stuff is taken out of context. It's happened to me a bunch of times. And you get rolled over for no reason because it's not what you said anyway. And it just gets taken out. And I don't know. There are plenty of good reasons for the Twitter mob to roll over Gordon. You know, just wait for another column if you're really that eager to do it. I thought that was a little unfair yesterday.
Not to talk about a rival and another writer locally, but like Gordon's as good at doing this as anybody we've had in the state. That's why he is Gordon Monson. That's why people behind the scenes in our media call him the Godfather. Like, you guys don't think Gordon knew what he was doing? Like, have some respect for a journalist who knows exactly what he's writing in the response. You don't think Gordon knew this is the response he was going to get? Like, get a clue.
Yeah.
And I get it. What you're saying, you're right. People did take it out of context. Does Gordon know his articles can get taken out of context? 1,000%. Is he okay with it and hitting publish on the article? 100%.
I think a lot of the Ute fans are mad at the angry fans and then used Gordon as their tool to communicate to the Whittingham family, no, we love you, and we appreciate you, and all this stuff, which is fine. I will defend the angry fan. I don't blame a fan.
Yeah, you came in Monday hot. Saying fans should be mad at
it. Why wouldn't you be? You know, it's your team. You're a Utah fan. You're not a Kyle Whittingham fan. And, you know, Ben, when Coca-Cola changes CEOs, are you bent out of shape about it? Or do you go get your Coke Zero from I don't even know if you drink Coke Zero, your Coca-Cola from the break room. Of course. I mean, it's what fans can be mad. I don't understand fans' reaction to all sorts of stuff, but absolutely they can. I totally get it. I get it in this circumstance.
But
I don't blame family for being hurt, I guess, but I don't know why the Whittinghams would care.
Or think that it wouldn't be inevitable. Like you didn't think this was going to be controversial?
And honestly, to your point, if you really want your flowers from the Utah fan base and the university itself, well, wait for your dad to retire a couple of years.
Yeah, the truth
He's
is
still coaching.
Where I'm a Witt fan. I've said that a lot. Like I just thought what he did at Utah was really impressive, and I thought his evolution kind of as a person, which was not he didn't make a right angle turn. It wasn't 90 degrees, but he changed. Certainly he evolved. His arc was interesting. His arc was interesting, I should say. But if you wanted your flowers and you wanted to go out on top, you don't get to take the Michigan job.
No.
Witt said it. Kyle said it. Kyle said, I don't want to be the guy who coaches forever or doesn't know when to leave.
Yeah.
He left and then took a bigger job. Like, Kyle's a very smart person. Kyle knows how he's being perceived. He knew how he was going to be perceived.
But this is a family member, which also makes it kind of unfair. They're going to have an emotional reaction.
They're going to have an emotional response. And
I'm
not blaming them either.
Yeah, I'm not here to blame anybody for that. Although I do think it was a little unfair what she did to old Gordo. But
to take an article out of context is always, I don't want to say dangerous. It's not dangerous. It's always can be misread. And she pulled something out and put it out there, and it gained a lot of traction. And as a result is getting misread. I will also say this, though, as somebody who writes a lot, and I write every day, and Gordon's a much better writer, has been writing a lot longer than I have. You recognize as second as you put it on paper or digital or whatever and get away from it, it is up to people to interpret however they want. It no longer belongs to you.
Well, it's true with our podcast. It's the reason I got raked over the coals by the Texas Tech fans.
Exactly right. As soon as you say it.
Yeah, and I certainly get it, but I have sympathy for the out of context thing. This has nothing to do with Kyle Whittingham's daughter, but selective editing in general is actually a huge problem in like media. And I mean, if you ever watched the Colbert Report, not his current show, but his old show, where he would just do these selective edits with his interviews, and it would come off absolutely hilarious, but it would humiliate whoever was getting selectively interviewed.
Right.
You know, I think the news media actually does that all the time, and it's really frustrating. But I think the point you made is the best one, and maybe we'll end on it.
My favorite place to end.
You don't get your flowers and your tributes and your appreciation if you take the other job. You get that if you step down and retire and, still show up at alumni events and stuff. You're going to get all of that sort of attention.
And Whit could have had that if he wanted.
He could have.
That's what he wanted. It was right there for him.
And he probably still could, depending on how things go.
Oh, he will be welcome.
He will.
Back.
Give it 5-10 years.
Yeah, but the
It'll
next week,
2 years.
The next week is not. I mean, not.
But you're not going to get it right away.
Right.
And then you take coaches and players with you. There are people inside the organization, legends from that school, that are really mad at Kyle Whittingham.
Oh, John Henry Daly just signed with Michigan today.
Yeah. There are people that are really mad at Kyle Whittingham.
Yeah. So anyway, the mad fans can be mad. It's all right. Yeah. And the Whittinghams, you know what? You'll be treated like the football royalty family that you are forever. You're just not going to get the kudos today.
But it's a fresh wound right now.
Yeah. All right. Stay tuned. Hanson, Scotty G are coming up
Thanks,
next.
Christian.
We'll talk to you on Monday. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler.
in your car, or at your in-laws,
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
the Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
This is JJ and Alex.
I got this. It's official. The 2027 Winter Classic going to get played at Rice Eccles Stadium. Here's what's cool about this is a fan base and this is a state that knows how to fill up a stadium even if it's cold. And it's one of those deals where I think that a lot of folks are not just excited about it. It's another tip of the cap to the folks at SEG. Frankly, they're pulling out all the stops to make sure that everybody gets visibility in this market, which is what you need.
We're growing up as a sports market, and this is a sign of that. The passion you see in the Delta Center, in their barn, every night they play at home. And then to get an event like this coming to town at Rice Eccles Stadium. And we're not far off from the 2034 Winter Olympics. Mm-hmm. You just see all these things happening. Just insane the amount of growth we're seeing when it comes to sports. And this is just the next big thing.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 7 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I remember brushing my hair and looking down and thinking, oh my gosh, do I have any hair left?
I used to look at women with thick, beautiful hair and think, why doesn't my hair look like that?
My thinning hair is making me feel so old.
If you want thick, healthy, gorgeous hair, then you need Hair Volume from New Nordic.
With clinically proven ingredients like apple extract, biotin, and millet, Hair Volume nourishes your hair follicles to promote thicker, healthier-looking hair. Say goodbye to shedding thin and dull hair and hello to thick, healthy hair with Hair Volume.
Since taking Hair Volume, the shedding has all but stopped.
Now, instead of being jealous of other women's hair, I have friends who are jealous of mine.
My hairdresser couldn't believe the difference in my hair. Now she's using Hair Volume too.
Available as a tablet or delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or find Hair Volume in the hair care aisle at your local CVS. Febreze.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The noon hour is here. Check it out. And you're locked on to Utah's highest rated, most listened to sports radio station.
It's my station. It's my station.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, folks, happy Friday. Hi, Hans.
Hey, Scotty.
How you doing?
Well, doing fantastic. How about you?
You know what? Life is good. Little snow. The weather's good. Sunny. Life is good. There's so many things I could complain about, but you know what? I woke up, still breathing, family still healthy.
That's a nice sweater top.
You like that? It's one of Costco's finest.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
You've done the Costco thing.
Oh, that's where I buy all my clothes, or is it Costco?
Amen. Sure, I'm going to look like about, I don't know.
See, look at that.
100 other dudes, but whatever.
See, look at that. You'll see that Kirkland logo right there.
Oh, yeah.
Come on, Costco. I'll sponsor you. Let's go. Like you need my endorsements. I'll help you.
I like that pullover, man.
Yeah, man, I'm telling you.
Kirkland's best.
You know what? That was one of the nice things about dropping LBs is when I could go to Costco and buy clothes.
That's got to be nice.
That's a nice, because you can buy like decent stuff for like $12 and there you go. Shirt, pants, quarter zips.
What's your least favorite?
About Costco?
No, about dropping the LBs.
My 14-year-old son bullies me now.
That... Constantly wearing a beanie. You're always cold.
I'm always cold, yeah.
Not being able to run an employee into the wall.
I think he still got it.
No, I think
he does. I think he does.
No, like Brody sized me up the other day, and I was like, all right, let's go. And
I don't know if I'd tussle with him.
No, he picked me up. Like, he literally picked me up. And I'm like, bro, you're 14 years old. He's like, well, you don't weigh anything anymore.
Does he got your height yet?
No, I still got him by a couple inches, but he'll pass me up real quick. He's going to shoot right past me. If I can get him to, like you said, if I can get him to like 6'3", 6'4", we got an opportunity there.
Have you ever seen anybody more miserable than Mario Cristobal last night?
Oh, jeez. Hey, Mario, You've surprised everybody. You're doing something that nobody expected you to do. Let your coach hug you from behind.
He couldn't do it.
No.
A little bit of time left on the clock.
Get the F off of me.
Miami scores. They get the go-ahead touchdown. And his assistant coach runs up, kind of grabs him from behind, and, man, he shucked him off quick and turned around and looked at him like he was going to murder him. And it's about the only thing I remember from the game last night. I mean, is that ridiculous that it's like, man, there were a couple things, but I do like his intensity. He is a former offensive lineman.
Yeah, he screams O-lineman.
So he's a former offensive lineman. He's got insane intensity, laser focus, and he didn't look like he was having any fun. I did see a video that I believe it was from last night of him joking around with that punter, the Colts punter.
Oh, yeah?
And have you seen that video?
I have not seen that.
So that guy was like creeping up on him, and Mario spotted him and bull rushed him and underhooked him and picked him up off the ground. And I thought, oh, okay, well, he's having some fun there. So it looked like he was having some fun maybe after, but he's laser focused, man. Can you imagine what a national championship would mean to him in Miami?
Oh, boy. That money, that illegal money. Like I know that there's really nothing illegal anymore, but Miami will find a way to make it illegal somehow because they want to. They're like, this is just who we are. Seeing Michael Irvin ripping off his belt on the sidelines, being weird. Ray Lewis, throwing out. Well, never mind. I probably shouldn't make Ray Lewis murder jokes. It's crazy seeing all these guys on display, and it's like, what is this, 1988? What's going on here?
There are a lot of very famous people that are trying to attach themselves to the Miami Hurricane.
Yes.
That they have been MIA for 34 years. When's the last time Miami was relevant? 34 years ago?
Yeah. It's like a Ray Lewis prison term, 15 to 20.
Oh, man. Yeah, which is not enough. It's not enough. But people are coming out of the woodworks. Can you imagine? Maybe that's what's got Mario Cristobal so ticked off.
Oh, yeah.
No, I don't want them down on the sideline. Yes, sir. Well, this is a very popular artist. I don't want it.
The thing that's made him really good there, though, and I think they needed that kind of attitude because Miami was all about the glitz and glitter, and he is not. That dude is all about the business. And maybe that's what they needed to turn that thing around, to make it a more business-like approach and focus in on toughness and anger and hostility and getting back to just old-school football. Because Miami, there's a lot of ways you could describe Miami: fast, athletic, but tough was never one of them over the last 2 decades. Now, that's a tough team.
It's a tough team. Who was the singer that bought part of the Miami Dolphins? That's
Gloria Stefan?
Gloria Stefan.
Oh.
But sir, she's a very well-known singer. I don't want her on my sideline.
I'll take the sound machine, but she can't be here at all.
Oh, my gosh. It's Gloria Estefan. She's got that fruit basket hat on. Put her on the sideline. I don't want her on the sideline. The sideline's already too packed. All right. Well, I guess we'll tell her.
You're going to have to tell her, Mario. I'm not telling her. And then, up on the – and this is the thing I always hate is, when you've got the yes. Come on, you can't keep this off the sidelines. She needs to be doing your half times.
No, this is she is to Miami as the all right guy is to Texas.
Yeah. Matthew McConaughey.
Yeah, they're tied at the hip.
The rhythm always gets you. Always.
I know, man. She's way underrated.
But last night at the trophy celebration, you had the sponsor is VRBO, and I guess they're like a kind of offshoot of where the home rental place. Airbnb, yeah. Mm-hmm. And so this lady is up there, and she doesn't know anything about football, but we're so proud to give the honor to the Miami Hurricane. It's like, nobody wants to hear from you. And then they always have the school president wants to get up there. And to Mario Cristobal's, to his credit, you can hear him in the back go, can we get these people off the stage and bring up the players? Or can we?
Thank you.
Can we?
I did love that.
Yeah, it's like, you know what? He's right there. Like,
I did really love that.
All of these jabronis had nothing to do with it.
Get them off the stage.
There's only two people that deserve. Well, three groups of people that deserve to be up there. Number one, the players. Number one. Number two, the coaching staff. And number three, the boosters that paid for all the players.
Yeah, that's right.
Those are the three that need to be there.
Those are the ones that won it.
They're the ones responsible for the victory.
Everybody else can stand down below and watch them hold the trophy.
Yes. Academic dudes, get off the. No president, you leave. Nobody wants you. Athletic director, nope, you get to leave too.
No, you're 100% right. They should have the 4 or 5 captains up. That's first and foremost.
Yeah.
They should have the head coach right behind them, and then they should have the 5 highest paying boosters.
Yep.
That are right there. And everybody gets to hold the trophy first, and then they can hand it to all the other boosters and all the other players, and everybody else shuts their mouth and gets away from the camera. Because you've already had your time. Like, move away.
Yeah.
But I know everybody's like, yeah, well, VRBO, well, yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of money put into it. A lot of TV puts a lot. But when you're handing the trophy, it's the trophy.
Yeah.
That's the championship trophy. Well, it's the the semifinal trophy and the Fiesta Bowl trophy. But I think that these celebrations have gotten way out of hand with how many people get to talk and hold the mic. And it's like, no, just slim it down, hand it to Cristobal, make it fast. Give it to some players. Let them have their time in the spotlight.
Yeah.
Find a couple of offensive linemen that nobody really likes.
Yep.
Put them up there.
Yep.
It used to be all about the FaceTime. Come on, let them have their FaceTime.
No, they don't need FaceTime. It's like the Scally press conference the other day. All we're there for is Morgan Scally. We don't want to hear about the fountain, blah, 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 blah. Nobody cares about what you have to say. You too. Nobody cares what you have to say. Certainly nobody cares about what you have to say. Get off the stage. Let Morgan Scally talk.
Just hand him the mic.
That's it. Just like, hey, everybody,
that's
the football coach, and we're going to give him the mic right now. Yeah. That's all you got to do. Nobody's there to hear from the president, the athletic director, anybody else. They just want to hear from the coach.
Yeah. It's Morgan's time.
It's Morgan's time, not your time. It's not you to be up there and talk about the history and prestige of the university. Now, shut up. They just want to hear from Morgan.
and it just took a minute to finally get that. But once we got it.
Give him my number. Give him my number. If they call, give him my number.
Once we got it.
Yeah. Then it was
good.
We went from one of the worst press conferences to probably the best press conference I've ever seen when Morgan just took the mic and started talking.
He was absolutely amazing. So good. But Mario Cristobal moves on to the championship game, and I think we should talk about it.
We should
talk a little bit about that game and what it means.
Let's kick it off. Starting lineup right now, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Hans and Scotty G.
Let's go!
The lineup is set, and it's time to kick off the show with the biggest topic of the day. This is the starting lineup on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is time for your starting lineup, all brought to you by Mountain Land Supply. If water runs through it, you're going to get it squared away at Mountain Land Supply. Go to mountainland.com to find the location nearest you. All right, Hans, crazy game last night, back and forth. It's what you wanted. A lot of offense, a lot of great drives, a lot of finishing drives, a lot of great moments down the stretch, and somehow Miami, not favored in the first round, not favored in the quarters, not favored in the semis, but now they are in the championship game.
The other reason it was amazing is because the SEC is officially eliminated from the championship game.
God bless America.
We've all got to stop and take a look at this.
Yeah.
Man.
Yep.
Like, this is getting to a BS level. This is extremely irritating. The SEC occupied 5 of the top 10 spots on the final CFP. And not a single one of the 5 is going to be representing in a championship game. Only one of the 5 represented in the semifinals.
Yes.
And not one of the 5 in the championship game for now consecutive years. Yet we keep putting 5 SEC teams in the top 10. What the hell are we doing?
Yeah.
How does this happen every single year? They get insane benefit of doubt. They are handed early APs. They're handed early CFPs. They are given all kinds of credit for their losses, being bad or good. They're given all kinds of credit, whether it's a conference loss or even a good team out of conference loss. Well, we can't hold that against them. And they had 5 SEC teams in the top 10 in the final CFP, and not one of them makes it to the championship game, and only one of the 5 represented in the quarters. I just think we all need to stop and take a look at this and say, wait a second, where are we going, and who's leading us? Because the SEC is leading us. We're not letting football, we're not letting talent, we're not letting coaches, and we're not letting on-the-field play lead us. We're letting the SEC lead us. We're letting Greg Sankey, and you talk about Sankey all the time, Scotty. We're letting Greg Sankey lead us. Somebody's got to stop it. Somebody's got to get in front of it and say, hey, I know that you got a big voice, Sankey, and I know you pull in a big paycheck, Sankey, but shut up. Shut up. Take a back seat. You see the seat behind Miami, and then you see that seat behind Indiana, and then there's a seat behind Oregon. Just keep going. Keep going. You're going to sit all the way back there until you do anything worth note.
Hey, you see the Mountain West over there? Go sit by them.
Do you see Boise State back there?
Yeah, Boise, Tulane. Go sit by them because you have had about as much success as they did. Now, you talk about this year. This is the 3rd consecutive year we will not have an SEC team win a national championship. With all the odds that they get, all the entries they get, 3rd consecutive year, there will not be an SEC team winning a national championship. And I just want, just for the sake of argument here, 2 things. If this was the Big 12, and they're like, you know what, the Big 12 had a great season, we're putting 4 Big 12 teams in the college football playoff. And those 4 teams, only one of those teams made it to the semis, and then they lost. None of the 4 made it to the championship game. Everybody and their dog on the worldwide leader and everyone else like, we said the Big 12 didn't deserve it. We kept telling you they didn't deserve it. They were frauds all season long. Nobody's saying that about the SEC. Nobody's saying that about the SEC. If the roles were reversed with any other conference, maybe outside of the Big 10, people would be losing their minds at how horrible they are. Yeah. And then second of all, if it was, take BYU's situation and put them in the SEC. They go 10-2 in the regular season. And they lost to Georgia in the regular season, and they lost to Georgia in the championship game. They would be in the college football playoff. You take Utah, you put them in the SEC. Their only 2 losses were to Georgia and Alabama, those 2 teams who played in the SEC championship game. Guess what? They're in the college football playoff.
Yeah. Yep.
And BYU and Utah had every right and would have performed just as well as any other SEC school in this year's college football playoff.
Well, watching Ole Miss last night, they had some good moments.
Yes,
same with Miami.
sure.
Miami had some good moments. I feel like Utah and BYU could have been right in those games.
Toe-to-toe with either one of them.
Should have had an opportunity.
Yes.
Because I feel like both the trenches, I feel like Utah's offensive line could compete with that Miami defensive front. And if they can compete with that front, they can compete with anybody. The same with BYU. I think BYU's offensive line would have had a fine time, and I think that Aaron Roderick would have had some good game plans. This is the irritating thing. We never get to see it. Utah is just kind of a side product, and nobody's talking about it because it was a Vegas Bowl, and it was like, man, it was such a nosedive to what could have been a great season. And the same with BYU. All right, so you don't want to select BYU. BYU sits at number 12, and now BYU, they get this really nice Pop-Tarts Bowl over a good Georgia Tech team. By the way, a Georgia Tech team that comes out of the ACC that is out representing in the national championship game. Mm-hmm. They didn't see Miami, though, did they?
I don't think so, no.
No, I don't think Georgia Tech ever saw Miami. But still, it's starting to prove that Miami was pretty darn good, and SMU, who beat them, and Louisville, who beat them, must have been pretty darn good.
Yep.
To get those wins. It's actually shocking to me, Scotty, that we just do this year in and year out, and because of the last 20 years, we just assume that those teams are going to be good.
The rules have changed because if you go back to the way college football was established 5 years ago, 10 years ago, yes, the SEC was the best because they were cheating and they had all the best talent. There's no doubt. They had the best talent. There's a reason why Alabama, Georgia, LSU were winning national championships, and then Clemson was sprinkled in there a little bit. But there's a reason why, because they could, they had the rules stacked in their favor. Now everybody can go out and pay players. And so the playing field has been crazily leveled, but yet we're still stuck in the mindset of 5-10 years ago where we think the SEC is so much better than everybody else, and they're not. They're not. The landscape has changed. Utah is every bit as good as Alabama right now. BYU is every bit as good as Miami is right now because everything has changed. The landscape has changed. And guess what? Next year, BYU is going to be better than both those schools. Not just as good with the news of LJ Martin. We'll get to that coming up here next. But BYU is going to go toe-to-toe with anybody next year.
Should. They should. With the return of the talent, they should. And I tweeted out yesterday with some of the news of who's coming back and what's happening. I tweeted out yesterday, I said they better be an AP top 10. Because if you start force-feeding us SECs and you pump us full of half of the top 10 being SEC, I'm just done. I'm so over this over-speculation. Everything is leveling out. Everything is leveling out. As you can now pay players, everybody's going to bat. Texas A&M is paying them. Look at what Colorado's doing. Colorado's starting to shell out money. They're trying to keep prime and give them a reason to stick around. So if thinking to yourself that 5 SEC teams in a 12-team playoff isn't good enough, okay, five SEC teams in a 12-team playoff. Think about this. The SEC occupied half of the top 15. They had almost half. They had 7 teams represent in the top 15 of the final CFP. So if 5 representing in 12 isn't enough, then just look at your top 15 and say, wait a second, so we had a conference that was occupying half of the spots of a top 15. Half. And we get one of those to a quarterfinal, and we can't get any of those to a championship game? Something's broken. And props to the Big Ten, and props to the ACC, and props to the teams that are spending money. Indiana has gotten in the game, and props to Indiana. Texas Tech has gotten in the game, and it was not the outcome that any of us wanted. Honestly, we talk about things that gag us as media, that put a zipper on our lips. Texas Tech losing like that, it put a zipper on our lips.
Yeah, they neutered us pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We couldn't sit here and stomp our feet and say, well, look at what you missed. Because Texas Tech, man, they screwed up.
Yeah.
And it took our legs out from under us. But the thing is that's still a really good team. Just didn't have it. The quarterback wasn't there. But the quarterback projections are looking better. I don't know. Maybe better. So is Sorsby better? I don't know.
Well,
he's a dual threat. He's a tough kid.
But you know what Texas Tech did, though, is they said, what was the biggest thing holding us back? We didn't have a good quarterback. So let's go out and buy the best quarterback available. Now, I'm with you. I don't know if Sorsby is going to be a great match, but there's no doubt that according to all the rankings, he was the best quarterback available. And what did Texas Tech go do? Went and got the best.
Got him. Do we have an announcement on Sam Levitt? Because I almost think I'd take Sam Levitt over that kid.
Sam Levitt is now flirting with Miami. He's in Miami today.
Oh, my gosh. That kid is
Beck's out.
That kid is on the wine and dine line, man.
Yes. And
Holy
I don't know
cow.
if this is public knowledge or not, but I guess Dallin Levitt is representing him, his brother. And I love Dallin. Dallin's a great dude. And I got to imagine those two guys shopping around his services, they're going to make it happen. Dallin's one of the most competitive dudes on the planet and one of the most emotional dudes on the planet. So, it's going to be interesting. They're gonna find a way to make it work somewhere.
I know a lot of people can't stand him, and kind of all around the place can't stand him. But the one thing I always respect is the depth of competitiveness.
Oh yeah,
and I get it. It's despicable. Some of the things that they've done. It's the same with Kyle Whittingham. People can't handle how competitive he is, or the same with Sam Levitt. They can't handle how competitive he is. But Scotty, in the world of sports, man, you got to cut throats and you got to be competitive. And people can say, well, but you got to keep your self-dignity. You got to, man, no, you know, when everything settles out and these guys can't play the game anymore, they need to have what money they could possibly get.
Yeah.
And I would have loved to see Sam Levitt stay at Arizona State, because I still wanted to see BYU with an opportunity to serve redemption to Dillingham and to Levitt, because that was a brutal loss in that Sun Devil Stadium. It was tough. and they won't get an opportunity to do that. Where's Kenny Dillingham?
He's still at Arizona State.
So he stayed and signed an extension because he was sitting there begging for money.
Yeah, he was flirting with Michigan. And then I don't know how that broke up. If Kyle ended up breaking up that potential marriage when Kyle became available, I'm not sure. But, yeah, he's staying put and now is still begging for money.
Still begging for money. You see why.
Oh, yeah.
We all see why.
You have to.
It's so broken, and money's going to win it.
Yeah.
And speaking of money, a lot of breaking news for BYU.
Let's get to it. Coming up next, Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Former BYU basketball coach Steve Cleveland.
When I look at the football situation in Utah and what Kyle's doing, there's nothing about that to me doesn't make sense. He gave them everything at Utah. Going to Michigan is another level and next step. You know, what a great honor. And it's not taking anything from Utah. They have an outstanding football program. It's a great institution. And anybody that's going to begrudge him for leaving, they're just not very smart. When a guy gives you everything that Kyle gave, and then people are going to be critical of him and criticize him, blow those people off. That's insane. It disgusts me that conversation even take place. I'm happy for Kyle. I'm happy for his staff. It just doesn't make sense that people would have that kind of an attitude. Just very narrow-minded, and I'm not interested in hearing the nonsense that's coming out from some of these people on radio and TV.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Let's ring in the new year by finally checking off something that actually matters. Your old videotapes and photos are fading more every year. VCRs are disappearing, and the clock is ticking to save your family's most important memories. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box to help you preserve your memories by converting all your videotapes, photos, and film reels into digital files. And this year, it's easier than ever.
Introducing our biggest kit yet, able to hold up to 80 videotapes or film reels or 2,000 photos. It's perfect for big collections. You can even send in old DVDs, memory cards, flip phones, or early generation iPhones.
Legacy Box is truly the easiest New Year's resolution you'll ever keep. Just fill your box and send it in. As the world's largest digitizer of home movies and photos, all work is done in the U.S., and we're trusted by over 1 million families.
Start the new year right by rescuing the moments you haven't watched in years. Go to legacybox.com/audio for an incredible 55% off. That's legacybox.com/audio for 55% off.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
What's better than a credit card with low interest? How about one with no interest? For a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card, you'll enjoy 0% APR for the first 6 months. Transfer your balances from higher rate cards to your new America First card to consolidate debt and potentially save yourself a lot of money. That's 0 interest for 6 months. Interested? Then hurry to americafirst.com to apply today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Other limits and requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCAA. Equal opportunity lender.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Another big performance from the Utah Jazz and Keontae George as they made the plays down the stretch to beat the Dallas Mavericks.
Y'all seen the games where he can go for 20, 30. Like, I've seen him do so many things in practice. He got all the tools. Ball speed coming into his own. When you look at the good teams down the stretch, obviously, you know, teams have their guys, but if we can continue to play team ball, and the other team doesn't know who we getting the ball to, what plays you're running. Like, if we can just let the ball have energy, I think that's what we did tonight. Bryce hit a big time tray ball, top of the key. Larry felt like he had it going all night. Then I was able to step up, make a big turnaround. Everybody defensively, Walt making a phenomenal play at the rim, coming over fouling. It's just things like that honestly lead to winning.
It's your Cougars at 30 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Jazz at 30 update. My bad. You know what? I miss college football. Jazz at 30 update brought to you by University of Utah Health, for you, for life.
Number one. Miss any part of the show? Every moment of every show is available in podcast form by searching Hans and Scotty on your favorite podcasting platform or online at KSLSports.com. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
L.J. Martin break a big run for a touchdown that I think is going to put him over 200 yards rushing on the day.
It will. He'll take the 6 here, but there's an argument to be made that you should go down and end the game. Instead, BYU gets a capper, and the conversation about style points opens again.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard, Hans Olsen, as we mentioned. Let's get to it, folks. BYU had another very good day in the retention world.
In the retention world.
And the acquisition world.
And the transfer portal world. Everything is going their way right now. And there's only one that has not clarified exactly what his decision is, but I guess that there's audio out there of the soon-to-be defensive coordinator saying he believes Evan Johnson is going to be back. And he's kind of the last one.
Yeah. L.J. Martin, back. Bear Bachmeier, back. This team's loaded next year.
Everybody.
Yeah.
There were two defensive players that it was almost like we were closing up the broadcast for the Pop-Tarts Bowl. And my mind already had started to settle in on, I think Satawala's probably gone. Glasker's probably gone. Just thinking about different options, because at that point we knew Kyle had taken the Michigan job by that time.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And there was a lot of rumors on who might do what and who might go where. And it was like, geez, if anything heads towards Michigan, those are the first two guys that you grab and go with you, because those are two top Big Ten players if they were to play in Michigan. So I kind of almost resigned, like, oh, man, that's going to be tough. And we just see it systematically, one after the other. I'm coming back, I'm coming back, I'm coming back. And the momentum has picked up. And losing the McKenzies is tough, because I think that they're athletic freaks. I don't think that they ever got the opportunity. I don't think they were tapped out. I think that you probably could have given them more role and more opportunity. Probably been good because they're great athletes. But you lose them. Outside of that, Scotty, can you name another player? There's a couple. I think there's 7 or 8.
Yeah.
But not names that any of us would really talk about.
And they're probably names that were encouraged to go in the portal, too.
Some would definitely.
Yeah. And
sure.
Because, I mean, that's going on everywhere. And if you're a coach and you're not doing that, well, shame on you. Because, look, if kids can leave, then you can clean your roster as well. And so that goes on every school. Every coach admits it, that they have these hard conversations at the end of the season saying, hey, you know what? We've recruited over the top of you. You're not going to get any playing time. So it might be in your best interest. In fact, it is in your best interest to go in the portal. We'll help you find a place. We've got a lot of connections. We'll try to get you somewhere that you can get on the field, but just know that's not going to be here. And so when you see a lot of people hit the portal, you know that some people you don't want to lose, but there's also a good chunk that the coaches did want to lose.
Yeah, has to move on. Okay, so let's go through it. I'm going to go through some of the big names that have announced they'll be returning, all right?
Okay.
We'll start with the offensive line. Bruce Mitchell and Andrew Gentry were two big names and great returns. There's others, but I'm just giving you kind of the top of the list. Bear Bachmeier is back. By the way, congratulations to McKay Hillstead.
Yeah.
McKay Hillstead goes back to Logan.
Yep.
Will he be received well there? I'm hoping.
He will. I mean, I'm sure there'll be some jackwagons up there. They'll be like, you went to be, shut up. No.
Yeah. Look, embrace him. Love him.
Embrace him. He had some good moments for you. And he's not going to be he's not been given the week 1 starter job. They didn't have any quarterbacks in that room left.
Right.
And they've got a couple freshmen they really like that are coming into the program. They'll be there in spring. So McKay's going to battle for the job. Nothing's been guaranteed to him. And if he wins it, great. Then go support him. And either way, support him.
The way I look at it, McKay Hillstead is Riley Nelson. And Riley Nelson played for Robert and I, didn't he?
Yes.
So if you're looking for go fast, go hard, McKay's the man.
Yeah.
So embrace him because he could take you to a Mountain West Conference championship.
I don't
or
disagree
a Pac-12
with that at all.
championship.
Yep.
I guess I got to get used to that now.
Yeah, that's true.
Pac-12 championship. So Bear Bachmeier back. Parker Kingston back, which is big time. L.J. Martin back. And I'm not really mentioning the transfer portal guys, but there was a 4-star receiver from Oregon that was signed out of the portal that's 6'6".
Yeah.
And I was watching some of his film. He's a real freak.
Like 230 pounds or something like that?
Yeah.
220?
Yeah, 220.
220,
yeah,
that's
220.
right.
He's a beast. Keanu Tanabasa back. Anisi Purcell back. You can kind of throw in the others. Pohan, Akana, and Clegg are more than likely back. Glasker back. Isera back. Those are two big ones. Falata Satawala back. Raider Damuni back. Darian Alexander back. These are all your big primary players. Now you fill a couple portal roles, and not only that, but you keep your offensive staff intact, so nothing changes there. And you move a defensive personnel out of the coaching room into the defensive coordinating area. You keep Gary Anderson, so you're keeping everything pretty much the same as it was with Jay Hill, other than who's calling the plays. And you've got yourself some real continuity from the coaching staff, which is important, where these players have familiarity and they understand what's asked of them. Now, if they hit the ground running and they don't start sniffing their own glue, they don't start eating their own Elmers.
I wasn't going to say.
Yeah, you were.
I wasn't going to say.
You were.
No.
If they don't start eating their own their paint chips,
yeah,
then these guys can take a next step. Now, if they sit there and they're like, yeah, do you remember the time when we were playing Georgia Tech in the Pop-Tarts Bowl?
That was awesome.
It was so awesome. And it's so hard not to do that.
Oh, I bet, yeah.
It's so hard not to do because you have these highlight moments in your career, and it's so fun to be like, man, that was awesome.
Yeah.
I remember when I did that.
Well, I got to imagine you and the rest of your crew sitting back and watching that 96 team. You're like, this is what we do every year.
That's exactly it. It's like, oh, it's just kind of given that we do big things and we win 14 games per season. That's how things go. And that's not how things go. You have to put the work in, and I'm hoping these guys all stay humble. They all stay hungry. That's Kalani's saying. And you add the transfer portal pieces. And did you just bring up another portal player, a tight end?
For BYU?
Yeah.
I did not. Not that I...
the Lions kid?
Oh, yeah. Sorry, the USC kid. Ryder Lyons' brother. Walker Lyons, I want to say. Yeah, he's committed to BYU.
So you saw that? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Was that a long time? Has everybody known that?
I think it was... It's been rumored forever, but I think it just was official today. Either he made the statement or somebody came out and said that that is going to go down.
Well, that's what you need. You've got to have a very consistent, very founded tight end because you lose Carson Ryan. You could go between Carson Ryan and Chase Roberts as the biggest loss offensively, and people are going to hate me for this because people see one thing and not the other, but I think Carson Ryan's the bigger loss. When you lose a foundational blocker, he was everything, man. The amount of times he led block for Parker Kingston on screens, on end arounds, on ditch out passes, he was always out front blocking. he was always great on his combos. Carson Ryan was the most underrated blocker. And the other thing is, how does he not get a Big 12 mention?
No, I don't know.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Carson Ryan was brilliant. And how good was he in the Pop-Tarts Bowl?
Awesome.
Which he needed to be because he is an NFL-level talent. He just needs the opportunity. People are going to kill me for that. But this is my eyes. This is what I see. This is the football through my eyes. Call.
Now, Hans.
Hans. So that's how I see it. I think Carson Ryan's probably the biggest loss.
Yeah. Shifting gears a little bit of breaking news. 6 minutes ago, Utah transfer Jonah Le'ea committed to Michigan.
Okay, that's the defensive tackle.
Yep.
Dang. So now you've lost Dallas Vakalahi and you've lost Jonah Le'ea.
And that was one where you probably, and I know Utah did everything in their power to keep Lewis Powell. And Michigan said, we want you. And Lewis had a tough decision to make, but because Michigan got him, I think that's why you're seeing some of these guys follow him.
So that's John Henry Daly and Jonah Le'ea that are following Lewis Powell. The crazy thing is Dallas and Jonah belong to Luther Ellis. He's coaching the interiors.
Oh, that's right.
John Henry Daly belonged to Lewis Powell.
That's true.
So that's confusing to me. I don't know why they would leave Luther unless they were directly attached to Lewis Powell.
Maybe Lewis is the lead recruiter on it and had the connection. I don't know.
Could be. But the good news is Cash Dillon, I think it was yesterday, announced that he was going to be back with the team. Have we heard anything from Lance Holtzclaw? He's recommitted? Okay. All right, let me get my highlighter. Scotty sees you see all the names I've got slashed out and highlighted and all this crap. Trying to keep track of all this stuff is bothersome. Trying to keep track of Utah and Utah State and BYU. It's a mess trying to keep track of all
It's a real pain in the butt. I'm not going to lie.
It is. It's a mess trying to keep track of all of them, but that's good. So Holtzclaw and Cash Dillon back, that's really good.
Yeah.
But it's a bummer you lose Aliki. He graduates. You lose Jonah and Dallas to the transfer portal, and you've got some rebuilding up front.
All right, 12:46, Hans and Scotty, what you may have missed coming up next. The Hammer. That's right. We have not talked to John Wilner in a while. He'll join us coming up at 1:05 right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson.
Do you think the Jazz will keep Will Hardy around when they're ready to start winning? Well, they keep giving him contract extensions, so my assumption would be yes. He coaches great offensive teams. Jazz are a great offensive team right now. But I don't know if he's a good defensive coach. I don't know. We haven't ever seen him coach a good defensive team. Is that a Will Hardy problem, or is that a personnel problem, or is that a scheme problem, or is that, if you know the team is not trying to win, defense is the last thing you're going to try and do, because defense stinks.
Bingo.
Playing defense is not fun at all.
Was Phil Jackson a great defensive coach? I have no idea, honestly.
Right. Who
but
knows?
you know why those were good defensive teams? Because Michael Jordan guarded.
And so did Scottie Pippen.
Period. End of story.
If your best players guard,
you have to guard.
Yeah.
Is Dagnall a good defensive coach? I have no idea, honestly. But Shea's going to guard, so that means you're going to guard.
Yeah.
And Jalen Williams is going to guard, so that means you're going to guard.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Bar WB, folks, that is where you need to go to get the best beef on the planet. Look, you have a lot of options out there. You go to any grocery store, any box store, you're going to see all kinds of ground beef. And you're going to think, okay, well, it's all the same, right? Well, no, it's not. You want to get locally sourced ground beef. You want to get locally sourced steaks, roasts, things that you know are produced and processed here in the state of Utah with the traceability that goes right back here in the state. Not collection of animals from all over the United States or all over Europe. No, this is all local, and it's all dry-aged, Hands. You know what you're getting at Bar W Beef.
Hey, have your parents had Bar W Beef yet?
I gave them a bunch for Christmas, and my dad is cooking steaks right and left.
Okay, so our parents pretty much raised in Idaho.
Yes.
Grew up in Idaho. My
Correct.
mom and dad were 50 years in Weiser.
Yeah.
And they've been around really good beef. And I was talking with my mom 2 nights ago. She had ordered some chuck roasts and some New York strip. And she said, this is the best beef I've ever had. And my mom used to get her beef from a local butcher, and it was all local raised beef. And she was very particular about it. She's like, this is the best beef I've ever had. It's all perfect. It's just, what's amazing about Bar W beef, you never get a bad cut.
No. Nope.
Like, what would be considered their bad cut is better than any cut you're going to find from any butcher. It's incredible how consistent their beef is when it just comes to flavor and marbling and texture and all the things that it is. It's just delicious, good, wholesome, credible, delicious beef.
It really is. It's the best on the planet. And anywhere you want it shipped in the state of Utah, you'll get it shipped for free on orders of $150 or more. Go to barwbeef.com or check out the retail location and the Bar Dub Grill in Nephi off of Exit 222. It's Bar W Beef and barwbeef.com.
Hey, this is JJ here with KSL Sports. Utah, this is your shot. A once-in-a-lifetime shot. KSL and Ivory Homes are teaming up to send you to the big game at Levi Stadium on February 8th. I've been fortunate enough to have the chance to cover the big game multiple times. This has to be on your bucket list, and this is your chance to go. If you've ever dreamed of stepping into football's biggest stage, the time to play is now. It's easy to qualify. Just stop by any Ivory model home between now and January 31st. Walk through and ask them about exclusive loan rate discounts and free upgrade packages. So get off the sidelines. What are you waiting for? Visit an Ivory model home today and enter for your chance to score the ultimate football experience. Start now at ivoryhomes.com/super. Don't miss this opportunity.
This sweepstakes is open until January 31st, 2025 for residents of Utah who are at least 18. No purchase necessary. See the official rules at ivoryhomes.com/super.
Looking for insurance solutions that actually work for you? United Underwriters have been serving Utah families for over 25 years, offering smarter coverage solutions at better prices. United Underwriters auto policies include a no-cost windshield benefit because we travel on I-15 just like you, and also offer smart home insurance solutions and earthquake plans you can't find anywhere else. Call United Underwriters at 801-396-0828 or visit uuinsurance.com. United Underwriters. Real insurance solutions. Real value. Real partners. Based right here in Utah.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Drop in for one of our delicious gourmet burgers made with 100% choice Grand Chuck. We're in Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Mammoth at 50 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The Mammoth winners of 3 out of their last 4. Lawson Krause talks about Daniel Booth and his development so far.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's a big, strong body on the ice, and he skates well, and he can make plays. He holds onto the puck, and I think he uses his size to his advantage and gets that net, and he was able to get there at the right time and black away and pick himself up a goal.
That is your Mammoth at 50 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You're locked on to Hans Olsen and Scotty G. That's right. Yeah! On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Time for another edition of What You May Have Missed. And boy, get ready, folks. We're going to have another round of lawsuits coming as after last night's game, Ole Miss quarterback Trinidad Chambliss, his waiver for the 6th year of eligibility has been denied by the NCAA. That would effectively end his career and cost him millions of dollars that he would pick up by returning to Ole Miss next year. But the NCAA says no, and shockingly, Ole Miss and Trinidad and his representatives have all said they plan on not only firing a waiver, but also getting a lawsuit prepared to get him a 7th year of eligibility. 7 years.
Thanks, Paiva.
Yeah.
You know why I'm so ticked.
Because
this is killing high school recruiting.
Yes. Yep.
It's slaughtering it. I'm sitting here. I've got Scotty here next to me, and I've got this quarterback film pulled up. This kid, Aiden Dunn.
West Jordan
kid. And I'm showing Scotty, this kid is wrist flicking at 50 yards. He's stepping into the pocket. He's well-trained. He's a dog. He's a dude. He can't get an offer out of the state. Can't get an offer. He can't get a major D1 offer. It's like, how? This kid is incredibly good. I've just got the film pulled up. I was going through different quarterbacks films, and I come across this kid who's a 2026, and I'm thinking, this kid should have tons of offers. But because we keep granting, there's still kids that are like playing on the 2020 COVID issue.
I think so.
There's kids that's like, no, I did play in the 8th game, but I missed a quarter of the 8th game, and I only played 2 quarters in the 9th game.
Yeah.
And who are you to take my ability to make money away?
I was dealing with mental health issues, and I need an extra year.
Bro,
like I'm still
this is slaughtering high school.
It is.
You know my nephew Pojo Latu.
Oh yeah. Pojo should be playing for anywhere he wants right now.
For 2 years, the kid leads in tackles or second in tackles in the state at linebacker, and he can't sniff a D1 offer in the state. It is so hard to get offers in the state. I mean, it's hard. Even with Utah State,
yeah,
it's getting extremely hard. Weber State, really hard. It's just getting more and more difficult because Weber State is now collecting cast-offs. Like you just mentioned, this kid that's headed to Utah State. That kid is a dynamo, man. His dad is one of the best running backs in BYU history. His mom was a track star at BYU. They're freak athletes, and they just didn't get the opportunity on BYU's field. So Utah State, they're going to get some good news on this kid because I think he's going to be great. So is Mikhail. I think Mikhail Hillstead will go back to Logan. I think he's going to be great.
I do too. Everybody knows I'm a Hillstead fan.
Hey, and the other thing is, like, Bronco knows. He brought in Robert and I because he knows we're all headed into this new Pac-12 world. So I need to know you, and you need to know me, and I need to know the talent. And we got to have some familiarity because we're going into uncharted waters. And what was it, 76 new players on the team last year?
Yeah, I think it was even higher if you include missionaries. But I think, 70 to 75, something like that.
It was some absurd number.
Yeah.
He's got to be thinking, I don't want to do that again. I got to have some continuity. These are the things that are just torching us. Because you've got kids that, like, there were multiple kids last year that left that were 2018 recruits. They just hung on through medical, through COVID, through everything else. They hung on, and they could hang on because they're looking at the NIL, the earnings potential. But it just kills some of the ability for the talent here in our state to have good things happen for them.
Yeah.
And it's so sad to me because I watch these kids and I'm like, I was a good high school player. I'm looking at these kids, and I played with good high school players. I'm looking at these kids, I'm like, this kid is 5 times better than anybody I ever played with in all my time in high school. Anybody I ever played against or played with. How is this kid getting overlooked? Or how is he not getting an opportunity? And you know what they're doing now, Scotty? They're starting JUCO.
Oh, yeah.
They're starting to roll into JUCO ranks.
Or Division II. I mean, this Chambliss kid, that's his big thing is like, well, I was at Division II. I couldn't make any money. Now I'm at this level. I can make money. And because I had to go that route, I deserve another opportunity to make money.
Hey, where are we with those JUCO rank things? Because remember, they were giving the JUCO years back.
I do think, I think so. I think you get your JUCO year back. But
so a kid can now go to JUCO and still move from.
They did it for 1 year, and I don't know if it was a blanket policy going forward or if it was just okay, we're going to let you go that 1 year. I mean, there's like the guy that you knew, your family knew growing up, Drake Allen at Utah State. He was set to shut it down last year because he didn't have any eligibility. They're like, no, this group can use their junior college year, so that's why he's playing another year at Utah State.
Holy cow, good for him.
Yeah.
How's he playing?
Good, really well.
Well, he should because he's probably, 24?
Yeah.
23, 24?
And Mission kid and playing a lot of basketball. And so from his perspective, like, yeah, you know, and from a coaching perspective, you want a lot of experience on your team. So there's going to be that appeal there. So I see both sides of it. I understand what this Chambliss kid, like, hey, he's not going to be an NFL guy. He has a chance to make $3, $4, $5 million next year. And so he wants desperately to get back and make that money so he can start his life out well with a huge nest egg. And so he's going to fight tooth and nail to get it. Whereas these high school kids are like, well, I guess I'll go JUCO Division II and hope that I get a call up and then I can make some money. But this is ridiculous. You feel for these guys. You really do.
Yeah, because kids are going to just stick around. They're going to file lawsuits, and they're going to win lawsuits.
Yeah.
And people are just going to let them keep sticking around. It's just hard to see so much great talent be overlooked.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The Hammer, John Wilmer, joins us next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Looking for peace of mind and big savings on your home's essential systems? Mountain Home Services has you covered with their safety and savings plan. Here's what you'll receive. Front-of-the-line repairs when you need them most. Annual inspections for HVAC, plumbing, and electrical systems. Exclusive discounts on equipment upgrades, services, and repairs. Mountain Home Services is proud to be the first to offer upfront pricing with no hidden fees. Plus, every job comes with their 100% satisfaction guarantee. Call 801-543-2222. 801-543-2222. Or online at mountainhomeservices.com and join the safety and savings plan from Mountain Home Services. Protect your home, save money, and enjoy total peace of mind. Mountain Home Services. Your home, their priority since 1954.
The new year means new health goals, not just for your body, but your finances too. But did you know financial health is directly related to identity protection? You need LifeLock because your personal info is in endless places that are outside of your control. It only takes one mistake, and not even your mistake, to expose you to identity theft and lost funds. LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points per second and alerts you to threats you could miss on your own. If your identity is stolen, LifeLock's U.S.-based restoration specialists will fix it, backed by the $1 Million Protection Package. In fact, restoration is guaranteed or your subscription money back. Don't face drained accounts, fraudulent loans, or other financial losses from identity theft alone. Resolve to make identity, health, and wealth part of your New Year's goals with LifeLock. Visit LifeLock.com and save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS. That's promo code NEWS for 40% off at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, you refer to yourself as a full-service jeweler. What does that mean?
Once upon a time, before national stores and online sites flooded the market, your local family jeweler was the expert in your life that handled all your jewelry and watch needs. J. Brooks is that full-service jeweler today, where everything is handled by us, including appraisals, jewelry repair, watch repairs, as well as general service of all Swiss brands, and the most beautiful custom creations, including our new JBJ Bridal Collection. We can take your existing jewelry and freshen it up, or we can repurpose it completely with a fresh design using all of the sentimental parts that you already own. And of course, if she's ready for the upgrade you always promised, we can help you with a selection of a new larger diamond to say, I love you more than ever. So whatever your celebration is, let J. Brooks help you any way you may need. J. Brooks Jewelers, Murray and Lehigh, and online at jbrooksjewelers.com, where women know what women want.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Looking for the latest on the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies? Yeah. We've got you covered. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Fired up as always to chat with John Wilner. He's going to join us coming up here in just a moment. By the way, where did the hammer come from? Did you come up with that one? Who started the hammer?
I think PK came up with the hammer.
Oh, really?
No, I think so.
All right.
Is that only
but I feel like
is that a station nickname or is that a national nickname?
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't know if it came from nationally or if we created it or if somebody on our staff, but you think PK was the one that...
I think so.
Wow. All right. Well, we will chat with him coming up in a bit. There's a lot going on, certainly, at Washington. Also, what's going on with the SEC getting shut out. The guy's dialed in when it comes to all things college athletics. So we'll chat with him a little bit and get some thoughts in terms of the landscape of college athletics and where we're at now.
Quickly, before we get him on, scale of 1 to 10. 1 to 10.
Okay.
How excited are you for Oregon, Indiana tonight?
9.2.
Okay.
I'm fired up.
All right.
Yeah.
I like it. What way do you see this going?
I think Indiana gets the W, but I would love to see Oregon because I want to see a team on the western side of the United States win a national championship. And
that'd be nice.
I'm kind of a Dan Lanning fan. I don't know why.
Really nice. Are you really?
A little bit, yeah. I don't know why. But
well, the other thing is Oregon winning would maybe justify what happened against Texas Tech.
Yes. Yeah, that's true.
Blanking Texas Tech, beating them 23-0. You would hope that Oregon would show well against the number one team in the country. If Indiana runs them out of the building, then it's like, back to the drawing board.
Yeah.
This is a bad look for the Big 12.
So looks like the hammer just hammered himself into the 2 o'clock hour. He's going to be at 2:05 today. Could not do 1:05.
Oregon's path to the semifinals, they went through number 12, James Madison.
Yeah.
The Fighting Madisons.
The what was it that got Fox all in trouble in Alema and Frank? Oh, they were calling him the Dukies. So they were calling the game when James Madison came to Logan a couple of years ago. Uh-huh. And great game. By the way, McKay Hillstead, absolutely incredible in that game. And Utah State, James Madison went right down to the wire. James Madison got the win. But it was the TV broadcast that had Alema and Frank on it was picked up back in James Madison, wherever that is. And these guys kept calling James Madison the Dukies. And apparently that's a big no-no. James Madison does not like to be referred to as the Dukies. And I guess the amount of emails and texts and tweets and everything that came rolling in to those guys, just obliterating them on social media. And they had to do, as much of a public apology as they could. Oh. Those guys aren't really capable of apologizing.
I know how that goes.
Yeah.
Honestly, we have to apologize for stupid things anyway. Constantly.
Like, well, you don't need to apologize. It's James Madison. What are they going to do to you? And, just like, hey,
nobody needs
guess
to
what? You're the Dukies. That's it. Just when you play out here in Utah, we're going to call you the Dukies, and you can deal with it.
You know who should apologize is the people that asked them to apologize, because that's an embarrassment.
I don't know if anybody asked them to apologize.
You think they just did it?
I think
because they're good people?
Yeah.
Well, this is going to be interesting because Oregon suffered one loss through the regular season. That one loss kept them out of the Big Ten championship. The Big Ten championship went down between Indiana and Ohio State. What was the one loss that kept Oregon out of the Big Ten championship? Indiana.
Yes.
Indiana beat them 30-20. It was a really good game. It was right in the middle of the season. At that point, Indiana was ranked number 7, and it was just a fantastic powerhouse game.
And it was in Autzen too, right?
That was in Indy. No, you're right. It was in Autzen.
Okay.
It was in Autzen Stadium. And Indiana gets the win on them, and they go on a 6-game run. They don't make it to the Big Ten championship, obviously, but they get James Madison. They dispatch them. They blank out Texas Tech. They look extremely good, prepared and ready. And Indiana's just they're a doghouse right now, man. Indiana is incredibly tough. Quarterback makes really good check down decisions. They get the ball out fast. They've got really good coaching, great schemes, great game plans that really just hit every area of the defense. When you watch Indiana play, it's like watching them hit every number on the bingo card.
Yeah. There's no
weak spot.
Weakness, yeah.
Like, we don't got to worry about that. Because the second you stop worrying about that, this coaching staff does a really good job of, all right, B7, go hit them.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, no. We didn't, like, they've got every area covered. So I love this Indiana team. I think they're going to win the championship.
I do too.
That's why it'd be great to see Oregon get the win, right? Because it'd be fun to see the guys that we thought would win it, and now Oregon goes into it.
And really, are we prepared to live in a world where Indiana wins a college football playoff? Like, I get it. We all like, and you really can't call them David because they've invested so heavily, so they're buying incredible players. And so, they're doing what everybody else is doing at a very high level. But are we really ready to live in a world where we're going to crown Indiana a college football playoff championship team? I'm not quite sure if we're there yet.
Feels better to.
It feels weird. Just give it to Oregon.
Doesn't.
Yeah. And Oregon too is a team that when you look at Indiana, I know you talk to a lot of coaches before your broadcast at BYU, and I have a lot of off-the-air conversations. We have a conference call with the coordinators before every game, and it's all off the record. They just kind of give us a heads up. Hey, watch out for this guy. We're going to be using this guy a little bit, so make sure you highlight him in the broadcast. And they just give us a heads up, and it's all off the record. We're not supposed to, disclose, and we don't. But one thing we always ask an offensive coordinator and a defensive coordinator is, where's the weak link? Like, who is a guy you're going to target? Is there a corner or a safety or a linebacker that you're going to try to motion in and get him out on an island? Some guy that you can expose. Some guy that I know I worked with a coach who called it the pigeon. We're going to throw rocks at the pigeon. And we got to find who the pigeon is. And every week I'd laugh. I'm like, who's the pigeon? He's like, 27 right there. Or 21. That's who we're going after. Indiana's got no pigeons. There's nobody on that team that you can look at and say, that's a pigeon. But same with Oregon. Like, I don't know where Oregon's weak link is. It used to be, hey, they'll score a lot of points, but they'll give up some points. Not anymore. Defensively, they're a beast.
You brought up you'd like to see a Western team win.
Yes.
Do you know the last time a team from the West won?
That would be USC in 04. Or 04.
So it would be sealed in 04 because who vacated that?
Oh, USC did. The Reggie Bush. It still counts.
And then you got 2003 where they were AP, but BCS, LSU was BCS. Is that right?
Yeah.
I mean, it was.
So,
but in the CFP.
LSU won it in 03. That was Nick Saban's LSU team. And then 04. No. USC did win it in 03. Wait a minute. No. Let's see. Yeah, I think USC won it because they were back-to-back champs in 2003 and 2004, and they were going for 3 in a row, I thought, when Texas beat them in the championship game in 05.
But I think the 04 vacation is because of Bush.
Yes. So I guess technically.
Okay, now this is what's crazy. All right, so you had USC for a minute, early 2000s, almost back when I was still playing.
Yeah.
In college. I was still playing in the NFL at this time. Now, look at this. Now you got to go back all the way to 1991.
Washington.
Where Washington
And
finished 12-0 under Don James.
And even then, it was a split one with Florida.
And it was a split.
Because they didn't play.
Dennis Erickson and this Miami team ended up with the AP, and it was just, those were weird times to crown a champion back then. But 2 times since
that's incredible.
1991, you could say 1 time since 1992, has a team from the West come out on top. That's insane.
Yeah. And frankly, you've had Oregon play for a national championship. You've had Washington play for a national championship. But other than that, outside of that USC run, I don't think there's been even much representation in the championship games.
No.
Outside of those two.
No, I don't think so. So you're right. It would be nice, wouldn't it, to see Oregon as they've moved into the Big Ten. It'd be nice.
But
It feels like it would feel better to have it in the West and have it be Oregon than Indiana.
Oh, I agree. But the problem is, too, does it even feel like it's a West team if they're playing in the Big Ten? I mean, geographically they are.
Yeah, geographically.
But also it's like they're part of the cool kids club at the Big Ten.
You know,
Give me Fernando, baby.
You want your future quarterback to win. I understand that.
What are we doing? Is this ABBA?
Yeah, it is ABBA.
I almost said turn it off, but turn it up. Gosh, this is one of those things that as a man you're like,
I'm not supposed to like it.
Purge it.
It's like when you're at a steakhouse or a nice restaurant, your wife orders coconut shrimp, and deep down you want it, but you know it's very unmanly to have coconut shrimp. But but coconut shrimp's really good.
Yeah, but
I love that you don't care. You don't care what anybody thinks.
Who, me?
Yes, you.
No, it's
you don't
stupid
care.
that I like ABBA. But
But
like,
it's not.
The song "Take a Chance" is like one of my all-time favorite songs.
So the movie Mamma Mia, all about it?
No, not all about it, but definitely throw it on and tap my toe.
Okay, so you'd rather just listen to the music than watch the movie?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, for that one.
All
yeah,
right.
particularly. But most musicals, and by the way, Song Sung Blue. Has it hit the charts like I've been saying it should?
I don't even keep track of it's gaining steam, that's for sure. And I will be watching it here in the near future.
Okay, so let me tell you why Oregon still resides in the West to me, even though they're in the Big Ten. So I'm going to tell you why, like, it's still the West to me. Because I look at their roster, and it's Arizona, California, Oregon, California. It's Washington, Hawaii. You got a couple of Georgias in here, but you got Oregon, California, Arizona, Oregon. There's a couple of Texas, a lot of California, a ton of California. You got some Idaho, Idaho Falls, Idaho. Kenyon Sadiq is out of Idaho Falls, Idaho. You got Orem, Utah. Roger Saliapaga.
There you go.
Out of Orem, Utah. So you got a bit of Utah on that roster. Oregon, Washington. I mean, this is mostly Oregon, Washington, California. You got one Colorado on there, and you got a Nevada on there. So it's when I say it's West, it's West because these are our kids.
Yeah, I get you.
It's our product. And I want our product to win.
I do too.
It's a really good point that you brought up, Scotty. That's a great point. Give me the West, baby.
Yeah.
Geez, we've been embarrassed for a long time.
We really have. And I mean,
how does anybody even take us serious out here?
They don't.
They don't.
Yeah, they don't.
Yeah, I mean, look, even the stink of the West Coast is now rubbing off on the Big 12. The Big 12's not getting any love because, well, they've added Arizona, Utah, BYU. We can't give them any love.
West Coast Conference.
Come on, they might as well be kicking games off at 8:30 for crying out loud.
Hey, and why is it that the last team that we had in the West that won? Why is that they vacated it and it's the most hotly controversial team in college football history?
And Reggie Bush is out there like, these kids are getting this now, and I had to give up my Heisman Trophy because somebody paid for Matt Leinert's dad paid for my apartment?
That's so bad.
Are you kidding me?
That's so. Reggie Bush would be an $8 million player.
Oh, yeah. And even then it would be cheap for what the value he brought. Reggie Bush was a college player. If the kids don't understand how great Reggie Bush was at USC, go back and go on YouTube and Google USC Reggie Bush Fresno State. One of the great individual single performances in college football history.
He was
electric.
Yeah, he was.
Every time he touched it, you feel like he was going to take it to the house.
If you talk about the GOATs of college football running backs, he's in the top 3.
Easy. I don't even like putting Ricky Williams in there because he was just so big and strong.
I know, he
just ran people over, but Ricky needs to be there.
And Herschel,
yeah.
What was Bo Jackson like? Was he at Auburn?
He was at Auburn. I don't remember. I mean, I'm sure he was great, but I don't remember crazy numbers. Barry Sanders at Oklahoma State. I remember watching a Holiday Bowl when I was a kid. They were playing Wyoming, and he ran for like 400 yards, it seemed like.
Yeah, but maybe Reggie's up there. Maybe he's 1 or 2 because he was so special. But the West has just been humiliated.
Yeah, it's ugly.
Well, it's time. It's our time. You know what? I'm putting an O on my shirt tonight. Tonight, I swim with the Ducks. Plus, one of my very best friends played at Oregon.
Oh, yeah?
And he lives just down the road from me. So,
is he going to be rocking the green jersey tonight?
Shout out to Ryan Lofton.
Ryan, go Ducks.
The greatest Oregon Duck in the state of Utah.
Bo Jackson in 1985 went for nearly 1,800 yards rushing.
What was that last year? Did Barry broke 2K, didn't he?
18?
I think he did. I think you're right. Yeah, in nearly 1,800, yes. About 14.
And that was when they were playing 10 games, probably.
11 games.
11 games.
Yep. 17 touchdowns. Finished a career of 4,300 yards and 43 touchdowns.
Herschel Walker rushed for 5,259 yards in 3 seasons.
Did Herschel do it on the baseball field too?
Herschel did it. He did it his freshman year. He broke the freshman record at 1,616.
Okay. All right. I got you all beat.
Sheesh.
I got you all beat. Barry Sanders, junior year, Oklahoma State, 1988. 11 games, mind you. Just 11 games. 344 carries. 2,628 yards on the ground. He averaged 238.9
How many attempts?
On 344 attempts.
Ooh.
He averaged 240 yards a game. He had 37 touchdowns that season.
Bo did it on 278 attempts.
What was his per game average?
162.
All right. Well, I got 240 over here.
Okay.
So.
Oh, my gosh. So he won the Heisman?
Yes. Yep.
That is an insane year.
Let's see. Selected unanimous All-American, 8th non-college senior to attain the Heisman Trophy. Yeah.
Speaking of running backs, L.J. Martin comes back.
That's huge for BYU.
But everybody better be on high alert to find the number 2 running back at BYU.
Yeah.
Because when LJ went down, it was like, uh-oh. Go to the cupboard. There's nothing here. Go to the cupboard. Sione is
hurt.
His can is expanded. I think it's botulism.
DeMooney, what's going on?
The box is open. It's got weevils. Like everything that you went to was just, DeMooney, he did okay. Was it the Pop-Tarts Bowl?
Yeah.
He did okay.
He did.
He stepped up. He had some moments.
All right, so here's the amount of carries L.J. Martin had this year, 236. The next highest in terms of rushing carries, Bear Bachmeier at 147. The next highest after that was...
should be Parker Kingston.
Parker Kingston. Yep.
Then it should be Cody Hagan.
Cody Hagan had 9. Enoch Niwahine had 25.
That's right. It was Niwahine.
Had 25, so one less than Parker Kingston. DeMooney had 19. Sione Moa had 18. So your next highest attempts running the football outside of LJ, a quarterback, and a wide receiver was Niwahine with 25.
Yeah, and Enoch's done.
Yeah.
He's a senior. So he's out. Go to the portal and get yourself a running back.
Yeah. And I got to imagine when you go out there and there'll be somebody that'll be like, well, I want to be the guy. You got LJ coming back. Why would I come? Well, first off, we'll give you more money. Second of all, we don't want LJ Martin carrying it 22 times a game. We want LJ carrying it 18, and we'll get you 13 to 14 carries a game. And you're going to be highlighted in an offense where you're going to get some great opportunities.
Well, yeah, we'll put you both in the backfield.
Yeah.
And we'll make it optional so that, you know, if defenses are showing looks on LJ, then we've got you there, and we're going to force them to pay attention to you. I think you can sell it.
Yeah. Oh, I do.
Plus, you're going to sell it as – and, you know, Scotty, I got a lot of blowback on it, on saying that they should be an AP top 10. But how does the AP – there's a couple things. So AP is going to go into the 2026 voting to start with the preseason AP poll.
Correct. It'll come out late July, early August.
And there's a few things that they got to look at. Number one, the returning talent. A+. A+. Number two, the returning coaches. A. It would be an A+, but you lost J. But it's A. Still, you got pretty much your whole staff back. Last year's performance, A. Good, solid A. Only 2 losses, and they were both to the same team that was in the college football. That's an A, okay? Now, the AP has to start looking at it like, okay, well, what is our positioning here with BYU? Because they're playing Notre Dame. So what's the best for Notre Dame?
BYU being highly ranked.
BYU being high ranked.
Yeah.
Because it makes it this way for Notre Dame. It's either a good loss for Notre Dame or it's the biggest win in Notre Dame history. And you can set that up as an AP and you could say, hold on, what can we do for Notre Dame? Because we kind of screwed them and we screwed BYU.
Yeah.
And both of them were crybabies. What can we do? I'll tell you what you can do. You can make that BYU Notre Dame game the biggest game on the biggest stage with 2 top 10 teams.
And if you're concerned about Notre Dame, you have BYU highly ranked just in case BYU does win. They're like, well, yeah, they lost to the 8th ranked team in the country.
Yep.
Or 9th ranked team in the country.
Exactly. So that's why, when I put that out there, I'm not just doing it to be like, hey, like I'm thinking through these things. I've got A+ and A's through all of my major categories. I've got a major scheduling reason. And if you look at the Western viewership, BYU was number 2 behind Oregon.
Yeah.
So now I'm like, okay, I'm getting crazy eyeballs. I've compounded 2 seasons with 11 and then 12 wins. You see, it's like it's all set up for the AP to do something big and do something right for BYU.
Let me ask you this. We knew for a fact that Bear Bachmeier taking over as a freshman quarterback hurt BYU in rankings at the start of the season last year. No doubt about it. Had the kid that went to Tulane, Retzlaff, had he come back, BYU would have been much higher ranked because people were scared to death about the freshman quarterback, and they wanted an excuse to drop BYU. Let me ask you this. If Devin Dampier comes back to the University of Utah, this is a team that finished the year at 11-2, but the loss of Kyle Whittingham, first-time head coach Morgan Scalley, is Utah ranked to start the top 25?
Mm-hmm.
They should be. They better be. But I could also see they lost some defensive players and they lost Kyle Whittingham, so we're going to make them earn it. We're going to have them just on the outside. I'm going to put them ranked, 26th, 27th. They're going to be on the outside because I don't trust them yet. But, they win a couple games, we'll bump them back in.
Okay, well, let's think about this. So they thumped Nebraska. They finished 11-2.
Couple ugly wins down the stretch with Kansas and Kansas State.
They'll probably finish final ranked CFP 13th or 14th. Don't you think?
Yeah.
13th or 14th?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. So I'm going to finish you final ranked 13th or 14th. The Kyle Whittingham and Jason Beck thing, it takes out a lot. But if you've got your superstar quarterback back and you believe that Morgan Scalley can anchor down and hold down the defense and almost kind of rebuild the defense, because the defense really lost themselves at the back end of that season, but can rebuild it, then they should absolutely be in the top 25. They should probably be somewhere between 20 and 15. I think.
I would think so too.
And plus, the AP's got to look at it and be like, all right, well, who are we favoring? What are our Big 12 favorites? If Devin Dampierre is back, your 3 Big 12 favorites are Tech, BYU, and Utah.
Yes. Yep. Without question.
And then you start to dabble in the Houstons of the world, because Houston was young, but what did they retain? TCU's of the world, because TCU is continuing to spend money. But, I mean, those are the 3 teams I think you put the most weight into.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, by the way, if you want to go to YouTube, just search KSL Sports, and you can see Hans and I in high quality, high definition. I don't know if that's the case or not, but you can see every flaw on my face, so it must be some high level. And you can interact with the show. We got a live chat feature, and I've been trying to dabble into it a little bit, but we do have one coming in from a gentleman who I believe is in one of your favorite cities in the country, New Orleans. And he said, my dream is for Hans, Scotty, or Lloyd to say hi to the listener in New Orleans. Well, hey, you listener in New Orleans. Hi. How are you?
Go get that beignet from me, buddy. Go get that beignet.
The po' boy?
It's probably 58 degrees, maybe 58 degrees. So you're going to want to get the hot chocolate, and you just dunk that beignet that's covered in powdered sugar deep in that hot chocolate.
Is Cafe Du Monde really the deal, or do you go somewhere else for him?
Yeah, what's your place there?
So it's Du Monde for me.
Okay. Even though it's a little touristy?
Yeah, it's only.
Okay.
Yeah. You feel this deep, rich history when you sit in Cafe Du Monde. It's the best in the whole world. And it's the best beignets. It truly is.
It's touristy for a reason, because it's great.
It's touristy, but it's also locally.
Yeah.
Like everybody locally still goes to Cafe Du Monde. It's still the best beignet in all of New Orleans. And it's so perfectly placed. It's right by Jefferson Square. It's just right down from the French Quarter. You've got every major landmark of New Orleans is kind of surrounding Cafe Du Monde. It's just so great. I can't even tell you how much I love New Orleans and the people of New Orleans.
All right, so there's the
best.
dessert. If you could choose one savory item from New Orleans, what are you going with?
Yeah, it's the beignet.
No, savory. Like a meal. Gumbo? Crawdads?
No, it'll be the etouffee.
Etouffee. I was going to say that next. I knew that.
It'll be the etouffee.
Yeah.
It's a lot of people like the gumbo, but for me, it was like love at first bite.
Yeah.
For the etouffee, and I've had everybody does it a different way, but the Acme etouffee it's my favorite. And Acme's, I know people are going to say, what? There's a reason that they've got 100 locations around New Orleans. It's because their food is perfection. So don't jump on me.
Don't.
And whoever this guy is in New Orleans, I don't want to hear your opinion unless it matches mine.
He says.
What?
No.
It's okay to have differing opinions.
Oh, sorry.
But the guy did say, I can die happy now. So he's happy.
He's a big-time listener from New Orleans. Come on.
And if you have an opinion other than mine, go die.
It's okay. I've been dealing with this for a lot of years.
I apologize, man.
You're one of us.
You can have your own opinion, just don't voice it.
All right, Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, good, the bad, the ugly. John Wilner was expected to join us at 1:05. He will join us today at 2:05 right here on The Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Kelly Papinga, Ben, K-pop, going up, up, up. He's going to be golden. Excited for K-pop today.
That song's a pop. That song's great. The movie's good. The song's incredible.
He's going to be golden, Ben.
I was not expecting.
He's going up, up, up.
So let me gather myself for a minute.
He's been promoted.
K-pop, you're right.
Gonna be promoted.
He's been promoted.
He's been promoted. Yeah.
No, gonna be.
Gonna be golden.
No, he's gotta be golden.
Gotta be golden.
He's gotta be golden.
He's gotta be golden. Going up, up, up in the world. K-pop.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Are you ready for a new you in the new year? The Salt Lake City Fat Loss Program has helped thousands of frustrated men and women feel confident in their clothes, boost their energy, and finally feel like themselves again. So, what's the secret? Salt Lake City Fat Loss uses a science-proven plan to help reset your metabolism and lose up to 1 pound of fat per day without dangerous drugs or exercise. And right now is the perfect time to start. Due to overwhelming demand, Salt Lake City Fat Loss has extended their huge New Year's sale, over 20% off for a limited time only.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. Alex Curie here. I dropped 50 pounds in 60 days on the SLC Fat Loss program. Get their New Year's special at slcfatloss.com.
Whether you want to love what you see in the mirror again, boost your energy, fit better in your clothes, or feel more confident and healthier as you age, Salt Lake City Fat Loss works. Huge New Year's sale is ending soon. Schedule your free consultation today at slcfatloss.com and lock in your savings. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jazz use a late 12-0 run to knock off the Dallas Mavericks. One of the players got involved in that 12-0 run with a late three, Bryce Sensabaugh, but after the game, wasn't talking about himself. No, he wants Keontae George getting some all-star love.
Yeah, absolutely. I think whatever is in the running for him or whatever is potential anything, like, he should be in the conversation. Like, he's had an incredible year, like a crazy jump. And, you know, I've told people I'm not surprised because I've seen how much work he puts in, but I actually kind of am surprised, like, how well he's playing. And, you know, obviously to be a league guard in the NBA is it comes with a lot. And, you know, for him to be a third-year player doing what he's doing is pretty incredible. So he deserves a lot of respect.
That is your Jazz at 30 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All brought to you by U of U Health. Go to uofuhealth.org.
It's time to saddle up and talk about the winners and the losers. This is the good,
the bad, and the ugly. Now, here's the good.
It is your good, it is your bad, it is your ugly. Hey, you want to snag one of those on that top shelf for me? Gracias. All brought to you by RGS Exteriors. It's one of those days where you need a little...
Go get it.
Let's get it.
Our boys at RGS. Love you, Tim.
Oh, man, I love Tim. It's been a while. We got to get back out there.
Love you, RGS.
Oh, we're going to be here soon.
Yeah, I know they got a bunch scheduled, so I'm fired up.
Hey, if you just went through this rain and this snow and your gutters are full of ice and you're thinking, what am I going to do?
What? What's going to happen?
Well, I'll tell you what you're going to do. You're going to call Tim and the boys at RGS because they're Scotty and I's best buddies.
Yes.
Love them to death. All you got to do is dial 801-280-3110. That's 801-280-3110. And just say, hey, I got gutter problems. And Greg or Ross or a handful of our other boys out there, they'll be out to the house. They'll put a little heat cable in that gutter. They'll give you a turn on, turn off switch, and you're going to be able to empty that gutter quickly.
Yeah. Imagine being able to turn it on and have that thing electrically know exactly, all right, you know what? It's cold. Time to turn on.
Yeah.
If it's not cold, all right, we're going to shut down the power a little bit. It's crazy the technology that goes into that stuff.
And I've got the heat cable.
Yeah, I've
got it, and it works.
Oh, it works great. Yeah, I had some old heat cable that I inherited when I bought the house, and it's fried itself out. So that's on my summer to-do list.
I was shocked by how affordable it is.
Yeah, I know.
I was thinking, they're going to run me for $600, $800.
Yeah.
And that's just not the case.
Yeah. All right, let's start with the good. The Jazz get the win last night. They knock off the Dallas Mavericks 116-114, and the Jazz snapped that losing skid, improved to 13-24 on the season, but they're almost a 500 team at home. 9-11 at home, but tell you what, and Lloyd, I don't know if you have it or not, or if it's right there. I did not hear David Locke's call on that Keontae George shot late in the game when he controls the dribble and gets that floater to go. Was an absolutely incredible individual play. Keontae George goes for 19 points, 8 of 12 from the field, 1 of 4 from the three-point line. He has 3 rebounds, 7 assists, and 3 steals too. When you heard when you hear Bryce Sensabaugh talking about him getting All-Star votes, he should. He absolutely. Is he going to be an All-Star? No. But should he be in the conversation? Yeah, absolutely.
Should grab a few. How sweet is it that in your first 2 games against the Dallas Mavericks, you're 2-0?
Yeah.
Okay, so nobody wants to win right now. But why would you want to beat the Dallas Mavericks? Well, because the Dallas Mavericks were gifted the number 1 overall pick in the draft lottery. They draft out Cooper Flagg, who's going to be great, and you've beat him both times. I know in the grand scheme of things, the overall significance, it's nothing. To a shallow individual like myself, a vindictive, shallow individual like myself, it's something. That's why when we had Danny Ainge on the first time they beat him, remember they beat him in overtime, and I said, Danny, was it just a little sweeter? And Danny's like, what? He's like, what? No. This, we just beat Dallas. And we want to beat every team.
Yes.
And I'm like, yeah, but it's a little sweeter, right? I mean, it's the number. No, we really want to beat every team.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, okay.
Okay.
I'm an idiot.
But deep down, come on.
But
come on.
I know I called him right after. I'm like, after the show, I'm like, Danny, but really, right? He's like, no, dude.
They're all the same.
we wanna...
It's a 1 of 82.
But they got Cooper.
So I have not heard this highlight. Lloyd, is it worth it? Is it worth playing? Because I would imagine David will lose his mind. But sometimes I think he's going to lose it, and then he doesn't. And then there's other times where he, keeps it pretty calm when I think it's going to go crazy. So here's David Locke's call on probably the play of the game from Keontae George.
Keontae retreats out, 10 on the clock, driving, fading off his left foot and tickling the twine. Keontae George with a marvelous one-on-one move, spins Cooper Flagg around and fades back up the left foot and puts the Jazz up by 5 with 28 seconds to play.
See, it's a good play when you get 2 chuckles from Ron Boone. Ron Boone will always give the You always hear that in the background. One chuckle, good play. Two chuckles, awesome play.
Yeah, awesome play. Great call there by Dave.
Yeah, really good. Good stuff. But the Jazz get the victory last night, 116-114. But back to your point with Cooper Flagg. Oh, he's good.
Yeah, he's great.
26 points, 10 rebounds, 8 assists, 3 steals, 1 block shot. Yeesh.
He's amazing. Honestly, he's amazing. And he's played 37 games this year. So far, he's averaging about 35 minutes per game. And he's going 19 points, 7 rebounds, and 5 assists. 19, 7, and 5.
Not bad.
For a rookie, it's not bad. At some point, he's going to be fantastic. But the Jazz getting a couple of wins against him, I don't know why. It just softens the blow a little bit.
I mean, Dallas has already fired the GM that traded Luka.
Yeah.
And they've been awarded
But he
Cooper
got
Flagg.
him Cooper Flagg.
But he
Yeah,
got him
like,
Cooper
come
Flagg.
on.
Like, oh, jeez.
That team, though, is so poorly put together.
Oh, yeah. It's a mess.
It is poorly put together. And bless Klay Thompson's heart. I mean, he's out there firing deep. Every time the ball touches him, he's firing deep. He's still hitting a high percentage this year.
I know.
In fact, let me find his year percent from the 3. He is at 35.8%. 7.7 attempts. And right now he's averaging 35.8. Last year he averaged 39.1. His highest was 44% in the 17-18 season with Golden State.
All right, Hans and Scotty, there you go. Good, the bad, the ugly, right here on 97.5. Coming up next, another edition of Whole World News. And then at 2:05, John Wilner will join the program. We hope that the Hammer follows through with us. Today, 2:05, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Ready for unbeatable deals?
at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with a Tim Daly Forever warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah Mammoth at 50 update. Andre Tierney breaking down the upcoming Winter Classic and what that means to Salt Lake and the Mammoth.
For the entire organization, from the fans to have a chance, the opportunity to experience that. For us, coaches and player and our families, to have that opportunity to be in an environment that will be absolutely special and will be magical. I think that's unbelievable.
That is your Mammoth at 50 update. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Go! It's time to span the globe for the hard-hitting news you care about. Well, not really. But hey, at least we found it interesting. This is Whole World News on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We've got the whole world in our hands. You got the whole world in our hands. We've got the whole world in our hands. We've got the whole world in our hands. We got the whole world in our hands. You got you and me, brother, in our hands. You got you and me, sister, in our hands. You got you and me.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hope you're all well. By the way, a great tweet from, and I read it to you during the break, from, I don't know, hashtag Doomsayer. I don't know who that is. But he said, let's all thank Caitlin Clark for absolutely torching Haley Van Lith back in March, which led to her transferring from LSU to TCU, which was then going to cut into Haley Cavender's playing time, which led Haley and her twin sister back to the University of Miami, which led to Carson Beck following his girlfriend to Miami, thus allowing Carson Beck to lead the Miami Hurricane to a national championship game appearance.
You thought the Kyle Whittingham butterfly effect was something. The Caitlin Clark butterfly effect is even bigger.
But there's no doubt the Cavender, and I don't know which one was the girlfriend of Carson Beck, but yeah, that did have a big say on where he ended up playing football. Make no mistake. And granted, the paycheck was nice too.
Hey, what are we up to on maternity leave? What are we up to now?
I think 7.5 months now.
Is it 7.5?
Yeah, they match the amount of time, the gestation time, to the amount of time you get off. Yeah, plus 2 weeks. And
seriously, what is it, like 3 months? 2-3 months?
I don't know. I've been out of that business for a while, so.
I just want to know what it is because.
Are you expecting?
No, but today's Whole World News story, we're going to go to Canada for today's Whole World News story. This 22-year-old woman from Canada, her name's Kira Cousins, had some incredible news to share on Instagram about being pregnant. And she shared the baby bump, pictures of the baby bump.
That's awesome.
I tried to put a couple pictures. She had ultrasound images that she shared on Instagram. She even had a gender reveal party.
Oh, yeah. Pop the balloon.
Yep. She had at the reveal party, she had many people come and bring gifts. And it's a big reveal party.
Got to do it right.
And
especially on the first.
Yeah. And
celebrated Kira's pregnancy. And they all looked at the images. They came up with the name Bonnie Lee Joyce. It's a throwback to ancestral stuff. She's got a grandma that was Lee and a grandma that was Bonnie. So Bonnie Lee Joyce. It's a really cute gesture.
Sure.
And this woman went on to have the baby. And it was just a beautiful, bouncing little baby. And and there were images of her with the baby, and the baby started looking the same in every picture. And people were like, that baby it's not aging. What's wrong with the baby? And she just came out and revealed that she faked the whole thing.
Whoa, the whole thing.
The whole thing. From the pregnancy to the birth and everything in between, to get the gifts, to get the time off, to get the accolades and the praise, to get everything that comes with coming.
That is a long
that's playing the long game there for sure.
Yeah, she did. She played the long game.
Hopefully getting some tax benefits too.
And she would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for that damn baby.
For those pesky, for the fact that there, at the end of it, there wasn't a baby.
Are you telling me with AI you couldn't come up with something better?
No, she couldn't.
Like, come on.
So she had it's a lifelike doll that she went and bought. I guess it's a couple $1,000s for this lifelike doll. And this doll will potty and able to change its facial expressions and everything. So she went to great lengths to perpetuate the whole.
Yeah, but sooner or later, you're going to have to buy one that looks like a 3-month-old, and then one a 6-month-old, and then one that starts walking.
Yeah.
Like that's going to cost you.
And then one that
it's going to cost you.
And
then cost you.
And then one that gets in your car and ramps up your auto insurance, you know?
Yeah. You're going to live out the small wonder life.
Yes. Small. I'm almost ashamed I didn't think of that.
I feel dumb for thinking of it, but I loved that show.
Yeah,
man, I love that show.
That's one you didn't want to admit you watched, but you did.
Okay, I want to see if you'll accept her apology. I'm reading from her Instagram.
I already guarantee I will not.
I'm reading from her Instagram. I'm so sorry I wasn't pregnant. There was no baby. I made it up and kept it going way too far. I faked the scans, messages, a whole birth story, and acted like a doll was a real baby.
Well,
I'm reading it word for word. I know how bad it is. I effed up, okay? I just didn't know how to stop once I started. You cried happy tears for me. You picked me up. You brought me places.
This sounds like that Mariah Carey song that you did.
Believed in everything I said. You didn't deserve to be lied to like that. Everyone who came to the gender reveal, all the people who gave me gifts or support, I effed up. And I hurt a lot of people. Now, this was the part of the apology that cracked me up. This isn't the part. I'm gonna read the other part that's actually bad. She apologized to who she falsely claimed was the father.
Oh, I bet, yeah.
She said, I made you out to be a horrible person when really I was in the wrong completely. So it sounds like she
ran some dude through the mud over this.
He knocked me up and then he left. Kind of thing. Wow. Okay, this is the part that cracks me up because now she knows she's made everybody feel dumb because for months they thought that she's got a baby. So she said in her apology, in everyone else's defense, the doll could move. You could change the facial features, the arms and the legs. You could feed the doll. You could make it pee or poo. So when no one was close to it, it did look extremely real. She's trying to make people feel better about buying the whole claim. This is awesome.
Is there any mention whatsoever of reimbursing people for the presents that they gave her?
No.
No.
I'm sure she's kept those things.
I bet so. I bet she's returned all of those diapers for Amazon credit. And went out and bought herself a nice, maybe life-size doll, I guess. I don't know.
So, Lloyd, this is a word to the wise. From now on, you say, you roll that old little baby boy down here, and I'll present the days off.
I'll produce your days off.
Yeah, I'm going to need to see that.
How many days off? I mean, Amanda's still young.
Hey. Our good friend Blake Anderson, you know what he did?
Oh, no.
So Blake had the snip and got it reversed.
I knew you could do that.
And now he's in his probably 53, 54, and he and his lovely wife are now parents again.
She's pregnant, or they had
it. In fact, the kid, I think, is like 1 or 2 now.
Holy cow.
Yeah.
Well, good for you, Blake.
I know. But he also said, I think he was on the air with us when he said, he goes, tell you what, the reversal, far more painful than the first procedure.
Really?
Yeah.
That's crazy that you can untie those things and reconnect them.
But if it gets you a year and a half of time off, maybe it's worth it.
All you got to do is just go see Bailey at Mint Medical, and you don't even need the reversal.
Those things will just weld back together on their own.
They'll get you back to mint condition.
Yeah. John Wilner joins us next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
Are you ready for a new you in the new year? The Salt Lake City Fat Loss Program has helped thousands of frustrated men and women feel confident in their clothes, boost their energy, and finally feel like themselves again. So, what's the secret? Salt Lake City Fat Loss uses a science-proven plan to help reset your metabolism and lose up to 1 pound of fat per day without dangerous drugs or exercise. And right now is the perfect time to start. Due to overwhelming demand, Salt Lake City Fat Loss has extended their huge New Year's sale, over 20% off for a limited time only.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. Alex Curie here. I dropped 50 pounds in 60 days on the SLC Fat Loss program. Get their New Year's special at slcfatloss.com.
Whether you want to love what you see in the mirror again, boost your energy, fit better in your clothes, or feel more confident and healthier as you age, Salt Lake City Fat Loss works. Huge New Year's sale is ending soon. Schedule your free consultation today at slcfatloss.com and lock in your savings. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Fox Sports Radio. Did you know we're on YouTube? Did you know you can find all of your favorite shows on YouTube?
Look at us. We're waving at you right now.
Did you know that you can find the best clips and the best videos from your favorite shows?
All the interviews, clips, everything is there.
This is why you're the smartest listeners in the world.
Completely agree.
Because you went to YouTube and you searched Fox Sports Radio, and you are the ones that hit the subscribe button and the notification bell. You're the ones that watch videos from Two Pros and a Cup of Joe with Jonas Knox, Brady Quinn, and LeVar Arrington.
You can't even make this up. You got some holy water in your bag, baby.
Dan Patrick, Colin Cowherd.
Wow.
Covino and Rich, The Odd Couple with Rob Parker and Kelvin Washington.
Oh, my God.
Oh, boy.
The Jason Smith Show with Mike Harmon.
Think about that for a second.
And The Ben Maller Show. Fox Sports Radio. On YouTube.
That's strong stuff.
By searching Fox Sports Radio.
Check us out on YouTube, subscribe, hit that thumbs up icon, and comment away.
Looking for peace of mind and big savings on your home's essential systems? Mountain Home Services has you covered with their safety and savings plan. Here's what you'll receive. Front-of-the-line repairs when you need them most. Annual inspections for HVAC, plumbing, and electrical systems. Exclusive discounts on equipment upgrades, services, and repairs. Mountain Home Services is proud to be the first to offer upfront pricing with no hidden fees. Plus, every job comes with their 100% satisfaction guarantee. Call 801-543-2222. 801-543-2222 or online at mountainhomeservices.com and join the safety and savings plan from Mountain Home Services. Protect your home, save money, and enjoy total peace of mind. Mountain Home Services. Your home, their priority since 1954.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Number one.
Miss any part of the show? Every moment of every show is available in podcast form by searching Hans and Scotty on your favorite podcasting platform or online at KSLSports.com. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Is a burning thing, and it makes
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, this can't be real. This cannot be real. Bill Belichick, he's still the head coach of Carolina, right?
As far as I know, yeah.
Oh my gosh, you will not believe who he just named as his offensive coordinator. Bobby Petrino is the offensive coordinator with Bill Belichick. Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Yeah. He, as of right now,
it's done.
He's still the head coach of the University of North Carolina.
And Bobby Petrino's the OC. Ooh, hide your co-eds at North Carolina.
Is this true?
It's on their website, yeah.
Is this the guy that fell off the motorbike?
Yeah, with his mistress on the back.
How do you bring this to your athletic director?
Like, hey, look, I know how to fix this. Work with me here a little bit. Bobby Petrino. Like, wait, what? You know we're taking PR hits for you being weird, hanging out with your 24-year-old, and you want to bring Bobby Petrino in? It's like, okay, here's the thing, though. That takes the heat off me and puts it on Bobby. So people, they don't care about me and my 24-year-old. They're gonna talk about Bobby and what he's up to.
So between the two of them, they have 157 years of experience. Belichick's 73. Petrino is 65. Bobby Petrino is 64, almost 65.
Oh,
he'll be 65 in a month. So you got a 74 and a 65-year-old, and it's a ton of experience.
Oh, yeah. Look, Bobby Petrino was the OC at Utah State under John L. Smith.
And Weber State.
Yeah.
He had his time here in the state of Utah for sure. I'm just looking at this list going back to 1983. Holy cow. You know, his first true assignment was Weber State.
Yeah.
He was a graduate assistant at Weber State, and then he got the wide receivers and tight ends at Weber State in 1987. I was 10.
Jeez.
So he's Weber State when I was 10.
Yeah, Christian's dad wasn't even born yet.
Christian's dad was not born yet. That's just wild. And here Christian is more successful than all of us.
I know, right? That makes it feel good.
He was at Utah State when I was being recruited.
Yeah.
He was at Utah State when I was being recruited. I do remember him.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Riley.
Him and Coach Katzer. And
yeah. Oh, that's another crazy dude. Dude,
Katzer was a hell of a recruiter.
Oh, yeah.
But
I'm telling you that go talk to Riley Jensen about that Utah State coaching staff.
Back then, 96?
96, yeah.
Really?
Yeah. And
he's got some stories?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's got some stories. And then and then John L. takes off, goes to Louisville, and they hire Dave Arslanian. Like, Bobby Petrino would have been the head coach at Utah State coming off that year where they were actually looking like they were building things, and then they brought in Dave Arslanian.
Jeez. This Bobby Petrino, he's been in the NFL, in and out of the NFL. He was with the Jaguars as the OC. He was with the Falcons. Then he comes back to the college game. He goes to Texas A&M as the OC in 23. He was at Arkansas as the OC in 24 and 25. And he's leaving Arkansas and headed to North Carolina to be with Bill Belichick.
Unbelievable.
Do you think North Carolina, they just couldn't pay it out? Is that what it is?
Probably. I mean, it was an embarrassment. It was an absolute joke. So I don't know why you would want to continue doing that if you could get out of it without financially crippling your athletic department. I mean, you had the foundation of all stability in Mac Brown. You know, Mac Brown, look, he had a good run at Texas, goes back to North Carolina. They're good. They're okay. But they're like, oh, you know what? We got to take this to the next step. We got to keep up. What are we going to do? Oh, hey, let's go get Bill Belichick. And then that circus comes to town. And it just goes from bad to worse. And that's a good job. That's a good program.
On April 1st, 2012, Petrino was involved in a motorcycle crash on Arkansas Highway 16. He was riding with former Arkansas SEC volleyball player Jessica Durrell, whom he had hired on March 28th as student-athlete development coordinator for the football program. Petrino initially said he was alone on the motorcycle.
Yep.
However, on April 6th, just minutes before a police report was to be released showing Durrell was also aboard, Petrino admitted that Durrell was not only a passenger, but he'd been conducting an affair with her. Long placed Petrino on infinite paid administrative leave while he investigated the situation.
And if you want to take it a step further, when he had that press conference with his face all mangled.
Yeah, and the neck brace.
And the neck brace. He said that it was from the motorcycle accident. There were many that believe it was when her husband came and confronted him. That's where the lacerations and the facial scarring took place.
Boy, those...
Now, granted, that's just the legend. That's the urban legend out there. Take it with a grain of salt.
I'll tell you, when you're that public of a figure, you're rolling crazy dice, bud.
Oh, geez. And that's why it's so... there's so many case studies of guys who have wrecked their lives and wrecked their careers because of that. And if you're the dude from Michigan, are you so oblivious to think that it's not going to affect you? Oh, I'm going to be the guy that gets away with this. I'm going to be the guy nobody's going to find out.
Oh, it's wild.
They'll always find out.
They always find out.
Especially in this day and age. You're sending out texts or DMs. Everybody's screenshotting those like, I got him.
If you're a coach, you have to know.
Yeah.
I'll give you a perfect for instance. I am a big, fat nobody. Nobody knows who I am. My face isn't on TV. My radio's been around. My voice has been on the radio a little bit. I'm a nobody.
Yeah.
I took a good friend because I had front row tickets to Neil Diamond. We were doing, I think we were just starting the show.
No, it was before. Is this the governor?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, this was before we did the show?
Yeah. You told me about this on the air, but I don't think we were doing the show.
Holy crap. Okay, well, Amanda had been to 4 Neil Diamond concerts with me. And I told her on the 4th, I'm like, you're not coming anymore, because she wouldn't stand up and she wouldn't scream and clap. And I'm like, I'm wasting this ticket on you because you do not respect the legend enough. And so I told her, I'm not taking you. So when I ran my contract, that's right, because it was with Detective John Kimball.
Yeah.
It was with our good friend John Kimball, who's the president of RSL. When I was structuring that contract with him, I said, I need 2 front row tickets. So he's like, oh, great. Here, yeah, absolutely. So I had 2 front row tickets, and Neil comes to town. And I told him, man, I'm not taking you. And I found that my good friend, who is female, is the biggest Neil Diamond fan in the whole world. And so her and I would just sit around and sing Neil Diamond stuff. And so I'm like, yeah, let's go. And Amanda's okay with it. She's like, no, you're fine.
And she's totally fine not going to the concert, too.
More than fine. She's not a big fan of Neil. So me and Holly, we meet at the concert. And, we go and...
No dinner beforehand or anything?
No dinner beforehand. We share two seats that are up front. And yes, the governor at the time walked by, and I knew him.
Not Spencer.
No,
the one before.
And he looked at me like, because he used to feed me back in college, and I dated his niece. And he was looking at me like, and for like 4 or 5 days following it, there was like all of this rumbling, 3 or 4 different rumblings that were sent to me like, what were you doing? I'm a big nobody. I'm an absolute nobody.
And that was at the beginning of your radio career, too.
Yeah, that was like year 5 or 6 or something like that. And people were buzzing over it. How do you think, as a public figure, a coach, how do you think you'd ever get away with anything like close to it?
You can't.
No, standing at a Neil Diamond concert, by the way, that's the one where I had the purse and I was trying to get Neil to hold my purse and he wouldn't. And I'm screaming, and I'm from me to you. And I'm screaming, Neil, hold my purse, hold my purse. And they
see, now that's what I would be worried about more than the woman next to you.
Well, a listener made me a Neil Diamond purse that was so sweet. It was leather studded, and it was a vinyl. They took Neil Diamond vinyl records and pasted them on.
That's Crusher.
Hardwood.
That had to be Crusher.
It wasn't Crusher.
Really?
They placed it, and they cut the hardwood as kind of a round handbag with the Neil Diamond Hot August Nights album on both sides, and then they took leather and they studded the two. So they did leather studs, and then they did like a beaded handle. This purse was so sweet, and I wanted Neil to hold it and sign it, but he's busy with a concert.
Yeah.
But Neil does crazy things, so I'm thinking, he might stop and hold my purse and sign it.
I'm sorry.
Why are you laughing?
Just you talking about holding your purse. I love it. You're like the alpha of the alphas, but when you go down these rabbit holes, it just kills me.
He never did take my purse. But
did he even see it? Did he even, is that the one where
yeah, he looked at me. He looked at me no fewer than 10 times.
Yeah.
Because I am very large and I'm very loud.
And you were a lot larger then, too.
Yeah.
You were over 3 bills.
I was over
time.
3 bills, probably 305.
And was this the time where you yelled, I love you, and he looks at, I love you too, man?
No, that was when I was with the Colts.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was my very first Neil Diamond experience. And Bill Polian, who was our general manager at the time, got me 2 tickets and had seats that were put right next to the stage. So a man and I were right next to the stage, and I embarrassed myself multiple times. But not to me. I embarrassed her. She kept pulling on my shirt. You got to sit down because we're not even in a row. Our seats are separate from the row and next to the stage, which I thought gave me carte blanche to be obnoxious and to be recognized.
Yes.
But yeah, I love Neil. And his concerts were great.
Moral of the story is people talk. Everybody's looking. Everybody's paying attention.
Everybody sees you.
And if you think that you're like, hey, it's just a DM, nobody's going to know. They're going to know.
Yeah.
What's that thing? They're going to know. They're going to find out.
Which leads us to another conversation of in-state coaches. There just aren't scandals here.
No. I mean, Utah State had their issues up there, and that was a coach not necessarily going through the right channels in how to handle something.
Oh, yeah.
But according to him, it was him trying to help. And what he needed to do was just turn it over to Title IX and get out of the way.
Yeah.
If anything, he was being too involved.
Too helpful.
Yeah. But no extramarital stuff, no DUIs.
I always think about,
I don't know, has there been a DUI? I don't remember. For a coach or administrator?
Not that I know of. Did Majerus never got anything, did he?
No.
I only bring up Majerus because he's probably the most controversial name in coaching in the state.
Yeah.
And I don't think he ever had a scandal. He never ran over somebody while intoxicated like a Syracuse coach. Was it?
Boeheim, yeah.
Was it Boeheim?
Yeah, it was Boeheim.
But think about this, Scotty. Those BYU coaches, going all the way back to Lavelle Edwards, they have to live the same standard that the honor code requires for students. And not all of them are members. So you got a lot of members, a lot of non-members on that coaching staff, and they're public. And anytime they go out in public, how they handle the public, how they dress, how they act, what they drink, what they eat, what the words they use. Like, you think about all the times they could be on camera. And you go back to Lavelle Edwards and his staff and Bronco Mendenhall and his staff. Name one BYU staff member on a football team that's had an issue. It's incredible how clean these men and women run their lives in order to stay in compliance.
Yeah.
It's an underrated value of BYU coaches and an under talked about aspect, because I do think that there's coaches at BYU that are non-members that start thinking to themselves like, I want to try like living a normal life, because you are under the biggest microscope.
Yeah.
And if you think I'm exaggerating, I'm probably underselling it. I think it's pretty well stated. Like, you better watch your P's and Q's, because you are the biggest representative of this university, which is great. And a lot of them, it's easy because they're members.
Yeah.
But it's the non-members that it's like, how do you do it?
But even something as simple of, let's say Kalani Sitake's he's all about hot chocolate. He wants a hot chocolate. And he's like, where can I get hot chocolate? There's a Starbucks across the street. So he goes to Starbucks, gets a hot chocolate. He's walking around campus holding a Starbucks cup. And I guarantee somebody on Twitter will be like, hey, he's drinking coffee.
No, picture somebody getting a picture of him walking out of Starbucks.
Yes, yeah.
Holding, everybody it would just be such a negative buzz.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's stupid and it's little, and somebody would bring him in and be like, hey, I've told you this story that I had a coach back when I was playing many years ago. We were in the middle of the Smith Fieldhouse, and there's no ceiling on the room in the middle of the Smith Fieldhouse. And this coach proceeded to chew me and the team out using expletives.
Okay.
And he got in big trouble for it. There was somebody walking the track that was part of the honor code that heard the chewing and actually waited outside the door. So as we're all walking out, we see the guy, we're like, oh no. And, there was a good hand slapping. That's not public. That's a private thing. And it was something little and stupid, but these are the things that these men and women, they really have to stay clean. There's no room for screw up there.
Yeah, and that's got to put a lot of and I've never heard a coach complain about it, a non-member coach, and we've talked to a lot of them throughout the years, on and off the air. I've never heard anybody complain about it, but I got to imagine that's tough.
Yeah, they really don't complain about it.
No?
They all know what they're signing up for, They all know exactly what they're signing up for, but, you can't have that picture. I don't know why the picture of, who's that guy that married Jennifer Lopez a couple of times?
Oh, Ben Affleck. Oh, where he's standing outside with a cigarette and looking like the world's coming down on him.
Like, I'm telling you, how somebody hasn't been caught with a vape pen, just sitting there like, oh, I can't.
I just can't even. I mean, we all have those moments where we're outside our work going like, with cigarette or no, you just feel like this sucks.
Honestly, if you sign up to coach at BYU in any capacity, if you sign up to coach at BYU, all of that has to be gone.
Yeah.
It's just gone. Like, you just can't even, even in the middle of your house, in your bathroom where you feel like you're all alone. No, I don't. Maybe you can vape pen there. I don't know.
Do they do random vape pen tests?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Aaron, you just popped on the random test. You need to go down and empty your pockets. Make sure you're not vaping.
Oh my gosh, those dudes do a good job.
That old that Avi that got done of you with the vape.
Of me?
Yeah. Do you not remember that?
The one of me on the toilet with a pie.
There was that one too. Can we bring those back?
No.
Can we bring those back?
That one bugged me.
The pie?
The
Why?
pie one on the toilet?
Well, no, it bugged me that you busted into the bathroom and started,
okay.
started taking pictures of me.
All right. You want to know the story here?
I'd love to hear the story.
Because that's
Scotty broke down the door and started clicking pictures of me.
So you would think that would be an inappropriate thing to do when somebody's taking a full timeout on a toilet for somebody to open the door and take a picture, right? That's not a cool thing to do. Okay, let's back it up a little further, though. What if you and this person each have your own hotel rooms? Okay. But that person wants to come to your hotel room to take that full time out because he doesn't want to stink up his own hotel room and sneaks into the bathroom and does his business. Don't you think that deserves a little public shaming?
You didn't do that, did you?
1,000% he did.
Just give a ruling, Lloyd.
Okay. You deserve to have that picture taken. I'm sorry.
Really?
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. You can't take over somebody else's room to stink up their room.
All right, YouTubers out there that are watching, I need a ruling from you. Who's in the right there? Was I justified, and on Twitter too, at 97.5 Hands, at Scotty G Zone, was I justified in taking a picture that didn't show anything inappropriate?
My butt white quads that have chicken skin.
Well, as much sun as you get, I don't even know why they were like that.
No.
That was in the pre-Florida, pre-Hawaii days.
There's no sun in my sun. I look like a thought-out turkey.
So, was I justified, now that you know the whole facts, in doing that? Because it's not like I barged into your room and took a picture. No, you were in my room.
Yeah, I know, but I was in the privacy and sanctity of
your
room. Facilities.
Your facilities.
That's
Bush League.
I came to his room for a meeting, and I got hit by an urgent meeting, and that's how that went.
You came because you wanted ice cream.
Well, and the next thing I know, somebody's superimposing a big pie on my lap.
And we got some rulings here, by the way.
And it was a big blueberry pie, because that was when the whole pie thing came out, where I had to call 911.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Lance says Scotty was justified.
No.
Yeah.
Just you don't need to talk about the ones that are on Scotty's side. Just mention the ones that have my back.
Chris says, are we just going to ignore the pie? Yeah, why did you have a pie?
I didn't have a pie. Somebody superimposed the pie.
That's weird.
And it wasn't a particularly good Photoshop job either. It wasn't the AI you're seeing now.
It's a massive pie. It was about the size of an ironing board that they superimposed.
Oh, man. All right. Hans and Scotty, 226. All right, so there's a reason we're talking about bathrooms, pies, and Starbucks. Our guy, John Wilner, unable to join us. Not his fault. This is on us. Because
the last one was John. There's something that had come up. That's fine. It happens. But this one's us.
All the phones are down? Is that in the whole building?
Down. Yep, whole building.
Hey, Christian, no, we will not be posting the picture. Christian Esparza said, show us the picture and we'll decide. No. That thing's gone, by the way.
No, I don't think it is.
No, that thing has gone the way of Zach Wilson.
I know. The social media cleanse.
Yeah, that thing is eliminated.
Our good friend Jay Brandwright, Jay Bird, texted me. He goes, acceptable by you, creepily though, acceptable by you. So it is an acceptable, but still crossing some boundaries.
You're not fully in the right.
Yeah. All right. Hans and Scotty, we'll spin the wheel next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Former BYU basketball coach Steve Cleveland.
But when I look at the football situation in Utah and what Kyle's doing, there's nothing about that to me doesn't make sense. He gave them everything at Utah. Going to Michigan is another level and next step. You know, what a great honor. And it's not taking anything from Utah. They have an outstanding football program. It's a great institution. And anybody that's going to begrudge him for leaving, they're just not very smart. When a guy gives you everything that Kyle gave, and then people are going to be critical of him and criticize him, blow those people people off. That's insane. It disgusts me that conversation even take place. I'm happy for Kyle. I'm happy for his staff. It just doesn't make sense that people would have that kind of an attitude. Just very narrow-minded, and I'm not interested in hearing the nonsense that's coming out from some of these people on radio and TV.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9871. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9871. That's 800-575-9871. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This is JJ and Alex.
I got this. It's official, the 2027 Winter Classic going to get played at Rice-Eccles Stadium. Here's what's cool about this is a fan base and this is a state that knows how to fill up a stadium even if it's cold. And it's one of those deals where I think that a lot of folks are not just excited about it. It's another tip of the cap to the folks at SEG. Frankly, they're pulling out all the stops to make sure that everybody gets visibility in this market, which is what you need.
We're growing up as a sports market, and this is a sign of that. The passion you see in the Delta Center, in their barn, every night they play at home. And then to get an event like this coming to town at Rice-Eccles Stadium. And we're not far off from the 2034 Winter Olympics. Mm-hmm. You just see all these things happening. Just insane the amount of growth we're seeing when it comes to sports. And this is just the next big thing.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 7 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is your Jazz at 30 update. Jazz get a big win over the Dallas Mavericks. Bryce Sensabaugh trying to help out the team any way he can as a starter.
You know, I think really just for me, like being in the starting lineup, you know, alongside, you know, two, you know, arguably all-stars, you know, there's things that I have to do at the guard position, like, sacrificing obviously shots and setting screens and doing the little things that are going to help our team succeed. When we have two amazing scorers like we do, I'm just working as hard as I can to do those things and make an impact on defense. So.
That is your Jazz at 30 update, brought to you by University of Utah Health. Go to uofuhealth.org.
The wheel is loaded, and it's time to talk some sports. This is Sports Roulette with Hans and Scotty on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, I think I've got about 90% of people out there agreeing with me that I was justified in my nefarious actions.
The only one that I'm worried about is the 10%.
And that's Bart.
Well, I was like, I don't know if you have 10%.
That have come to my defense. The 1 out of 50. Yeah. Well, that's good, man. It's all good. Every once in a while I'm right, every once in a while I'm wrong.
Well, that's, I think we were both in the wrong a little bit, and I'll own my part in that.
Both of us very much in the wrong.
Yeah. All right. Time for Sports Roulette. We take some of the storylines and put it on a roulette wheel. Wherever that little ball lands is what we end up talking about. So all you have to do is we got to have Lloyd fire up that wheel. Lloyd, go for it.
Big game tonight.
You might be thinking NCAA.
Well,
I'm talking NHL.
Yes.
Because the Mammoth are on a 4-game streak where they're 3-1. That one loss coming to New Jersey on the road. And they kicked off their 7-game homestand with a win against Ottawa. So they are 3-1 in the last 4. They've got some ground that they got to make up. This is a team that's played more road games than anybody else in the NHL to this point of the season. And now they've got the 7-game homestand. They've got the comforts, the luxuries of their home, the Delta Center, which is quickly becoming notorious for the amount of noise that the home crowd makes. Who did we just have on that said pound for pound, the loudest NHL?
Oh, I think it was Bill just earlier in the week, wasn't it? Because we were talking about Madison Square Garden.
Was it Bill? It might have been Bill.
Yeah, I think it was.
Might have been Bill. Pound for pound, the loudest NHL arena. And you've got St. Louis coming in, and that means a lot to Bill Armstrong. And if it means a lot to Bill Armstrong, it should mean a lot to Coach Bear. And if it means a lot to Coach Bear, it should mean a lot to this team. And this team has to win 6 or 7 points.
Yes, and I think that's
It's realistic.
It's realistic and, frankly, a little bit on the low side, honestly, I think.
You feel like they need to come out with, 8?
No, you know what?
There's 12 possible.
Yeah, I think 6 is probably right. Yeah.
Saying you got to come out with at least half, slightly more than half. That's why I'm saying maybe 7, 8. If you get 8 points out of this.
8 is a huge, huge addition.
Then I think you're going to jump up in the Western Conference standings and be sitting pretty darn good. And remember, you've got another 6-game home stand that's coming up at the end of January and the beginning of February. So another 6 straight games at Delta Center. So you've got 13 games of the next 17 at home. 13 of the next 17, essentially. And that's going, of course, to the start of it with Ottawa.
Yeah. And remember, the Mammoth paid their dues at the beginning of the season. First half of the season, they played more road games than anybody else. They had the fewest home games, obviously, than anybody else in the NHL. And now you get to reap those rewards because it's going to balance out. And now, but to your point, you got to stock a little hay in the barn right now. And you got to make sure that you're coming away. I think 6 points, maybe 7, but I'll go 6. If you go 6 over this stretch, that's it. That's a big W for you.
And as far as St. Louis is concerned, they're 2-1 in the last 3. They beat Vegas, beat Montreal. They just lost to Chicago. They gave up 7 in the
I know, I saw that.
Chicago. Ouch. So maybe they're open for some punishment. Chicago was the start to a 3-game road trip for them. This is the second. They played Chicago Wednesday night, so they've had one night of rest. But this is going to be a good one tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to be, I'm sure, hook and sinker on the NCAA game, but this is one I'm going to be watching back and forth.
There's, you know what? I just saw a thing pop up on Twitter, and I told you guys about it during the break. You can buy an 85-inch TV right now for $650 from one of these tweets that I just saw from a place. And I'm like, you know what? I don't need a TV.
How many inches?
85 inches.
How big is this one?
I don't know.
Is that 85?
That could be about 85.
I feel like that's about 60.
There's a joke there, but
do you really?
I'd take my shoe off and try to measure the feet by that, but probably not a great idea. Huh. Anyway, and so I'm thinking, like, you know what? Maybe I ought to just deck out my downstairs with just TVs so I could have a national championship. I could have a hockey game. I could have a jazz game. I could have all that stuff going on at the same time. Because TVs, man, this is why it's hard. And I think this is why the Jazz have invested heavily. BYU has done a tremendous job. The Mammoth do a tremendous job of their in-game entertainment because you're competing against these kind of opportunities where you can have a great visual experience in your home. The TV production's awesome. So you're like, okay, why do I need to go to a game? I can just go spend $800, get a beautiful TV in my house, get a sound bar so I have the great sound available to me. Why do I? Well, okay, you're going to make the great food. You're going to have the great opportunities, it's going to feel like you're going to a rock concert. Oh, and by the way, there's a hockey game.
Man. So when you're saying 65-inch TV, it's
corner to corner.
Yeah, opposite corner.
Yeah,
so
correct.
Bottom corner to opposite top corner.
Correct. Yeah.
I think that's like a 70-inch.
That's
not even there's an 86-inch?
85-inch, $650.
You know, I can remember my first flat screen TV. I bought it when I built the house in Melba, Idaho. Very first flat screen TV. It was like $3,200, and it might have been maybe 40-inch, something like that. You know, it was a flat screen.
I was telling Lloyd, we graduated college, and we were in this apartment. I'm like, you know what? We deserve a nice TV. We deserve a nice TV. So I went to a place in Logan, and I bought a 32-inch Sony Vega. I don't know if you remember those Sony Vegas. It was gray, and that thing weighed at least 400 pounds. It was massive. Beautiful picture at the time, 32 inches, and I paid probably like $1,400, $1,500 for a 32-inch TV.
Yeah, I'm telling you, back in those days, they were so expensive. But let's just say it's $680. That's one ticket. That's one good ticket to a UFC event.
Wow.
Right now.
Yeah.
One good ticket to a UFC event, and it's a good event. Like if UFC, whatever we're at, 280 something or whatever, came to Utah, $680 would probably get you lower bowl and maybe 20 rows up, 25 rows up.
Wow, really?
I think that's kind of the range, yeah, for these UFC events. Yeah, it's expensive.
Yeah.
Or you could go and get. Hey, have you heard? Speaking of the in arena, have you heard people complaining about the music at the Jazz games?
I've seen some tweets. I go to the games. I
do too. It's never bugged me.
I know. There's a lot of people there. I have seen. Well, I shouldn't say a lot of people. There are a few people that have got big voices that like to complain about a lot of things. And yeah, I've seen somebody. I was like, I've been to games. I haven't really noticed
They're
that.
saying they're pumping too much noise in, heavy music, loud music, and the music is pressed too much. But I've never noticed that.
I haven't either. Maybe it's because, I'm old and my hearing's gone. I don't know, but it doesn't bother me.
No.
All right, one more. Lloyd, spin it.
After thoughtful reflection with my family and much prayer, I'd like to return to Washington.
He's coming back. I asked Brock Huard, there's no way this kid, the quarterback at Washington, who had signed a contract, an NIL binding contract with the university, and 4 days later goes in the transfer portal. LSU and Lane Kiffin specifically thought that they were to blame, and the kid, his own agent fired him. Agent came out and said, hey, you know what? I'm no longer representing this guy because of our philosophical differences. This dude was so toxic, an agent fires him. And the kid now is like, reached out to Washington like, hey, can I come back? And Washington's like, yeah, come back. We'll make that happen for you.
How are the fans feeling about it?
I don't know. I don't know. We probably ought to do a follow-up with Brock to see what he thinks. Because I asked Brock, there's no way he can come back. There's no way he can show his name up on campus. But you know what? I guess you can. And if you throw the first touchdown in the first game, people will be like, it's all forgiven. We're all good.
DeMond Williams Jr. He is another cautionary tale.
Yeah.
In a line of many, many cautionary tales of how not to handle your professional business. Joining up with the team, signing a contract for $4+ million. Then soon after signing the contract, declaring for the transfer portal, it's a no-go.
Yeah, remember.
For teams, for fans.
When you sign your name to something, you got to stick with it.
Okay, Charles Ingalls.
When you put your name to paper, come on.
Okay, Pa.
Pa would never.
He sounds like Charles
Pa
Ingalls.
would never.
Pa would never, yeah.
Yeah.
Pa's rolling over in his grave.
Charles Ingalls. Okay, Ingalls.
When a man makes a commitment.
Underrated movie, The Breakup. That's from The Breakup.
Yeah.
I don't think it's underrated at all. That's amazing.
Oh, no, it's underrated. People don't talk about
They
that enough.
don't?
No.
It's like one of Vince Vaughn's greatest.
Well, yeah,
Next to Rudy.
I do think it gets dissed a little bit.
Next to what?
Why would
Rudy.
Why would I want to do the dishes?
It's a great movie.
It's kind of depressing, though.
He's talking trash to the gamer, the little kid.
So funny.
Well, let's talk about your sister.
It's a bit depressing, but at the end, it's pretty cute.
Yeah.
When they see each other on the street.
And they're hooking up with essentially the same person.
Yeah.
Or is that the...
No, that's a different... Yeah, at the end of the breakup, they pass each other on the street, and he's got himself all cleaned up, and he looks good. And
you know what? There was an alternate ending to that, where they're next to somebody. I remember watching this on the DVD.
I think I know what you're talking about.
Because...
Are you serious?
And essentially... Vince Vaughn is cleaned up, and he's got a girl that looks just like Jennifer Aniston, and she's with a guy that looks just like Vince Vaughn.
Oh, no, I've never even seen that ending.
I got to see if they... You got my back on that a little bit,
Yeah,
Lloyd?
I think they did do one of those alternate endings.
All right, I'll try
I've never even heard of that. Because I've always thought that the ending of that was pretty darn cute.
All right, Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Coming up, we'll wrap up this bad boy straight ahead right here on the Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
It's funny about Kyle Whittingham. He does not care about his legacy at all, which is weird. I would have thought that would be more of a priority, but obviously it's not. I mean, the bitterness of sticking it to Utah outweighs his desire to have any sort of legacy, which is, I guess, kind of crazy. I mean...
You think he's trying to stick it to Utah?
Absolutely. Gary Anderson said as much. They shouldn't have pissed Kyle off. Use that word.
Yeah.
I don't know why anybody would think any differently.
I certainly don't think Witt was trying to do Utah favors on the way out the door. But again, to your point, like, what was he supposed to do? This is how he's become Kyle Whittingham, is these people around him. So he's going to go back to the well of the people around him to try and do a good job at Michigan, because I suspect he wants to do a very good job at Michigan. You know, he wasn't going to go out there and start over from scratch. I'm not sure that has so much to do with, well, let me stick it to Utah now.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, whenever someone loses a parent or a grandparent, it's difficult. Things get passed down inside the family. But if someone doesn't want a watch or a piece of jewelry, what's the next best step?
At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're happy to help you sort through such a collection of things to help you know what is real and what has value. Of course, repurposing the items for the family is always the best solution, but if no one loves or wants the piece, the estate experts at J. Brooks Jewelers can help guide you on the best way to handle the liquidation and, of course, in complete confidentiality. We have buyers all over the country that we've established to get the largest return possible for your jewelry, coins, or watches to retain as much money as possible for the family. So whether you want to repurpose and create a new heirloom or liquidate part or all of the estate, let me and my team help you decide the best way to proceed. Call and make an appointment today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh or online at jbrooksjewelers.com, your trusted custom and estate jeweler.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hey guys, it's Woodrow from Mint Medical Clinic. Are you struggling with ED? Well, you are not alone, and now there's a real solution that treats the root cause, not just the symptoms. Introducing our trifecta approach, a breakthrough combination of acoustic wave therapy, hormone replacement, and cryotherapy, all designed to restore blood flow, boost performance, and rebalance your hormones. Whether it's ED or hormonal imbalance, if you're ready to reignite your love life, this treatment helps bring back your energy, your drive, and your confidence. And right now, when you call, you'll receive a free consultation, a blood flow ultrasound, and an intimacy gift. That's a $650 value, absolutely free. And here's the bonus. The next 20 callers will also receive a 5-night stay at a luxury resort in Hawaii just for taking the first step. But you must call now. With 2 convenient locations in Layton and Sandy, help is closer than you think. Call 801-804-8000 now. That's 801-804-8000. Mint Medical Clinic. We'll get you back to mint condition.
You're locked on to Hans Solson and Scotty G. That's
right. Yeah!
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Standing here beside you, want so much to give you this love in my heart that I'm feeling for you.
Let them say we're crazy. I don't care about that. Put your hand in my hand, baby. Don't ever look back. Let the world around us just fall apart. Baby, we can make it if we're heart to heart.
Hands and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, wrapping up another edition of the show.
That's how my life is every day, to be honest. It's Adam Sandler at the mic. Fine, go then.
I hate you.
I hate you. I'm just sorry, baby.
Baby, I love you. I'm so sorry.
I
didn't mean
kidding,
it.
baby.
Come to Papa.
Oh, man. It's, yeah.
Did you guys watch the Happy Gilmore 2?
I did. I didn't hate it.
I didn't hate it either.
Like, it was fine.
The first 30 minutes, phenomenal.
Yeah.
But then it got the Haley Joel Osment twisty.
Yeah.
That was a little weird.
It's weird.
It was weird. It was weird.
It's weird, man. He's like,
but that's what the Sandman likes to do. He likes to put weird little things in there.
Yeah, that was really weird though.
That one was too weird.
But you know what? I always set the standard based on one of those first remakes that Netflix got into, and that was Coming to America, which was the second movie, which was one of the worst movies, period, let alone, I mean, it just spit in the face of the original Coming to America.
Really? It was bad.
And so I thought, now I compare all of the movies like that, like that one and then the Beverly Hills Cop to that. And they all look like Golden Globe winners compared to that one. So my bar is set really low for those kind of movies.
Well, the first 30 minutes, when John's living in his garage.
Yeah. John stole the movie. He was the best part of the movie.
He did. He killed it. And I guess the two girls in that movie are his actual daughters.
Yeah.
So I thought that was kind of cool. I'm always up for a good Sandler movie.
Yeah, maybe, not Little Nicky, but other than that, I'm down.
Not Little Nicky. And what's the one where he plays a girl and a boy?
Oh, I never watched that one, but yeah. What is that?
Where he's the brother and the sister.
Yeah. Yeah, he got a little weird. It got off the rails a little bit for him.
All right, give me a prediction tonight. Indiana, Oregon, 5:30 kick on ESPN. Indiana, a 3-point favorite.
Indiana covers 21-17.
So it's another good game then.
Yeah. Oh, Lloyd.
When did you fall in love with Fernando?
Because these Raiders are going to draft him number 1 overall.
Our Raiders.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Your Raiders.
You know what? Turn it up. Let Abba tell us. 3,172. 36 touchdowns. You'll come to Vegas. Ooh.
I like it.
That dude's a baller, man. 36 touchdowns.
And it's impossible not to like that guy. He goes to the Raiders are all of a sudden going to be somewhat likable because of him.
You know what I like about Mendoza? I like when he decides to run.
Yeah.
It's never, I'm going to run. It's just when he decides to run, he goes and gets it.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, I forgot he can do that.
Yes.
He does look a bit Travis Wilson-ish when he runs.
Like a little baby giraffe out there.
A bit.
Yeah.
In fact, I heard one of the color analysts say the baby giraffe, the last game.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, they called him the baby giraffe. And I was like, whoa,
whoa, there's only one baby giraffe out there.
That's our
guy.
That's our precious Travis Wilson.
Yeah, come on now.
How long it takes
Oh, sorry.
But Fernando Mendoza, tonight in action, his Heisman numbers are very gaudy. Threw for 36 touchdowns. He ran for another 6. Responsible for 42 total touchdowns and only 6 interceptions on the year. That's 6 interceptions to 332 attempts. He's completing nearly 73% of his passes, Scotty. He's good.
Yeah.
Very deserving. When he won it, I thought, I don't know, the Pavea kid's really good. But then when you pay attention to him, I think the voters got it right.
And
did you vote for him?
I voted for him.
Was he number 1?
Yeah, he was my number 1. I probably should have ran it past you, although you wanted Jacob Robinson number 1. I put Rodriguez, yeah. I put him at 3, and I put Pavea at 2.
I think if I had a Heisman vote, I think I would have gone Rodriguez at 1. Just because I don't get an opportunity to vote for a defender very often.
Yeah.
And you can make an honest.
Oh, easy. Yeah.
You can make an honest argument.
The problem was, and I think they kind of set it up unintentionally for the winner of that Indiana-Ohio State game to win, whoever the quarterback, whether it was Sand from Ohio State, because it's all based on a web vote. So they send you this secure link so you can open up and make your votes. And that window to vote opened up right at the end of that Indiana-Ohio State Big Ten championship game. And so that's fresh on everybody's mind. And so that's why I think a lot of people are like, well, whoever wins this, Julian Sand, if Ohio State wins, will win the Heisman. But he looked horrible in that game, and Mendoza looked awesome. So there you go.
Man, you went aggressive with that tweet, bud. Jeez. That's an aggressive tweet, Scotty.
We're going to have a meeting?
Oh, baby. Oh, baby.
Funny, right?
Yeah, it's funny.
Okay. I don't know if we need to alert everybody to that.
At Scotty G Zone.
All right.
Go have a good laugh.
Hands and Scotty. JJ and Alex next, 97.5.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Do you currently use a CPAP machine to treat sleep apnea? Are you looking for a smaller, more comfortable solution? Consider a custom-fitted oral appliance from Sound Sleep Medical. In many cases, these appliances can be as effective as CPAP, and oral appliances are usually covered by insurance or Medicare. To make an appointment or to learn more, call Sound Sleep Medical at 801-285-9731. That's 801-285-9731, or visit soundsleepmedical.com.
What's better than a credit card with low interest? How about one with no interest? For a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card, you'll enjoy 0% APR for the first 6 months. Transfer your balances from higher rate cards to your new America First card to consolidate debt and potentially save yourself a lot of money. That's 0 interest for 6 months. Interested? Then hurry to americafirst.com to apply today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Other limits and requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCAA. Equal opportunity lender.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson.
Do you think the Jazz will keep Will Hardy around when they're ready to start winning? Well, they keep giving him contract extensions, so my assumption would be yes. He coaches great offensive teams. Jazz are a great offensive team right now. But I don't know if he's a good defensive coach. I don't know. We haven't ever seen him coach a good defensive team. Is that a Will Hardy problem, or is that a personnel problem, or is that a scheme problem, or is that, if you know the team is not trying to win, defense is the last thing you're going to try and do, because defense stinks.
Bingo.
Playing defense is not fun at all.
Was Phil Jackson a great defensive coach? I have no idea, honestly.
Right. Who
but
knows?
You know why those were good defensive teams? Because Michael Jordan guarded.
And so did Scottie Pippen.
Period. End of story.
If your best players guard,
you have to guard.
Yeah.
Is Dagnall a good defensive coach? I have no idea, honestly. But Shea's going to guard, so that means you're going to guard.
Yeah.
And Jalen Williams is going to guard, so that means you're going to guard.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whirls around and down.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You've been listening to The Zone for decades.
Yes!
But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey!
This is JJ and Alex.
I made a name for myself. I told you I won't be denied.
As you wrap up your day, it's time to get your fix of the teams you live for and the sports you love. This is JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome in, everybody. Happy Friday afternoon. Let me repeat. Happy Friday afternoon, everyone. JJ Friday, baby.
Friday.
Oh, come on. Who's that? Carly Jepsen? That's more in the vibe of our producer, Alex Napolis.
I don't even know if that's accurate, but I can't tell you who actually sings it, so I'm not going to correct you.
It's not Carly Rae Jepsen. It's Rebecca Black.
See, that was a quiz.
You know
you
what,
failed
though?
it. You failed that
You know
quiz,
what?
bro. I was like, he can't.
Yeah, you know
if he
what?
gets it right.
Alex, you don't need to be ashamed or embarrassed about this one. Let me tell you, I'm proud that you had no idea who really sings that song.
And then
you shouldn't know who sings that song because that song is trash.
In comes
terrible.
Jen Alpha and goes, "Oh, it's Rebecca Black with a Q." Okay,
That's what. It was like 2013.
I had her poster in my
These are
room when
your
I was
people.
growing up.
Yeah, no, she's your contemporary. I mean, she's basically your age. Yeah, and I think that I remember making fun of it at the time. I was in this building. We were doing radio. I think it was pre-13. It had to be pre-2013. And she made that video, and it was like on a green screen, her in the back of a fake convertible talking about Friday. But guess what?
What you want to know what year it was released?
What year was it released?
2011.
Okay.
That was 14.
Yeah.
We are now in 2026.
Annapolis
That was 15 years ago.
Annapolis was firmly planted in 6th grade.
You were like 11, 12 years old.
I was 11.
You probably had a crush on Rebecca Black.
The poor man's Carly Rae Jepsen. I've said it for years. I've said it for years.
I don't even know who Carly Rae Jepsen is.
Oh, stop it. We're going to rejoin the rest of the show with Carly Rae Jepsen, Annapolis. No? All right. Well, happy Friday to you.
There's probably one song to choose from.
I hope everybody's going well. We got lots to get into. JJ, I went to bed last night, laid my head on my pillow, and cried tears of joy and of sadness because college football season's coming a little bit closer to being ending. But also, I just thank the lucky stars that we had a decent freaking game last night, and it was a good one, man.
Yeah,
it was a
fun.
good one. And Ole Miss showed up for this one. Ole Miss was the SEC team you didn't think was going to be there, and they were the ones who had the best shot to be there. They were the ones who were giving the SEC any kind of title hope still, and they played their guts out, man. And Trinidad Chambliss had a great game, and they were driving down. They took 2 plays and 40 yards at the end. Everybody got nervous about it, and they had a shot at the end. But Carson Beck and the Miami Hurricanes and Mario Cristobal, I owe Mario Cristobal an apology because I never loved that guy at Oregon. I never loved the interviews we did with him at Pac-12 Media Days. I always thought he was a little bit arrogant, not a little bit, but a lot. And he was tougher to access, it felt like, to me. Maybe Radio Row is different for you guys than it was at TV. Maybe he felt like he needed to put on
I had a completely different experience with Mario Cristobal than you did, but I was struggling with him as a head coach.
Oregon
underachieved under his watch, and the first couple years of Miami football under him were, remember the bad time clock management? What game was that? They fumbled or something.
Yeah, and everybody was like, "Did you just see what he did?"
They could have kneeled that out, and they ended up trying to run the ball.
Yeah, and they lost.
And they fumbled.
They fumbled it, yeah. So, Mario Cristobal, apologies. You have taken your alma mater to heights we've not seen in a couple decades. Good for them.
Over 20 years.
I love that there are stories like Miami. And not that they're the underdog, but they kind of are the underdog. The version of this. Because you don't get a bigger underdog than the ACC right now compared to everybody else. Like everybody, the way people talk, it's like, and think about, somebody posted, they go, imagine if this guy didn't make that 47-yard field goal and they showed the Miami kicker against Notre Dame. Imagine where we'd be if he doesn't make that kick against Notre Dame that gives them the win over the Fighting Irish.
Yeah.
Then you're talking about Notre Dame going to the college football playoff. Then you're talking about Miami being 9-3 and being absolutely mid, and people wondering whether or not Mario Cristobal will ever get them to the place. Now they've won 3 college football playoff games, and Pete Golding, to his credit, he had 2 official games as a head coach in college football, 2 official games, and he won both of them. Both those first 2 games of his head coaching officially were college football playoff games, and he won both of them. Then he lost this one by 4 points, and it was just whoever was going to have the ball at the very end with the most time. Even Trinidad Chambliss had 18 seconds and took it down to the field and actually gave him a shot at the very end. So I love this. I love that there was a game that was good, and I hope that this Miami-Oregon game turns out to be an instant classic as well, because I felt like this one last night was. So congrats to Miami, I guess. Bummer for Ole Miss. Bummer for Lane Kiffin doesn't get that $750,000. So I'm getting the national
Bummer for the
championship.
SEC, who's having a pretty rough postseason.
Look at this guy with a smile on his face over here. Bummer for the SEC. Oh, shoot. You hate to see it.
SEC tears are delicious, and they mean more.
Let's jump in and break some of that down, especially because Paul Feinbaum, he's supposed to move out of the country. He is supposed to move out of America now that the SEC did not have a team in the national championship game again.
He should consider Denmark.
Greenland. Send him up to Greenland.
He's safe there.
Come on. Let's jump in here. Top of the program. It's The Cut. Let's do it.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And, of course, this portion of the program brought to you by JJ and Alex. All right, here's the deal. JJ, I wanted to go down that rabbit hole a little bit. The SEC, we were talking about it in our pre-show text back and forth. It was like, the SEC has another year without an appearance even in the national championship game. Not winning the national championship. Not going to the national championship game. When teams like Miami and Indiana could be the new face of what college football looks like. I mean, even Oregon going to the national championship game and winning that thing, it would be their first natty ever.
Correct.
And so I like to see it. I like to see teams getting into this thing. The thing I want with the Indiana game, and I think they're going to do it, I think they're the best team in college football, to have a team that has the biggest turnaround in sports history that you and I have ever seen in our lifetime. Do you know anything different?
No.
Do you know anything like what we've seen at Indiana? To go from maybe the biggest laughingstock, it would be the equivalent of what in the Big 12, or what in the?
It'd be like
Oklahoma State
12?
Oklahoma State in 2
Be
years.
like Houston.
Houston, great example. Houston going to the national championship game in 2 seasons.
Yeah. And
them going, Willie Fritz, what did you do, man? I just I win. Google me, right?
I'm just kind of weird, man.
I
figured some things out.
And Kurt Signetti is weird. You can give that to him. And I sent you that article about Kirby Smart and how the Falcons, I don't know if it's true or not. Who knows? But the Falcons are on the hunt for a new coach. Would they stay in the state of Georgia with one of the most important coaches in the history of Georgia football? And Kirby Smart, by the way, who's making about $13 million a year as a head coach at Georgia.
Why would you want to leave to join the Falcons?
Well, the reason is because it's actually a bigger mess to coach those guys than it is to coach NFLers. What was the big diss before? It was like, oh, man, you get these professional athletes, they're hard to deal with. You get these kids that are raw in college, and they're a joy to be around. Now it's like, oh, those jerks. The jerks are 18 years old instead of being 24. And so would Kirby Smart be interested? If Kirby Smart left Georgia, that'd be another team I think you'd have to wait for a long time before they got good again. And the SEC already has an image problem because, what was the record you told me that they were? Give me some things that I like to just like go to bed tonight and think about how the SEC is not relevant anymore.
Oh, I got one.
Let me hear it.
The SEC was 1-8 against other Power 4 teams in bowl games. Texas over Michigan was their only win against a P4 team.
Oh, hate to see it.
Of course, they in the playoff, Ole Miss beat Tulane.
Oh, good for them.
Alabama beat Oklahoma in the playoff, right? But bowl games, including the playoff bowl games, 1-8.
Wow.
That's not good.
No, it is not.
And for a conference that bragged about their bowl record for a long, long time, that's not good. And you combine that with the fact we now have 3 straight years without an SEC team in winning a national championship. It's a new era.
I love
when
it.
you consider that from 2006 to 2022, 16 of 17 title games featured an SEC team. And there were 7 straight from 2006 to 2012. So this is the longest absence of a SEC team in the championship game since 2002.
Oh.
There's been a changing of the guard. You can't deny it. If you're the SEC, this is not a one-off. This is 3 straight years. And the only team that got to the semifinals is Ole Miss. No Georgia or Alabama in the semifinals.
Right.
No LSU. No Tennessee. This is different. And I think the SEC has to start looking at this and saying, man, we're not what we used to be. And you know what changed the game? NIL and this new world we live in, the transfer portal. You don't have to go to an SEC team to win a national championship anymore,
Right.
and kids know it. You don't have to go to an SEC team to get paid.
Well,
Now you can get paid legally at any school in the country that's willing to pay you. We all know what happened in the past.
So 2 years ago, the national championship game featured Kalen DeBoer, but he was coaching Washington.
Correct.
And Jim Harbaugh, and they ran away with that thing. Beat Washington pretty handily in that one. Last year, in the matchup between 2 teams, you've got the independent Notre Dame and Big Ten Ohio State. And then this year, you're going to have some mix of not an SEC team. 3 years in a row that not even in a national championship game.
Yeah.
That's wild. And it's also strange to me that we will – I want everybody to not do just the automatic reset that we do in the offseason, which is, man, the SEC just means more. It's just great football. Oh, Greg Sankey, man, you guys are so hard to deal with but you guys are on top, and so we've got to just bend to whatever your will is. Don't do it. Why would you allow them to have 5 teams in the college football playoff as their automatic? Like, well, give us 4 automatic. And by the way, you don't give anybody else 4 automatic. Us in the Big Ten, maybe. And then after that, why do you deserve it? You had 5 teams in the college football playoff this year, and you couldn't even get to the Final 4.
Ole Miss is the only one of the bunch that made the playoff that beat a non-SEC team. And it was Tulane.
One gets to the Final 4, and then they lose. And they're not going to the Natty. And by the way, they don't want to hang their hat on Ole Miss, right?
No.
Especially an Ole Miss that doesn't have Lane Kiffin.
No.
They want your LSUs and your Georgias and your Alabamas. Maybe they sneak in an Oklahoma or a Texas because those brands are what they are. They don't want Ole Miss to be the representative of their conference. And like I said, with a interim, or not even an interim, but been a coach for 5 minutes, yuck. Ugh. It's like, no, man. You guys don't deserve to get the respect that you do. Don't let the SEC and the ACC, or don't let the SEC and the Big Ten be the only ones with a voice in the room. You can't do it because they don't deserve it. So when they say, well, we know about college football championships, yeah, you do. But right now, they're kind of losing. What this indicates, why is it that they're not in the national championship games these last 3 years? An SEC team. Why are they not in it?
Because the playing field has been leveled.
It's 100% right. So guess what? They're not doing the money game very well. They rested on their laurels.
That was never their
for a
thing.
minute.
I mean, they had enough car dealerships and wherever to be able to come up with a bag for somebody under the table, but they didn't have to come up with 7-figure salaries for players. They don't have these. Alabama can't do it. Georgia can't do it.
You've got smarter people at smaller universities who are doing it better than you are.
Yeah.
They're recruiting better than you are. They're finding better talent better than you are. They're paying guys better than you are.
They're hiring better coaches.
So why would you deserve to be in what the new version of college football is? If you can't do those things, which is, by the way, the new version of college football. So I don't know what we have to do. When everything comes around, when Greg Sankey is in a headline, I want you to dismiss what he says. I want you to go, I don't really care what he says. Give me some of these. I mean, look, Notre Dame doesn't win national championships like ever. The last time they won was almost 40 years ago. And even those guys were in the national championship game last year.
1988.
Those guys were even in the national championship game last year. So don't give me this whole thing about the SEC just means more. Obviously not, because they have all that money, by the way. They have all the money. They have all the support. They have all the alumni base. They have the big brands, and they still can't get teams there. So recalibrate who the best teams and who the best conferences are. I'm not trying to argue that the Big 12 – look, the Big 12's got some freaking work to do, man. But what they do, they had some teams who are willing to fork out the cash to be on the same level as a couple of teams where they didn't have any business being, right? Now, instead, the expectation with the Big 12 or with the SEC is so high that when they don't get it, you got to punish them. They say, okay, what are we doing here? Why is it that Miami, who is the 10 seed in the college football playoff, by the way, and a team that everybody said, the number one team that people said didn't deserve to be there, aside from the other G5s, but at least they earned their way in, the at-large bid that no one wanted in there was Miami. And here we are with Miami being the first one to get a bid into the national championship game. So the bracket works. The playoff system works. It's awesome. But I'll tell you what's not happening. We're not getting a real clear view. And Ohio State, you're kind of in the same camp. I'm not getting a clear view of whether or not you're good or not. I don't know. Your schedule doesn't help me understand it. By the way, 22 guys have left Ohio State over the past since January 2nd. That's 1 week.
Yeah, Utah signed one of them.
There are 8 days left in the transfer portal window being open. You're seeing a little bit of an exodus out of a program that is supposed to be the best that ever did it, at least for right now, right?
Yeah.
So Ohio State. I just think it's the two teams playing last night. If it was Ole Miss, I would have said the same thing. I'd be like, Ole Miss, the SEC doesn't even want those guys to be their reps. They'll pretend. They'll back into that. But the Lane Kiffin thing right now, they want to avoid totally. And it feels weird that they're getting there and that they got as far as they did. So I love it. The game last night was fun to watch. I hope that the Big Ten delivers with Oregon and Indiana tonight, and we see one that goes also to like an overtime or a last-minute something. You get to see the Heisman Trophy winner in this game. This has all the makings of being historic. And
just pretend Indiana's jerseys say Alabama on them, and you'll enjoy it a lot more.
Paul Feinbaum, he has AI. Just replace it. As they're running down the field, it like kind of glitches, but it's like a different color maroon. It just says Alabama on it.
Well, Kurt Signetti was an Alabama assistant at some time.
And that's why he learned what he did. Is he learned from Coach Saban.
It was basically Alabama North there.
Gosh.
Got to take credit for that. Just means more.
Come on, man. So I just love that this one was a good game. I loved that it was fun to watch. And I love that everybody now in the SEC has to look around and go, what are we doing? Get old Byrne out of here. Get Kalen DeBoer out of here.
Somebody needs to win the lottery is what you're saying.
No, get old Byrne.
Some buyouts.
And old Byrne, I'd get his butt out
it's
of here.
It's all Kalen DeBoer's fault.
So that's what I want is just everybody to realize when it comes back around again, because they're going to have the conversation. They've punted. This is great for us that are on the outside looking in. I say us, like the media guys who are in a place where you go, this thing's like big teams, Big 12 teams are on the outside looking in. This is great as we watch it because they punted the decisions on college football playoff stuff till post the college football playoff. And the SEC got decidedly weaker. I hope they treat them like that and go, oh, sorry, we're having a conversation over here about teams who actually got into the national championship game. Sorry, what were you saying, Greg? Greg Stanky? Come on.
The odds of having 5 SEC teams in a 12-team field and none of them making the playoff and only one of them making the semifinal are crazy not good.
That's a lot of effort. That's a lot of effort.
You really have to be disappointing to not have somebody break through. This was all set up for you to do that, and your teams couldn't deliver. For the second year in a row, Georgia could not win a quarterfinal after getting a bye. 2 years in a row. And that team seems flawed, and that team's barely getting through their week schedule. They're not playing anybody. So, yeah, the conference is getting exposed. And now they got to go to a 9-team conference schedule. I think it's great. It's going to force them to have to do some things that are going to it's going to make them better in one sense, but in the other sense, it's going to really expose some of the things that they kind of tried to keep under the table with that conference and things that they did artificially to prop themselves up and make themselves look good. So much of the SEC, I guess you can call it, I don't know, bluster it's artificial. It's artificial.
Certainly this year it falls on deaf ears. I hope it does. I'm sure they'll walk into their meetings and I told you, my niece goes to Georgia, right? And my brother and his family are very proud of it. And she won the lottery the last 2 years, not the one to buy out coaches, but to get tickets the last 2 seasons as a student, to get in the student section. And that was like, that's a dream, right? You get to live the dream. And when I see pictures of them at these games, and instead of having on, everybody's wearing dog stuff, right? Everybody's wearing Georgia stuff. But every once in a while, you still see the person with that SEC gray sweatshirt that just says SEC on it. And I'm like, what are we doing here? Don't do this. Don't be
if
that
you're cheering
conference.
for a conference, you're a weirdo.
I know. All right. Let me see here. Indiana, Oregon. Both of them have, Oregon, I feel, here's the thing about Oregon. If they win tonight, it's a win-win for me because Indiana's a great story. And if Oregon wins tonight, they're another step closer to, frankly, if you would ask somebody how many national championships Oregon football has who doesn't know any better, they'd go, 2 or 3. Did Mariota win one? You think about all these. Well, didn't Bo Nix probably take them pretty far? Like, that's a team that feels like they should have already won a national championship, and they've just been this close, and they keep not getting there.
Oh, you must be young because you forget the old days when I was little.
Oh, no. I'm a Washington Husky fan. We went decades of futility of those guys, happy that the Ducks were crap. You know what I mean? But the rise of Oregon Nike and all that, all the things that came with it, I don't think there's been a program that people have talked about more outside of an SEC program than Oregon over the past 20 years. Am I wrong?
Yeah.
Outside of those big programs, you have Oregon, who's like a de facto blue blood without winning any national championships. So I love that story. I love the Indiana story. That one to me is even more. That's a cool deal. And look, people have been making fun of Mendoza this week, and because he's kind of a Boy Scout, heart on his sleeve kind of guy. Seems like he'd put a BYU helmet on and he would fit, right? And people are making fun of him because he's just kind of this clean-cut dude, and he's got a big old smile on his face, sounds naive, and that guy is a total hero to so many people out there. You know why? He's not the jerk. He's not the dirtbag. These days, I don't know who you hang your hat on. So the Mendoza story is awesome. Cignetti's a weirdo. Speaking of guys who are cocky, by the way, his coach makes up for all of it after that. So Indiana winning tonight, great. If Oregon wins tonight, I like that too because I like Dan Lanning, and I don't hate Oregon. Man, I used to, but I don't hate Oregon. I don't hate the idea of them going on to win. And if they could lose to Indiana at home earlier in the season, like they did, and then come back and win this one for some vindication, that'd be a pretty cool story too.
Yeah, it would. It's a fascinating matchup tonight. Because it is a new world in college football. Indiana being on this stage, this relevant. Oregon making the move to the Big Ten and taking things to the next level. Dan Lanning's an interesting coach. Cignetti's an interesting coach. Both these teams have really good players. I mean, Dante Moore might be the top-ranked, might end up being the highest drafted quarterback coming up. I know not a lot of people saw that coming, but the year he's had and the way he's played, you might be watching 2 first-round NFL quarterbacks coming up in the draft. So there's a lot of reasons to watch tonight. It's a compelling matchup. The first time around, Indiana going to Autzen and beating Oregon was crazy. That's when that's when I started taking Indiana seriously.
Oh, yeah.
That was the game. And now Oregon, I think, has played much better football since that. Outside of that, was it the Penn State game? Which game was it? I don't remember. They have really turned a corner, it feels like. And the way they absolutely crushed Texas Tech, we all watched Texas Tech with our own eyes.
Yep.
I was like, I think that team's going to make it to the national championship game. I thought they were going to beat Oregon. I was wrong. Oregon absolutely crushed them. Defensively is where Oregon really impressed me in that game. Now, I know Texas Tech had their issues, and Barron Morton may have been a fraudulent quarterback. But Oregon absolutely dominated a team that I thought could win the national championship. Dominated them 23-0. And, you saw what Indiana did to Alabama, 38-3. I think the best team in the country will emerge tonight. The true national champion will emerge tonight based on this result. I think these are the two best teams in the country, and I expect the quality of play tonight to reflect that.
All right. Let's take a break. We got a great football game on tonight. Is that another 5:30 kick, by the way?
Yes.
Nice.
Same time, same channel.
So we're looking forward to that. We've also got in front of us, the Jazz snapped that 5-game win streak. They do it against a Dallas Mavericks team that has looked feisty and has had some fight. We'll talk about that a little bit later in the show. Big T. Thurl Bailey is going to join us on a Friday edition of the program. And we're going to talk about the Utah Mammoth as well. Stop whistling at the games.
What's that about?
I have no clue, actually.
Soccer culture.
The European whistlers have showed up. Is that what you're saying?
Why is that happening over there? Like, this is totally. Cole needs to explain this to me. This is totally foreign to me. I don't get it.
Napolis knows too. Like, the whistles are. I mean, you might as well flip a guy off. The whistles are the booze. The whistles in the European soccer culture.
Game?
I don't really know, but I do think it's funny that the players are like, "Can I have a quick talk with you, fans?"
Jeez,
stop whistling Dixie over here. We're trying to play hockey.
We can't officially become a hockey town until we stop this dang whistling.
I put it on there on the list of things that we've had to learn what to do and what to not do as like a hockey fan base. Hey, don't whistle. Don't stand up during play. Wait till the puck's dead, and then you get up and go get your churro. All right? All those things as well. So we got tons to do. Let's get into this Damon Williams stuff out of Washington. He avoided disaster. College football avoided disaster. I am fascinated by this whole thing. And good for the Huskies for calling his bluff, man. Let's take a quick break. We'll come back. More to go. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Former BYU basketball coach Steve Cleveland.
But when I look at the football situation in Utah and what Kyle's doing, there's nothing about that to me doesn't make sense. He gave them everything at Utah. Going to Michigan is another level and next step. What a great honor. And it's not taking anything from Utah. They have an outstanding football program. It's a great institution. And anybody that's going to begrudge him for leaving, they're just not very smart. When a guy gives you everything that Kyle gave, and then people are going to be critical of him and criticize him, blow those people off. That's insane. It disgusts me that conversation even take place. I'm happy for Kyle. I'm happy for his staff. It just doesn't make sense that people would have that kind of an attitude. Just very narrow-minded, and I'm not interested in hearing the nonsense that's coming out from some of these people on radio and TV.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Only one type of burger. For every pallet. Fries are extra. Large in size. We've got the shakes. Going over the brim.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. Put a positive, delicious spin on your day at any one of our 5 locations. In Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, or Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Throughout life, we have plenty of special occasions and events, whether it's a prom, a graduation, a mission call, a new job, or how about a wedding? Mr. Mac has always been there to help serve you for all of your monumental moments. Mr. Mac has been family-owned for more than 50 years, and that's important. And they'll make sure that you look and feel great, with affordability always in mind. The Mr. Mac family creates long-lasting relationships with their customers, and they've been doing it for generations. 9 locations across the Wasatch Front or online at MrMac.com.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi. Ready for unbeatable deals? Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with the Tim Daly Forever Warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Hey guys, it's Woodrow from Mint Medical Clinic. Are you struggling with ED? Well, you are not alone, and now there's a real solution that treats the root cause, not just the symptoms. Introducing our trifecta approach, a breakthrough combination of acoustic wave therapy, hormone replacement, and cryotherapy, all designed to restore blood flow, boost performance, and rebalance your hormones. Whether it's ED or hormonal imbalance, if you're ready to reignite your love life, this treatment helps bring back your energy, your drive, and your confidence. And right now, when you call, you'll receive a free consultation, a blood flow ultrasound, and an intimacy gift. That's a $650 value, absolutely free. And here's the bonus. The next 20 callers will also receive a 5-night stay at a luxury resort in Hawaii just for taking the first step. But you must call now. With 2 convenient locations in Layton and Sandy, help is closer than you think. Call 801-804-8000 now. That's 801-804-8000. Mint Medical Clinic. We'll get you back to mint condition.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah Jazz point guard Isaiah Collier talks about the motivation behind defensive improvement in the win over the Dallas Mavericks.
Film sessions, that's what happened. We're starting to buy into it, honestly. For all of us, we felt like it was embarrassing, as far as what we was giving up. So, it's just having pride, competing, and, just trying to get out there, honestly.
That is your Jazz at 30 update. It's brought to you by U of U Health. At University of Utah Health, hope is in their DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. University of Utah Health, for you, for life. More on the Damon Williams situation in Washington and Brendan Sorsby's transfer to Texas Tech involves something interesting as well. We'll get into that next on JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen,
the biggest name. You're locked into JJ and Alex. With the insight and analysis on the teams you can't live without. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Happy Friday to you. Thanks for being with us. College football is an absolute disaster to try to wrap your brain around how it's governed. My heavens. I look at the GMs and I'm like, tell me what it is exactly that you do here. Was that line out of Office Space?
Yep.
Go ahead and tell me what you do here. All right? I'm a people person, dang it. I'm trying to justify what you are. I know they're big. I know they're important. But I know that all these agents and these coaches and all the just the mess that surrounds all this thing. DeMond Williams, a week ago, had signed a new deal with the University of Washington that we're finding out now featured, what was it? Looks like $4 million. $4 million of revenue sharing. And by the way, the entire athletic department gets $20 million, not just the football team.
Yeah.
$20 million of rev share dollars go to each program. They have to determine whether or not they or how they're going to use that money. And in Washington's case, they've decided that a $4 million investment in DeMond Williams is going to be the way to do that. That's not a bad investment because he's a really, really good quarterback. How do you know? Because when he hit the transfer portal after making that contract signing and commitment, and he did it while at the funeral of a former University of Washington goalkeeper who tragically passed away from an aggressive form of cancer this year. The entire school is reeling out of all in this moment. The athletic department reeling, and he sends this thing out during the funeral. Everyone's going, "What's going on with this dude?" And then it turned a huge story as the rest of the week we're all looking and going, "How are they going to handle this?" This guy signed a contract. Washington said, "We're following all the legal recourse to be able to make sure that this kid can't just walk away and our financial commitment just goes out the window immediately." Well, after the Wasserman Group, which was his agency this week, dropped DeMond Williams, DeMond Williams also dropped the entire thing and just said, "I'm going to go back to Washington. Okay, you got me." And what could have been a precedent-setting court case is now just everybody knowing that they didn't want to they didn't want this beast to arrive at the courthouse, and all is well. Everything's restored again, JJ. Everything's back to normal, and Husky fans are excited to have DeMond Williams back.
Oh, and I can't wait. And he's going to be in a great place come spring football. How is he going to work with just $4 million? How is he supposed to be able to go out there and perform?
What was the other number he was getting? What was the other number? Like, what was potentially LSU?
I would love to know who got in his ear and told him to jump in the portal, to use it as a negotiating tactic to get more money.
Yeah, so what we're finding out is that the way that this would have had to have worked, and not a lot got worked out with the settlement with college football, but this did. Some of the legalese on this did get worked out. The $4 million that was committed to him that he had signed the contract on, DeMond Williams wasn't going to have to pay it himself back to the University of Washington. The new institution that he was going to be going to would be on the hook to reimburse the University of Washington that $4 million. And then that university in turn, which could have been LSU, we don't necessarily know, would have to eat that $4 million, essentially like
it's like a cap hit.
It'd be a cap hit
in the NFL.
It's exactly right. And they would have to be operating on a $16 million budget versus $20 million as a rev sharing model as a penalty for them making this thing happen. So in the end, the institution that was having him come in, they decided that doesn't look good enough. Nah, this doesn't look good. I don't like it. We don't like it. The agency that he was being represented by was like, we're out. And the University of Washington was like, we're out, and we're going to come after you legally. And now he's back at his old school, and Jed Fish has got a quarterback again. And DeMond Williams is going to get $4 million. Back to the old contract. Boo-hoo. I guess I'll just take my $4 million and play next year.
Nobody's going to be under more pressure next season than DeMond Williams Jr.
I can't wait.
Perform.
I can't wait.
You better back it up, bud.
Oh, that Oregon game's going to be fun, isn't it?
Oh, man.
Get the signs out at that game.
I mean, Washington's kind of mid anyway.
Well,
I don't expect them to take this huge turn.
The only thing that has kept them competitive is the quarterback play from him. Like, he's a legitimately good quarterback.
Yeah.
And they won 9 games this year when Vegas had him winning 5. And they blew out Boise State in the checks notes. What bowl was it?
The L.A. Bowl. That
the Los
has
Angeles
ceased
Bowl
to exist.
Yeah, we hardly knew ye.
The Washington Huskies will be forever L.A. Bowl champions.
Who was it? The Snoop? No, Snoop has his own bowl now. Is it the Kimmel L.A. Bowl? What was it? Oh no, it was the Bucked Up L.A. Bowl, wasn't it? Yeah. All right, well, some local money here. Bring it back, Bucked Up. Let's keep it here at home. So in the end, I think we got the best result possible, which was everybody was sufficiently scared enough by at least some verbiage in the rev sharing and in the settlement in the settlement judgments that gave us this moment where this kid goes, I should probably reconsider. I got to pull the parachute on this thing. I got to get out. I got to get this thing going. And he's going to be back at Washington for good or bad for both sides. LSU's not going to have to pay him out and pay Washington out, plus take the cap hit. And UW gets a quarterback, one of the better in the country. So now Washington is doing what they should do, which is, hey, water under the bridge. We welcome you with open arms because they need a guy to throw the freaking football without being harassed next year. Now, the fans, that's going to take a little bit longer to figure out. But I love this stuff, man.
This is all new for college football. It's crazy. This doesn't even feel like it happens in the NFL. And then, of course, you got the Brendan Sorsby situation. And I found this interesting when you brought it up today.
Tell me what's up.
So he's transferring to Texas Tech. Apparently, that triggers a $1 million buyout in his NIL deal with Cincinnati because that's a multi-year deal he signed. He owes them money.
So is Texas Tech going to pay him out? Is Texas Tech going to pay that money? Due in 30 days? Boy, this is...
oh, boy.
The IRS is like, settle down.
So imagine being Sorsby, who's, 22 years old?
And you have $1 million bill that hits your bank account?
You got to come up with 7 figures in 30 days. Sounds like a plot for a movie.
Do you think he called Uncle Cody? Hey, I know we haven't met yet, but could I borrow $1 million?
Sorsby pretty desperate. Hopefully he doesn't turn to the cartel for help.
I know.
Hopefully he doesn't turn into one of those deals.
Cody Campbell's all, I can't help you out, man. He goes, okay, I got to make a 7-hour drive south.
The cartel wants their money, Brendan.
Oh, my gosh.
You got 30 days.
Well, in the end, you're going to have a real problem because I don't know what deal they've worked out. And I know that Texas Tech has deep pockets, but why would Texas Tech want to pay out a school this same scenario where we just talked about with DeMond Williams Jr.?
Is this kid even worth it?
That's exactly what I was wondering. Like, I mean, if Brendan Sorsby, okay, think about Rocco Beck, okay? Not Rocco Beck, what's his name? Who's the quarterback that played for Texas Tech who was garbage in the bowl game? Baron Morton. To me, Baron Morton and Brendan Sorsby are interchangeably the same person. Like
Brennan's more athletic and is dual threat. But you watch if you're a college football fan, you're either Utah or BYU or both. You watched Brendan Sorsby play 2 games this year, and you watched those defenses for Utah and BYU.
They figured him out.
Make him look average.
Yeah, and I don't think and again, remember when Will Howard left Kansas State and went to Ohio State? Maybe it's going to be national championship in the making. But we didn't think much of his. We were like, that guy's not that great
Mendoza
either.
took a big leap going from Cal to Indiana, but we watched him. At Cal, he was good. He was the thing that kept Cal going. I mean, he stood out from the second he started playing for Cal.
So the $1 million.
And Sorsby, don't get me wrong, Sorsby's a good player, but is he worth all this?
So
$3.5 million and a $1 million buyout.
So DeMond Williams was the 4th best QBR, the 6th best touchdowns thrown this year, and the 8th best yardage thrown by a quarterback in the Big Ten. And he garners $10 million. That's what. Okay, what is the top quarterback? If Mendoza had an extra year, and he goes, I'm gonna put my name in the transfer portal, what would he be worth? What would he be worth? Now, he's smart enough to know I actually am probably good because of where I'm at. Like, I'm not going to go to some place just because $6 million comes my way, which I think that would be a number. We've seen guys offered more who aren't even good.
I'm sure that's probably in that range.
We've seen guys who get that money who aren't even good. What's funny is think about the beginning of all of this. Who was the cat? Jaden Rashada. Remember him?
Yeah. Where is
the disaster went on with all that situation and how crazy it was and how it went down. And we were all like, $3 million for 4 years? Holy cow. And now we're looking at that and we're going, guys, light work. Yeah, that's backup money. Perfect. Now we'll pay him. Why not?
How'd things go for him at Sac State?
I was going to say, what team?
Guess what? Jaden Rashada is in the transfer portal.
What?
Yeah.
So
going for his 4th team in 4 years.
So did he do some time at UTEP? It is time. That's hard time.
No, that's
served,
a different guy.
Oh, that's
Nelson.
That's Malachi Nelson.
Yeah, that's
the
Boise State quarterback.
But it was Miami, and he didn't go to Miami. Who is? Oh, yeah, Malachi Nelson, for sure.
You can't wait to get out of El
But
Paso.
I think if you hit the transfer portal and you were a 5-star guy, you have to lose a star every time you do it. Can we come up with that? He hit the transfer portal, but it costs him another star. He's back to being a 2-star quarterback.
Yeah,
right.
Committed to Miami, ended up at Arizona State,
Right.
Georgia, Florida.
Well,
So Miami, Florida, never played for either of those.
Yeah,
Ends up getting Arizona State, then Georgia, then Sac State, and now he's looking for another home.
Man, people are so desperate.
He played
they'll take
6
it.
games at Sac State and started 2.
He's going to go the reverse Cam Ward. He's going to go over to Incarnate Word.
He's
signed with Incarnate Word.
He's played 4 games in
Jeez.
3 years.
See, this is exactly why coaches would be getting wet feet on giving any money to any of these kids. It's just an absolute roll of the dice. Okay, we'll take a break, at least on the high school kids. Don't give the high school kids money. You have no idea what you're getting. Okay? Let a guy play a couple of years, then figure it out. We will come back. We have a Friday edition of Would You Rather right around the corner. Don't want to miss it. Plus much more. We have Thurl Bailey, top of the hour, 4 o'clock, talking Utah Jazz. Jazz snap a 5-game win streak over the Dallas Mavericks to get the win at home last night. Usual suspects showing up in a big way. Stay here at 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Kelly Papinga, Ben, K-pop, going up, up, up. He's going to be golden. Excited for K-pop today.
That song's a pop. That song's great. The movie's good. Song's incredible.
He's going to be golden, Ben.
I was not expecting.
He's going up, up, up.
So let me gather myself for a minute.
It's been promoted.
K-pop, you're right.
Gonna be promoted.
He's been promoted.
He's been promoted. Yeah.
No, gonna be.
Gonna be golden.
No, he's gotta be golden.
Gotta be golden.
He's gotta be golden.
He's gotta be golden. Going up, up, up in the world. K-pop.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Go check out SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com, a program that JJ and I got on back in April in 2024. That's right. We're coming up on almost 2 years of being on this program. I dropped 65 pounds on this program at the beginning in those first 60 days. You can do it too. The average person drops between 10 and 15% of their body weight in the reduction phase. But more importantly, JJ, they have a proprietary way to be able to help you to keep it off, and that's what's been the difference maker for me is keeping the weight off, which I've done the entire time.
Yeah, this is a breakthrough program for me. I learned so much on this program about how to lose weight, nutrition, all these things that are going to help me moving forward, not only lose weight, but keep it off. And I have the confidence now moving forward that if I gained a little bit of weight here or there, I know how to get it off quickly. I know how to say, wait a minute, I know what exactly to do to drop this weight, get back on track, and be myself again. There's so much confidence that comes with signing up for this program and going through this process, the things you're going to learn, the science, everything that's behind it, not having to pay thousands of dollars in GLP-1 injections, just moving forward, knowing how to drop weight by just simply eating food. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days on this program, and I've been able to keep that weight off. And, that's a big deal. If you're going to go through the challenge of losing weight. Losing weight's hard no matter what you do. It's going to be a challenge. It requires work, it requires dedication, and it requires a lot of discipline. Why go through all that if you're just going to put the weight back on? Get on a program that's going to teach you all these things, and it's going to be a permanent deal for you. You want to look good in the mirror again, you want to boost your energy, you want to fit better in your clothes. You all have your reason to do this. Maybe you just need to get healthier. You want to be around for your kids long term. Find that reason, find that motivation, and get signed up. Go to slcfatloss.com. Get a free consultation and find out if this is right for you. And right now is a great time because due to overwhelming demand, Salt Lake City Fat Loss has extended their huge New Year's Day sale. Over 20% off for a limited time only. But go there right now and lock in your savings. slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-sized French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Andre Turney talks about his team performance and the win over the Ottawa Senators.
They're a good team. They play hard. They're tough to play against. They give them a lot of credit. They do a good job. Second, I think we play hard, especially at the end of the game. I think early on, even if we took the lead, I think there was a little bit an adjustment for us. In the third, I really think when the game was on the line, when push comes to shove, we really raised our game, raised our urgency, and we were really stingy, and we had pace, and we had composure. So I like that. The way we closed the game was 2-1. There was no panic, no stress in our game. There was just urgency and focus. So really proud of the guys for that.
That is your Mammoth at 50 update. Would you rather's next? JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Listen, everybody! Real life hypotheticals to get your brain churning. As JJ and Alex ask, would you rather?
All right, everybody, welcome back. Hey, guess what? Next Wednesday is a big Win Ticket Wednesday, like every Wednesday is on the station. You can win big with the KSL Sports Zone. JJ, you ready for the reveal?
Yeah.
Ski Joring Utah returns to Heber City. Am I saying that right? January 16th.
Ski Joring?
Ski Joring? I ski and I don't. Oh, yeah. So proskijor.com is where you can get tickets, or you can win them next week. That's all in Heber City. Go check it out for yourself. Proskijor.com. And ski joring is where you can win some tickets next week. By the way, anything winter-related, like activities related in Heber City, awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome thing to go see.
Because you're in Heber City, and it's amazing.
Well, yeah, and this time of year is particularly beautiful. So it's the reason why it's a world-class cross-country skiing, all that. So, all right. JJ, the classic Would You Rather. Tonight, Oregon, Indiana. Which story floats your boat? Which one as a TV guy? Because you just want the stuff that's going to be the most promo ready.
The most compelling narrative.
Come on.
Right?
You're the TV guy.
Who's the best story?
Give me the promo.
It's Indiana by a mile.
It is it?
Mendoza,
but is that the one you want to see, though?
Signetti,
Yeah,
the
okay.
rise of Indiana football that was bad forever. Oregon is Oregon.
Mm.
Oregon's been a juggernaut for a while. There's nothing special about Oregon.
Oregon might be back there in 7 years, and you just never know about Indiana.
Yeah. I don't know if Indiana's for long term. I have no idea. But they're right now.
Mm.
Oregon's always been around and always
All right.
will be as long as they got Nike money. So it's Indiana. It's not even
So
close.
Indiana, Miami, knowing what that one looks like, Miami's not going to be favored at all in that one, by the way. They were last night. They were favored against Ole Miss all week.
It's kind of an interesting storyline because Mendoza's Cuban American.
So is
and a lot of
Cristobal.
people in Miami.
Cristobal's family, they came from Cuba.
Well, he's of course he's
but
played in Miami.
Miami is the
There's a
hotbed,
lot of
yes.
people in South Florida who are seeing Mendoza, and they're going to be a little conflicted because they're kind of enjoying this Mendoza run. But do they want Mendoza to win a national championship, or do they want Miami to? So it's going to be a little bit of a conflict in South Florida. But I love the story. And an Indiana-Miami national championship game, I think, would be good for the sport.
Yeah, I agree. I'm with you. I would prefer to see the Indiana story because it's so wild. And if it's next year and they're back in this spot again, I'd go, give it to Oregon, man. Come on. Indiana won the Natty last year. The rematch between Cignetti and Lanning, which, by the way, who knows if either of those guys would be coaching at their schools, even though they're all signed up for long-term contracts. Who cares? All these coaches who are like, we got to keep these kids accountable. It's a freaking joke, man. We got to keep these kids accountable. And then they leave during the offseason. I mean, Kurt Cignetti could go to the NFL at any moment. I'm convinced he probably will, because that's a guy who likes to see himself on the big marquees. And the way you do it is you go to the NFL. All the big names who've had quick rises in the coaching world in college have tried their hand. And then they're the ones who say, it's going to be me who does it. It took Pete Carroll's second time around to finally figure it out. How did third time around go, by the way? Not very good?
Not great.
No?
So, real quick, I want to bring something up. Indiana is such an improbable story because their football team was so bad.
Oh, yeah.
Basketball school. Indiana's basketball tradition is almost untouched in the NCAA. Maybe North Carolina, Duke, UCLA can challenge their dominance, maybe Kansas, but Indiana has been incredible. Who is the NCAA basketball equivalent of Indiana?
Oh, that's a good question. Let me see here.
I've got one that's developing right now.
Developing. The basketball version. Houston. Maybe Houston.
But Houston was always a basketball school because of Elijah Wan and Drexler.
Let me see.
I have three suggestions.
Okay, let's hear it.
Baylor. Baylor came from nowhere and won a national championship.
For sure.
Auburn. Outside of Charles Barkley, did you ever think of Auburn basketball for any reason?
I don't like Bruce Pearl at all, but
and he's gone. So
no, but I'm just saying
they
show
became
up
a
with
Final
guys,
Four
yes.
team.
Yeah.
There's one emerging right now. It's Nebraska. Nebraska hoops has always been putrid, not just average,
that's
but
true.
Bad. And they're top 10 now.
That's a
At least they were last I checked.
That's a better comp because of how stark the football program.
That's kind of what I was looking
vibe
for.
is.
In my brain, I was thinking, what's the Indiana equivalent in the NCAA in NCAA hoops right now? And that's what I came up with.
I mean, you ask Nebraska fans, they're like, oh no, our women's volleyball team we like more than our basketball team.
Oh yeah, 100%. But Nebraska's 15-0 and ranked 10th in the country.
Sheesh. Who's their coach? Who's Nebraska's coach?
Fred Hoiberg.
Oh, that's right.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, that guy shows up and wins wherever he goes, too.
Yeah.
Come on. All right, let me see here. We'll take a break. Thurl Bailey, Big T, going to join us next. The late run for the Jazz ends up giving them the W over the Dallas Mavericks last night. And again, consistency reigns with these guys. There are some guys who play night in and night out that you can set your watch by a little bit. But then there are the young guys you like to see getting going. We'll talk with Big T and see his vibe on how this team's doing right now and where they stand for the rest of this week as well, or rest of next week. Stay here, 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every offseason move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter. Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like
Their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Do you snore at night? You could be suffering from sleep apnea, a serious medical condition. Be one of the first 25 people to call Sound Sleep Medical and receive a free sleep consultation, normally a $200 value. Sound Sleep Medical uses a custom-fitted oral appliance instead of a cumbersome CPAP machine to treat sleep apnea. Most insurance companies and Medicare cover oral appliance therapy. To learn more, call 801-285-9731 or visit soundsleepmedical.com.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
What time is it?
Your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Keontae down the lane, flag cuts him off. Keontae levitates, hangs, banks it off the window and in. Beautiful for Keontae George. Williams drives, passes to Lowry, right corner three. Death, taxes, and Lowry from the corner guarantees in life. Jazz on a 9-0 run with 1:45 to play. Sensabaugh, deep three from the top, and he hit! Sensational Sensabaugh for three! Keontae retreats out, 10 on the clock. Driving, fading off his left foot, and tickling the twine! Keontae George with a marvelous one-on-one move. Spins Cooper Flag around and fades back off the left foot and puts the Jazz up by 5 with 28 seconds to play.
You're locked into JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen. Thanks for being with us on the program, everybody. Happy Friday. We hope your commute got started early. We hope that you're staying safe out there. I always love that on a Friday when you see more people on the road at like a 3 or 3:30 and you go, yeah, man, get out of the office. Get out of here quick, man. Let's get this thing going. So, yeah, Jazz Daily, of course, on the program here with you. We are grinding along here. Getting you ready for some hot Jazz talk here with Big T Thurl Bailey. In the meantime, let's kick things off as we always do with the cut. We'll jump in right here. Let's do it.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, so as we get ready and going here, JJ, your thoughts before we get Big T's thoughts on this matchup, because the Jazz kind of doing the thing that they'd done the first time around with the Mavericks, which was they were just a little bit behind for a lot of this contest, and then they eke their way back little by little, and it was the usual suspects. Like I said, it wasn't just, and you heard David Locke's call there, setting your watch by the corner threes by Lowry. We already know that's a 42+%, bet with that guy. But Keontae George has become a massive part of what this team is relying on every night. On a team where I think people look and they go, well, they can't rely on anybody. Will Hardy has a lot more to rely on than I think we give him credit for, this young team credit for.
Yeah, Keontae didn't need to score 30 last night for them to win. Only took 12 shots, 7 assists. Lowry had a hot hand, and so they rode Lowry, and it worked out. Walt Clayton, 4 of 10 from 3. 4 of 10 from the field, 4 of 9 from 3.
Nice.
So Walt Clayton had a nice game with 12 points coming off the bench. There's a lot to like about the way the Jazz played last night. Bryce Sensabaugh has really, really made a jump recently. You're seeing him taking the ball to the hoop with authority. You're seeing him hit more shots. So it's funny. You can sometimes get your game going, and Thurl would tell you this, by getting to the rim and getting easy shots. Jerry Sloan used to talk about that all the time. And it's funny how you've seen Bryce be more aggressive getting to the hoop, and now it seems like that's helping his overall game and making him a better shooter from deep. So great performance last night for the Jazz. And that's, you look at the records, and the Jazz are 13-24, Dallas is 14-24. This is an even matchup, and the Jazz have played the Mavericks twice at home and won.
Bryce Sensabaugh has been a name of the last couple of games we've been talking about. He got the start again last night. Cody Williams got his first start of the season in 22 minutes. He's been getting a little bit better as we go along here. It's a story about watching guys get better this year. Big T. Thurl Bailey joining us, of course. He is the television analyst for the Jazz Broadcast Network on the TV side of things. Big T, thanks for being with us, man. We appreciate it.
My pleasure. How you guys doing?
Phenomenal.
Doing well.
You get to watch this team day in and day out, and we've watched these guys progress quite a bit. The Keontae George revelation this year, and it's like every year we wait. Last year it was like, man, the third year from Walker Kessler's been a revelation. And we got that this year with Keontae George. What do you like with his game, and how has he become so consistent in just this first half of the season? It looks like you can get the same guy every night now.
Yeah, well, that doesn't happen on its own, as you guys well know. You got to put some work in, and you've got to put a lot of work in, especially on the basketball side. And there's no question that Keontae did that. Now, there's got to be things that prompt you to want to be better, to want to be one of the best in your field. And that process, I think, for Keontae, and he talks about it very openly, it came after last year's season that I think, well, I know was really a disappointment to him. And it kind of showed in his attitude. He talks about, and Will talks about, some of the conversations they had and what it would take for Keontae to take that next leap. And obviously Keontae was listening. So he put the work in, man. He put the work into his game and the mental aspect that I think he knew he needed to figure out. Because a lot of these kids, when they come in young, right, they're everything to their ball clubs in AAU, in college, and you get to this level and it takes a whole different mindset. Mm-hmm. And if you're willing to find that clarity and understand what it takes to be a pro in all sorts of ways, Keontae's proven that he put that time in, both physically and also psychologically.
So, Big T, can you explain to people what it means when we see guys like this, that when they get locked in and when you mentioned being a pro, maturity, when you talk about players making that leap, what does that entail specifically? How do guys get there? What are the things they have to do on and off the court to achieve that? Because you've seen Keontae make that jump, and you just talked a little bit about that, but what are things guys have to do professionally on and off the court to achieve that?
Well, I think some of it's different for each individual player and how they approach the game and what they want out of it, right? I mean, because if you're coming in from, look, it's a different era. It's a young players league now. It's a developmental league. And so when you come in at 19, 20 years old, there's so much more to that than it used to be back in the day when you spent 3 or 4 years in college and you kind of got some of that education and that development there, but now it's totally different. So I think if I had to nutshell it, it really is figuring out, based on where you are, what you're going to need to do to take that next step. You come in the league and you're guarding and you're playing against guys that, you worshiped as a kid, right? How do I get there? How do I get to be talked about like them and in that basketball sense? And there's no substitute for putting the time in during the off season. And it's about who you're around, who has your back, who's on the same page with your goals, and how much time you're going to put into it. Because there's so many distractions, right?
Yeah.
And so I think, when you have a player like Keontae who comes into this season and you see some things that are different, but you only have a small sample and you're going to wait maybe 10, 15, 20 games and you say, man, this is for real. This guy's for real. Look at his face. Look at how he approaches the game. That's when you know that there were a lot of sacrifices made to get to that point.
When you see this group of young guys, and I think that, everybody from year to year, last year it was like, you can see the win-loss difference. This team has more wins at this point this year than the team last year did. But it seems like there's so much more that has progressed with this team. I like so many of these young guys on here. How is it guys like Walt Clayton come in and they can just find a vibe kind of immediately? He's become such a reliable guy also off the bench, making threes. What does Walt Clayton Jr., for example, bring to this team? What have you liked in his game?
He brings more rookie experience, right? I mean, he stayed in college for the duration, and you can see that maturity when he arrives here. He is not your typical young rookie. Now, there's still steps that he has to take to figure out the game at this level, which I think we've all seen him kind of make those rookie mistakes and then correct them on the fly. He also has to have really good teachers around him that can communicate with him and let them know exactly what he needs to do to get minutes. And they're willing to give him a little bit of rope to make those mistakes because they know his potential. And we've seen that. So he's grown up really fast, and so have a few other guys. But you can't grow up that fast without, first going through the gauntlet and making the mistakes and trying to figure things out. And I think the 3-point guard thing for the Jazz has allowed that competitive nature for the Jazz, for these guys to compete against each other. And even though when you look at some of the abilities that each one has, they bring a different type of thing to the game. But I think within this team, they're all useful and they're all starting to shine through. And Walter Clayton Jr. has found that with his confidence.
Based on what you've seen from Ace Bailey so far, what do you think his ceiling is in the NBA?
Oh, he's got a very high ceiling. He really does. And a lot of his will be on the physical side because it is a different level, as far as how many games you play, as far as the practices and just the physicality of your position and what this team wants as part of their identity. He's a freaky athlete. We've seen some of the things that have kind of reared us back and opened our eyes, but that's both sides of the ball, right? He's going to learn how to defend players at this level. And now his body's kind of going through that transition where, oh man, this is a long haul. None of these rookies are used to the long haul of what the season brings. So, getting healthy is important, but I like what he brings on the offensive end. He's going to be put in a lot of situations, and he has been already before his injury, put in situations where he has been the primary or secondary offensive player without a Lowry on the floor, without a Keontae. So he's getting used to all that. He told me that when he first came in here, there was a basketball language that he had to get used to. He didn't know what a veer was. He had to learn all those things. So it's an education as well. But he's patient. And when you can get a high draft pick to be patient, not want it all right now, that's a plus.
Will Hardy's like a veteran, head coach in the league now with all the I feel like he's aged a couple of years extra on top of what he's had to deal with. Just he keeps getting handed young guys, and he keeps just moving forward. The message never changes with Will Hardy, it seems like. What has been something this year that you've seen from him that maybe is different than you've seen in the first few years that he was a coach?
Well, I think he has a better sense this year than last year of the ability to have a team where he can put lineups out there and just go out and play, win or lose, go out and leave it all out there. I mean, we all know what last year was about. It was, trying to develop young players and trying to position ourselves for, a draft pick. But I think Will feels maybe a little more freedom this year to be able to take what he has, even mixed in with guys. Look, we lost Walker Kessler, which was a big piece in that progress, but we know what Walker brings, and we know that Walker can and will get better. But you bring in some veterans, Kevin Love, who's actually older than Will, Kevin Love or Yusuf Nurkic, who can go in and play their roles as well. But I think Will he's fun to watch. He's fun to watch coach. He knows the game so well. I think that's one advantage of starting where he started in the film room. He can break it down to you. He knows exactly how to teach it to these young players. Yeah, but his schemes are really built not just for one or two guys, but there's multiple options in everything that he does. So he's a great teacher, and it's fun to watch games like last night and the one in OKC, because it really is a chess match. And he's been able to show us, kind of like an artist almost. He probably wouldn't call it that, but show us that chess match that he plays to make sure he gets the maximum out of his team.
You mentioned Kevin Love and Yusuf Nurkic, and I think there's a myth out there that you have to have veterans on your team, because if you have the wrong veterans, that's not very helpful. But it feels like they've got the right veterans with these guys, and they both unsolicited said a lot of great things about this organization and how fortunate these young players are. How important have those guys been to this whole group and how they fit in?
Well, I think you can always tell when, especially veterans, are saying what they feel like they have to say and what they feel, right? And I know for a fact that Kevin Love and Nurk are having a great time being with this team. They've been around. They've been in all sorts of positions. Kevin Love's won an NBA championship. He's a future Hall of Famer. So he doesn't have to say anything that he doesn't believe. And as I watch him, as we travel with him, he is so engaged. They both are. Nurk is engaged as well. And here's a player, I believe, in Nurkic that was kind of looking for some new life, looking for a place to show that he had more game left. So their connection with Will is strong as well. It's fun to watch that kind of from my distance and see how they communicate and see how they, as veterans, communicate those things to the players. You should see shoot-arounds, especially on the road, where Kevin Love takes the lead or Nurk takes the lead if something's not going right, and they're well respected. One of the things that really has helped is Keontae George's mental aspect of the game. He's been able to lean on Kevin Love for that part. We all know kind of that history, and that's helpful. And you're right; you've got to have the right veterans. And I enjoy watching these guys just be around each other and go out to battle.
We saw that this week, and I think you're 100% right about Nurk. I think on top of that, I think he was the guy that people looked at and went, he might be problematic for rosters. Like he came across as like kind of being a little bit grumpy in the last couple goes with contract.
He was bouncing around, and everyone's wondering why is he bouncing around.
I think he got that a little bit of that. He probably got saddled, unfortunately, with the idea of he's hard to work with, or maybe he's tough. And both of these guys have said, no, these guys don't have any idea how good they have it here. What are they talking about when they said they brought up the front office and everything? But what is it that they're really talking about? Guys who have multiple teams under their belt, and they go, no, you guys, it's different here. You need to enjoy this.
I think they're starting at the top. They're talking about Ryan and Ashley and what they've built here, what they're building, continuing to build here. And you don't know that if you're them, like until you come and you have time to get to know people and talk to people and understand what the process is, the patience it's going to take, what the focus is on, right? You've got a couple of guys who are towards the end of their careers, and they're not looking to go somewhere where, that they're just going to disappear on the bench or just are used for advice. No, I think they feel valued. And I think that's what they're talking about. That from Ryan to Austin to Danny to Jay-Z to Will Hardy, they feel valued. They feel part of something, part of a family look what's happening in this city, in this state, around the Jazz and the Mammoth and everything that's going on. So I think that's what they mean about them being fortunate to be in this place at this time with this ownership.
Rebuilds are painful and they can be difficult, and it requires patience, and the Jazz are going through that right now. But obviously we're watching this team and the development of Keontae George and Lauri Markkanen playing at an all-star level, and you see Ace Bailey and the talent there that we've already talked about. Do you see the light at the end of the tunnel, Big T? Can you see where this is going, and can Jazz fans be excited about where that's at right now?
Well, I think what you can see is hope, right? You can see progress, and that's really what Jazz Nation, the Jazz organization are hoping for. Look, they have a game plan. They have a timetable. And most times that timetable doesn't necessarily work out exactly how you draw it up. But if you can see progress, if you can see, you really understand what the work that Keontae and the work that Lauri put in and how they're leading this team. And when you come to a game like last night, or you watch a game like OKC, where you have to raise your level of competition against the best there is in the league, you see that progress, you see that hope, and you understand what they're trying to build, because a team like OKC did the same thing. Yeah, you have to be fortunate, you have to have really good players, but it's not about trying to hit a home run right away in this league today. And so if you can get those pieces with whatever dealings you have going and whatever picks you have, right now, if you can see progress, that is what that light is. That light is hope. That light is progress. That light is watching a finals with Indiana and OKC saying, you know what, I think we can build something to that effect and get to that point in 2-3 years or whatever your plan is. So, yeah, I think everybody can feel it. Everybody can see it and feel it. And they're going to be disappointing nights, because you can't get there without some of those nights that we've had, and there's some to come, right? But you just keep building on the positive and developing these guys and hope to get there sooner than later.
You guys stay at home, and you welcome in the Hornets, who, by the way, have a pretty fun rookie, Conca-Nipple, who I think is shocking some people, because people are people who saw him shoot in college, they're not shocked. I think that they might be raising their eyebrows a little bit of how quickly he's started to become something really nice for this Hornets team. And speaking of another team who's young and people say, oh, they're not going to be good for a long, long time, this Hornets team's got a lot of fight in them, a lot of young guys who are earning their keep as well. What do you see in this Charlotte game that's going on tomorrow night at Delta Center?
Well, we see a lot of that in the league now, right? Teams that have decided to start to build that way from youth. And, Conca-Nipples, he's going to be a great player in this league. The problem sometimes with the Jazz is when players come and play against us, they look too good. I know the Jazz beat Dallas the first time that they came here, but Cooper Flagg had, 42 points and 20 free throws. But I think, look, that's kind of the recipe right now we're starting to see amongst the league, even with Charlotte, trying to get the right pieces and trying to highlight the right guys to run their teams. And so it'll be another good game before we get back on the road, meaning this team gets back on the road to be tested again. The nice thing about the Jazz is they're playing really well at home for the most part. And you love the consistency of what Keontae and what Lauri are doing. I think Bryce Sensabaugh is due for a breakout. He's he's had some decent games, but he hasn't had the breakout consistency that I like to see. And of course, the other pieces, the bench pieces coming along. But yeah, it'll be a fun match tomorrow.
I want to get your thoughts on Cody Williams coming into the league, being a first-round pick for the Jazz. His brother's an NBA star. You know that it's not fair for him, but those kind of expectations are heaped on him because of that. But he's finally seems like he's turning a corner, getting more minutes and delivering. He's getting to the rack and making some plays. What are your thoughts on Cody Williams? Do you still believe in him as a guy that can make it in this league?
I'm really proud of how Cody is doing it, and it's not easy, man. You're a top 10 pick, right? And those things that you just said, people are going to talk. He's got a brother at OKC who's a champion. Is he going to be as good or like him? And that's the noise. Even though it's difficult, that's a noise that Cody has had to block out, right? And so I like the patience that and it doesn't just happen on his own. He's got to have people in his ear saying, look, be patient. Yeah, you're going to play G League. We're going to get you some reps, because if you're not getting them here, you got to get them somewhere. And I talked to him on the elevator the other day, because he's starting to show why his potential, his ceiling is so high. He's more aggressive to the hoop now. I think he's had probably 6 or 7 dunks in the last 2 or 3 games, but he's different, right? He's stronger. He's using it well. And even before, he didn't make poor decisions. He just wasn't consistent with shots, and they're trying to get him as a long, lanky player to guard some of the best offensive players in the league. So they're throwing him right into the 5. Well, I love his progress. I love where he's going, and I think his trajectory is going to continue to be up, because his confidence now is up.
Big T Thurl Bailey joining us on the program. If you stream the YouTube page, you can see his 3 Emmys in the background.
Was that a flex, Big T?
No problem. I'll take it all day. It makes us more credible. Come on. That's what I'm saying. That's why
Hey, you earned those. Let people know.
That's what I'm saying. All rookie league in the NBA, or your 3 Emmys. You got to give one of them up. What's it going to be?
All rookie league in the NBA. I'll take the Emmys.
Yeah.
Take the Emmys.
You truly are a TV guy.
Yeah, you've turned that corner.
I appreciate
You're
that.
full-on media, man.
You're one of us.
I love it. Well, we hope to be one of you one day, Big T. We appreciate it. Thanks for joining us on the program, and let's add a 4th one this year, man. You guys are well on your way. You guys do a phenomenal job. Thanks again.
So do you too. I appreciate you, man. Anytime.
There you go.
Big T.
There you go. It's not a flex. It's something that brings up our credibility. We have a picture that we're sharing on our screen that has well, you've got sports Emmys too, JJ.
I don't have them here in studio behind me.
Maybe
I don't have enough to do that.
Maybe we rectify that. Put a little
hey, trophy
Annapolis,
case back here.
Hey, Annapolis, can we just get like one of those things that hangs off on like a little mini shelf? We just put JJ's Emmy right behind there.
I'll put in a request to IT.
That's what I'm saying.
What I'll do is, and I got to give a little love to our colleague Sam Farnsworth. He's the broadcaster of the year in Utah.
Oh, that's right.
I need to borrow his award.
You know what?
Put it back here so people think I won it.
Well,
Hey guys, what's happening?
Yeah, we just have to get Sam on more and more, and get him on, and have him on the screen, and have that in the background. Have your Emmy in the background. And I got 6th place in the Pinewood Derby like in 1984. So
you've won a radio award or 2. Come on now.
I have, but they're not as cool as you guys.
Humble guy here.
No, but you guys do. The TV does the come join us at the Rocky Mountain Emmys, and the radio doesn't give 2 craps about this. They're like, moving on.
You don't go to the Marconi Awards.
Oh yeah, you go to the Marconi Awards.
Win a Marconi.
Fly out to New York and win a Marconi. Sure, why not?
You got a few of those in your storage bin?
No, I do not.
Got stacks and stacks of Marconis.
All right. Ooh, I could go for some baked Marconi right now. Ooh.
Sounds good.
Marconi and cheese?
Oh, I was just going to say, does it have cheese in it?
Phenomenal.
I'm in.
Take a break. We'll come back. We have more to go on the program, and we'll get you ready for some NFL. My heavens, I can't wait. Wild card weekend in the NFL.
It's here.
NFL Blitz is next right here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Southbound slowing on I-15 from 123rd South to 146th South for Salt Lake County drivers, but northbound is also plugged up in the same area from the Bluffdale exit up to Bangor. From Murray to Midville, Friday commuters are also seeing the usual southbound congestion and slowdowns on I-15. Bad weather and parking lots love GoPave Utah. GoPave Utah loves snow. Don't wait for bad weather. Schedule your snow removal services with GoPave Utah. Visit GoPaveUtah.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
Don't touch that button.
Check this out.
Eric Weddle, kind enough to join us.
We need to get back to players that want to be a part of our university, that will appreciate what the university can give them. The culture, the buy-in, what Coach Morgan and those guys are going to be emphasizing day in and day out of being great men on and off the field, right? Future leaders, future husbands and fathers, like those programs are what I want my son to be a part of. It's not the guys that are money hungry. We're not going to beg people to stay at our university. We're not going to overpay guys because they got other universities that are offering more money. Then if that's the case and you don't appreciate what this school can give you, then good luck, because we're going to be fine. The University of Utah is an amazing school with amazing support, and those who want to be a part of it, let's ride.
It's Hans and Scotty, weekdays from noon to 3, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown, drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with the Tim Daly Forever Warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Utah Mammoth Hockey is back at Delta Center. Don't miss your chance to be part of the excitement as the Mammoth hit the ice all season long. Grab your friends, rally the family, and lock in your seats for the fast-paced, hard-hitting action. Great seats are available for most games, but they're selling fast. Head to UtahMammoth.com to get your tickets today. That's UtahMammoth.com. Your home for all things Mammoth hockey. Start the new year strong with a Hercules Gold Tier checking account. Earn up to 4.25% APY and make your money work harder for you. This account combines high rewards with everyday convenience so you can reach your goals faster. Open your Gold Tier checking account today and let's grow stronger together in 2026. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union. Growing stronger together for 80 years.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tonight, the Utah Mammoth hosts the St. Louis Blues at 7 o'clock. Listen on 97.5 The Zone. Tomorrow, Utah State's at Boise State. Mountain West basketball tips off at 7 o'clock on 1280 The Zone. The Utah Jazz host the Charlotte Hornets in the Delta Center. The game starts at 7:30 on 97.5 The Zone. And BYU at Utah, the rivalry game at the Huntsman Center, 8 o'clock on 102.7 FM. Listen to the KSL Sports Zone.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. Did you know that we offer 3 distinct styles of gutter protection? Each one meant to handle a specific leaf problem. You might not even know there are different styles of gutter protection, but there are. And if you pick the wrong one, it could be a huge waste of money. Now, the big gutter guard companies won't tell you this. They try to sell you a one-size-fits-all gutter guard. And it could be completely wrong for the amount and types of trees and leaves you have. Not RGS Exteriors. We understand which kind of leaf problem needs which kind of gutter guard. We'll do an in-depth evaluation to assess the types, locations, and numbers of trees in your yard. Based on that data, we match your home to the right gutter guard. So don't risk wasting money on the wrong gutter protection. For a free evaluation and estimate, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsexteriors.com.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Bryce Sensabaugh talks about Keontae George and the incredible season he continues to have.
Yeah, absolutely. I think whatever is in the running for him or whatever is potential anything, like he should be in the conversation. Like he's had an incredible year, like a crazy jump. And, I've told people I'm not surprised because I've seen how much work he puts in, but I actually kind of am surprised, like how well he's playing. And, obviously to be a lead guard in the NBA it comes with a lot. And, for him to be a third-year player doing what he's doing is pretty incredible. So he deserves a lot of respect.
That is your Jazz at 30 update, and it's brought to you by U of U Health. At University of Utah Health, hope is in their DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. University of Utah Health, for you, for life. Wildcard weekend is here. The NFL Blitz is next. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All the latest news and notes from the league and the locals in the NFL. JJ and Alex bring you the NFL Blitz on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. I'd love to talk about my Seattle Seahawks or your Denver Broncos, but now they're playing this weekend, JJ.
Well, they earned it.
Such is life. Such is life with the bye week. Hey, who are the Rams slumming it with this weekend on Wild Card Weekend? Anybody?
They're playing the Panthers.
Hey, now.
Which they lost to about a month ago.
That is weird.
That's a cute story, though, with
it's not
the Panthers. Yeah, I would say I'm still bullish on the Rams. I'm only saying this because they had one of the most insane comebacks ever to win that game, 3 weeks ago in Seattle. Fun time. Great. I still have no confidence in Sam Darnold. If I'm going to buy into a quarterback in the NFC playoffs, it's going to be freaking Matthew Stafford, right? I mean, is he healthy?
Who's the best quarterback left? There's no Mahomes this year.
Yeah. I think it is Stafford. I really do. I think Josh Allen is having a kind of Josh Allen year. I mean, going from MVP to that, not necessarily the guy.
That missed throw in overtime.
Weird.
That's burned into my memory right now. Yeah, it's been disappointing.
Yeah.
Trevor Lawrence, is he the best?
I will never try to say that 40-something-year-old Aaron Rodgers is going to be anything.
He's over the hill.
No, I think it's got to be Matthew Stafford. You disagree? Are we thinking of everybody? Darnold is a fun story, but again...
It's just Mahomes not being involved, I'm having to recalibrate.
I don't know what to do with my hands.
Yeah, I don't know. Who's the best?
But no Lamar, too. Like, that's weird.
No Lamar Jackson.
Ooh, now that's a great point.
I love Drake May, but it's year 2 where the Patriots feel a little bit fraudy to me. Did I just make up a word?
Fraudy. What'd you commit?
Fraudy.
Light fraudy?
I think you guys are kind of fraudy. You haven't really proven anything.
That's a good point because Drake might win the MVP. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. But it feels early for me to give him the nod over Matthew Stafford, who is just still slinging it like crazy. And just has that crazy experience. So that's a great question.
Jalen Hurts is a Super Bowl champion. Why are we not talking about Jalen Hurts?
Because he has also felt like he doesn't take over these games that they win.
He doesn't throw the football 40 times a game.
That's true. And maybe that's it.
Jordan Love's in the playoffs, but coming off a concussion, the Packers feel weird right now. Caleb Williams, is he ready for that kind of spotlight?
Well, I say,
is he ready for the big time?
I gave you the side eye shake that it had no way, but at the same time,
on YouTube, you could have saw that.
I've said that all year long, though, too.
But he's had some big moments.
They're not going to be anywhere. No.
That game-winning throw in overtime against the Packers, that was a wow throw and a wow moment for me. Like, this guy has it. I don't know. I'm a Broncos fan. Do I believe Bo Nix is ready to do it?
What's crazy is the Bears are hosting a playoff game.
Right. This is new. This is a new world. The NFL is completely new to this year. There's no Chiefs running the whole thing. The Eagles, as dominant as they were last year and 2 years before that,
they don't feel like they're the guys.
I just don't feel like they're the same team And they've won ugly this year. Everything about the Eagles right now, they're doing ugly. And I don't believe that's going to get you where you need to go in the playoffs. Are the Texans being overlooked? Are the Texans that team? Incredible defense. C.J. Stroud has shown flashes of stardom at the quarterback position. They got great receivers. They got good running backs.
Mm-hmm.
Their offensive line's great. And it feels like they've got everything you need. They had a slow start this year, but they've won 9 in a row. Are the Texans that team? I'm curious to see them. And we're going to get to see them on Sunday.
Can I mention this wild graphic they just put up on ESPN? Number of four or 5-star players in the college football semifinal. I know it's a college football deal.
Yeah.
Just took it off, so I might be off a little bit on the numbers, but the big ones that I want you to know. Oregon has they on their roster have 55 either 4 or 5-star guys.
That's insane.
Next is Miami with 45. After that, it was
Ole Miss.
It was Ole Miss at 32, which you look at and you go, Indiana has 8 4 or 5-star guys on their roster.
That's crazy.
8.
And they look to be clearly the best team in the country.
That's crazy.
And they have the Heisman Trophy.
They're playing a team that has 55 either 4 or 5-star guys on their roster tonight. They've already beat them once this year, by the way.
All right. In their place.
That's crazy. All right. Anyway, I
It
saw
is
that
fascinating.
pop up.
That is really fascinating.
Who's the biggest shock of the NFL playoffs this year? Is it the Bears at 11-6? Is it
Yes, it's the Bears,
Well,
and it's
hold
not
on.
even close.
Well, what about the freaking Patriots? They're as good as
Great point. Great point.
The Jags are a great. Listen, that's
the Jags
a 13-win
talent.
team. Yeah,
Like, Trevor Lawrence has won playoff games.
Yeah, they've gone to the playoffs. Yes.
The Patriots we thought would take a jump a little bit. Had some talent, signed Stephon Diggs. The Bears, I think you're absolutely valid. You can debate that for sure. Patriots or Bears, biggest surprise in the playoffs.
Bears are such
biggest
poverty.
rise.
The Bears have been such poverty as a franchise.
Both won their divisions
for
this
so
year.
long,
The
though.
Bears have been bad for so long.
Yeah.
And I think that was the biggest shock. And it's not just – and the Patriots, it's not like the NFC North, especially coming into the season, felt impossible for the Bears to navigate. I mean, Minnesota was coming off of what, the 14-win season?
Yeah.
The Lions – wait, it was 14 wins for the Lions. Was the Lions 15 wins last year, right?
No. Yes, because they –
Didn't they go 15-2?
Now I'm second guessing here. I think they both went 14-3, and I think the tiebreak went to the Vikings because they I think had the first round bye. I think the Lions are the first team ever.
It was 15-2 for the Lions, 14-3 for the Vikings.
It was the first 14-win team that didn't have a bye.
Correct.
Ever.
And that's a weird. That's
one.
because of the new 17-game schedule. But for that division to completely flip, and for the Bears to run the division this year, was more shocking to me than the Patriots winning the division. Because the Dolphins and Jets are garbage, and the Bills are unpredictable. I didn't expect the Patriots to win the AFC East, and I'm not taking anything away from what they did. For the Patriots to go to 14-3 this year and win that division for the first time in a long time.
The Pats are the SEC of the SEC team of the playoffs this year.
I guess.
It's a weak schedule.
Yeah.
Faking it.
They do have. I don't have this in front of me, but I think they did have, as far as strength of schedule, the weakest strength of schedule of the teams in the playoffs.
So you got yourself 5 NFL playoff games this weekend.
Yeah.
And I love it because, wait, hold on a minute. Did you say there was one Monday or no?
There is Monday. Yeah, Steelers-Texans is the Monday.
The Steelers-Texans is the Monday game.
Yes,
so,
correct.
Here's what we have going on between tomorrow and Sunday, though. Rams-Panthers. Love it. Packers-Bears. Interdivision. Love it. Old school. The old black and blue division.
Yes.
Right? I mean, they just absolute, history right there. Bills-Jags is intriguing as heck.
Oh, yeah.
That's a great game. Great matchup. 49ers-Eagles is one of those that for 5 minutes we thought that was going to be a second round or even an NFC championship
if you
matchup.
told me that was the NFC championship this year, I'd be like, oh, of
Yes,
course. I mean,
absolutely.
that tracks.
Instead, wild card. And then Chargers-Patriots, that whole everything that surrounds that one.
Chargers are a 7 seed, and I think I'm interested to know.
What's the Monday game? It's the Steelers.
The Patriots
Texans,
are 3.5-point favorites at home, just 3.5 against the 7 seed.
Yeah, and
it's not a big gap.
No, and they've got Jim Harbaugh I think they have, even though we're talking about Drake May and who's the better quarterback, like Justin Herbert, we disrespected him by not mentioning him in that conversation. He's got to be in that top 3, right?
But he's not healthy. He's not 100%.
He's not 100%. So but the Chargers defense is one of the best in the league. So we'll see how this thing goes with that one.
You're right. These matchups are really intriguing. All of them are looking really close.
You know what I'm doing, though?
The only 2 games with lines above 3.5 are the Eagles and 49ers and the Panthers-Rams. The Rams are 10.5-point favorites on the road.
Yeah, I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it. Team that I want to go as far as they can, and is an awesome story, the Houston Texans. Please win all the games. Get to the AFC Championship game, maybe against the Patriots. I don't even know if the bracket would allow that. But I love the idea that team was 1-4, 2-5, and they're sorry. Am I saying that? I was like, why is he poo-pooing this? It's because they'd have to go through.
So Sam Darnold's going to be one and done again in the playoffs, right? The Seahawks are a fraud.
Listen, I don't like your attitude.
Is Jordan Love and the Packers going to beat them?
I don't like your attitude, the way you're saying it, but I can't disagree. I don't believe in the Seahawks either yet. As a 14-win team, it's only because Sam Darnold took his last team to 14-3. Now, I will say this.
Now, the Seahawks are probably either playing the Rams or the Packers. So which one do you think has the best shot?
Oh, yeah. I would hate to face the Rams.
I'm assuming the Eagles beat the 49ers.
I would hate to face the Rams again. Because it's going to be up in Seattle either way.
Yeah.
Give me the Packers. Give me the Packers in the second round.
No confidence in your team whatsoever.
No, I'm just saying, I don't know.
Are you
I don't
just
think
trying to set yourself up to trying to keep expectations low?
Think about what the Mariners did this year and what the Seahawks have done this year, okay? Both of them like kind of living very similar lives right now where it's like, hey, that's nice. I didn't expect that. Hey, look at that. You guys going to the playoffs again? Hey, you're going to the ALCS? Nice. In this case, you go, everything's gravy at this point. I just think it's, I'm happy to be here. Okay? The plight of a not very confident in his team fan. Hey, I'm just glad we're here. It's kind of a loser mentality, but I've seen this team lose a lot. They've won some, but I've seen them lose a lot. All right. I don't think they're the best team in the NFL or the best team in the NFC.
But who is? Who's supposed to win this whole thing? I have no idea.
The NFC's tough. I think that the AFC is a little bit more of a clear situation.
I don't know. I think the Chargers at the 7th seed are good enough to win the whole thing.
I do think it's great that we don't have to worry about the Kansas City Chiefs and worrying about that. But it is good to have a year that the Bills are down. The Bills are like, the Chiefs aren't here in the playoffs, and we kind of have been crap this year.
Yeah.
Not a good year to do that. The 1 year you can avoid them in the playoffs, and them and the Ravens, and you might lose in the first round. You might lose in the wild card. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. More to go around the corner. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
From the Timpanogos Highway, exit northbound I-15 is still slow coming out of Utah County all the way to a crash that is yet to be cleared right before the Bangor exit in Draper. Once again, Mountain View Corridor is getting crowded to the point of delay southbound from Daybreak to 134th Street. Take UTA instead of driving and actually enjoy your ride. Try UTA to see the difference. Plan your trip at rideuta.com or on the Transit app. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whirls around and down.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ivory Homes wants to send you to the big game. They've got 2 tickets in Santa Clara, California on February 8th, 2026. A 2-night stay booked for you, along with a $2,000 gift card for travel expenses. That big game giveaway can be yours, and here's how you can do it. Register at ivoryhomes.com/super. Again, that's ivoryhomes.com/super. And then visit any Ivory Homes model home. It's fun to go check out these homes, right? You and wife go out and have a good time and go see all these beautiful Ivory homes that you could move into. Check out their model homes. Visit any Ivory Homes model home. Scan the QR code at that home, and then you're entered to win. The more model homes you visit, the more entries you earn. The winner will be selected from all entries and notified on January 31st, 2026. And when you go visit that Ivory model home, learn more about their smart home buyer guarantee. If you currently are in a home where you need to upgrade, your family's getting bigger, your kids are getting older, maybe you had more kids, you got to get into a bigger home and you're thinking, there's no way we can do this. It's impossible. Oh, it's very possible. Ivory Homes will explain to you how you can do that with their smart home buyer guarantee. They got guaranteed sale, guaranteed lease, commission refund, reduced realtor fees, coordinated timing. All those details are part of that smart home guarantee. Learn more about that by going to Ivory Homes and checking it out. While you're there, register for this big game giveaway. This is your chance to go to the big game. You don't get these opportunities very often. Here's one you can do, and at the same time, you can upgrade to that home you've always dreamed of. Go to their website. It's where it starts. Get started at ivoryhomes.com/super. That's ivoryhomes.com/super.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Mammoth defenseman John Marino has high praise for goaltender Karel Vejmelka following the win over Ottawa.
He's been great for us, all year, making those big saves. Definitely bailed us out so many times today. I mean, as we know, we want to help him out more, but, when he plays like that, it's a very tough team to play against.
That's your Mammoth at 50 update. The top 10's next on JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing.
When TV and radio collide.
Love it.
This is what you get. You're listening to JJ and Alex.
Don't touch that thigh!
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Got a top 10 for you. JJ, you ready for a Friday edition of Top 10? Napolis, you going to participate?
You going to take it easy on me because it's the weekend?
No.
Dang it.
No, but I do think you guys will get a lot of these.
All right.
Okay?
I'll give it a shot.
Now, in honor of Indiana being in the college football national semifinal, favored to win this one over Oregon 48 minutes away from kickoff, by the way. Favorite to win this one, and they would likely be the favorite against anybody. We brought up the wild stat that everybody else, it's like 55 4- and 5-star players for Oregon on their roster.
Crazy.
45 for Miami, 4- and 5-star players on their roster. 32 for Ole Miss. Poverty SEC program. They only got 32. Indiana has 8. But such is life for a team who is one of the worst teams in college football history. In fact, I'll give you the first one on this list. They're on the top 10 for the most losses of all time in college football. So you have that one. I'll give that one to you.
Okay.
You've got to do the other 9.
Okay.
On your mark, get set, go.
Vanderbilt. Northwestern.
Ding.
Princeton. Michigan State. Ole Miss.
Ooh, let me look for the word. Oh, no.
No. Mississippi State. Florida. Texas Tech. Baylor. TCU. SMU. Cal. Stanford. UCLA.
Annapolis. You
say
chime
UMass?
Chime in at any time. Did you say UMass?
Yeah.
Oregon State, Oregon. Minnesota. Wisconsin. Illinois. West Virginia. Rutgers.
Ding.
Maryland. Virginia. Va-Tech. Georgia Tech. Wake Forest.
Ding.
Duke.
Not on the list.
Duke's not?
Nope. Now, there's a theme here.
Did I do all right?
Did pretty good. Man, there was a streak in there. You looked like Prairie View A&M at some point.
Ew.
See, I threw in another team that was really bad. They're not on the top 10. They have the worst losing streak of all time. You remember what it was?
What was it?
Do you remember Prairie View?
How bad was it?
I only remember because during the midst of this losing streak, I would always play with them on college football. I'd be like, ooh, I got to find the Panthers. Get down to them, kick them while they're down.
You know way too much about Prairie View A&M.
And I'll put a 90 burger on Prairie View A&M if I didn't win the national championship on the career mode. 80 losses in a row, by the way.
Dang.
80 losses in a row. It's the worst.
That's poverty.
All right. Let me see here. You didn't get – so a lot of these they've been around a long time.
Yeah, that's why I threw Princeton out there.
Yeah, well, and those I guess probably are in that discussion, but it is Midwestern schools dominated.
Okay.
Or Big Ten dominated, really. So you got Indiana, you got Northwestern, you got Rutgers, you got Wake Forest. Kansas is terrible.
Oh, yeah. I forgot Kansas.
Iowa State is one of the losingest programs
People
of all
forget
time.
how bad they used to be.
Tulane is on the top 10 list.
Interesting.
Kansas State. Man, remember how bad they were for a long time before Bill Snyder came in?
Yeah, they were irrelevant.
Rice on the list.
Oh, poor Rice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then Arkansas.
Arkansas?
Mm-hmm. They're just, I guess they've been in the.
Wow.
Yeah, I thought so too.
That's interesting.
And of course, it's always a fun time to bring up the worst loss in NCAA history, which was Cumberland falling to Georgia Tech, coached by John Heisman back in 1916, 222-0. Always my favorite stat. And it was all because it was just a revenge thing for him.
I remember you
for
telling
John
the
Heisman.
story, yes.
I don't think John Heisman was a great guy. Kicking smaller programs down, kicking them while they're down.
So the Heisman Trophy is named after somebody who was a piece of crap?
He couldn't. Here's the thing about this
Or
story.
did he used to be a piece of crap?
These guys are like, hey, man, we got a lot of guys who are joining the Army. It's 1916. We got a lot of guys who joined the Army, and we're kind of short on some guys. Georgia Tech's like, are you not going to honor our contract? Well, when you come here next year, we'll see you. So he decides to absolutely stick it to Cumberland in 1916, who had a bunch of people.
Did he do an onside kick in the third quarter?
I think probably worse than that if it's 222-0.
It was the third quarter.
It was the third quarter. We had a lot of football still left. I think my favorite stat is that they scored 82 points in one of the quarters. So that's good.
Dang.
We'll take a break. We'll come back when we do. Hey, I think Cole Bagley's going to walk into the studio, yeah? Get him live and in person. You got the Utah Mammoth tonight over here at Delta Center. see if they can make it 2-0 on the 7-game homestand that they've got upcoming here. So we'll talk to Cole. We'll get his thoughts. I haven't talked to him since the Winter Classic news was rolled out. And, of course, lots of focus on the Utah Mammoth this week from a national perspective. How's this team looking on paper, though, against the rest of the league when it comes to trying to make these playoffs? Stay here. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Start the year with a splash of flavor. Heartland Steakco's Reef and Beef Package combines juicy steak and fresh seafood for the ultimate celebration. With the Reef and Beef Package from Heartland Steakco, you will be feasting on Maine cold water lobster, jumbo USA sea scallops, 16-ounce USDA choice ribeye steaks, and 8-ounce filet mignon, delivered straight to your door. Don't wait long, because the Reef and Beef Package from Heartland Steakco will not be around forever. So treat yourself or pick one up as a gift for family, friends, clients, or anyone who loves that true Midwest taste. Ordering is easy at heartlandsteaksco.com. And right now, when you spend $199.99 or more, you'll get free shipping plus $26 off with promo code NEWYEAR26. Give the gift of flavor this year with Heartland Steakco. That's heartlandsteaksco.com, promo code NEWYEAR26. Taste the Heartland difference.
It's a new year, and Aleve is here to help you keep your New Year's resolutions on track. Whether it's a daily walk, hitting the gym, or spending more time with friends and family, Aleve's got your back. With up to 12 hours of body pain relief per dose, Aleve keeps you moving with long-lasting body pain relief so you can chase those dreams and achieve your goals. Don't let body pain slow you down. Keep going with Aleve, because this year is your year. Try Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Start the new year strong with a Hercules Gold Tier checking account. Earn up to 4.25% APY and make your money work harder for you. This account combines high rewards with everyday convenience so you can reach your goals faster. Open your Gold Tier checking account today and let's grow stronger together in 2026. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union. Growing stronger together for 80 years.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The exclusive home of the Utah Mammoth is on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Backdoor pass, and they score! Lawson Krause lasers one in, and the Mammoths are off and running. Keller, one-timer, tipped wide, rebound, they score! Johnny Marino makes it 2-0. Brandon Tanev around behind the Ottawa net, wraparound, shut down, rebound loose, it's still loose! They're trying to jam it in, Miralainen got back, Utah saying it's in, and it is! The Mammoth kick down the door and make it 3-1!
You're locked into JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Daniil Boot was going to get that second goal of the season in that moment, regardless of what happened. You were not going to deny that guy. Right in front of the goal, just absolutely poking away, and finally it goes into the goal, and it made it 3-1, and they get the win over the Ottawa Senators. Nice start to the homestand with 7 games in front of them. They've got a lot that they've got to do to keep those points rolling in to be able to stay in that conversation of all of the things that have to do with the playoffs. But, hey, this portion of the show, by the way, brought to you by Trajan Wealth, TRAJANwealth.com. Trajan Wealth for all your trusted local needs in retirement. We're getting ready for college football semifinals. We've got the Utah Mammoth across the street. And Cole Bagley, our Utah Mammoth insider for KSLSports.com, just walked into the studio. Cole, does this part of your job get old, going over and having to cover the game again over here at Delta Center? Blah.
Nah.
No, it doesn't.
I'm a bit of a sicko, I think.
No, we all kind of are. I mean, like, there's a thing to this. I mean, the reality is some people could live their dream of their career and everything, and other people say this has been a dream and they don't mean it. You're the latter. You're the former. You're the one that gets to actually have that dream thing that you're covering the team and being able to watch this whole thing go down. What impressed you the other night? On a game-by-game basis, we kind of live and die with this team. We tell fans not to do it, but we do. Tell us what happened in that game that you were impressed by that was a good start to the 7-game homestand.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing was definitely just their approach to their play in front of the net on both ends. You know, Ottawa is a nasty team, and a lot of it's stems from their captain, right? Brady Tkachuk is one of the nasty players in the NHL who throws his body around, and I mean he is always hunting. He's always looking to smash somebody, to pulverize somebody, and that's the style that the Senators play is a gritty, physical game in front of the net on both ends. And I think that was probably Utah's best performance in terms of their net front presence. They were pushing around. They were whacking away. I mean, Boot scores that goal because of that. That effort, right? They surrounded the goaltender and they just pushed it until it went across the line. And then the other end, Utah's defense is not overly big by any means. I think John Marino is probably the biggest player back there, and he's 6'2", maybe 6'3", but most of the guys are about 6 foot, maybe a little bit taller. And going up against guys like Tkachuk, who are 6'4", 6'5", they did really well. He was rendered pretty ineffective, and
his worst game of the season. He was -3 on the ice, which just did not happen for Brady Tkachuk.
No, he's a dominant force. I mean, we're living in a day and age where those guys are rare, but their game is so important. So. Yeah, I was really impressed with how they approached that on both ends, and Coach Torney talked about it afterwards, and I met with Bill the other day, and that's the style they want to see moving forward through the rest of the season, is to play physical, gritty hockey, because generally speaking, the team that wins that kind of battle every night is going to win on the scoreboard.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it, and you got to have a goaltender that's on top of his game, and right now, Kirill Vamilka is just that. You watch him each and every game. What's the difference now compared to maybe earlier in the season?
I think when he was pulled about a month ago,
it
made a big difference.
Really?
And I think a lot of times that's why you pull a goalie. It's not because you're going to bring in your backup and you're going to win the game, right? You're usually trailing by 4 or 5 at that point. But it's to send a message. And, over these last 13 games, he's 9-4, and his save percentage is above 900. His save percentage was, I think, .907 in December, and if you don't count the game against New Jersey, his save percentage is .932 in January. Wow. Now, if you do count it, it's like .895 because that game against New Jersey was a little rough. But, he's just playing more confidently. He's making those unexpected saves. He's saving the ones that you expect him to save, and then he's occasionally making the unexpected ones. He did that 3 or 4 times against Ottawa. He stopped a critical breakaway in the second period that could have tied things up, 2-2 game in the second instead of 2-1, and then, who knows where it goes from there. And he did, he had some similarly big saves in the third period, as Ottawa got a couple of power plays. He was their best penalty killer on the night. So, yeah, he looks a lot more like the goaltender that won Utah's net a year ago, and that's
got him the big contract too.
Exactly. That's the guy that signed the big contract. That's the guy that they believe in. And if he can play that way, if he can stay around 900 through the rest of the season,
I think Utah makes the playoffs.
Let's take a look at a guy who we talked to Bear Tourney yesterday. You talked to Bill Armstrong about him too, and I'm fascinated by Daniil Boot. He's young, he's super raw, but he is got something. He's got a knack where he's always around the puck. He finds himself attacking the net and not having a problem, and he has moments where guys try to go, I'm going to stick it to this rookie. I'm going to hit him hard. It's like he does not get fazed by it. What do you like about his game? What has Bill Armstrong said about his game? Of course, Coach Torney approves of the Cheeks nickname as of yesterday.
But he's still pushing Booter, which is a little disappointing because that just doesn't work.
Yeah. I asked him about that today. But I said, you got a lot of nicknames. Which one do you like the most? He goes, Booter is good. but
didn't love Cheeks.
Cheeks is good too.
Yeah, I was gonna say because Bear goes. No, Cheeks is good. Cheeks is a good one. Like he liked it too. He just is. I don't know if he can bring himself to it. It feels very much like
it's hard to take a guy seriously who you call Cheeks.
Well, it's also like me trying to like.
It's also hard for a head coach to be taken seriously when he's calling one of his players Cheeks.
It is one of the best nicknames in the NHL.
There's no doubt
because the NHL is all about nicknames, and most of the time they're really not like anything extraordinary. It's like. Keller is Kells, and Krause is Krauser, and Schmaltz is Schmaltzy.
Right.
Usually you just
that's what
E-R-Y.
He's adding
exactly.
Booter, Cools.
So Cheeks is so good.
It is.
But yeah, he's a special player. I had an opportunity to talk to Bill Armstrong about him yesterday, and he said that what makes him so special on this team is they have not had a player like Daniil Boot for a long time in this organization. And it's like you were talking about, pointing out, he just keeps going to the net. He runs over a future Hall of Famer in Jonathan Quick, who wants to fight him, who wants to rip his face off. And he just gives him that big, cheeky Russian smile. And he does it again on the next shift. Mm-hmm. And then against Ottawa, he's doing it again. He's going right at the net. And he's sitting there, on his backside, whacking at the puck, and it goes in, and he puts his hands in the air, and then he just lays down on the ice. And that was 2 or 3 shifts after he got absolutely pulverized in the defensive zone. Bill also told me, he said, look, we're working on some curriculum about mental toughness. And there's going to be a chapter in there just labeled Daniil Boot. Because it doesn't matter what happens to him.
That's a compliment.
He gets up and he goes and he goes and he goes and he goes. And, as soon as that puck starts to, more consistently get across the line, he is going to be such a good player. As soon as his confidence continues to grow.
I wanted to ask you, follow-up there is, what is his ceiling? Like when you're looking around the league and you look, is there comps for him?
Tage Thompson.
Okay.
A big, giant oaf who is going to mess around in the crease, who's going to push people out, who is too big to just even handle. Because there's not that many defensemen that are overly big that can match him, size for size, inch for inch. He's humongous. Yeah. He's so tough to push around. And so I think that's the ceiling, is a Tage Thompson type player, which he just got named to Team USA. Right. He'll be playing he scored the golden goal at World Championships. Mm-hmm. He's a really special talent. So I think that's the hope and the ceiling for this kid. If you guys have been watching him, I think he's played about 17, 18 games now. He just continues to get better. He's putting himself in the right spot every single time. The only issue is that he's not finishing the chances. So as soon as he's able to consistently finish those chances, when his confidence grows a little bit more, when he learns the North American style game a little bit better, and another question I asked is Bill. I said, is he shooting enough? He's like, no. He's got a laser beam of a wrist shot.
Yeah, we saw it in the preseason.
Yeah, I haven't seen that yet.
Yeah.
So when he starts letting pucks fly a little bit more, he figures out that spacing a little bit better, and he can, get the puck across the line more consistently. I think that in 2 or 3 years, Daniil Boot could be a staple of the top 6 for the Mammoth and a 60 to 70 point guy.
Wow.
That's pretty high. It's pretty high praise. Pretty tall expectations too, but he is tall, so it works out. The announcement this week, obviously there was a lot going on in the background. At one point on Tuesday, we were all like, I thought Cole's going to join us. He's like, well, he's working on something. And then we were like, ew. And then it turned into, there might be an announcement next week. And then it got to the point where everybody started to find out about it. And so then they're like, we're putting this thing together. Bring in Gary Bettman, fly him in. Let's go. Let's get this thing going. How did that thing come about? And Sounds like it's been a long time in the works. They were just, getting the details nailed down, all those things. But how big of a deal is the outdoor game, and how big of a deal is the Winter Classic in this league?
Yeah, that's why I'm a sicko, because I worked like 16 hours that day.
Jeez.
But I loved it, morning skate and chatting with all the guys, and then going to Rice Eccles, and, Winter Classic is announced. Like, this is the marquee event for the National Hockey League, aside from the playoffs.
Right.
This is almost their Super Bowl, if you will, because, hockey at its roots is a game that was played outside. It's played on the frozen lakes and ponds, up in Minnesota and Michigan and throughout Canada.
In Ontario.
Yeah, exactly.
Calgary.
That's where this game is played.
Yukon territory.
Don't just start throwing out like all the places in Canada.
Saskatoon, all those places. No, it's a huge deal, because the conversations that I was a part of and that they had said publicly when they first started talking about an outdoor game was that it was just going to be a stadium series. And the stadium series is fun. It's fine, but it's more of like a complimentary event. Yeah. Like the Winter Classic is the Winter Classic. It is the event. It was started back in 2008 when, the NHL was looking for something like that to compete, to have a big event when football kind of starts to slow down a little bit. Obviously, playoffs rev up, but in that period where, hey, we could do something special and compete and get tons of people and put the eyes of the sports world upon the league. They brought in Sidney Crosby, who was the star of the league, the young star of the league. They played in Buffalo, so they had a blizzard. The ice conditions were horrid. Like, they had chunks of ice coming up. They were patching it. I love it. They were going out there. The snow's coming down. They're basically just taking snowballs and patching it in and pouring water on it to get it, back to where it needed to be. There's a clip of Crosby where he comes off the ice and he's like, the puck weighs 5 pounds out there. I don't know what to do with it. And if you watch that game, the hockey was atrocious, but it was the coolest thing ever. And that's what we're going to get here in Utah.
It's like the Turkey Bowl. Force a bunch of NFL guys to come out to your ward house, play behind the church, and be like, "This grass is terrible." I know, isn't that awesome?
Tearing Achilles.
better figure it out.
But about half the league has never hosted a Winter Classic.
Yeah.
So for Utah in year 3 to get one,
pretty quick. That's
Arizona had never played an outdoor game.
That's sad.
Utah comes in year 3, and they get to host it.
Yeah.
It's a big deal, and so I hope that Utahns are as excited about this as I am, because this is the purest form of hockey. It's a major marquee event, and the fact that the NHL entrusted Ryan Smith, SEG, and the Utah Mammoth to host it speaks volumes about how well hockey is thriving here.
Well, it feels like the league couldn't wait to do it here.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it
was either an All-Star game or the Winter Classic. That's what they said.
Wow. What would you prefer?
The Winter Classic, hands down.
Really?
100%.
That's interesting.
Like, I think that, the All-Star game is broken in the NHL.
Right.
That's why Four Nations was so amazing.
Yeah.
It's such a success.
That's a good point.
The Winter Classic, it's not like this off game that doesn't count. It's a regular season game.
Right.
And these guys, like, we're getting Nathan McKinnon and Kale McCarr and Gabriel Landeskog to come to town and to play against the Mammoth. Like, it's going to be sold out. It's going to be packed out.
With 55,000 fans watching.
Yeah, and it might be 50-50 in terms of the fan support. Like, you might have
keep those Avalanche fans out of here.
But Utah,
go home.
That matchup, I was told that matchup was really important. They weren't going to settle for anybody but Colorado.
Really?
They wanted the Avalanche to come to town.
That's awesome.
They want that rivalry to grow. They want to face them in the playoffs. They want it. They want all the smoke. They want to play Colorado.
Okay.
Well, this year.
Maybe not this year.
Pump the brakes.
Here's what
nice to have 4 games.
Slow down now.
Cool.
Here's what I
Careful
like
what
about
you
it,
ask
though.
For.
I don't know that there's a team in the NHL that has played Colorado better than Utah.
That's true. Yeah.
They've beat them.
And then they took them to overtime, right?
Took them to overtime, and then they've taken them right down to and lost by a goal.
Yep.
They wouldn't beat them, but they would make their lives real tough. They could push them to 5 or 6. I think
that would be a really interesting way for the Mammoth to break into the playoffs for the first time.
Yeah.
And kind of send a message that we're next.
Yeah.
Now that you're talking me into it, I kind of like that. even though I'd like to see the Mammoth advance, and it probably wouldn't happen this year. But, hey, if you want to become the best team in the league, you can't be afraid of the Avalanche.
Hey,
so, yeah, I kind of like it.
I think a couple of times ago when we talked to you, maybe 3 weeks ago, I guess, we probably talked to you about this, but the power play for this team is not good. They're at the bottom, I think they're 29th right now as of today. And last time we talked to you, there might have been 13%, and they were dead last. But so I guess they've moved up a little bit. But
yeah,
what's improving with the power play, or what's struggling still with the power play? They're doing pretty darn well at the penalty kill. I think they're 12th in the league. But I mean, when you're 29th, 30th, 31st, that's where they've been all season long with the power play numbers. How do you get that kind of a number up, and how do you change the vibe of? Because at some point you kind of just that's who your team is a little bit.
Yeah,
but what is it that they have to change to be able to get aggressive? Because getting around the puck and getting to the net on power play, what are they doing wrong that where teams have figured out? It seems like some of them have figured out like how to kind of defend their version of the power play.
Well, 29th is better than 32nd.
That's true.
They're at 15.5% now, whereas they were like 13.7.
When they were dead last.
Yes, when they were dead last. I think in December, their power play was up at about 20%, whereas November it was 5.7%. So, month to month, a 15% increase, and then obviously about a 2.5% increase overall. I think what the struggles have been for this team is they've been just too perimeter of a power play team. When you've watched, if you've watched when they've had success, they're generating traffic in front of the net. It goes back to what we were talking about earlier. It's why they love a guy like Daniil Boot, is because he generates traffic. When you're playing perimeter in the NHL, the goalies are just so good that they're not going to be taken by surprise on a one-timer from the wing. They're not going to be taken, by surprise from a blast from the point.
Right.
You got to generate traffic. You got to get them moving side to side. You got to get bodies in front. You got to get them screened. You got to block their vision, and you also got to try to score, greasy goals.
Yeah.
Where the goaltender makes the original save, but you got a body right there to clean it up. That's how Ottawa scored on the power play the other night. The puck, Veggie made a good original save, but the puck dropped right in front. The guy just cleans it up, sweeps it into the net. So that I think is where they've started to improve, is they've recognized we got to stop this perimeter stuff. We can't be a one-trick pony of feeding Dylan Guenther on the left wing every single time, because it's not a surprise anymore. Goaltenders know how good Dylan Guenther is. They know, and it's not hard to see it coming, right? It's the same thing. They start up at the point, they go to Keller, he goes back down to Sergachev, and Sergachev swings. As I've watched it recently, the goaltender is sitting right on that near post ready for it. So unless Dylan really blasts one over the shoulder, it's not going to go in.
Right.
And so, how do you improve? You keep working at it. You keep showing up. You dig a little deeper. You battle a little harder. They've changed, the units occasionally. Brought guys up, brought guys down, but it's just a grind. You just keep going, and you hope that numbers improve, and they have, and that's positive. So just keep going.
Reached the halfway point in the NHL season. I want to get your thoughts on where things are at league wide. Biggest disappointment, biggest surprise in the league so far, halfway through.
Biggest disappointment, just from a league standpoint?
Sure.
Winnipeg is
it's
falling
gotta be the Jets, man.
off.
Come on.
What's up with that?
Hellebuck was out for a month.
They've lost 11 games in a row.
He also hasn't really returned to form
Well,
either.
and they lost one of their best players to Carolina in the offseason.
Yeah.
I think it was Ehlers. Mm-hmm. He walked, and Hellebuck is that team. Like, he is everything about that team.
Yeah.
And when your best goaltender's gone for a month, who's top 2, top 3 in the league, you're not going to win a lot of hockey games. So I think that has definitely been the biggest disappointment. The way Colorado's playing is not necessarily a surprise, but how dominant they are is a little bit of a surprise. But if I had to go just kind of based off of, general, I think where things are at in terms of the playoff standings in both conferences. I mean, Colorado, Dallas, and Minnesota in the Central is not a surprise. But then you go to the Pacific, Vegas only has 5 more points than Utah. And they've got an all-star team. Jack Eichel, Mitch Marner, Mark Stone. Like, that's a team that should be 55-60.
Yeah.
Edmonton struggled for the first, month of the season. Seattle is in a playoff spot. San Jose is in a wild card spot. Anaheim was on fire to start the year. They have significantly cooled off. Nashville isn't as bad as everybody thought they were going to be. And then you look over to the East, and Detroit is a very, very good team. The Islanders they're second in the Metropolitan, and then you look at who's out of it. The Washington Capitals are not in a playoff spot. Toronto is a joke. Toronto's approaching a point where you might have to burn it all down. Like, Mitch Marner left that team, and they're terrible.
They got 49 points.
Yeah, like
Jeez.
Toronto is reaching a point where you might have to go. We might need to rebuild here.
Wow.
Uh-oh.
You have Austin Matthews and William Nylander and Jonathan Tavares, and you can't even be in a wild card spot?
Wow.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it is.
It's tough.
So, yeah, there's a lot. I mean, the Florida Panthers they're sixth in the wild card race in the East. Obviously,
Should they panic?
Two of their best players have been injured all season. Matthew Tkachuk, not having him, and then their captain. That's
Can you imagine the Panthers not even getting a chance to defend?
Tkachuk is close, but they're going to have to push. They're going to, of the last probably.
they're only 3 points out, so.
Yeah. But they're going to have to push. So, I don't know. The league has kind of flipped on its head a little bit this year. It's kind of like the NFL.
And that's fun.
Yeah, no, it's great.
I mean, look at the Buffalo Sabres. Yeah. What? Were you surprised by that?
The Pittsburgh Penguins were awful.
Right.
There were considerations to trade Crosby a season ago, and now they're probably gonna make the playoffs. They're a point back from being third in their division, and they've won 6 in a row. Like honestly, the season is just on something, and I don't know what it is, but it's fun, right?
Yeah, that's why you like professional leagues. That's why the NFL is good.
Yeah,
that's why the NFL. That's why you do like the NFL, because there is that parity there.
Yeah. But then you look at Colorado's record, you're like, well, what are we even doing here?
32-4 is pretty wild.
Can anybody beat them in a 7-game series?
71 points. Only 43 games.
How do you only have 4 losses, and we're almost mid-January?
It's crazy.
Almost half the league is between 40 and 50 points right now.
Yeah. Right.
That's how much and so that's why, has Utah disappointed? Yeah, but not by much. I think, where they should be is probably around 50 points. So they're really only 5 points shy of where they should be.
It's just so tough because you're in a division where you have a 71-point team and then 2 60-point teams.
The Central is a juggernaut.
It's an absolute mess to try to get some advantage there.
They have to settle for a wild card spot.
Yeah.
From day one, that's what Utah's facing.
Yeah.
There's no team in the East that's close to 60 or 56. And you got 3 60-plus point teams in your own division.
In one division,
right? Those are the teams. Those are the 3 teams ahead of you in the
and
standings.
they all have the best goal differential in the National Hockey League.
Yeah.
And Colorado's is plus 76. The second is plus 29.
They've scored 175 goals this year. The Avalanche. That's insane. That's like at least. The Stars are second best there, and they're 22 goals better than them.
Yeah.
Than the Stars. So it's crazy. Cole, tonight. The Blues, speaking of divisional opponents, speaking of teams that were in the playoffs last year, and also a team that they're not that far off. They're 42 points and they're second to last in the division. But between St. Louis and the Mammoth, that's 4 teams that are separated by 3 points, and they're one of those teams that are just 3 points behind the Mammoth. Tell us what happens tonight as St. Louis comes to town. Bill Armstrong's old team that he was the assistant GM for.
Yeah, I think St. Louis they're not overly similar to Ottawa, but they're definitely a scrappier team. They've been struggling in terms of scoring goals, giving up a lot of goals. Their goal differential is one of the worst in the NHL at minus 43.
Wow.
But they're still able, to win hockey games. If you look at over the last 10, they're 5-4-1. So they're scrappy. And, I would expect another close game. I think there was a stat that 65+% of games this year have been decided by 1 goal. That's just going to continue. That's why we're seeing all this parity. And, I'm going to say this every single game, but every single game right now for Utah is a must-win because you're at home for 10 of the next 14. You need to generate some sort of space between yourself and everybody beneath you as you push to get into a wild card spot because Logan Cooley is going to be coming back. Bill told me on the record yesterday, either before or after the Olympics. Obviously, that's broad, but there's a chance he could be back before the Olympics. So, keep winning, utilize the fact that the schedule is now favoring Utah. They now play, majority of their games at home, and this is a swing game, right? It's not an Eastern Conference opponent where it's just 2 points. No, this is a 4-point swing game. So make sure that they get 2 and don't go to overtime. Don't give them 1. Get it done, get 2, and move on to the next.
I've been saying it on the show. January, it's go time for this team. 100%. You do it now or you're not.
Yes, this is prove it
now
time.
Is the time.
Cole, you do a pretty darn good job, man. Thanks for always coming in and educating us.
Cole, you're not Cheeks.
Well, yeah. Thanks for educating us plebes on the game, and it is good to get these kinds of breakdowns. It's good to have somebody who knows what they're talking about.
What would your hockey nicknames be?
That's a good question.
I mean, you'd probably just go by JJ.
Yeah, I guess so.
Alex.
Alexei? Yeah.
Alex,
told me a Russian.
Alex, you got to put an on the end of it.
No, I like the Alexei because it makes me sound tougher like a Russian.
Alexer.
No, Alexei been a good guy. He's a good shot. Kiers, he's a good guy. Kiers, good guy.
Kiers, it's Kiers.
Yeah. Oh my goodness! All right,
Kiers
Cole,
and Jenner.
We'll be looking for the hat trick tonight, and of course after in this breakdown of this one, and Cole showing up on the show, courtesy of the folks at Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together. Cole, thanks for hanging out, man.
Thanks, guys. We'll
have fun over there at Delta Center. All right, we'll take the break. We'll come back. We got more around the corner. Stay with us as we get you ready for the Mammoth at the top of the hour. Let's also, they're about to kick off the old semifinal game here. Let's get it going.
Here we go.
Stay here, 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
It's funny about Kyle Whittingham. He does not care about his legacy at all, which is weird. I would have thought that would be more of a priority, but obviously it's not. I mean, the bitterness of sticking it to Utah outweighs his desire to have any sort of legacy, which is, I guess, kind of crazy. I mean...
You think he's trying to stick it to Utah?
Absolutely. Gary Anderson said as much. They shouldn't have pissed Kyle off. Use that word.
Yeah.
I don't know why anybody would think any differently.
I certainly don't think Witt was trying to do Utah favors on the way out the door. But again, to your point, like, what was he supposed to do? This is how he's become Kyle Whittingham, is these people around him. So he's going to go back to the well of the people around him to try and do a good job at Michigan, because I suspect he wants to do a very good job at Michigan. He wasn't going to go out there and start over from scratch. I'm not sure that has so much to do with, well, let me stick it to Utah now.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi. Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown, drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with the Tim Daly Forever Warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown.
Do you currently use a CPAP machine to treat sleep apnea? Are you looking for a smaller, more comfortable solution? Consider a custom-fitted oral appliance from Sound Sleep Medical. In many cases, these appliances can be as effective as CPAP, and oral appliances are usually covered by insurance or Medicare. To make an appointment or to learn more, call Sound Sleep Medical at 801-285-9731. That's 801-285-9731, or visit soundsleepmedical.com.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tonight, the Utah Mammoth hosts the St. Louis Blues at 7 o'clock. Listen on 97.5 The Zone. Tomorrow, Utah State's at Boise State. Mountain West basketball tips off at 7 o'clock on 1280 The Zone. The Utah Jazz host the Charlotte Hornets in the Delta Center. The game starts at 7:30 on 97.5 The Zone. And BYU at Utah, the rivalry game at the Huntsman Center, 8 o'clock on 102.7 FM. Listen to the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Bryce Sensabaugh talks about the team's untapped potential as the season goes on.
You know, we had kind of like a team get-together before the Thunder game, and, you know, the coaches were holding us accountable, and we kind of held each other accountable. And I feel like yesterday was a pretty good kickstart for us, and we, you know, we're in the game with the Thunder for a long time. Obviously, we worked super hard, and it didn't pan out our way, but I think we did a great job at compounding today and, you know, building on that, and, you know, today it paid off. So, you know, as long as we continue to fight how we've been fighting these past couple of days and how we have in the past, to be honest, you know, we can do special things as a team.
That is your Jazz at 30 update, and it's brought to you by U of U Health. At University of Utah Health, hope is in their DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. University of Utah Health, for you, for life. More Mammoth next on JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen,
the biggest name. You're locked into JJ and Alex. With the insight and analysis on the teams you can't live without. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Oh, it's a good song to jam to on a Friday, right?
Where does that rank among the greatest rock songs of all time?
I will say it's probably top 15. Here's the thing about it. Here's the thing about it. It's definitely number one on Guitar Hero. Definitely number one on Guitar Hero.
It's higher for me.
Where's Freebird on the list then for you? Because I don't know if I look at that and go, oh yeah, that's going to be a top 5.
It is for me.
All right.
I gotta make a list.
Hey, Annapolis. Make him finish his list next week, okay? Let's hold him to it. My question is this:
Did I just create more work for myself?
Oh yeah, sure.
Now you're going to actually.
But what's the cutoff?
Hold me to it.
Like, what's like the, for you, like what constitutes it? You know what I mean? Like, are we talking about a classic rock? Like, are we talking like a 60s?
I'm just it's all encompassing rock.
Okay. Because I don't think grunge is like really in that. You know what I mean? But you and I both love ourselves some grunge.
I think it's aged well, and I think that if you look at some of the songs, I think Even Flow by Pearl Jam, I would say that's something, Smells Like Teen Spirit.
Did I tell you? I was in an English class in 8th grade, and our teacher was like, "I want you guys." She's like a real hippie type.
Yeah.
I want you guys to. And we had this corner. We had all our reading, and it was supposed to be like a thinking corner, right? And it was a tough class. It was like some honors class in 8th grade English. She's like, "I want this to be you guys, and you guys need to come up with a theme." And we called the corner Even Flow, and we decorated it with all these butterflies and said, "Where thoughts arrive like butterflies." And she thought we were such poets. I'm like, this is freaking Eddie Vedder. This lady didn't know. So we had this funny thing where it's like a tree, and it said Even Flow, where thoughts arrive like butterflies. She thought we were just like, I was like, yeah, no, we are. Oof, yeah. And it had all these butterflies on the wall. And I was like, I don't know if this is the.
You almost won a scholarship for that poem.
She's like, she thought we were we're thinking so outside the box. Stole it from Eddie Vedder. And if we wouldn't have, it would have been stolen from Kurt Cobain. That's where we got our inspiration from. By the way, just a little update for you. Trinidad Chambliss got denied his 6th-year extension, dude, for the NCAA. The NCAA denied it. Does that count?
The NCAA actually did something?
Well, that's what I was going to ask. Does that count? Because if I got that
just
from them...
Just ignore him. Diego Pavia did.
That's what I was going to say. If they said no, I'd shake my hands with my lawyers and be like, we're in business. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
So the odds of him coming back, I don't hate it because I really like that dude as a player.
I love the story where a guy grinds in Division III, Division II, JUCO, and then makes it to the big stage and does something like that. And Trinidad Chambliss is one of those stories. That's why we watch and love college football. You know, we're watching too much of this crap where these guys are making $4 million and all this stuff going on that feels like pro football. And then all of a sudden a story like Trinidad Chambliss happens and reminds you why we fell in love with college football in the first place.
It is tough because this is a guy who I don't know what his NFL prospects would look like. I don't know.
He'll get a look now.
Well, I think so too.
He was awesome last night.
He was really, really good. And by
they
the
were
way,
one play away.
And by the way, if you're a scout watching that game, you go, "Oh, this guy got sacked once by one of the best defensive lines in the country and one of the best defenses in the country. He got sacked once. Why? Because he gets rid of the ball quick. The NFL puts a huge premium on guys who can process and throw and get through their progressions and throw quick.
3 things are in demand right now for a quarterback at all levels: quick release, strong arm, athleticism. And he has those 3 things.
I think he's
got a shot.
Is he big? I don't know if he's big or not.
There's a reason why he was a D2, right?
Yeah, I guess so. But I mean, I don't know.
So, and that always comes
down
down to the measurables, or I don't know what he was like or what he looked like when he was in high school or what his background is.
Ooh.
But he's only 6'1".
He's a second to 4th round projection.
Yeah.
That's nice.
He's proven now.
The thing is I would just feel bad.
He's done at Ole Miss. He's proven.
I know. I would just feel bad if the guy gets denied a 6-year waiver and then he has no shot in the NFL.
Right.
And then that's potentially $2 or $3 million out the door. And that's where if you go to the NCAA and you go, "Hey, look, I played in JUCO for free basically, but my talent level's here, and you're denying me to be able to earn $2 or $3 more million." So if he has a shot to make the league, then you kind of don't feel as bad for him. But he's got, according to many scouts, according to this article, significant NFL potential. Early to mid-round guy. All right, so there you go. I'm glad for him then. I hope he get 6 year of eligibility might be a diamond in the rough for him. Might be a good thing for him to be able to do that. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. We're gonna get you ready for it. The Utah Mammoth taking on the St. Louis Blues over here across the street. 6 o'clock is your pre, and then a 7 o'clock puck drop right here, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
Don't touch that button. Check this out.
Eric Weddle, kind enough to join us.
We need to get back to players that want to be part of our university, that will appreciate what the university can give them. The culture, the buy-in, what Coach Morgan and those guys are going to be emphasizing day in and day out of being great men on and off the field, right? Future leaders, future husbands and fathers, like those programs are what I want my son to be a part of. It's not the guys that are money hungry hungry. We're not going to beg people to stay at our university. We're not going to overpay guys because they got other universities that are offering more money. Then if that's the case and you don't appreciate what this school can give you, then good luck, because we're going to be fine. The University of Utah is an amazing school with amazing support, and those who want to be a part of it, let's ride.
It's Hans and Scotty, weekdays from noon to 3, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
What's the go-to for you to be able to drop weight? Well, I've tried a bunch of different things, and I know that there are extra options now. You talk about the injections, you talk about all sorts of options to be able to drop weight. Here's the thing, though, is you're still going to be required to get yourself there mentally and get yourself to a spot where you can follow a program that will help you keep the weight off. Salt Lake City Fat Loss has helped JG and I not just drop weight, but to keep it off and to do it naturally. You're not buying supplements. You're not buying meals from them. You're not doing all that stuff. I'll tell you what you're doing is you're seeing results, and then you're able to keep the weight off.
Yeah, I saw results. 40 pounds in 60 days is how I lost weight, and it was through this program that I was able to do that. And you're probably thinking, man, good for you, but I couldn't do that. Yes, you can. You can follow this program. There's nothing crazy about it. You just got to follow the plan. They have a plan based on science that's going to help reset your metabolism, eating regular food, no pills or injections, nothing crazy, just simple changes in your life. They're going to make a difference. And before long, you'll have that result. You can do this. You can reach your weight loss goals. You don't need to stick and stay where you're at forever. I know maybe you feel like there's no hope for me. This is who I am. This is the way I'm going to look. No, make that change. Love what you see in the mirror again. Boost your energy. Fit better in your clothes. Feel more confident and healthier as you age. Salt Lake City Fat Loss works. This is going to help you reach your weight loss goals. Schedule your free consultation today. And due to overwhelming demand, Salt Lake City Fat Loss has extended their huge New Year's Day sale. So there's never been a better time to do this. Over 20% off for a limited time only. Take advantage of those savings. Lock them in at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Attention Jazz Nation. We know you've been waiting on the edge of your seat, and the time has finally arrived. All tickets are available now. Let's go! Your favorite players will be back on the court, bringing the energy all season long. Whether you're looking for season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, there's a perfect option for every kind of fan. Show up loud and proud at Delta Center this season. Don't miss your chance to be part of the action. Buy your tickets today at utahjazz.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious. With multiple engine options and impressive towing, while Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability. Nice. Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah Mammoth defenseman John Marino talks about his confidence in his recent gameplay and performances.
I think it's just, the whole team. We've been playing well throughout the season. We were just not able to finish, some of those wins. Can come down to the wire here. But I think overall as a year, despite the record, we've been playing pretty good hockey. But yeah, I think that's a huge part of it.
That is your Mammoth at 50 update. Best and worst next. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Wrapping up the hour with our picks for the best and worst moments on today's show. as JJ and Alex want to hear your best and worst of the day.
Oh, nightmare start for the Oregon Ducks and Dante Moore. 11 seconds in. First snap of the game for the Oregon offense, a pick six by Indiana. They're up 7-0, and they just kicked the ball off again. So let's see if they can get it going again. Dan Lanning had a nice smile on his face and was trying to tell Dante Moore to relax, but everybody else is going, oh, boy.
I've seen this movie before. Dante Moore throwing interceptions against Indiana.
It's not a great start. So Indiana doesn't even have to take the field. They defer to the second half for possession. That's why it is so tough when you give if you turn the ball over the very first possession of a game and you're already behind the 8 ball, not just because of the score, but you're giving the ball to this team again in the second half right out of the gate. Your advantage of getting the ball first on offense is gone immediately, and it's just a terrible start for Dante Moore and the Oregon Ducks, who now start up their second time around here as they get going in the college football playoff semifinal. And what is this, the Peach Bowl? Yeah.
Yes.
In Atlanta. They did a wide shot of the stadium. JJ and I were watching this thing. What do you think the percentage is of red to green in that stadium?
70-30.
I mean, it may even be more. It might be 80-20. It is so many Indiana fans who have waited a lifetime, their ancestors coming back from the dead to attend this game because that's how bad they've been forever. Excuse me. Sorry.
Is Bobby Knight there then?
Oh, would you settle down? I'd say let him rest, but I don't know if he's resting.
Did Satan wouldn't give him the weekend off?
Hey, I didn't know. Give him the weekend off. He's on house arrest with the hell anklet on.
Lucifer wouldn't let him loose for a
Oh my
day.
goodness. Well, that's bad. But hey, yeah, sure. Are you kidding me? He never thought once about Indiana football ever. I bet he didn't even attend a football game ever.
I wouldn't have attended back then.
Even as a thanks. All right. Mammoth and St. Louis Blues over at Delta Center coming up 6 minutes away from your pregame starting up here. JJ, how does this one go for this team, and what do they have to do to get the second win in a row here at home?
I like the way they're playing right now. I think that that Rangers game really galvanized this team, and I like the way they came out and played against Ottawa. Feels like they've got something building now. And they played the Blues on the road a while back and really took it to them. And the Blues came back in that game and made it interesting. But
it's 3-0 in the first 3 minutes. Right?
Yeah, that was when Logan Cooley got the hat trick. In the first period. So I think that the at home the matchup I like for Utah. I think the Mammoth get a win tonight, and they need to get a win tonight. You got to start stacking these W's, as we've talked about repeatedly, and tonight's another chance to do that.
So you've got this one, and then they come back around on Monday, and they've got themselves a game. Oh, let me see here. They're taking on the Blue Jackets on
Columbus Blue Jackets is on Sunday.
Oh, that's a Sunday game. Yes. So Sunday. So they go tonight, and then they go Sunday against the Blue Jackets. Yeah, and that's one too. That's one that they can absolutely get. You know, you bring a team in here out of the Eastern Conference who doesn't know a ton about this team and doesn't play a lot at this.
You're not losing at home to the Blue Jackets. You can't lose at home to the Blue Jackets.
I don't know enough about them. I know last year they weren't great, but I know this year they're not nearly as bad as they were.
Then the Leafs are in town on Tuesday.
Oof, and that's a team that needs a W. Man, ooh, that'd be nice.
They're as desperate as the Mammoth.
Well, and you start talking about getting eyeballs on your team and then getting wins that mean a lot. Anytime you beat the Toronto Maple Leafs, and I was at the game. I think I was at the game last year when they lost to Toronto here at home. All right, Mammoth, St. Louis Blues next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You're stuck in the office.
I believe you have my stapler.
In your car or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Everybody loves the season of giving, but now the season of paying for it is upon us. That not-so-wonderful time of the year when millions of Americans open their credit card statements, stare in horror at the balance, and resolve then and there to find new ways to save money. If you're among those Americans, why not start by cutting your wireless bill in half right now with Pure Talk's Saver Plan? It's easy. You'll get unlimited talk, text, and 3 gigs of high-speed data on a super-fast, nationwide 5G network for just $20 a month. Just dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and you'll save an additional 50% off your first month. Ho, ho, ho! And if you're active or former military or a first responder, you'll save an additional 20% every single month. That's pound 250. Say Mike Rowe for the gift that keeps on saving from America's wireless company. Pure Talk.
Between all the holiday parties,
weekend tailgates,
and family get-togethers,
we've been overindulging a little more than usual over the holidays. But now, we are starting the new year off on a healthier note by taking Active Liver supplements from New Nordic every day.
Active Liver contains a powerful blend of turmeric, milk thistle, and globe artichoke extract, all natural ingredients that help protect the liver so that it can protect you from toxins. It's like giving my body a daily detox. I've never felt better, and my energy is through the roof.
And my doctor is already impressed with how much better my numbers are looking. So if better health, more energy, and detoxing your body are some of your priorities this year, get Active Liver today and start the year off knowing you're giving your liver some well-deserved relief.
Active Liver is available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com. Or pick some up today at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery. Are now available at Wegmans. New year, new you, new Nordic.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, you refer to yourself as a full-service jeweler. What does that mean?
Once upon a time, before national stores and online sites flooded the market, your local family jeweler was the expert in your life that handled all your jewelry and watch needs. J. Brooks is that full-service jeweler today, where everything is handled by us, including appraisals, jewelry repair, watch repairs, as well as general service of all Swiss brands, and the most beautiful custom creations, including our new JBJ Bridal Collection. We can take your existing jewelry and freshen it up, or we can repurpose it completely with a fresh design using all of the sentimental parts that you already own. And of course, if she's ready for the upgrade you always promised, we can help you with a selection of a new larger diamond to say I love you more than ever. So whatever your celebration is, let J. Brooks help you any way you may need. J. Brooks Jewelers, Murray and Lehigh, and online at jbrooksjewelers.com, where women know what women want.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.